Lord Dales, what troubles you? As Gu Fan opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of an octopus-headed alien conversing with him. Startled, Gu Fan exclaimed, "What manner of creature are you?" Yet, the words transformed into a chilling tone as he found himself somewhat dazed, murmuring to himself, "Why does my speech resemble that of Goku from Dragon Ball?" The octopus-headed being paused at Gu Fan's reaction and replied, "Lord Dales, I'm the pilot of the spaceship, here to report on the vessel's navigation status." Just as Gu Fan was about to utter a response, he caught wind of the name Dales. Wait, isn't Dales a character from the Dragon Ball series? He appeared in the Dragon Ball Z movies Dragon Ball Z, Battle of the Gods, and the Scion Extinction Plan, one of the surviving Scions after Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta. His penchant for cultivating spirit trees and consuming spirit fruits earned him the nickname Fruit Brother. As a seasoned aficionado of the Dragon Ball saga, Gu Fan instantly recalled the name Dales. A thought struck him. Could it be that I have been reborn as Dales in the Dragon Ball universe? With a blend of excitement and trepidation, Gu Fan considered the implications. The thrill of entering such an intriguing world clashed with the uncertainty of what lay ahead after all. This was a realm where planets could be obliterated at any moment. Though he cherished the Dragon Ball universe, it did not equate to a desire to traverse into it. Yet, faced with this reality, he had no choice but to accept it. By the way, other transmigrators possess systems to aid them in their journeys, allowing them to vanquish gods of destruction and tread upon angels. IT stands to reason that I should have one as well. With this thought, Gu Fan silently called out, "Is there a system present?" Immediately, a voice echoed in his mind, "Ding. The ultimate Scion system has been successfully bound." Upon hearing this synthesized electronic voice, Gu Fan's heart surged with excitement as he inquired, "System, what functionalities do you possess?" Ding! This system is the ultimate Scion system, capable of assisting the host in ascending to the pinnacle of the Dragon Ball realm, becoming the strongest Scion in history. The system's voice reverberated once more in his mind. Gu Fan, intrigued, questioned, "Are there any prerequisites? For instance, do I need to undertake arduous tasks like other transmigrators?" Ding! Do not conflate this system with those outdated ones. The host need only complete simple tasks to reap generous rewards. Relieved by this revelation, Gu Fan was eager to delve deeper into the system's capabilities, but mindful of the circumstances around him, he stated, "Let's discuss this further. Later, I must first attend to the situation aboard the spaceship." Ignoring the octopus-headed alien, he turned his gaze to other areas of the vessel, noticing a plethora of bizarre extraterrestrial beings. A cursory glance at the spaceship revealed it to be strikingly reminiscent of Frieza's fleet from the Dragon Ball animation, albeit more tangible and imbued with an enhanced sense of advanced technology. Gu Fan, upon observing the peculiar extraterrestrials before him, felt a momentary hesitation to speak. However, recalling the identity of Dales, a newfound confidence surged within him. He addressed the aliens, saying, "All of you, please vacate this space and leave me to my solitude." The extraterrestrials hesitated momentarily, exchanging glances. Despite their uncertainty, they gradually retreated. Once the room was empty, Gu Fan began to assess his new form, but he noticed that his body was adorned with sleek muscles, clad in the battle attire of the Frieza Force, and a combat power detector with red lenses was affixed near his ear. He attempted to activate the device as depicted in the animated series, and indeed, the combat powers of all the aliens aboard the spacecraft materialized before him. Beep, beep, the device chimed, revealing numbers 1,600, 3,500, 4,000, 10000, 15000, 18000. Let me check my own combat power, Gu Fan thought, pressing the detector once more. With a loud bang, the device exploded, releasing a wisp of green smoke. Seeing this, Gu Fan's lips twitched as he mused, "It appears my combat power must exceed 18000. This should be considered an overwhelming strength. By the way, when did the Frieza Force achieve such formidable power?" Confounded by the situation, Gu Fan summoned an extraterrestrial to inquire, "Is Frieza still alive?" The alien replied, puzzled, "Lord Dales, Frieza was vanquished 20 years ago by a Scion named Son Goku." Gu Fan was taken aback and pressed further, "And what of the Frieza Force?" With a hint of confusion, the alien responded, "The Frieza Force still exists, however. After Frieza's demise, his brother Cooler succeeded him as the new emperor of the universe. Thus, the Frisia force transformed into the Cooler force. Did you not express a desire to usurp Cooler recently? Gufan, sensing the alien's incredulous tone, retorted coldly, "What is this? You seem displeased by my inquiries? Have you forgotten who commands the Dale's force?" The alien, perceiving Gufan's chilling demeanor, stammered, "I apologize, Lord Dales. I'm merely—" Recognizing that his intimidation had taken effect, Gufan asked, "Where are we currently, and what is our intent?" Though still perplexed, the alien, deterred by Gufan's icy expression, swallowed his words and cautiously reporting to you, Lord Dales, we are presently in the northern galaxy, Sector 33, preparing to assault planet L-1024. That with this information, Gufan felt a clarity wash over him and replied, "Very well, you may leave now." The alien hurriedly exited, shivering at the thought of Dale's merciless nature, which lingered ominously in his mind. Upon hearing the words of the extraterrestrial being, Gufan realized that he was likely not in the primary timeline of Dragon Ball, but rather in a parallel dimension and most probably a future timeline. Unlike the original narrative, he had not been defeated by Sun Wukong and was preparing to lead the Dale's Legion to invade a planet designated as L-1024. However, Gufan had little time to concern himself with such matters. His foremost desire was to ascertain the extent of his combat prowess. Thus, he addressed the system, which had been left idle. "System, what is my current battle power?" Beep. The host's current battle power, according to the standards of the Dragon Ball universe, is 12 million. Gufan was astounded by his own combat strength. Although he had previously felt an overwhelming surge of explosive power, he had been unaware of its exact magnitude. The system's revelation illuminated the fact that he was not weak, thus granting him a preliminary sense of self-preservation in the Dragon Ball realm. "If only I could sense ki," Gufan mused silently. "Ah, but I currently lack the understanding to sense ki. Perhaps I should inquire whether the system has a solution." With that thought, Gufan communicated with the system in his mind. "System, how can I perceive the strength of ki?" Beep. There are 3 methods. The first is for the host to comprehend it independently. The second is through completing tasks, which would grant the host enlightenment as a reward. The third is by making a wish to the dragon to acquire this ability. Upon hearing this, Gufan replied, "What are we waiting for? System, please issue a task at once." Beep. The first task has been released. Perform 10,000 push-ups with no time limit. Reward: the ability to use and sense K. Gufan, taken aback by the simplicity of the conditions, exclaimed, "System, you truly do not deceive me." With that, he promptly commenced the arduous task of executing 10,000 push-ups. Given Gufan's combat power of 12 million, he swiftly completed the task with ease. At the moment he finished, an electronic synthesized voice resonated in his mind. Beep. Task completion detected reward: the ability to use and sense ki. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge regarding the use and perception of ki flooded his consciousness, and Gufan grasped the intricacies of it immediately. Chapter 2. The Attack of Gula. Emergency landing on Planet 1024. Having mastered the sensing and utilization of energy, Gufan immediately closed his eyes to perceive his surroundings. Indeed, he sensed the varying strengths of the extraterrestrial beings aboard the spacecraft, though only vaguely. It was not as precise as a detector. This could be attributed to the relatively feeble combat prowess of these beings in comparison to Gufan. At that moment, he recalled that the Dale's Legion he led was preparing to invade a planet. However, Gufan was not inclined to follow the original Dale's path, which involved invading other planets for the sake of the spirit tree's fruits, treating these worlds merely as nourishment. He believed that the strength he cultivated was the true essence of power, and he had no desire to engage in unwarranted bloodshed. After all, he was not the genuine Dales. With this thought, Gufan summoned several high-ranking members of the Dale's Legion, namely Kakao, Dietz, Amando, and the Lacasse brothers, and addressed them. "I have resolved to cease all attacks on other planets from this moment forth." Upon hearing this, the group hastily responded, "Lord Dales, you jest, do you not? How can we cultivate the spirit tree and obtain its fruits to enhance our strength without conquering other planets? How, then, shall we defeat Gula?" In response, Dales shook his head and stated, "In truth, the fruits of the spirit tree no longer serve us significantly. There is no need to continue our assaults on other planets. Remember, I speak only once on this matter. Those who defy my decree shall face dire consequences." The assembled individuals appeared incredulous. As Gu Fan noted their disbelief and prepared to elaborate, he suddenly felt the ground quake violently. Annoyed, he inquired, "What is happening?" Dietz replied, "Lord Dales, the ship is shaking violently. It appears we are under attack." Gu Fan asked, "Is there any way to respond?" Dietz answered, "Our only option now is to make an emergency landing on planet 1024. Otherwise, we risk total destruction." Upon hearing this, Gu Fan swiftly issued commands to prepare for the emergency landing. Moments later, the spacecraft initiated a spatial leap, hastening towards planet 1024. Meanwhile, once Gu Fan's vessel departed, another, larger ship materialized at the site of the original spacecraft. At the center of this new ship stood a lizard-like figure, swirling a goblet of red wine, who smiled as he observed the direction in which Gu Fan's ship had fled, the remnants of the Psiots. "Today, I shall finally capture you. Ho 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 ho." This individual was Gula, the elder brother of the cosmic emperor Frisia. On Gu Fan's side, the spacecraft had penetrated the atmosphere of planet 1024 and landed on its surface. Countless soldiers of the Dales Legion erupted from the ship, followed by Dales, Dietz, and the others who exited the cabin to reach the ground. Inhaling the fresh air of this planet, Gu Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he turned to Dietz, asking, "What transpired? Who attacked our ship?" Dietz responded, "My Lord Dales, it is highly probable that we have been attacked by the Gula Legion's ships. We previously cultivated the spirit trees, which resulted in the destruction of many planets they coveted, and since you are a scion." Gu Fan's expression darkened as he interjected, "Gula, I shall inevitably deal with him in due time. By the way, what is the current status of this planet?" Dietz replied, "My Lord Dales, this planet is relatively suitable for habitation. The atmospheric composition is conducive to our breathing. The only intelligent species present on this planet consists of a group of primitive, uncivilized beings who are crude and violent. They do not possess formidable combat capabilities." Gu Fan inquired, "Is that truly the case?" After pressing a button on the device at his ear, he discovered that the strongest combat power on this planet was merely 336, which indeed aligned with Daizi's assessment. Seeing that there were no security concerns, Gu Fan commanded, "Everyone, stand by for repairs. Maintenance personnel should expedite the ship's repairs." Having issued his orders, Gu Fan departed from the encampment to explore the planet. As he soared through the skies, he took in the entirety of the landscape, forests, oceans, and lakes, all of which evoked memories of Earth. He resolved to prepare himself before making his way there. Thus, he queried the system in his mind. "System, do you have any tasks for me?" Ding. Task: survive and leave planet 1024. Reward: transformation into a super scion. Gu Fan, perplexed, asked, "What on earth? Does the system think I will perish here? This is absurd." No sooner had he uttered those words than he sensed a tremendous energy emanating from the direction of the ship, which filled him with a sense of foreboding. Beep, beep, beep. Simultaneously, the device at his ear activated, and a voice crackled through. It was Daizi, speaking in a fragmented manner, "My Lord Dales, please do not return to the camp, Gula." Before he could finish, the transmission abruptly ceased, as though interrupted. Upon hearing this, Gu Fan clenched his fists, a surge of anger igniting within him as he charged towards the location of the ship. Before approaching, he observed a chaotic battle unfolding near the vessel. Dale's Legion was engaged in a fierce confrontation with another group of extraterrestrials. Nearby, a ship loomed, significantly larger than Dale's own, and standing before it was a lizard-like figure, none other than Gula. A number of aliens were positioned beside him. Gu Fan ascended into the air and shouted, "Gula?" Raising his hand, he proclaimed, "Disaster Shockwave." This was originally Dale's technique. Though Gu Fan lacked Dale's memories, it had become a matter of muscle memory, enabling him to execute it instantaneously. A colossal beam of energy surged toward Gula's location. With a resounding boom, a massive crater formed where Gula had stood, obliterating all the aliens clustered around him into mere remnants. After a haze of smoke dissipated, the figure of Cooler emerged, who remarked with a hint of aloofness, "Impressive strength. Aside from our frozen demon clan, you are indeed hard-pressed to find an opponent in the universe. I never anticipated that the Scions could attain such formidable power. It is no wonder that my foolish brother and father met their demise at the hands of your kind." Gu Fan, uninterested in further banter, swiftly appeared before Cooler and delivered a kick that sent him flying several dozen meters away. Indeed, the Scions were nothing more than savage apes. If that was the case, then death was their only fate. Cooler quickly regained his footing and, addressing Gu Fan, raised his hand to unleash a lethal beam. Gu Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Despite his best efforts to evade, the deadly ray pierced through one of his arms, causing an explosion upon contact with the ground. His back was scorched black, and his battle attire lay in tatters. A searing pain gripped him as Gu Fan clutched his injured arm and knelt. Cooler floated before him, a triumphant smile gracing his features. How does it feel, Scion? Have you come to understand the might of the great frozen demon clan? You indeed possess remarkable strength, surpassing even the strongest of your kind, King Vegeta, by countless folds. If you would but submit to me, I would offer you the position of vice commander of my Cooler Corps. What say you? Gu Fan lifted his head and scoffed. You think you are worthy? Disgusting, foul lizard. Cooler, with a tinge of regret, replied, You have just slain the majority of my mech battalion. I had hoped to recruit you, but since you refuse, I bid you farewell. With a vicious expression, Cooler approached Gu Fan and kicked him down, brutally stomping on his injured arm. Ah, damn it! Gu Fan cried out, beads of sweat forming from the pain. As Cooler prepared to raise his hand to unleash another deadly beam towards Gu Fan, an electronic voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Host detected in life-threatening danger. Initiating automatic transfer to a random planet in the North Galaxy. With a whoosh, Gu Fan vanished from the spot, leaving Cooler seething in impotent rage. Chapter 3. The Super Scion of Namek Pain. Excruciating pain. Gu Fan, awakening from his unconsciousness, felt the ache throughout his body as he opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Is this Earth? He pondered, sensing the energy of this planet. He realized it was not particularly strong. In this era of Earth, it was improbable that there were no powerful beings present. After all, it had been 20 years since Goku had defeated Frieza. As Gu Fan observed his surroundings, he noted the sky was a vibrant green, dotted with numerous small islands. And the water was also an emerald hue. Assessing the environment, he thought to himself, have I arrived on Namek? Just as he stood up, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host has completed the task. Reward form, Super Saiyan. In an instant, the method to transform into a Super Saiyan flooded Gu Fan's mind. He felt empowered, knowing that with but a thought, he could ascend to that legendary state. After a moment of introspection, Gu Fan addressed the system. System, it was you who saved me in the final moment, wasn't it? By the way, does this mean that I have completed the task without relying solely on myself? The system responded, as long as the host survives and departs from planet 1024, the task is considered complete, and rewards will be granted. Gu Fan nodded and remarked, System, you are impressive. Your word is law. However, I do wish for more such benevolent tasks to arise. The system remained silent. At that moment, Gu Fan recalled his deceased companions, including Dai's, and sighed. Despite their notorious reputation as ruthless demons, they remained loyal to him. Gu Fan resolved to resurrect Dai's if the opportunity presented itself, after which they would part ways. With this thought in mind, Gu Fan decided to leave and explore the conditions of this planet. As he prepared to rise, he noticed 3 green figures approaching from the distance. Squinting, he realized, aren't those Namekians? Moments later, the 3 Namekians landed before Gu Fan, eyeing him warily. Who are you? What brings you to Namek? They inquired. Gu Fan replied, I am Dales, known as Gu Fan on Earth. Call me as you will. I am a friend of Sun Wukong, and have come to meet the great elder of Namek. The Namekians, though skeptical, conceded, You are a friend of Sun Wukong? Very well, then accompany us to meet the great elder. Gu Fan responded, Excellent, please lead the way, I shall follow closely behind. Coincidentally, Gu Fan needed to make a wish with the Dragon Balls. He reassured himself, having committed no wrongdoing and possessing formidable strength. The Namekians would likely lend him the Dragon Balls. The group immediately took flight towards the southeast. Gu Fan mused on the naivety of the Namekians, who appeared to accept his words without a shred of doubt, seemingly unafraid of deceitful intentions. Gu Fan assessed his own condition, after sustaining severe injuries. His base combat power had likely reached 15 million, and he was healing significantly, presumably aided by the system. Thus, he queried the system in his mind. Have you healed me? The system replied. At that time, the host was gravely injured, and the system provided restoration. However, in the face of threats, the teleportation and healing ability can only be activated once per month. Gu Fan nodded, thoughtfully tapping his chin with his thumb. Very well, system. I doubt I will require this function again. I am now Super Dales. The system offered no retort. Gu Fan swiftly caught up with the departing Namekians, who were astonished by his sudden acceleration. These were combat-oriented Namekians, each boasting a combat power exceeding 3,000, not weak by any cosmic standard. They assumed Gu Fan must possess some extraordinary flying skills, given his seemingly ordinary scion appearance. After a silent journey of several minutes, the group arrived before a small dwelling. The three Namekians stated, "Enter, for the Great Elder has long foretold of your arrival." Gu Fan, undeterred by the prospect of deception, stepped inside. As Gu Fan stepped inside, he was greeted by a deeply green-skinned Namekian, who appeared to be in the twilight of his years. This individual was the second elder of the Namekian community, having ascended to the position of Grand Elder following the passing of the previous Grand Elder 2 decades prior. Gu Fan, not one to indulge in pleasantries, directly addressed him. "Esteemed Grand Elder of Namek, I implore you to unlock my potential and, in addition, lend me the Dragon Balls to make a wish. I assure you that my desires shall not be malevolent. Rather, I promise to safeguard Namek at least once, and you should be able to discern my strength." Understanding the nature of the Namekians, Gu Fan was straightforward in expressing his intentions. The Grand Elder chuckled and remarked, "You bear a striking resemblance to the esteemed Sun Wukong. I can see that you are not a villain. Come forth and extend your hand. I shall assist you in unlocking your potential." After a span of several minutes, a powerful surge emanated from Gu Fan, causing him to involuntarily transform into a Super Saiyan, exuberantly unleashing his energy. His golden hair and piercing gaze seemed to herald the ferocity and might of a Super Saiyan. Under Gu Fan's influence, Namek became a tempestuous realm, with thunder rumbling and the seas churning. The very planet seemed to quiver in response to Gu Fan's formidable power. It was Gu Fan's inaugural transformation into a Super Saiyan, and thus he found it challenging to rein in the tempestuous emotions and thirst for battle that surged within him. After a period of recalibration, Gu Fan returned to his usual state and inquired of the system in his mind. "System, please display my current data." Ding. Host, Dales, Gu Fan. Age, 45. Height, 183 centimeters. Combat power, 20 million. Unlocked form. Super Saiyan. Gu Fan surveyed the data before him with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the Namekians outside, initially wary of Gu Fan's presence, rushed in only to find the Grand Elder unharmed, which eased their concerns. They approached the Grand Elder, casting vigilant glances at Gu Fan. The Grand Elder then addressed a young Namekian beside him. "Nez, gather the Dragon Balls from each village and present them to this esteemed Mr. Dales for his wish." The young Namekian hesitated, responding, "But how can we so readily grant access to the Dragon Balls to an outsider?" The Grand Elder, with a gentle smile, asserted, "Nez, this Mr. Dales is our second savior, following the illustrious Sun Wukong. Trust in my words, and promptly inform each village to bring forth their Dragon Balls. Additionally, assist him in translating his wish." But, the young Namekian began, yet the Grand Elder's weakened voice brooked no argument. "There are no buts, simply do as I instruct." Reluctantly, the young Namekian clenched his teeth and replied, "Very well, Grand Elder, I shall attend to it immediately." With that, he turned to Gu Fan and said, "Please, come with me to make your wish. The Dragon Balls should be collected by now." Without waiting for Gu Fan's response, he exited the Grand Elder's chamber. Gu Fan, pleased by the cooperation of the Namekians, followed suit, preferring to forego further verbal exchanges. The Elder called out to the departing Gu Fan, saying, "Your potential is immense, akin to the boundless expanse of the universe. I have endeavored to cultivate your abilities, yet I have only scratched the surface. I hope that when the planet Namek faces adversity, you will extend your hand in assistance." Without turning back, Gu Fan replied, "I will remember the promise I made to Namek. When the time comes, I shall act." The Elder murmured, "I hope you can help Namek once again navigate this crisis." Chapter 4, The Wish. Setting off to Earth, Gu Fan followed a Namekian named Nez outside, where several other Namekians were gathered, each cradling a Dragon Ball. They moved to a relatively open area and placed the Dragon Balls together. Nez turned to Gu Fan and said, "I hope you do not wish for anything malevolent." Gu Fan smiled and reassured him, "Rest assured, my wishes will be acceptable to you all." Nez replied, "I sincerely hope so." Curiously, Gu Fan inquired, "What is your relationship with Naru?" Nez looked at Gu Fan with confusion and replied, "You know my brother?" Gu Fan chuckled and said, "No, I do not know him, but I have heard of him. Now let us hurry and make our wishes." With that, Gu Fan flew ahead, and Nez followed, glancing at Gu Fan's retreating figure. Upon their arrival, the Dragon Balls had already been gathered. Gu Fan turned to Nez and said, "Summon the Eternal Dragon." Nez nodded and, in the Namekian language, called out, "Come forth, Shinran Purunga." In an instant, the Dragon Balls emitted a brilliant light, the sky darkened, and a majestic green dragon appeared above them, addressing Nez below. "Speak your wish. No matter what it is, I can grant you 3. Nez pointed at Gu Fan and spoke to Purunga in Namekian. "Purunga, I wish to make a wish on his behalf." Then he turned to Gu Fan and urged, "Quickly, state your wish." After a moment's contemplation, Gu Fan articulated his desires. "My first wish is to possess the ability to survive in the cosmos. My second wish is for a flawless spaceship equipped with a gravity chamber of maximum intensity for my training. My third wish is for a durable device capable of detecting the highest battle powers." Gu Fan had pondered these wishes for quite some time, aiming to accomplish the most with the fewest wishes. Upon hearing Gu Fan's requests, Nez relayed them to Purunga, albeit in a language Gu Fan could not comprehend, and stood patiently awaiting the outcome. After a brief pause, Nez concluded his wishes. Purunga acknowledged the simplicity of the wishes, uttered a phrase, and with a flash of his crimson eyes, a red lens detector materialized in Gu Fan's hand, alongside a magnificent spaceship that appeared out of thin air. Gu Fan also sensed a transformation within himself, indicating that he now possessed the ability to survive in the vastness of space. With all wishes fulfilled, Purunga bid farewell as he vanished, and the 7 Dragon Balls turned to stone, cascading down to the ground. The nearby Namekians gazed at the scattered Dragon Balls and remarked, "Let us gather the Dragon Balls." Nez approached Gu Fan and inquired, "What are your plans next? Will you remain with us for a while longer, or will you take your leave?" Gu Fan replied, "Naturally, I intend to depart. Would I linger here merely to watch you drink and bask in the sun? However, I am curious about the location of Namek in the northern galaxy." Nez, eyeing Gu Fan warily, responded, "You are unaware of Namek's location? How did you manage to find your way here?" Gu Fan retorted, "That is of no concern to you. I have my own means." After a moment's thought, Nez stated, "I must consult the elder. Please wait here for a moment." Gu Fan nodded, "Very well. Do hasten. I shan't wait for too long." Upon hearing this, Nez took flight immediately. Once Nez had departed, Gu Fan placed the detector against his ear and pressed a button. Beep beep, 20,000,000. The device did not explode, much to Gu Fan's satisfaction. Finally, he possessed a detector that wouldn't detonate at a mere glance. Gu Fan then ventured into a nearby spaceship, taking a cursory look around. It was comparable in size to the ships of the Dale's Legion, equipped not only with a gravity chamber, but also stocked with a variety of food, water, and numerous sets of Frisia-S battle suits. Casually, Gu Fan opened a food storage container and extracted a piece of what resembled a cookie. After tasting it, he found the flavor quite agreeable. It was all compressed food, ideal for storage, and the battle suits mirrored his original attire perfectly. Truly, this was a magnificent vessel Gu Fan used. He soon located the gravity chamber, where he discovered buttons for adjusting gravity. Pressing the button for 10 times the normal gravity, he immediately felt an increase in pressure on his body. Satisfied, Gu Fan glanced around the gravity chamber, recognizing it as an excellent tool for enhancing strength. Next, he entered the spaceship's cockpit, where he found a pilot's manual and a holographic projection of a star map of the northern galaxy. After perusing the manual for a while, he grasped the basic operation of the ship. Simply by clicking on the planets on the star map, the ship would automatically navigate to that location. Although manual operation was also possible, albeit beyond Gu Fan's immediate skill. After completing his tour of the spaceship, he exited. Gazing at the vessel before him, Gu Fan silently acknowledged, "This ship is truly remarkable, far more advanced than those of the Dale's Legion." After waiting for a short while, Nez returned and informed Gu Fan, "The Elder has granted permission. Here is the star map indicating Namek's location." With that, he handed the star map to Gu Fan. Gu Fan accepted the star map, nodded, and smiled, "Thank you." As for why Gu Fan sought the location of Namek, it was because, through his experiences over the past few days, he had come to the realization that this place was likely a future timeline of the Dragon Ball world. Thus, he was also preparing for the unforeseen. To avoid the eventuality of losing the location of Namek, for the Dragon Balls are indeed quite useful. At present, the only Dragon Balls available to Gu Fan are those from Namek and Earth. If we consider a future timeline, The Dragon Balls on Earth might have vanished due to Piccolo's demise. Upon finishing his thoughts, Goofan boarded the spacecraft and made his way to the cockpit. Following the descriptions from the original text, he successfully pinpointed the location of Earth and promptly activated its holographic projection. As he pressed the projection, the hatch of the spacecraft sealed instantly, and the vessel levitated, soaring out of Namek's atmosphere at an astonishing speed, soon disappearing from sight. Through the cockpit's glass, Goofan beheld the vast, breathtaking cosmos and could not help but exclaim, "The universe is truly beautiful." He had never observed the splendor of the universe from such proximity. During his time aboard the Darius Legion's ship, he had scarcely found the opportunity to appreciate the celestial beauty. Goofan glanced at the travel time displayed on the ship's console, noting that there were still 3 months until they reached Earth. His heart swelled with joy at the thought of soon arriving on Earth, yet he remained grounded, determined to continue his training and further enhance his abilities during this period. He was uncertain about the current state of Earth. As for Cooler, Goofan planned to return and deal with him once he had settled on Earth. With this thought, he hurried to the training room, donned a new battle suit, and prepared for the upcoming 3 months of rigorous training. Chapter 5. Training in the Gravity Chamber. Upon entering the training room, Goofan immediately adjusted the gravity to 500 times that of Earth. In an instant, an overwhelming gravitational force enveloped his entire being. Although he was not yet at the point of being immobile, even the slightest movement became a formidable challenge. Goofan struggled to acclimate to the 500-fold gravity, commencing to kick and punch in this condition. However, after merely a few minutes, he was drenched in sweat. Recalling the survival of the fittest principle in the Dragon Ball universe, Goofan gritted his teeth and persevered in his training. He firmly believed that a Scion's body knows no limits. Even a low-class warrior like Goku could surpass Vegeta. Goofan was confident that, without a system, he too could grow stronger. The first day swiftly passed, and Goofan had adjusted to the 500-fold gravity, resting against the wall. During his respite, he idly glanced at the labels within the gravity chamber and unexpectedly discovered that this spacecraft was equipped with a virtual combat system. This system enables a mental link with the gravity chamber's virtual combat interface, allowing one to engage in battles with foes encountered in memory. This was designed to hone combat skills, and Goofan resolved to utilize this system at a later time, as he currently prioritized foundational combat strength. At that moment, he recalled the system and inwardly inquired, "System, are there any recent tasks available?" Ding. Task: Reach Earth. Reward: Mastery of Technology and Intelligence Enhancement. Upon hearing the system's response, Goofan felt a spark of curiosity and asked, "System, what purpose do the Mastery of Technology and Intelligence Enhancement serve?" Ding. The Mastery of Technology enables the host to instantly become a top-tier genius scientist, while the Enhancement of Intelligence significantly elevates the host's IQ, greatly augmenting the capacity for learning. Upon hearing the system's declaration, Goofan chuckled and remarked, "System, you are truly remarkable. I am utterly enamored with you." Ding. The system does not engage in inappropriate relations. Goofan's expression darkened at this response, and he promptly ceased his interaction with the system. Rising to his feet, he stretched his muscles and clenched his fists, letting out a resounding ah. In an instant, Goofan's hair transformed to a brilliant gold, emanating a dazzling golden light that illuminated the entire gravity chamber as though it were midday. His energy surged 50-fold, and his combat power soared to a terrifying 10.5 billion, as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. After becoming a Super Saiyan, the golden radiance enveloped the gravity chamber. Goofan attempted to suppress the overwhelming energy, but the ferocious aura of the Super Saiyan proved exceedingly difficult to contain, causing him excruciating pain throughout his body. Sweat poured down Goofan's face as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "What a ferocious Super Saiyan! Today, I, Goofan, shall conquer you. I am now a Super Darius." The agonizing sensation did not relent with Goofan's defiance. Instead, it intensified in tandem with his efforts to restrain his energy. 1 minute passed, then 1 hour, 10 hours. The tumultuous aura gradually calmed, and Goofan finally managed to suppress the furious energy of the Super Saiyan, ceasing the explosive golden aura emanating from his body. He had preliminarily achieved the full power of a Super Saiyan. Thanks to his understanding of the original narrative, Goofan avoided many detours. Yet, this was merely the beginning. For the next 3 months, he resolved to maintain the Super Saiyan state during meals and rest, until he fully mastered this form. With this determination, Gu Fan succumbed to exhaustion, yearning for a moment of respite. At that moment, an electronic synthesized voice resonated in his mind. Detection complete. Host has accomplished a hidden task. Preliminary mastery of Super Scion. Reward granted. Mastery of combat. As time passed, Gu Fan gradually awakened, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld a ceiling of gleaming metallic white. With a sudden burst of energy, he sprang up. Assessing his condition and realizing he still retained the Super Scion form, he murmured to himself, "It seems my efforts were not in vain. The path of cultivation is indeed correct." Glancing at the training duration displayed on the gravity chamber's wall, he was astonished to discover that 72 hours had elapsed, indicating he had slept for 2 full days. Just as Gu Fan prepared to exit the gravity chamber for sustenance and to change into a fresh combat outfit, he felt a surge of numerous combat techniques flooding his mind. Noticing this, Gu Fan addressed the system within his mind. "System, what is happening? Why have I suddenly become so proficient in combat?" Ding. The system responded, "Detection complete. Host has preliminarily mastered the Super Scion form." Unlocking a hidden task and receiving the reward of combat mastery, Gu Fan inquired, "System, does combat mastery mean I will master combat techniques?" Ding. The host has received the reward of martial arts mastery, destined to become a master of combat rather than merely acquiring a handful of techniques. Gu Fan, upon hearing this, replied, "All right, I understand." With that, he made his way to the food storage room. He casually opened a storage jar and began to feast heartily. An hour later, 3 empty jars lay before him. Observing the jars, Gu Fan mused, "Since becoming a scion, my appetite has dramatically increased." He estimated that the food he had consumed was sufficient to sustain his previous self for 10 days. After a brief rest, Gu Fan proceeded to the gravity chamber, intending to engage in virtual combat. Upon arriving at the gravity chamber, he immediately donned the virtual combat device and closed his eyes. In that moment, Gu Fan's consciousness seemed to transcend into a desolate plain, where the formidable Gula stood in the distance. Upon spotting Gula, Gu Fan rushed forward, delivering a kick aimed at him. Contrary to Gu Fan's expectations, Gula did not fly back. Instead, he grasped Gu Fan's leg firmly. With a sinister tone, Gula remarked, "My battle power is a staggering 1.2 billion. With that, he flung Gu Fan away, then instantaneously appeared in midair, conjuring a massive yellow energy sphere. Gu Fan focused intently and thought, "This is the Ice Demon Clan's ultimate technique, the Supernova, a weapon capable of obliterating planets. In that case, I shall unleash the catastrophic shockwave." Instantly, he transformed into a Super Scion, combining his hands to launch a colossal yellow energy beam towards Gula. Sensing the imminent threat, Gula swiftly altered his form. Exoskeletal armor sprouted from his shoulders and head, elevating his battle power to an impressive 4.7 billion. The ultimate form of Gula had emerged. Gula bellowed and hurled the supernova towards Gu Fan. The energy beam collided with the supernova, and Gula screamed as the supernova bore down upon Gu Fan. With a cold smirk, Gu Fan declared, "Perish, Gula." He forcefully propelled the catastrophic shockwave, the energy beam surging through the supernova with relentless force. Gula, wide-eyed, beheld the approaching energy beam and cried out, "No." Before he could finish, he was consumed by the energy beam, leaving not a trace behind. Once Gula was vanquished, Gu Fan automatically exited the virtual combat system. Upon removing the device, he discovered that he still retained the Super Scion form in reality. Gu Fan pondered, "It seems that in the world constructed by the virtual combat system, it is not my physical body that fights, but rather an energy entity shaped by my bodily data, with my consciousness merely controlling that energy form. No wonder I maintain my Super Scion form in reality while appearing normal within the realm of consciousness." Thus, through this daily regimen of training, Gu Fan gradually enhanced his strength, and the days until his return to Earth grew shorter. Chapter 6. The Arrival of the Scions. The coming of Trunks, year 785 of the Age of the Universe. Earth, West City. Atop a lofty mountain, the sole remaining warrior, Trunks, lifted his gaze to the heavens, relishing a moment's respite after an arduous training session. Today, for an inexplicable reason, the nefarious androids 17 and 18, the architects of devastation that had left the Earth in ruins, refrained from wreaking havoc upon humanity's cities. This unexpected lull granted Trunks a fleeting opportunity to unwind. However, what he deemed relaxation was, in truth, a continuation of his rigorous training. Lacking a mentor and burdened by scant time for practice, Trunks found his strength stagnating. It was not for a lack of desire to improve, but rather the relentless assaults by the androids that constantly summoned him to intervene. Growing up on this planet, he could not idly stand by while innocent lives were mercilessly taken. As he stood there, murmuring to himself, Trunks contemplated the imminent return to the past, to assist his uncle Goku and the others in their battle against the androids. He envisioned his father and others imparting their wisdom, paving the way for him to ultimately vanquish androids 17 and 18, restoring peace to the world. Lost in thoughts of obliterating the androids, Trunks briefly closed his eyes, only to sense a formidable energy approaching Earth. Frowning, he clenched his fists and muttered, "What is happening? Why is such a powerful force nearing Earth, and why now? Could it be an extraterrestrial being akin to Frisia? No matter, I must ascertain the situation." Tuning into the energy's signature, Trunks hastened towards the location where the force was destined to land. Meanwhile, Gufan had just concluded a day of training, seated in the spacecraft's cockpit, having opted not to linger in the gravity chamber. After 3 months of rigorous training, he had fully attained the pinnacle of Super Saiyan power. Glancing at the holographic display, he noted that only 10 minutes remained until arrival on Earth. Through the spacecraft's expansive glass, he caught sight of the Sun and several planets within the solar system, indicating that he had entered the solar realm, and Earth was rapidly approaching. Equipped with a power detector and clad in the battle attire of Frisia's army, Gufan was prepared for his descent. He held a deep admiration for the characters in Dragon Ball and felt a profound sympathy for the fate of the future timeline. His desire to assist Trunks drove him to eagerly make his way to Earth, not to mention the allure of formidable opponents and advanced technology awaiting him there. After a 3-month hiatus since his last battle with Gula, he felt a restless itch for combat, suspecting that his Scion heritage influenced this urge. Before long, 9 minutes had passed, and the spacecraft penetrated Earth's atmosphere. After issuing a pause command to the autopilot system, Gufan made his way to the ship's exit. With a swift motion, he descended to a desolate expanse, a barren wilderness devoid of life, where the ground was parched and dusty. The winds generated by the spacecraft stirred up clouds of dust. As Gufan entered Earth, a synthetic electronic voice resonated in his mind, announcing, "Ding. Host detected on Earth. System task completed. Reward: mastery of technology and enhanced intelligence." Gufan suddenly felt an influx of scientific knowledge, spanning a multitude of disciplines, transforming him into a veritable top-tier scientist. Simultaneously, he sensed a remarkable clarity in his mind, likely a consequence of enhanced intelligence. He was thoroughly pleased with the rewards bestowed by the system. After a brief interlude, once the spaceship had come to a complete halt, Gufan emerged, inhaling deeply the fresh air of Earth. At that moment, a violet-haired youth, bearing a sword, flew toward him. It was Trunks. Upon witnessing Gufan's appearance, Trunks was momentarily startled but soon shook his head, sensing the aura surrounding Gufan. "No, that's not right. He is not Uncle Son Goku. The energy is entirely different. Moreover, he is clad in Frisia's army combat attire. Could he also be a Scion?" Just then, Gufan sensed a tremendous energy approaching and turned to observe Trunks, pressing a button on his scanner. Beep beep. The device indicated a battle power of 9 million. Even in his Super Saiyan form, that was hardly formidable. Addressing the approaching Trunks, Gufan remarked that his own battle power had reached an astonishing 25 million after his training, more than double that of Trunks. Noticing that only Trunks had come to investigate, Gufan mused, "It seems this is undoubtedly a future timeline." Trunks, with a solemn expression, inquired, "Are you a Scion? What is your purpose on Earth?" Gufan chuckled, "I recognize you, Trunks, the Prince of the Scions and son of Vegeta. Should I refer to you as Your Highness?" Trunks replied calmly, "There is no need for such formalities. Rather, do tell me your reason for coming to Earth." Seeing Trunks' composed demeanor, which aligned with his impression of the future warrior, Gufan smiled and introduced himself. "I am Darius, a Scion. You may also call me Gufan, either name suffices. My purpose here is to borrow your time machine." Trunks immediately drew his sword, pointing it at Gufan with a serious demeanor. "How do you know about the time machine? I will never lend it to you." Gufan smiled. "Are you rejecting my request without even considering my terms?" Trunks retorted, "Do not waste your breath. You'll have to step over my dead body to use the time machine. What if I told you I could help you deal with those 2 androids?" Gufan replied with a grin. Trunks, perplexed, asked, "You mean androids 17 and 18? "Indeed. They are the ones I refer to. Gu Fan confirmed. Trunks replied coolly, you are no match for them. Although you are strong in your normal state, unfortunately. Gu Fan interrupted, you were going to mention Super Saiyan, right? Of course, I can transform, and I understand those two androids' combat capabilities better than you might think. Trunks, somewhat astonished, asked, you can also transform into a Super Saiyan? Gu Fan spoke with a hint of displeasure. Is it permissible only for you to change, while other Saiyans are forbidden to do so? Trunks, feeling somewhat flustered at that moment, replied, that is not my intention. I merely find it difficult to believe. However, even so, I cannot lend you the time machine. Gu Fan, puzzled, inquired why not. Trunks explained, because I too require the time machine. And since you are aware of its existence, you must also understand its capabilities. Gu Fan acknowledged, indeed, it allows one to travel back to the past. Trunks continued, given that you know this, how can I be certain of your intentions once you traverse back in time? I cannot permit you to act recklessly. Upon hearing this, Gu Fan chuckled and replied, I harbor no ill will towards Earth, whether in the present or the past. I am not a villain, and besides, the choice does not lie with you. My strength surpasses yours significantly. If I so desired, there are numerous ways to compel you to relinquish the time machine. Trunks conceded, that may be true, but it ultimately depends on whether you can defeat me. Chapter 7. The two Super Saiyans without delay. Trunks teleported directly in front of Gu Fan and swung his sword at him. To Gu Fan, Trunks' movements appeared to unfold in slow motion. A difference in fighting power of 30 could result in an instant defeat, and Gu Fan's power was nearly 3 times greater than Trunks. As Trunks' sword approached, Gu Fan deftly pinched it between 2 fingers, teasing, oh, little prince, your strength is lacking. Trunks did not respond. Instead, he released the sword and leaped into the air, launching a barrage of energy blasts toward Gu Fan. Gu Fan brought his hands together to block all the energy blasts, though the surrounding area was still left riddled with craters, sending clouds of dust into the air. Observing Trunks in midair as he unleashed his energy blasts, Gu Fan couldn't help but smile inwardly, thinking, is this the legendary prince's fighting style? Today, I have witnessed it firsthand. One can only say that he is indeed the son of Vegeta, as their fighting techniques seem to be cut from the same cloth. As Trunks gazed at the dust cloud rising below, noticing the lack of movement, he took a deep breath, clearly having expended considerable energy in his earlier onslaught. Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind him. One must never be careless in battle. Gu Fan addressed the still-breathing Trunks below. Trunks' energy blasts had not harmed him. Seizing the opportunity while Trunks was catching his breath, Gu Fan instantaneously teleported behind him. Trunks spun around abruptly, seemingly still recovering. Gu Fan, not one to hold back, swiftly clasped his hands and struck Trunks with a powerful blow, sending him crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Gu Fan observed the stillness within the dust and momentarily feared he might have struck too hard. Approaching to assess the situation, he felt confident in his attack, knowing that Trunks, in his usual state, would not take such a hit lightly. In an instant, a figure emerged before Gu Fan. It was Trunks, who raised his hands above his head and shouted, Magic Flash. Gu Fan was suddenly struck by a beam of energy, hurtling him through several mountains before he finally came to a stop. Regaining his composure, he swiftly dashed back, for the previous attack, though not particularly damaging, was profoundly insulting. He felt compelled to retaliate. In a moment, Gu Fan returned to the site of the confrontation, discovering Trunks half kneeling on the ground. It was evident that Gu Fan's assault had not been in vain. Trunks bore the pain stoically, catching Gu Fan off guard. Observing Trunks' condition, Gu Fan remarked, Your Highness, the little prince, that was a commendable attack. However, our disparity is far too great. Trunks remained silent, rising to his feet with a fierce roar, his aura intensifying exponentially as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, charging toward Gu Fan. Unfazed by Trunks' transformation, Gu Fan too ascended to the form of a Super Saiyan. The two ascended into the air, exchanging blows with effortless grace, while Trunks struggled, gasping for breath. With a swift motion, Gu Fan unleashed a forceful blast, sending Trunks sprawling. Let me show you this, he declared, placing his hand upon his forehead and shouting, Demonic Flash. Trunks widened his eyes, clasping his hands together to withstand Gu Fan's attack. His arms enveloped in dark smoke. This was, of course, a demonstration of Gu Fan's restraint. Had he unleashed his full power, Trunks would have surely perished. In shock, Trunks exclaimed, How could you possibly know my demonic flash? Gu Fan chuckled, Would you believe me if I said I just learned it? Trunks fell silent at this remark. Noticing his silence, Gu Fan continued, "This will be my final strike. Brace yourself." He then called out, "Cataclysmic shockwave," conjuring a sphere of energy in his hands. With a decisive motion, he directed a beam of energy toward Trunks. In response, Trunks placed his hand to his forehead, shouting, "Demonic flash." Another beam of yellow energy surged toward Gu Fan. When the two energy beams collided, a blinding flash illuminated the sky. Once the brilliance faded, Gu Fan's cataclysmic shockwave had pierced through Trunks' demonic flash, hurtling toward him. As the energy beam approached, Trunks thought to himself, "Is this the end? Forgive me, mother." In an instant, he was struck, his body battered and bruised as he plummeted from the sky. Gu Fan caught the falling Trunks and transported him inside the spacecraft, placing him within a healing apparatus. The liquid within the device bubbled continuously, initiating the healing process for Trunks' injuries. Observing Trunks in the healing chamber, Gu Fan said, "Do not blame me. You may find yourself grateful for this beating one day." The Scion trait of near-death recovery often resulted in a significant boost in combat prowess. After this brush with death, Trunks' base combat power would likely exceed 10 million. Gu Fan mused to himself, "The system's mastery of combat truly proves invaluable. My control over power was impeccably precise." At this very moment, on the opposite side of the earth, a balding elder was drenched in cold sweat, uttering, "The presence of Trunks and that enigmatic extraterrestrial has vanished. Could it be that Trunks has perished at the hands of this alien?" Contemplating this grim possibility, he promptly dialed the Capsule Corporation, the enterprise owned by Trunks' mother, Bulma. This elder was none other than Master Roshi. Upon the call connecting, Master Roshi addressed the individual on the other end. "Bulma, I bear some unfortunate news, and I am uncertain whether I should share it with you." On the other side of the line sat a middle-aged woman with azure hair, seated at a desk. Bulma, albeit fatigued, managed a weary smile and replied, "Old man, spit it out if you have news." Despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, it was evident to any discerning observer that it was merely a fade of bravado. Master Roshi spoke with gravity. "Bulma, you must remain calm upon hearing this news. Do not let your emotions overwhelm you." Bulma, sensing the seriousness of his tone, inquired, "What could possibly have you, of all people, so solemn?" With a heavy heart, Master Roshi revealed, "A formidable alien has arrived on Earth, and Trunks may have been slain in his confrontation with this mysterious being." The weight of sorrow enveloped him. He lamented Trunks' demise and loathed his own frailty. If only he were stronger, he mused, a youth of barely 20 would not need to shoulder the monumental task of safeguarding the planet. Yet, he realized that this was no longer his era. Even if he stepped forth, what difference would it make? Would he merely become an additional burden for Trunks? On the other end of the line, Bulma was momentarily taken aback by the news, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks as she collapsed onto the desk, weeping uncontrollably. All her friends, allies, and even her husband Vegeta had been slain by the androids. Now, the thought of losing her son Trunks left her questioning the very purpose of her existence. Master Roshi, listening to the heartbreaking sounds emanating from the phone, offered gently, "Bulma, take heart." With that, he ended the call. Emerging from his submarine hideout beneath the ocean, he resolved to no longer leave everything to the young Trunks. He would confront the androids and that mysterious alien, even if it meant meeting his own demise. Chapter 8. The Awakening of Trunks. 3 days elapsed in the blink of an eye. Gu Fan observed that Trunks had nearly fully recovered within the healing pod and anticipated his awakening today. Gu Fan began to ponder the course of action ahead. The immediate priority was to eliminate the androids, thereby demonstrating his utmost sincerity. However, it would be more prudent for Trunks to confront the androids personally. But how could this be accomplished? With Trunks' current strength, taking down even a single android would be a formidable challenge, let alone two. Now, having narrowly escaped death and revived, he would likely only be able to subdue one android at best. It was crucial to note that androids 17 and 18 possessed limitless energy. If their combat prowess could not be thoroughly suppressed, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. It seemed that the only viable solution was to assist Trunks in rapidly augmenting his power. How could one achieve such a swift enhancement of strength? Gu Fan conceived a strategy to relentlessly push Trunks to the brink of death. However, this approach was excessively taxing on his potential and fraught with the possibility of catastrophic failure. Should he inadvertently kill Trunks, it would be disastrous. In search of a more effective means to rapidly enhance his strength, Gu Fan's thoughts turned to the hyperbolic time chamber, a remarkable training facility where a year spent within equated to merely a day outside. Furthermore, he surmised that it was highly unlikely the androids had destroyed this sanctuary, as even Majin Buu had failed to detect any presence within, discovering it only after an explosion of energy. The question of whether the androids were aware of the chamber's existence remained ambiguous. Gu Fan realized he was also uncertain of the Temple of the Kai's location, only knowing it resided above Corin Tower, the whereabouts of which eluded him as well. Seeking to ascertain the temple's position, Gu Fan activated his ear-mounted scanner, and instantly, a display of formidable power levels appeared before him on Earth, one of which was airborne. Approximately around 1,000, likely the god attendant, bubbles. None of these individuals suppressed their energy signatures, perhaps due to the android's inability to sense them. Memorizing the coordinates, Gu Fan retrieved several combat uniforms and food supplies from the spacecraft, preparing himself for an extended period of training with intentions to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber. However, all of this would have to wait until Trunks regained consciousness. A few hours later, the medical pod indicated that the treatment was complete. Gu Fan promptly opened the pod and dragged Trunks to lie against the wall of the medical room. Moments later, Trunks opened his eyes and, upon seeing Gu Fan, instinctively sprang up, attempting to draw his sword from behind. Observing Trunks' reaction, Gu Fan helplessly pointed to the sword resting beside the medical pod and remarked, "There is no need for such vigilance. After all, I am your savior." Trunks, still on guard, glared at Gu Fan and asked, "You defeated me. Why did you not kill me? Instead, you saved me. Where exactly is this place?" Gu Fan sighed. "I have no ill intentions towards this planet. I merely wish to utilize the time machine to return to the past, after which I will have no further need of it. This is my spaceship." Trunks contemplated Gu Fan's words. Gu Fan continued, "I will assist you in defeating the androids, and you can accompany me to the past. Surely this is an agreeable arrangement." Trunks furrowed his brow and replied, "I need to discuss this with my mother. It won't take long. Can you wait a moment?" "Of course," Gu Fan replied. "I have ample time. Please, do not delay." Yet, Trunks remained rooted to the spot. Gu Fan inquired, "Why are you not going to speak with your mother?" Trunks responded, somewhat exasperated, "I do not know how to exit this spaceship. If you do not mind me damaging it, I suppose I could manage." Awkwardly, Gu Fan said, "Follow me." He then made his way toward the exit, with Trunks trailing behind. Upon reaching the exit, Gu Fan turned to Trunks and stated, "This is the exit. Hurry. I will wait for you just outside the spaceship." Trunks nodded and immediately soared away from the exit. Discovering that his flying speed had significantly increased and his energy was abundant. Though puzzled, he accelerated towards home. Gu Fan watched as Trunks flew into the distance and spoke to the system in his mind, inquiring whether it possessed the ability to traverse through time and space. Gu Fan realized that the system seldom communicated unless he asked directly. An electronic synthesized voice echoed in his mind. Indeed, the system possesses the function of time travel, although it remains locked for now. Upon hearing this, Gu Fan asked, "How can I unlock the time travel capability?" The response came, "The function will unlock automatically once the host's power surpasses Super Saiyan 3. Gu Fan, pondering this, further questioned, "Can I wish for the ability to traverse time through the Dragon Balls, or obtain items like a time machine or a time ring that grant such capabilities?" The system replied, "The host cannot acquire the ability or items for time travel through the Dragon Balls." Gu Fan, curious, asked, "Not even from the Eternal Dragon?" The system clarified, "It is not that the Eternal Dragon lacks the capability, but rather that it will not grant such wishes. All Dragon Balls and Eternal Dragons in the Dragon Ball universe originate from the Dragon God Salam, one of the supreme deities. Deities are prohibited from casually traversing time and space. Thus the dragons created by Salam adhere to this rule. Only the Kaioshin can travel to the future using the time rings, and they cannot return to the past." Understanding this, Gu Fan resolved to intensify his training to reach Super Saiyan 3 swiftly. He then inquired, "Does the system have any tasks for me now?" The response was, "The task is to reach the past using a time machine. The reward is instant transmission, Kaioshin version." Gu Fan nodded, acknowledging, "Instant transmission? That is indeed a remarkable skill, an exceptional means of travel." He mused aloud, "I wonder how Trunks and Bulma's discussion is progressing." Meanwhile, Trunks had returned to Capsule Corporation and entered Bulma's underground laboratory, where she was sobbing over her desk. Upon hearing Trunks' voice, Bulma looked up and exclaimed, "Am I seeing things?" "Trunks, you've returned from the afterlife?" Trunks, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, replied, "Mom, I'm not dead." Bulma approached him, touching him to confirm he was indeed alive, and declared, "I knew that old man was lying. How could Trunks possibly be killed?" Seeing the traces of tears on his mother's face, Trunks could only sigh and say, "Mom, look at me. I'm perfectly fine. Why would you say I died?" Bulma wiped her tears and replied, "It's that old man spreading nonsense." To which Trunks responded, "It's not Master Roshi's fault. I was indeed beaten to near death." He then recounted the events that had transpired to Bulma. Chapter 9. Discovering the Celestial Sanctuary. Bulma listened in astonishment as Trunks recounted his encounter with a scion resembling Sun Junum. "I sense he is not malevolent. Yet there is something peculiar about him. He seems remarkably knowledgeable about Earth." Bulma, intrigued by this revelation, inquired, "What, then, is his purpose for coming to Earth?" Trunks, somewhat abashed, replied, "He mentioned he wished to borrow the time machine, and I ended up sparring with him." Recognizing the implications in Trunks' demeanor, Bulma remarked, "So, you were bested?" Trunks nodded sheepishly, admitting, "We fought valiantly. He inflicted severe injuries upon me, yet he did not exert his full strength. He could have defeated me in an instant. And afterward, he utilized a strange device to heal my wounds." Bulma inquired, "So, Trunks, you have returned to ask if I would lend him the time machine? Does he not have any conditions?" Trunks hastily clarified, "He promised to assist me in eliminating those two androids and assured me that I could accompany him back to the past using the time machine." After a moment of contemplation, Bulma advised, "Trunks, accept his terms." Trunks, taken aback, responded, "Mother, should we not deliberate further? This seems rather reckless." Bulma, considering Trunks' description, replied, "It appears you trust him quite a bit. I do not believe this Dales, the scion, is lying. You mentioned he could defeat you in an instant. Yet you have also stated that you are slightly stronger than those two androids, correct?" Trunks affirmed, "Indeed, I possess a slight advantage over androids 17 and 18, otherwise I would not have narrowly escaped their clutches on multiple occasions." "Precisely," Bulma concurred. "This indicates that Dales speaks the truth. He can indeed handle those androids. And he has not threatened you with Earth. I believe he is trustworthy. What do you think, Trunks? You have matured. There are matters you can now assess and decide for yourself. Your father, Vegeta, was already traversing the cosmos at your age." Reflecting on his father's rebellious spirit from 2 years prior, when he had traveled back in time, Trunks addressed Bulma, saying, "Mother, I understand what I must do." He promptly exited the underground laboratory, hastening towards Gufan's location. After a short while, Trunks arrived at Gufan's side. Gufan greeted him with a smile. "How did the discussion go?" Trunks replied, "Let us proceed as you suggested." Gufan responded, "So, you and your mother have agreed?" Trunks nodded. "When shall we eliminate the androids?" Gufan replied, "In 1 day." Confused, Trunks asked, "Why wait a day?" "I must return to the past in a few days. Because it is you, not I, who will confront the androids. Do you not wish to vanquish them with your own hands?" Gufan queried. "However, I am no match for both of them on the 17th and 18th, and even in a one-on-one confrontation, I might not prevail," Trunks said with a hint of frustration. Gufan, observing Trunks' demeanor, responded, "As the son of the scion Prince Vegeta, do you truly harbor such fear?" Trunks countered, "But I cannot die. What would happen to my mother? What about Earth?" Gufan reassured him, "Do not worry. I shall not allow you to face death. I will assist you in enhancing your strength." Trunks, perplexed, replied, "With just 1 day, no matter how hard I try, I cannot surpass the androids." Gufan, with an air of mystery, said, "1 day is insufficient. What about a year?" Trunks was momentarily taken aback. Gufan continued, "I know of a place on Earth where 1 year inside equates to merely a day outside. It is called the hyperbolic time chamber." Trunks, puzzled, asked, "How come I have never heard of such a place?" Gufan replied, "It is no surprise you are unaware. Now, you have an opportunity to defeat the androids on your own. Will you seize it?" Trunks declared, "If it means I can eliminate the androids, I will certainly go." Gufan smiled, "Then follow me." Trunks nodded in agreement. Seeing Trunks' consent, Gufan glanced at the ship behind him, then conjured an energy sphere, creating a massive crater in the wasteland. He flew beneath the ship, lifted it with great effort, and tossed it into the pit, subsequently generating a gust of wind to cover it with dust. Trunks, witnessing this, said nothing further, as they were in an uninhabited desert. Gufan, satisfied with the concealed ship, nodded and immediately soared towards the location of the temple. Trunks followed closely behind. After a flight of several minutes, Gu Fan finally discerned the outline of the sacred world of the Kais. With a swift acceleration, he arrived at the temple, soon followed by Trunks. Gu Fan surveyed the temple's condition, which resembled its depiction in the anime, albeit more vivid. The sacred world appeared as a sphere, 1/3 sliced away, with the temple situated on the cross-section, surrounded by 4 trees and a small pathway in the center. Trunks gazed at the temple in curiosity, having spent nearly 20 years on Earth without discovering such a place. While Gu Fan continued his observation, a dark figure emerged before him and Trunks. Gu Fan recognized the figure and said, "You must be Mr. Popo." "Indeed, I am the guardian, Mr. Popo," the shadowy figure replied. Gu Fan continued, "I believe you know this individual beside me. We wish to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber." Mr. Popo responded, "Of course, I am familiar with him. He is Trunks, the son of Vegeta. As for the time chamber, you may use it, but be warned, you cannot remain inside for more than 3 days, or you will be trapped forever." Upon hearing this, Gu Fan inquired, "Are you the only one here?" Bobo replied, "Indeed. After the demise of the great demon king and the celestial deity, I find myself alone for the time being." Gu Fan, harboring a lingering curiosity about the narrative of the future, posed another question, "As you are a servant of the earthly deity, why do you not assist Trunks in his training?" Bobo shook his head and responded, "I cannot leave the temple of the deity unless the earth is on the brink of destruction." Chapter 10. The Training of Super Saiyans. With a resounding thud, Trunks was once again knocked to the ground. Gu Fan had long lost count of how many times he had bested Trunks in this manner. Yet, Trunks, undeterred, eagerly challenged Gu Fan once more. At this moment, Trunks' battle attire was tattered and torn. It was the 3rd set he had donned, a testament to the intensity of their training. In a vast expanse of white, Gu Fan addressed the standing Trunks. "Trunks, we have been training in our base forms for 3 months now. It is time to commence our training as Super Saiyans." Trunks, reflecting on the remarkable progress he had made over these 3 months, felt significantly stronger than before. Gu Fan shared a similar sentiment. Their relentless battles and training had greatly enhanced their prowess. Trunks remarked, "Isn't the Super Saiyan merely a form? Can it be trained further?" Gu Fan responded, "Certainly. The Super Saiyan can be trained, and there are even realms beyond the Super Saiyan." Trunks, intrigued, asked, "What realm have you achieved, Mr. Dalsis?" Gu Fan stepped aside and said, "Watch closely, Trunks." With that, Gu Fan transformed into a Super Saiyan, yet no golden aura emanated from him. Trunks, observing this, exclaimed, "No energy is being leaked? How is that possible?" It finally dawned on him why Gu Fan's Super Saiyan form had seemed so peculiar when they first encountered each other. Gu Fan explained, "When I initially transformed into a Super Saiyan, I could effortlessly defeat you without expending significant energy. It was this form I refer to as the Super Saiyan Full Power." Super Saiyan Full Power. Trunks listened, utterly astonished by Gu Fan's description. He then inquired, "Apart from conserving energy, what other characteristics does this form possess?" Gu Fan elaborated, "The Super Saiyan Full Power is superior to the ordinary Super Saiyan in emotional control and composure, with a combat capability that surpasses that of a typical Super Saiyan, especially given its minimal energy expenditure." Trunks nodded. "How does one train to achieve Super Saiyan Full Power?" Gu Fan replied, "It is quite simple. One must concentrate their energy and maintain the Super Saiyan state at all times until fully accustomed to it." Trunks, in disbelief, exclaimed, "A Super Saiyan can maintain their form indefinitely?" Today, the words spoken by Gu Fan astonished him profoundly. At that moment, he was merely engaged in training alongside his brother Gohan. Gu Fan addressed Trunks, urging, "Trunks, promptly commence your training to achieve Super Saiyan at full power." Trunks nodded and immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan, beginning to harness his energy. Instantly, he was besieged by excruciating pain. Observing Trunks' struggle, Gu Fan did not linger too long on his plight. After all, he had endured similar trials in his own training and believed that Trunks would persevere. Noticing Trunks' suffering, Gu Fan ascended to another position and commenced his own cultivation. He communicated with the system within his mind, inquiring, "System, how might I elevate myself to Super Saiyan 2? The system responded, "Ding. The host may continuously enhance their foundational combat abilities, and in doing so, naturally achieve Super Saiyan 2. Gu Fan then asked, "What is my current battle power? Have I reached the threshold of Super Saiyan 2? The system replied, "Ding. The host's current battle power has indeed surpassed the breakthrough standard for Super Saiyan 2. However, it has yet to reach the stage of natural progression. To transcend to Super Saiyan 2, a catalyst is required, such as overwhelming rage. Upon hearing this, Gu Fan comprehended the system's implication. It necessitated a sacrificial offering. He could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. System, aside from completing tasks and traversing through time and space, do you possess any other functionalities? He inquired. The system responded, ding. There are numerous capabilities awaiting development, but the host's current strength is insufficient to access them. With a hint of exasperation, Gu Fan asked, are there any tasks available at present? The system replied, ding. Assist Trunks in eliminating the androids 17 and 18 from the future world. The reward for the host will be infinite stamina and the technology to create androids. Gu Fan, upon hearing this, exclaimed, excellent. System, once I complete this task, will I be able to research androids? The system confirmed, ding. Absolutely. The host's current intellect and knowledge base, having been enhanced by the system, are now on par with that of Dr. Jero and Bulma, enabling you to develop even more formidable androids. Nodding in agreement, Gu Fan resolved to experiment with his technological prowess once his training concluded. After his inquiries with the system, he resumed his training, aiming to elevate his base combat power. The higher his base combat strength, the more effortlessly he could breach the realm of Super Saiyan 2. As the months swiftly passed, 9 had elapsed. After mastering the suppression of his ferocious Super Saiyan aura, Trunks had maintained his Super Saiyan form continuously. Gu Fan too had remained in Super Saiyan form, engaging in combat with Trunks. Today marked the final day of their training together. Gu Fan remarked to Trunks, Trunks, you have undoubtedly grown stronger over this year. Trunks replied with a smile, thanks to your guidance, Mr. Dales, I feel several times more powerful than before. Gu Fan nodded and activated the detector at his ear. Beep. 27 million. This was already higher than his battle power before entering the hyperbolic time chamber, making the defeat of androids a trivial task. Gu Fan pressed the detector again. Beep. 40 million. His battle power had reached an astounding 40 million, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, it soared to an impressive 2 billion. Gu Fan inquired of the system residing in his mind. System, battle power cannot be the sole criterion for assessing combat effectiveness, can it? Ding. Battle power reflects the intensity of your unleashed energy and stamina. In practical combat, battle power may diminish with the expenditure of energy and stamina. It can also surge due to factors such as anger. The host should not place excessive trust in battle power. Upon hearing this, Gu Fan contemplated the system's message. He understood that battle power is significantly influenced by external factors in real combat. The most straightforward means of gauging an opponent's condition lies in sensing their energy. Gu Fan mused. No wonder Vegeta ceased using the battle power scouter later on. While energy sensing may lack the precision of the scouter, it proves far more convenient and practical. In essence, both the scouter and energy sensing possess their own merits and drawbacks. The scouter is more accurate, while energy sensing is more accessible and functional. Over-reliance on the scouter can be detrimental to combat. Gu Fan employed it merely for the convenience of gauging his own strength. Chapter 11. Emergence. Preparing to annihilate the androids, Gu Fan addressed Trunks. Hey, Trunks, do you now possess the confidence to eliminate those 2 androids? Trunks responded, yes, Mr. Dales. I believe I can annihilate those 2 androids in an instant. Nodding in acknowledgement, Gu Fan replied, very well, it is time for us to venture forth. Let us go, Trunks. With that, Gu Fan strode towards the door of the hyperbolic time chamber, prompting Trunks to hastily follow suit. A year of training had significantly bolstered Trunks' trust in Gu Fan, and their relationship had evolved into one resembling that of both teacher and friend. Upon reaching the temple outside the chamber, Gu Fan greeted Bobo. It has been quite some time, Bobo. Bobo replied, indeed, for you, it has been a long while. However, for me, we only met a day ago. The two exchanged awkward nods, their perception of time having dulled after a year spent in the hyperbolic time chamber. Gu Fan then stated, we shan't linger here any longer. We must proceed to eliminate the androids, for peace shall soon be restored to Earth. Bobo responded calmly, understood. I wish you both swift success. Without further ado, Gu Fan soared away from the temple, with Trunks swiftly following beside him. Trunks remarked, I must first return to inform my mother about our plan to eliminate the androids, as there will be much to address once peace returns to the world. I need to prepare her accordingly. Gu Fan replied, I shall accompany you. Is that acceptable? I have heard your mother is an exceptional scientist, and I wish to discuss a few matters with her. Trunks hesitated at this, still somewhat wary despite his growing trust in Gu Fan, concerned that Gu Fan might pose a threat to Bulma. Observing Trunks' apprehension, Gu Fan reassured him, I possess a profound understanding of Earth, and I assure you that I harbor no ill intentions towards its inhabitants. Trunks let out a sigh of relief as memories of his training and guidance in the hyperbolic time chamber flooded his mind. Realizing that Gu Fan had no need to feign anything, he truly should not harbor doubts about this masterful figure before him. Thus, Trunks addressed Gu Fan, saying, Then, Mr. Dales, please accompany me to West City. Gu Fan nodded, acknowledging that he indeed had matters to discuss with Bulma, such as locating Dr. Gero's laboratory and eradicating the lingering threats posed by the androids, particularly Cell. After several minutes of flight, the duo finally arrived at Bulma's underground research facility in West City. As soon as they arrived, Trunks called out into the laboratory, Mom, I'm back. Moments later, the entrance swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman with blue hair who stepped out and exclaimed, Trunks, what happened? You've been gone all day without a word. Just as Trunks was about to respond, Gu Fan interjected, Hello, Miss Bulma. Bulma turned her gaze towards Gu Fan, her expression shifting to one of disbelief as she remarked, Sunjun, you. Before she could continue, Trunks interjected, Mom, this is the scion Mr. Dales I mentioned yesterday, who bears an uncanny resemblance to Uncle Goku. Bulma scrutinized Gu Fan's appearance. Indeed, he bore a striking resemblance to Son Goku. Yet his demeanor was entirely different. Goku was typically amiable and would never address her as Miss Bulma, always wearing a cheerful smile, whereas Gu Fan exuded a much colder aura, with a subtle smirk constantly gracing his lips. Bulma contemplated, yes, Goku has been gone for over a decade. This individual is merely a scion who happens to look like him. With a sigh, she addressed Gu Fan, Hello, Mr. Dales. I must admit, seeing you feels like encountering an old friend, and I have become somewhat flustered. Please forgive me. Gu Fan smiled and replied, It's quite all right. You're referring to Kakarot, I presume. Bulma nodded, acknowledging she had indeed heard of that scion name. Gu Fan continued, Dr. Bulma, I came here not only to assist Trunks in dealing with those two androids, but also to request a favor. Bulma inquired, What is it? Gu Fan explained, I have heard that the androids were developed and unleashed by Dr. Gero. Could you assist me in locating his laboratory to eliminate the root of the problem? Bulma nodded. Dr. Gero's lab should be in the wilderness, and it likely involves a supercomputer. I believe I can devise a device to detect the laboratory. Gu Fan replied. That would suffice. Also, regarding the time machine, Trunks should have discussed it with you. Bulma confirmed. Yes, we have reached an agreement. We will proceed as you both discussed. The energy required for the time machine's journeys has already been prepared. Gu Fan nodded in response. That is excellent. Thank you. Bulma smiled and said, It's nothing. If all is well, I shall head to the Research Institute to examine the instruments. By the way, Trunks, please be cautious with Mr. Gu Fan. Trunks confidently replied, Don't worry, Mom. There's no need for Mr. Gu Fan to intervene. I can defeat androids 17 and 18 on my own now. Bulma looked at Trunks in astonishment and remarked, Trunks, I know you harbor a deep-seated resentment towards those androids, but do not overestimate your abilities. In response, Trunks assured her, Rest easy, Mother. I have trained under Mr. Gu Fan for a year, and my strength has significantly increased. Bulma regarded Trunks with a puzzled expression, while Gu Fan hovered at a distance, awaiting Trunks. Trunks then informed Bulma about the hyperbolic time chamber and his training there. Bulma, taken aback, exclaimed, Such a wondrous place exists on Earth. May I investigate it? Trunks shook his head and replied, Mom, that place is guarded by someone named Bobo. If you wish to explore it, you must obtain his permission. According to Mr. Dales, he is said to be a deity of Earth. Bulma, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, If he is a god, he must be quite formidable. Trunks responded, I cannot say for certain. Seeing this, Bulma smiled at Trunks and said, Then go and eradicate the androids. I shall await your good news at home. Trunks replied, Sure, and flew over to join Gu Fan. Chapter 12. The destruction of the androids. Trunks approached Gu Fan and said, Mr. Dales, the androids lack a life force. We can only discern their locations once they initiate their attacks. Gu Fan nodded in agreement, I am aware. Trunks then inquired, Mr. Dales, how do you possess such extensive knowledge about events on Earth? Gu Fan answered, I have my own channels of information. Just remember, I harbor no ill intentions towards Earth. Although Trunks remained somewhat perplexed, he chose not to press further, trusting that Gu Fan spoke the truth. After waiting for an hour, The broadcast from West City announced the presence of the androids. Attention citizens, the androids have arrived in Tibor Town, and the government will dispatch troops to eliminate them. Upon hearing this, Trunks grew anxious and urged Goofan, Mr. Dales, we must hurry. If we delay, many lives will be lost at the hands of the androids. Goofan replied, Indeed, I am unfamiliar with the location. Please lead the way. Trunks affirmed, understood, and immediately soared towards the southeast. Observing this, Goofan ascended into the sky, following closely behind. After a period of flight, the duo finally approached the vicinity of Tibor Town. However, before they arrived, they beheld the town engulfed in flashes of fire, accompanied by the resounding echoes of violent explosions that swept through the entire area. Trunks clenched his fists upon witnessing the chaos and immediately dashed towards the site of the explosion, followed closely by Goofan. As the two ascended above the devastated town, they beheld a man and a woman unleashing energy blasts indiscriminately, wreaking havoc throughout the village. These two were none other than androids 17 and 18. Upon their arrival, Trunks confronted them, exclaiming, Androids 17 and 18, cease your actions at once. 17, upon noticing Trunks, smirked and quipped, I wondered who it was. It's you again, Trunks. After allowing you to escape last time, do you dare to come here and meet your demise? 18 chimed in, we spared you previously, believing you to be one of the few interesting beings left on this planet. Who would have thought you'd have the audacity to show your face again? Trunks, undeterred, responded, Your end is nigh, androids. I have grown exponentially stronger, and it will be effortless to dispatch you now. Unable to contain her laughter, Android 18 retorted, Your father, Vegeta, once proclaimed something similar. I recall I beat him to death, quite literally. Haha, Android 17 added, and what of Gohan from a few years back? He too sought his own end, only to find himself outmatched and ultimately slain by my hand. It seems you have not learned from your predecessors. Do you not comprehend that you cannot hope to rival me? But tell me, who is this beside you? Goofan had already positioned himself next to Trunks, intently observing the two androids, one strikingly handsome and the other exquisitely beautiful, qualities that belied their murderous nature. Responding to 17's taunt, Goofan remarked, Does a dying puppet need to know so much? 17, with a cold smirk, replied, It appears you are seeking death. I merely inquired because you bear a resemblance to Sun Wukong. However, it matters not, soon. I shall break every bone in your body and see if you still speak so defiantly. At this, Trunks, fueled by the mockery of 17 and 18, emanated a formidable aura. Goofan pressed a button on his scouter. Beep beep, 30 million. With a sardonic smile, he addressed the androids. I hope your demise is not too excruciating. In that moment, memories of his unseen father and Gohan, alongside the countless lives lost at the hands of the androids, surged within Trunks, igniting a fierce anger that amplified his power. He shouted at the androids, Perish, androids. With that, he transformed into a Super Saiyan and vanished from sight. The androids, oblivious to Trunks' movements, had no inkling of his whereabouts. Suddenly, Trunks reappeared behind Android 17, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, Android 18, seizing the opportunity, launched energy blasts from above towards Trunks. Trunks deftly sliced through the energy blasts with his sword, causing explosions that enveloped the area in a cloud of smoke. On the 17th and 18th, they stood side by side, beginning to join forces against Trunks, their unease regarding his capabilities becoming palpable. Suddenly, Trunks burst forth from the smoke, swiftly closing the distance to the androids, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes. Androids 17 and 18 attempted to evade, yet the sheer speed of Trunks left 17 with a gash on his hand and 18 with a deep cut on her face, both unable to react to his rapid movements. In shock, 17 exclaimed, Why have you become so much faster? Trunks, filled with fury, declared, I have vowed to eradicate you two demons today. Upon seeing her wounded face, 18 succumbed to madness, launching energy blasts at Trunks. Unfazed, Trunks charged through the energy blasts, reaching 18 and delivering a powerful kick that sent her flying. Temporarily incapacitated, 18 was then met with Trunks hovering above her, hand pressed to his forehead, invoking Evil Flash. A column of energy struck the ground where 18 stood, resulting in a tremendous explosion. 18 was no more. Witnessing this, 17 stood in disbelief, confronting Trunks. You actually killed 18. Terror etched across his face. Trunks, dismissing 17's words, teleported before him, launching 17 into the air with a kick, raising both hands skyward. A surge of crimson energy enveloped them. Android, vanish. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of red flames ascended, consuming the terrified 17 entirely. Trunks then floated in the air, gazing at the vanquished androids, murmuring, Gohan, I have truly defeated the androids, avenging you and all those who perished at their hands. The world has finally returned to peace. You would surely be pleased to witness this. As he spoke, a rare glimmer of tears welled in his eyes, directed towards the distant horizon. At the moment Trunks eliminated 17, Goofan's mind was flooded with an electronic synthesized voice. Ding! Host has completed the task of eliminating androids 17 and 18. Rewards of android technology and infinite stamina have been automatically granted. Instantly, an abundance of information regarding the androids surged through Goofan's mind, accompanied by transformations within his body. Once acclimated to these changes, Goofan soared to Trunks' side, inquiring, Are you ready? If all is well, shall we return to West City? By the way, when do we depart for the past? Trunks, having regained his composure, nodded and replied, All right, Mr. Darius. I plan to set off tomorrow. Goofan responded, Very well, let us return. Trunks suggested, Mr. Darius, why not rest at our home today, considering we depart tomorrow? With my current strength, I should be able to easily defeat the androids of the past. Upon hearing this, Goofan remarked, It is certainly possible. Yet I am uncertain if unforeseen circumstances may arise. Trunks chuckled and responded, Mr. Dales, you are rather overly cautious. Goofan shook his head and replied, Let us not dwell on such thoughts. We should return swiftly. Perhaps I have indeed been overly suspicious. Chapter 13. In the aftermath, after several minutes of flight, the two finally returned to West City, arriving at Bulma's underground laboratory. Trunks hastily entered the lab, and seeing this, Goofan followed suit. Bulma, upon noticing Trunks and Goofan's arrival, inquired with curiosity, Trunks, Mr. Dales, why have you returned so soon? With excitement, Trunks exclaimed to Bulma, Mother, I have successfully defeated the androids. Peace has been restored to the world. Bulma responded with astonishment, Is it true? Trunks, have you truly vanquished those two fiends? Trunks nodded affirmatively, saying, Indeed, Mother, I personally eliminated them. In that moment, Bulma felt a surge of pride and told Trunks, You have truly accomplished this, Trunks. I believe Vegeta and your brother Gohan, in the afterlife, must be immensely proud of you. Trunks smiled and replied, Mother, I am certain they would be delighted to know that I have defeated the androids. Yet, Bulma's expression grew somber as she said, However, Vegeta, our fallen comrades, and those slain by the androids cannot be resurrected. The Dragon Balls on Earth have vanished since Piccolo's death. Hearing this, Trunks felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Although the androids had been eradicated, their devastation of Earth was irrevocable. Observing the somber mood of Trunks and Bulma, Goofan interjected, In truth, there may still be a chance for restoration. Trunks turned to Goofan and asked, Mr. Dales, is there a way to revive the deceased beyond the Dragon Balls? Bulma, too, gazed at Goofan with eager anticipation. After a brief pause, Goofan continued, There is something I have yet to disclose. I traveled from Namek to Earth. At this revelation, Bulma exclaimed excitedly, Namek? I recall that they wished to conceal their planet long ago. Even Gohan and I could not locate its whereabouts. Goofan chuckled. I happened upon it by mere chance. Trunks, intrigued, inquired of Goofan, Mr. Dales, are you implying that Namek also possesses Dragon Balls? Goofan nodded, affirming, Indeed. Dragon Balls do exist there. Did Bulma not inform you? Bulma, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, I had not mentioned it to Trunks, as he often spent time with Gohan. I assumed Gohan had already shared this information with him. Trunks then remarked, Gohan only spoke to me about Uncle Goku defeating Frieza. Goofan added, Your mother has indeed been to Namek. Trunks looked at Bulma in astonishment. Bulma remarked, It happened 20 years ago. It was your father, Vegeta, who invaded Earth, resulting in Piccolo and the others being slain by his subordinates. It was only then that Gohan and I journeyed to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. Trunks finally grasped that his mother had ventured into outer space, which explained the plethora of peculiar devices at home, likely remnants of alien technology. Goofan inquired, Do you plan to return to the past first, or shall we proceed to Namek? I possess the interstellar map of Namek. After a moment's contemplation, Bulma replied, You should return to the past first. After all, the androids have already been vanquished. Delaying our journey could lead to a repetition of our tragic fate. Trunks nodded in agreement. His intent was to rectify the past and aid in resolving the android crisis, despite knowing that altering the past may not amend the present. Nevertheless, he could not stand idly by while history risked repeating itself with the android's emergence. Gu Fan pondered, with androids 17 and 18 eliminated in the future. There shouldn't be any immediate threats, so traveling to the past should pose no issues. Cell's appearance coincided with Trunks' return to the future, suggesting he had a few months before that time frame, yet it would be prudent to eliminate any potential hazards. With this in mind, Gu Fan asked Bulma, "Have you developed the device to locate Dr. Gero's laboratory?" Bulma responded, "I have successfully created it. Would you like me to bring it to you?" Trunks interjected, "By the way, Mr. Darius, why is it essential to find Dr. Gero's lab?" Gu Fan replied, "How do you know there aren't any remnants of the androids?" Trunks, sensing the gravity of the situation, asked, "Could there be other androids?" Gu Fan merely smiled. "Let's find the lab and uncover the truth." Trunks, deep in thought, clenched his fists, resolute in his determination to prevent this hard-won peace from being shattered once more by the androids. Moments later, Bulma emerged from her lab, presenting a palm-sized device. With pride, she declared, "This radar can detect electromagnetic signals. While it may not be cutting-edge technology, I crafted it by hand. Piecing together components over several hours, its quality is undoubtedly superior. Impressive, isn't it?" Gu Fan nodded, recognizing Bulma's exceptional scientific prowess, especially as she had developed a time machine. An extraordinary feat. Upon receiving the detector, Gu Fan quickly familiarized himself with its operation. Bulma truly was a genius. This device was specifically designed to detect the unique frequency signals emitted by supercomputers, rather than scanning all electromagnetic signals indiscriminately. Given the multitude of signals on Earth, locating them individually would be an arduous task. After all, such supercomputers are quite rare, and Dr. Gero's laboratory, for reasons of secrecy, is nestled in the wilderness. Utilizing this radar, one could easily pinpoint the location of the facility. Gu Fan turned to Trunks and said, "Trunks, I am going to find Dr. Gero's laboratory. Would you like to accompany me?" Trunks nodded and replied, "Indeed, I shall join you. I will not allow a single android to escape, granting them the opportunity to commit misdeeds." Gu Fan adjusted the radar, and the screen immediately displayed the location of the laboratory. Without hesitation, Gu Fan propelled himself toward the nearest site. Observing this, Trunks promptly followed suit. Bulma, standing at a distance, called out to the two, "Hurry back." Once they had flown far away, she muttered to herself, always rushing about without so much as a word, "These scions are all the same." Images of Vegeta and Son Goku flashed through her mind, prompting a sigh before she returned to the laboratory. Chapter 14. Other androids. Gu Fan and Trunks first arrived at a laboratory near West City, situated within a desolate mountain range. Gu Fan focused on the radar, which indicated a location amidst a thicket of grass on the mountainside. With a single energy blast, the entire area was instantly stripped bare. As the foliage was cleared away, an iron gate was revealed, and Trunks soon joined Gu Fan at his side. Upon seeing the emblem on the gate, Gu Fan confirmed the laboratory's identity as Dr. Gero's. Trunks, noticing the same, ascended into the air, gathering an energy blast in his hand, intending to obliterate the site. Gu Fan, witnessing this, urgently shouted, "Wait, Trunks. Hold off for a moment and assess the situation inside. It will be easier that way." Trunks, hearing this, leaped down beside Gu Fan and admitted, "Mr. Dales, I acted impulsively. I couldn't help but strike upon seeing that emblem." Gu Fan reassured him, "It's all right, Trunks. Let's proceed inside and evaluate the circumstances." Approaching the iron gate, Gu Fan unleashed an energy blast that penetrated the several centimeter thick steel, creating a sizable opening for them to enter, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Once inside, Gu Fan and Trunks discovered the cavern filled with an array of wires and instruments, with numerous paper documents strewn across the tables. Gu Fan instructed Trunks, "Quickly gather those documents." In response, Trunks utilized a capsule to collect the papers along with the table. Observing the capsule in Trunks' hand, Gu Fan smirked inwardly, contemplating how some of Earth's technology surpassed that of extraterrestrial civilizations. As Gu Fan surveyed the laboratory's interior, he noticed 3 stasis pods lined against the wall, and upon approaching them, he discerned the numbers 13, 14, and 15. Gu Fan contemplated, "This must be the 13th, 14th, and 15th entities from the theatrical version." It appears that this world also encompasses characters and narratives from the film, implying that besides the three main adversaries, there exist other formidable foes. As this thought crossed his mind, a sense of urgency gripped him, and he resolved to expedite the enhancement of his strength. Meanwhile, Trunks, having organized the data, approached and beheld the three dormant capsules. Observing the scene, he broke into a cold sweat and exclaimed to Gu Fan, "Mr. Dales, these two must be androids." Indeed, the situation is far from over. We must swiftly destroy these androids. Gu Fan nodded in agreement, and upon seeing this, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, both retreating to a safer distance from the capsules. With his hand placed on his forehead, Trunks shouted, "Masenko!" A beam of energy surged towards the three dormant capsules, obliterating them instantaneously, and the three androids inside were eradicated before they could emerge. The entire mountain peak was left with a gaping hole. Ascending into the sky, Gu Fan addressed Trunks. "Let us proceed to the next research facility." Trunks nodded, and together they surged towards another northern research site, which, like the previous one, was nestled within a mountain peak. The entire mountain had been hollowed out, filled with various instruments and data left by Dr. Gero. Upon entering, Gu Fan perused the documents on the table, which detailed androids number 16, 17, and 18, including information about the infinite energy reactor. Since the system had already rewarded him with all the technical data regarding the androids, he decided to leave this information for Bulma to investigate. He beckoned Trunks to gather the data while he sought out the dormant capsules. Indeed, at the periphery of the research facility, he discovered three capsules, two of which had already been opened. The open capsules were marked with the numbers 17 and 18, indicating that they belonged to androids 17 and 18. Nearby, an unopened capsule bore the number 16, and the wall adjacent to the three capsules had been blasted open, leading outside, likely a desperate act by androids 17 and 18 to escape. Trunks approached, observing the situation, and remarked to Gu Fan, "Mr. Dales, these two must be the capsules for androids 17 and 18. However, there is also an android number 16 here. Should we destroy it as we did before?" Gu Fan replied, "There is no need for destruction. Let us open it." Trunks, taken aback by Gu Fan's words, gazed at him in disbelief. "Mr. Dales, you cannot be serious. These are androids, monstrous beings." Gu Fan reassured him, "Trust my judgment, Trunks. This android differs from the others. Furthermore, should any issues arise, dealing with a single android is within our capabilities given our current strength." Trunks hesitated for a moment upon hearing the words, but recalling Gu Fan's extensive knowledge of Earth, he pressed the activation button for the sleep pod. Moments later, a tall figure emerged from the pod, gazing at Gu Fan and Trunks. Trunks pointed his sword at the android number 16, adopting a defensive stance. Number 16, noticing this, spoke, "You are Trunks, and there is another scion not recorded in the database?" Trunks coldly inquired, "Are you intent on killing indiscriminately and wreaking havoc on Earth?" Number 16 replied, "My objective is to eliminate Son Goku. I harbor no desire to harm others, nor to destroy Earth." Trunks responded, "But Mr. Goku has been deceased for 20 years due to a viral heart disease. What do you intend to do next?" Upon hearing the news of Goku's demise, No. 16 displayed no sign of surprise, merely stating, "Son Goku is dead? If that is indeed the case, perhaps I shall retreat to the mountains and protect the small creatures of the earth." Trunks regarded the android number 16 with astonishment, contemplating, "This No. 16 appears truly different from the others." Thus, Trunks asked, "Why are you unlike the other androids? Androids 17 and 18 are cold-blooded fiends. What sets you apart?" Android No. 16 responded as if reciting from a database. "The reason recorded in my database is that I was created in the likeness of Dr. Gero's deceased son, who desired a more gentle disposition in me, prompting special modifications. However, upon completing my design, he deemed my character flawed, thus sealing me away." Trunks retorted, "Why should I believe you? Do you comprehend the extent of destruction your kind has inflicted upon Earth and humanity?" Number 16 fell silent, closing his eyes. Observing this, Trunks aimed his hand at number 16's head, gathering an energy sphere as if to obliterate him. After reflecting on Gu Fan's words and seeing No. 16 submit with closed eyes, Trunks lowered his hand and said coldly, "I shall trust you this once, but you must remain by my side at all times." No. 16 opened his eyes and nodded. Gu Fan then addressed Trunks, saying, "Trunks, There is information on number 16 on the table. Have your mother examine his condition." Trunks nodded in agreement, replying, "Mr. Dales, I almost forgot. We still have the data left by Dr. Jarrow." Chapter 15. The End of Cell. Gu Fan then directed his attention to number 16, stating, "From this moment on, you will accompany us. Once Bulma confirms that you pose no threat to Earth, we will allow you to leave. Of course, if you are unwilling, I will ensure that you agree." Number 16 grimaced slightly and remarked, "The scanner indicates that your power far exceeds mine. There is no need for conflict. I will cooperate with you." Gu Fan remarked, "That's splendid. Then you shall accompany us in our quest to locate the remaining research facility of Dr. Jarrow." He then turned to Trunks and said, "Trunks, let us embark." Trunks nodded in agreement, responding, "Very well." Upon hearing this, Gu Fan grasped the radar and soared towards the next research facility indicated on the device. Observing this, number 16 followed suit, with Trunks trailing behind, vigilantly monitoring number 16's actions. However, number 16 remained indifferent, maintaining a silent demeanor throughout the journey. After several minutes of flight, the group arrived at a desolate expanse, a region shrouded in yellow earth, with a terrain both rugged and uneven. This was the final research facility of Dr. Jarrow. The trio stood before a formidable iron gate, marked with the familiar insignia, as this facility was nestled within a yellow earthen hill. Standing at the threshold of the facility, Trunks casually unleashed an energy blast, creating a substantial breach in the steel door, and they proceeded inside. Observing the facility's condition, Gu Fan mused silently. "This must be the research site pertaining to Cell. I wonder if he has emerged." This facility was larger than the previous two and, unlike them, was divided into several zones, prompting the group to conduct a thorough exploration. Trunks remained close to number 16, while Gu Fan ventured off alone to investigate. While Gu Fan was inspecting one area, Trunks called out to him, "Mr. Dallas, come over here and take a look at this." Upon hearing Trunks' voice, Gu Fan hurried over, and as he entered, he beheld a colossal supercomputer in operation, accompanied by a cultivation pod that housed a grotesque creature resembling a green insect. Gazing intently, Gu Fan thought, "Isn't this Cell? It appears to be nearing completion." Trunks, beads of cold sweat glistening on his forehead, inquired, "Mr. Dallas, could this creature also be an android?" To which Gu Fan replied, "Trunks, why don't you check the documents on the table nearby? They should contain information about this creature." As Gu Fan observed the cell within the cultivation pod, he reflected, "This cell is indeed quite elusive. Ever since I arrived on Earth, I have not sensed its presence. Even the combat power detector has failed to register its energy signature. Truly cunning." Contemplating this, he turned to number 16 and asked, "Do you recognize this android?" Number 16 shook his head and replied, "I only possess information on androids 17 and 18, as well as on my fellow mechanical counterparts, androids 13, 14, and 15. I lack any data on this creature before us." Gu Fan tapped the glass of the cultivation pod, and as if sensing something, Cell began to stir restlessly in the liquid. After Trunks perused the data on Cell, he hurriedly approached Gu Fan and exclaimed, "Mr. Dales, the creature before us is the ultimate android, Cell, engineered by Dr. Jarrow. It requires an extended period of growth to awaken. We must swiftly eliminate it before it stirs." Gu Fan observed the agitated Cell within the incubation chamber and replied, "Trunks, unleash your most formidable attack to eradicate it. This cell is extraordinary, nearing complete maturation. It must be utterly destroyed." Trunks nodded, signaling Gu Fan and Android 16 to maintain their distance. Android 16, sensing the unusual nature of the creature, offered no objections. Once the two had retreated, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, directing both hands toward the incubation chamber. The creature within grew increasingly restless, agitating the liquid surrounding it. Noticing this, Trunks' expression hardened as he shouted, "Ultimate Flame Attack." In an instant, a tremendous surge of fiery energy erupted from his hands, racing toward the chamber, which was subsequently engulfed in flames. Cell was vanquished. Returning to his normal state, Trunks sighed and addressed Gu Fan, "Mr. Dales, this should be the last android." Gu Fan nodded in affirmation, stating, "The radar indicates this is Dr. Jarrow's final laboratory. With Cell's destruction, there should be no more androids left." Trunks, relieved, suggested, "Let us return to West City. Once my mother examines Android 16's condition and we rest, we can proceed to the past." Gu Fan agreed. The trio ascended above the laboratory, where Gu Fan and Trunks each launched an energy sphere, completely obliterating the facility. They then soared toward West City. In West City, within Bulma's underground laboratory, Trunks informed her, "Mom, I had no idea there were other androids aside from 17 and 18, but I have eliminated them all. Here are the data I procured from Dr. Jero's lab. Would you care to take a look?" Bulma, taken aback, responded excitedly, "Dr. Jero's data? Please, show me." Trunks promptly tossed a multifunctional capsule onto the table, revealing a plethora of documents. Just as Bulma was about to sift through the materials, she noticed a tall, unfamiliar figure beside Trunks and Goofan, adorned in distinctive attire. She inquired, "Dales, who is this person?" Goofan replied, "He is also an android created by Dr. Jero, but unlike the others, he is purely mechanical and can be considered benevolent. However, it would be prudent for you to examine him." Initially apprehensive, Bulma felt reassured after Trunks assured her of the android's safety. Thus, Bulma remarked, "Very well, let me first peruse the materials left behind by Dr. Jero." With that, she began to sift through the documents on the table. After a short while, Bulma sighed. Dr. Jero is truly a genius. Although he is a nefarious individual, his technological achievements are innocent. Curious, Trunks inquired, "Why do you say that, Mom?" Bulma responded, "These materials encompass various fields, including artificial intelligence, perpetual energy technology, and genetic engineering, among others. The crucial point is that he succeeded. Isn't that the hallmark of a genius?" Trunks nodded. As the future heir of Capsule Corporation, he possessed some understanding of these concepts. Chapter 16. Research on Android 16, preparing to journey into the past after a while. Bulma had skimmed through all the materials left by Dr. Jero and stated, "I have reviewed them generally, but comprehending these technologies in such a short time is impossible. Let's examine Android 16 first." Trunks asked, "Mom, what do you need us to do?" Bulma pointed towards Android 16 and addressed Trunks and Goofan. "All you need to do is to keep him from moving. I will handle the rest." Goofan, seeing this, said to Android 16, "Android 16, please cooperate. Once I ascertain that you pose no issues, I will allow you to leave." Android 16 nodded, replying, "Understood, I will cooperate." Bulma then moved away from her spot and retrieved a plethora of instruments and tools. She instructed Android 16, "Hey, Android, just lie on the table. I am about to make an incision." Android 16 replied, "I am Android 16. You may refer to me simply as 16. Please refrain from calling me an android. It sounds rather unpleasant." Subsequently, Android 16 reclined on the table. Bulma approached him, wielding a small knife, and made an incision on the skin of his head, revealing the intricate components within. She then severed several circuits and extracted a chip, causing Android 16's expression to become vacant at the moment the chip was removed. Trunks observed this and said to Goofan, "16 is indeed a robot. It seems you were right, Mr. Darius." Goofan smiled and replied, "Rest assured, 16 should not be classified as an evil android." After extracting the chip from Android 16, Bulma scanned him with an instrument and informed both Goofan and Trunks, "You two should go rest. After all, we must return to the past tomorrow. I still need to study his control chip. Without it, he poses no threat whatsoever." Trunks nodded and said, "Then, Mom, I will accompany Mr. Darius to rest. Please take care of yourself." Bulma replied, "Go ahead, do not worry about me." Trunks nodded at Goofan and said, "Mr. Darius, please follow me." After Trunks had spoken, he led Goofan to an unoccupied room in his home. Standing before the door, Trunks addressed Goofan, "Mr. Dallas, you may rest here for the night. We shall return to the past tomorrow." Goofan nodded in acknowledgement. Observing this, Trunks departed, presumably to rest as well. Once inside the room, Goofan immediately reclined upon the bed, which was remarkably comfortable. Indeed, it was befitting of a billionaire's estate. Yet, a thought struck him. Despite assisting Trunks in vanquishing numerous androids earlier that day, why had the system not reacted? Pondering the idiosyncrasies of the system, Goofan inquired within his mind, "System, I aided Trunks in eliminating Cell and several androids today. Surely, I have completed the mission to defeat androids 17 and 18. Why is there no response from you?" A synthesized electronic voice resonated in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the system task of resolving the android crisis in the future timeline. You have been rewarded with magical aptitude." Goofan felt no immediate change and thus asked the system, "What does this magical aptitude entail?" Although he harbored some suspicions regarding its nature, he deemed it prudent to seek clarification. The electronic voice replied, "Ding. As the name suggests, Magical aptitude grants the host the ability to effortlessly learn magic. Magic exists in the Dragon Ball universe. For instance, Majin Buu and Din both wield magical abilities. Upon hearing this, Gufan nodded and remarked, I see. Does this mean I can also learn the magic that allows Majin Buu to transform objects into candy and chocolate? Ding. With your magical aptitude, you qualify to learn any magic present in the Dragon Ball universe, and you possess considerable talent in this regard. Gufan thus gained a clearer understanding of this magical aptitude. In essence, it enabled him to swiftly acquire magical knowledge. He then inquired, System, can ordinary people learn magic? Ding. That depends on innate talent. For instance, Scions cannot learn magic under normal circumstances, though you are an exception. Gufan replied, I understand now. I shall take my leave to rest. Like all beings, Scions require sleep. Ever since his arrival on Earth, he had not truly rested. The night passed uneventfully. Soon, dawn broke, and Gufan emerged from his room, making his way to the location where Bulma had been studying Android 16 the previous day. He discovered Bulma still diligently working on 16, seemingly having labored throughout the night. Approaching her, he inquired, Bulma, how goes the research on Android 16? Bulma turned to him and responded, It has gone quite smoothly. I have successfully extracted information from 16's control chip. There are no issues. I have also deleted the directive to eliminate Son Goku and removed a bomb from his body. I am currently reinstalling the chip. Gufan expressed his approval, stating, That is excellent news. Android 16 possesses formidable combat capabilities and can significantly contribute to the protection of Earth. Bulma nodded and remarked, I am aware. I am currently addressing the potential hazards, having been occupied with this task all day. Gufan felt a twinge of awkwardness, for he recognized that, given his current technological prowess, he could indeed lend a hand. However, he had been rather fatigued the previous day and was reluctant to assist. Thus, he shifted the conversation, asking, By the way, where is Trunks? Wasn't he supposed to use the time machine to return to the past today? Upon hearing this, Bulma replied, Trunks is busy organizing the items he needs to take with him. She gestured in a particular direction, and Gufan proceeded to that spot, where he indeed found Trunks engrossed in his preparations. Approaching Trunks, Gufan inquired, When are you departing? Trunks turned his head upon hearing Gufan's voice and responded, Is that you, Mr. Dales? I can leave as soon as I finish packing. Gufan nodded and said, I will also prepare a few items. Shall we meet at the entrance of the research facility shortly? Trunks agreed. Sounds good. I'll be saying goodbye to my mother. Gufan then asked, Trunks, do you still have those capsules that can hold items? Trunks replied, We have plenty. By the way, Mr. Dales, don't aliens have something similar to those universal capsules? Gufan's lips twitched slightly as he responded, The technology of extraterrestrials differs in focus from that of Earthlings. While alien technology is indeed more advanced, there are certain areas where Earth's innovations, such as time machines, have surpassed those of extraterrestrial origin. Trunks, surprised, said I see. I had thought that alien technology was universally superior to that of Earth. Gufan, slightly amused, departed from the underground research facility and soared towards the location where the spaceship was buried. He needed to prepare several sets of combat attire and provisions to avoid being unprepared in the past, although the likelihood of such an occurrence was minimal. Chapter 17. Arrival in the past. Gufan reached the site of the spaceship, cleared away the dust that had settled upon it, and lifted the vessel, retrieving several outfits and supplies. After securing the items, he buried the spaceship once more. Once he completed these tasks, he queried the system in his mind. System, could you assist me in storing these items? Ding. The system can unconditionally store items for the host, allowing retrieval whenever necessary. Gufan asked, Why didn't you mention this sooner? I hadn't heard you say anything about it before. Ding. The host did not inquire earlier. Gufan recalled the system's peculiarities and sighed. Very well, please store these combat outfits and provisions. In an instant, the items before Gufan vanished. Observing this extraordinary phenomenon, he asked, System, where have you placed these items? Ding. They have all been moved to the system space. Gufan then inquired, How much can the system space hold? Ding. The size of the system space enlarges as the host's strength increases, currently equating to the size of a human city. Gufan, with a serious expression, remarked, So, does that mean you can directly store the spaceship as well? Ding. Of course, that is possible. Gufan was utterly speechless. It appeared that the system would not manifest unless he was on the brink of death. He then spoke, System, please retrieve my spaceship into the system space. Ding. Received. Instantly, the ground beneath where the spaceship lay seemed to collapse, revealing a deep pit. Upon witnessing the spaceship being taken by the system, Gufan promptly activated the flight mechanism and soared towards the West City. After several minutes of flight, he finally arrived above the underground research facility. Spotting Trunks waiting at the entrance alongside the time machine, Gufan landed beside Trunks and inquired, "Have you bid farewell to your mother?" Trunks replied, "Mr. Dales, I have already said my goodbyes to my mother. We can set off now." Gufan nodded in acknowledgement, glancing at the time machine. Contemplating, just as depicted in the animation, this is indeed a time machine. Noticing Gufan's gaze, Trunks asked, "Does Mr. Dales have any questions?" Gufan responded, "No questions. Merely intrigued as this is my first encounter with a machine capable of traversing time and space." Trunks chuckled. "I was quite curious when I first saw the time machine as well. It truly possesses the extraordinary power to return to the past." Gufan nodded in agreement. Trunks then pressed a button on the time machine, and the glass chamber door at the top automatically opened. He leaped into the time machine and turned to Gufan, saying, "Mr. Dales, come aboard. The time machine conveniently accommodates 2 passengers." Gufan nodded and jumped into the time machine, taking a seat beside the pilot's position. Seeing this, Trunks activated the time machine, which slowly began to ascend, then accelerated rapidly into the sky, vanishing from above the West City at a certain altitude. Gufan sat inside the time machine, observing the view through the glass, where an expanse of white surrounded them, seemingly devoid of anything remarkable. This white space resembled a tunnel, and the time machine was traversing within it. Gufan mused, "Could this be the time tunnel? How fascinating. I wonder if Trunks has any knowledge of this place." With this thought, he turned to Trunks and asked, "Trunks, is this the time tunnel?" Trunks, while operating the time machine, replied, "Time tunnel? That is indeed an apt name. Why do you ask, Mr. Dales?" Gufan inquired. "Do you have any understanding of this place?" Trunks answered, "I know little about it. I mentioned this location to my mother before, but she wasn't very clear on it either." Gufan remarked, "In this place, I wonder what will happen when we exit the time machine?" Trunks, somewhat exasperated, responded, "Mr. Dales, you are quite audacious. I advise you not to entertain such thoughts. It is far too dangerous." Gufan, noticing that Trunks was not well acquainted with this locale, inquired of the system residing in his mind. "System, what would transpire if I were to exit the time machine now?" The system responded, "Nothing significant. Yet you must avoid contact with the time portal, or you will be utterly obliterated." Gufan's lips twitched slightly as he remarked, "System, could you provide a rationale?" The system replied, "Your current strength is insufficient. Should you recklessly emerge from the time machine, you would randomly drift into a parallel universe through the time tunnel, only to be annihilated by chaotic void currents before you even enter that realm." Upon hearing this, Gufan conjectured, "Is it only when my power reaches Super Saiyan 3 that I can withstand such chaotic void currents?" The system confirmed, "Indeed. Thus, the minimum requirement for the system's time travel functionality is that your strength must attain Super Saiyan 3. Gufan then stated, "The hyperbolic time chamber is a similar space to a time tunnel, is it not?" The system affirmed, "Yes, although it operates as a greatly diminished time tunnel, requiring merely the level of Super Saiyan 3 to transcend its temporal laws." Gufan pondered the system's words deeply. Meanwhile, as Gufan conversed with the system in his mind, their temporal journey was nearing its conclusion. Trunks addressed Gufan, saying, "Mr. Darius, we are about to arrive at the past timeline. Our landing will still be on Earth." Gufan nodded, replying, "I am ready, Trunks." Trunks acknowledged with a nod, manipulating the time machine to approach the time tunnel and subsequently entering it. The time machine then emerged above a planet. Trunks opened the glass hatch, and both individuals soared into the air. Gufan glanced around and confirmed that they were indeed on Earth. Trunks muttered to himself, "It seems the time machine still possesses certain imperfections." Observing this, Gufan inquired, "Trunks, what troubles you?" Trunks responded, "Mr. Darius, I had intended to set the time machine to a point prior to the arrival of the androids. However, the displayed time suggests we have arrived precisely at the moment of their emergence. The time machine still has some flaws." Gufan reassured him, "It matters not. With your current strength, dealing with the androids should be effortless." Trunks nodded, closed his eyes, and began to sense the energy around him. He then swiftly darted southward, exclaiming, "Mr. Darius, there is an energy signature in that direction. It seems to be engaged in combat." Gufan too sensed the presence of a battle occurring nearby, prompting him to follow Trunks. Chapter 18. Warriors of the past timeline. After several minutes of flight, Goofan and Trunks arrived at a desolate wasteland. The ground was riddled with deep craters left by energy blasts. Approaching one such crater, they discovered the mechanical head of a rotund white creature. Trunks, shocked, murmured, "What is happening? Who is everyone fighting?" Goofan, observing the scene, asked, "What troubles you, Trunks?" Trunks responded, "Mr. Darius, look here. This must be the remnants left after the battle between the warriors of the past and the androids. However, we do not have such a deceased android on our side. Who were the warriors of the past fighting against?" Goofan, well aware that this was Android 19, replied, "Trunks, your time travel has altered the past. It is only natural that it differs from our timeline. Our immediate priority should be to assist them in vanquishing the androids." Trunks nodded in agreement, saying, "You are right. Mr. Darius, I became overly excited. Let us hurry and help. They have already departed from this location." With that, Trunks swiftly flew in another direction, followed closely by Goofan. In a brief moment, they arrived at the site of the conflict, where they observed the warriors besieging a decrepit-looking android. The warriors turned their heads towards them, clearly having noticed Trunks and Goofan's arrival. The informed Piccolo, perplexed, remarked, "It's Trunks. Who is that beside him? Is it Darius?" Meanwhile, Vegeta muttered to Piccolo, "Trunks? His name is identical to my son S. So, he is from the future." Goofan and Trunks came to a halt beside Vegeta. Trunks gazed down at Android 20, murmuring, "Who is this fellow? He is not one of the androids from the future, is he?" Vegeta replied to Trunks, "What do you mean, who is he? Isn't he the android you mentioned?" Trunks then turned to Goofan, asking, "What exactly is going on, Mr. Darius?" Goofan, observing the situation, chose not to respond, knowing that Trunks would eventually comprehend. At that moment, an aircraft approached, and the gathered individuals realized it was Bulma. Trunks shouted, "This is bad. Don't come any closer." However, Bulma in the plane could not hear him and continued her approach. Taking advantage of the situation, Android 20, also known as Dr. Gero, unleashed a powerful energy wave towards the oncoming aircraft, resulting in a massive explosion. Goofan turned to save them and saw Trunks darting toward the plane, rescuing Bulma and little Trunks from her arms. The others were caught off guard, while Vegeta remained aloof, floating in the air. Amidst the chaos and smoke from the explosion, Android 20 seized the opportunity to escape, utilizing the rugged terrain. The individuals in the air swiftly descended to join Bulma and Trunks, with Goofan following suit. Piccolo and the others looked at Goofan and inquired, "You are Darius? Were you not defeated by Goku?" Vegeta, curious, gazed at Goofan and asked, "Who are you? Why are you wearing the uniform of the Frieza Force?" Clearly, Vegeta was unfamiliar with Goofan, to which Piccolo interjected, "Do you not recognize him? Vegeta, a scion himself, once journeyed to Earth in pursuit of cultivating a plant known as the Tree of Might. The planet on which this tree is sown would inevitably transform into a desolate wasteland." Nearby, Gohan and Krillin nodded in acknowledgement, their vigilance directed towards Goofan. Haunted by the memories of their harrowing battle with Darlis, Piccolo addressed Goofan, inquiring, "Darlis, why are you still alive? Why are you still with Trunks?" Upon hearing that Goofan was a scion, Vegeta remarked, "I have never encountered you before. You must be one of the surviving scions from the destruction of planet Vegeta by Frieza, merely a low-class warrior. I advise against any tricks." In response, Trunks interjected, "Everyone, please do not misinterpret Mr. Darlis. He has been of immense assistance to Earth. He is certainly not a villain." Following this, Trunks, somewhat vexed, reproached Vegeta, "Why aren't you protecting them? They are your wife and child." To which Vegeta coldly retorted, "What wife and child? I, Vegeta, have never concerned myself with such matters." Trunks gazed at his father with disappointment. Upon hearing Piccolo and Vegeta's comments, Goofan stated, "I am Darlis from Trunks' timeline. The Darlis you speak of has no connection to me. And you, Vegeta, though you are a prince of the Scions, it would be prudent not to address me in such a tone." After a brief pause, Goofan continued, "You know well that in the realm of Scions, strength is paramount. Despite your royal status, you are hardly qualified to speak to a more powerful scion in such a manner." Vegeta, with a cold smirk, replied, "Are you suggesting that you are stronger than I am? Do you think that merely resembling Kakarot grants you the same prowess? Moreover, as a Super Saiyan, I have already surpassed Kakarot. Are you aware of what a Super Saiyan is? It is a realm you, as a low-class warrior, will never attain." At that moment, Vegeta maintained his Super Saiyan form, radiating an overwhelming aura. In response, Gufan adjusted the device at his ear. Beep, beep, 600 million. With a smile, Gufan addressed Vegeta. Is a battle power of only 600 million your basis for arrogance, Vegeta? Enraged, Vegeta retorted, what did you say? Gufan continued, I said you are currently quite weak. Do you have an issue with that, Prince Vegeta? Infuriated, Vegeta lunged towards Gufan, delivering a punch aimed at his abdomen. In the instant Vegeta closed the distance, Gufan transformed into a Super Saiyan, bracing himself against the blow. Subsequently, he retaliated with a punch to Vegeta's midsection. As expected, Vegeta was struck, clutching his abdomen as he staggered backward, murmuring, how could this be? I have been defeated by a low-class warrior once again. He then succumbed to unconsciousness. Gufan reverted to his normal state, while Trunks caught the unconscious Vegeta and turned to Gufan, asking, Mr. Darlis, is he going to be all right? Upon hearing this, Gufan replied, it's nothing. I merely fainted from the pain. I know how to moderate my strength. Trunks, upon hearing these words, felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, this individual was undeniably his father. If Gufan had truly caused his demise, how could he explain it to his mother and himself? Yet, why did he feel an inexplicable sense of satisfaction? Trunks pondered. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others gazed in astonishment at Gufan, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan and returned to his normal state, exclaiming, what is happening? Darius can also become a Super Saiyan? And he defeated Vegeta in a single move? What is going on? Chapter 19. Androids 17 and 18. Trunks addressed the astonished Piccolo and the others, saying, everyone, listen to me. With Mr. Darius's assistance, I defeated the androids from the future. Thus, Trunks recounted to Piccolo, Gohan, and the others the tale of Gufan and his victory over the androids. After listening, Piccolo turned to Gufan and remarked, I never expected that the future version of you would be such a good person, Darius. Let me introduce myself. I am Piccolo. Gohan, standing nearby, also greeted Gufan, saying, hello, I am Gohan. Tien and Krillin, along with the others, also extended their greetings, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. Trunks then surveyed the group and inquired, by the way, where is Mr. Goku? Gohan replied, Dad just had a heart attack and was taken home by Uncle Chai. Meanwhile, Piccolo directed a question at Trunks, saying, hey, Trunks, you mentioned that you've already defeated the androids from the future, correct? Trunks nodded affirmatively, replying, yes, Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo, with a smile, responded, so, you mean to say that you can now eliminate the androids on your own? Trunks replied, that could be said, but I need to consult Mr. Darius. He is more knowledgeable about the androids. Piccolo, looking somewhat perplexed, turned to Gufan and then asked Trunks, Trunks, why does this Saiyan Darius seem to understand the androids better than you, the future warrior? Trunks, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, I'm not entirely sure, but Uncle Piccolo, you can always ask Mr. Darius yourself. Meanwhile, Krillin and Gohan, upon hearing that Trunks possessed the strength to handle the androids, joyfully exclaimed, let us hurry and eliminate the androids. Once they're gone, we can all return to our homes. Seeing this, Trunks solemnly cautioned Uncle Krillin and Gohan, you must not relax your training once the androids are dealt with. There may be other crises looming ahead. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Darius? Trunks turned to Gufan for confirmation. Gufan nodded and replied, the Earth harbors numerous other threats besides the androids. Do not assume that once the androids are vanquished, you can cease your training. Krillin and Gohan, feeling slightly sheepish, scratched their heads and said, understood. Meanwhile, Piccolo addressed Gufan, asking, how do you possess such extensive knowledge of Earth? Darius, I feel that you are not the same as our Darius. Upon hearing this, Gufan addressed Dend, saying, Dend, do not concern yourself too much with my affairs. Consider it as though I possess the ability to foresee the future. Dend fell into a contemplative silence. Meanwhile, Vegeta, who had just awakened, felt a sense of frustration upon seeing Gufan. He had just mocked him, claiming he was a mere low-level warrior incapable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, only for Gufan to effortlessly transform and defeat him, leaving him with a stinging face. With this thought, Vegeta stood up and declared to Gufan, hey, Dales, this time you have won, but I assure you that the next time we meet, you will be the one lying down. Remember that. Gufan, however, chose to disregard Vegeta's words and instead addressed Trunks and the other warriors, saying, everyone, Dr. Gero should have returned to his laboratory to release androids 17 and 18. Trunks and I know the location of Dr. Gero's lab. Simply follow us. Din then inquired. Are the destructive androids from the future the very ones Dr. Gero is about to unleash? Androids 17 and 18? Trunks nodded affirmatively and replied, Indeed, Uncle Dent. Goofan turned to Trunks and stated, Then let us set forth. With that, the two rushed toward the laboratory housing androids 17 and 18, followed closely by Dend, Krillin, Tien, and others. Meanwhile, Bulma, who remained at the site, addressed Gohan as he prepared to depart, saying, Gohan, could you take me and little Trunks to your home? My aircraft has been damaged. Gohan responded, Certainly, Aunt Bulma. I was just about to check on my father's condition. He then took Bulma and Yajirobe and soared toward the Capsule Corporation. In that instant, Vegeta, observing Goofan and Trunks take flight, followed closely behind. At this moment, Vegeta clenched his fists, muttering, How dare you disregard me? Just like Kakarot, you infuriate me. I shall surpass you. Dales, mark my words. After several minutes of flight, Goofan and his companions finally arrived at Dr. Gero's laboratory. The entrance was firmly shut, and as they approached, they overheard a conversation between Dr. Gero and androids 17 and 18. Krillin, feeling apprehensive, remarked, It seems the androids have already been released. Unable to contain himself, Vegeta unleashed an energy blast, obliterating the door. Trunks, wishing to intervene, hesitated but ultimately refrained from stopping him, knowing that his current strength would easily allow him to defeat androids 17 and 18. As the door crumbled, a cloud of dust was kicked up, and when it settled, the figures of androids 17 and 18, alongside Drive Gero, emerged. Vegeta turned to Trunks and inquired, Trunks, are they the two androids you mentioned? Trunks nodded, replying, They are indeed androids 17 and 18. Do not let their appearances deceive you. They are merciless demons. Within the context, Dr. Gero pointed at Goofan and others, addressing androids 17 and 18, hasten to eliminate those at the entrance. They are allies of Sun Wukong. Dispatch them swiftly. However, the two androids paid no heed to Dr. Gero's command. Android 18 turned her gaze toward the dormant capsule of Android 16, which remained unopened, and inquired, 16, shall we activate it, 17? Do as you wish, 18, replied Android 17 indifferently. Alarmed by their exchange, Dr. Gero interjected, You must not open that capsule. It contains a failure. Releasing it could spell doom for the entire world. Unperturbed, Android 18 pressed the activation button. Upon witnessing this, Dr. Gero exclaimed, You two failures. Why would you release 16? Had I known, I would never have unleashed you. In response, Android 17's expression hardened. He approached Dr. Gero from behind and swiftly pierced his chest with his arm, subsequently kicking his head clean off. Standing before the severed head, 17 remarked, Old man, you truly are tedious, before crushing it underfoot. As Android 18 pressed the button, a towering figure emerged from the capsule, Android 16. Welcome back to the world, 16, said Android 17. When 16 remained silent, 17 suggested, Would you join us in vanquishing Sun Wukong? Even androids ought to have a purpose, do they not? Nodding, 16 responded. Very well. Exchanging glances, 17 and 18 urged, Then come with us, 16. With that, they unleashed a powerful energy wave, causing the cave to collapse, prompting Goofan and his companions to flee. In mere moments, the three androids appeared on a rocky outcrop, slowly ascending, heading towards Bowsy Mountain. Disregarding Goofan and Trunks entirely. Chapter 20. Vegeta's continued defeat. Observing this, Trunks turned to Goofan and asked, Mr. Dales, how is it that these androids differ from those we encountered before? Goofan replied, Perhaps our journey back in time has altered the historical timeline. Trunks responded, What shall we do now? Goofan advised, Let us observe the situation. After all, the Dragon Balls still exist. However, I can assure you that these versions of 17 and 18 are unlikely to be as ruthless. Trunks, taken aback, recognized the profound changes in the past. Yet he had come to trust Goofan's words implicitly. He then proposed, Very well, Mr. Dales, let us watch their actions. Should they mirror those of the future, I shall destroy them immediately. Goofan nodded in agreement, pleased with this course of action. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others, seeing the androids depart, felt both puzzled and relieved. Klin remarked, It seems they have no intention of attacking us. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta immediately pursued them. The others present, aside from Goofan, were left in shock as they saw Vegeta chase after the androids and quickly followed suit. Moments later, Vegeta intercepted androids 17 and 18, blocking their path. He declared, "Hey, you puppets, halt and engage in battle with me. Today, I shall obliterate you artificial beings." The three androids came to a stop at his command. Android 18 turned to her companions and said, "Allow me to handle him." Android 17 responded, "Go ahead, 18, but try not to kill him. After all, we are not ones who revel in slaughter." Android 18 nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "No need for your reminders, 17. I merely wish to give him a proper thrashing." Upon overhearing their exchange, Vegeta retorted to Android 18, "Though I never harm women, you appear to be an android, thus no longer truly a woman. In that case, I shall show you no mercy for such a ludicrous statement." Android 18 coldly replied, "Vegeta, you speak quite boldly. Let us see if you are as formidable as you claim." With that, she assumed a combat stance. Vegeta, seizing the moment, delivered a powerful kick toward Android 18, only for her to block it effortlessly with her hand. Undeterred by the failed attack, Vegeta instantaneously teleported beside Android 18, channeling an energy beam in his hand. In an instant, the energy beam struck Android 18, sending her crashing to the ground and resulting in a tremendous explosion. As the dust settled, Android 18 emerged, nonchalantly tearing off her tattered cowboy jacket. Remarkably, she appeared unscathed and showed no signs of discomfort from Vegeta's assault. Realizing his energy attack had been ineffective, Vegeta teleported in front of Android 18 and engaged her in close combat. Android 18 skillfully countered each of his strikes, blocking them with ease. Frustrated by his inability to land a blow, Vegeta shouted, "Damn androids," and unleashed a flurry of punches with increased velocity directed at Android 18. Meanwhile, Goofan and the others had arrived to observe the clash between Vegeta and Android 18. To them, it appeared that Vegeta was gaining the upper hand and was on the verge of victory. However, Piccolo remarked, "Vegeta is about to lose." Goofan nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, Vegeta will soon be defeated. Continue watching." As the battle wore on, Vegeta began to show signs of fatigue, panting heavily, while Android 18, though still under pressure, exhibited no signs of exhaustion. Goofan explained to the onlookers, "In truth, Vegeta and Android 18 possess comparable fighting abilities, but Android 18 has an inexhaustible supply of energy." Clint, in a state of shock, exclaimed, "Nanny? Inexhaustible energy? That is a monster." The others mirrored his astonishment, their expressions reflecting disbelief. On the sidelines, Number 17 observed the fierce confrontation between Vegeta and Number 18, remarking to Number 16, "This Vegeta is far more formidable than the records suggest. He indeed possesses considerable skill." In response, Number 16, fixated on the battle, replied, "Vegeta will soon succumb. His fighting power is steadily diminishing." As the skirmish progressed, Vegeta's offensive became increasingly sluggish, his strikes losing their potency. Noticing this, Number 18 ceased evading and began her counterattack. She first landed a punch squarely on Vegeta's face, causing his head to jerk sideways, followed by a kick aimed at his torso. In a desperate attempt to shield himself, Vegeta disregarded the pain and raised his arm to block the blow. With a resounding crack, Number 18's kick struck true, dislocating his arm. Vegeta released a pained scream, prompting Number 18 to send him flying with a swift kick before stepping over him triumphantly. Trunks, witnessing Vegeta's bloodied visage and deeply concerned for his father's safety, transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged towards Number 18, with Piccolo and the others following closely behind. Meanwhile, Goofan remained rooted in place, refraining from intervening, having already discerned that Number 18 would not kill Vegeta, and trusting that Trunks could save him alone. At this juncture, Number 17 positioned himself in front of Trunks and the others, declaring, "Hey, this is their battle. Do you intend to interfere? If so, I will be compelled to act." Trunks, confronting the obstruction that was Number 17, coldly retorted, "Step aside." Before Number 17 could respond, Trunks delivered a swift punch to his abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of bile and plummet from the sky. Witnessing Number 17's swift defeat, Number 16 promptly caught him as he fell and stated, "Trunks' fighting power far exceeds yours, and that dormant Scion possesses power equal to or greater than Trunks. You must urge Number 18 to cease her assault on Vegeta." In the midst of his pain and disbelief, Number 17 gasped, "How is this possible? I am meant to be the strongest warrior in the universe." After downing Number 17, Trunks rushed towards Number 18, unleashing an energy wave that sent her flying, landing near number 16. Number 16 quickly laid number 17 down gently before catching the injured number 18. Observing Vegeta's grave condition, Trunks supported him and called out to the approaching Piccolo and others, "Uncles, my father is gravely wounded. Is there any way to save him?" In response, Krillin retrieved a senzu bean from his pocket, handing it to Trunks. "Trunks, here's a senzu bean. Quickly, feed it to your father." Without hesitation, Trunks administered the bean to Vegeta. Chapter 21. The group prepares to depart, but an assault from Cell ensues. The situation concerning the androids is equally dire. Trunks' furious strike has left Android 18 gravely injured. Androids 16 and 17 stand helplessly beside the unconscious 18, for despite their artificial nature, they lack any healing capabilities. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having consumed a senzu bean, swiftly regains consciousness, only to exclaim, "Androids, do not even think about fleeing." Taking stock of his surroundings, he notices the incapacitated 18 and turns to Trunks, inquiring, "Did you defeat her?" Trunks nods in affirmation. Vegeta casts a penetrating gaze at Trunks, glances at the floating Goo fan, clenches his fists, and promptly takes to the skies in a furious departure. Just as Trunks considers pursuing him, Piccolo interjects, "Trunks, do not chase after him. Let him have a moment of solitude." Trunks looks at Piccolo, puzzled. Piccolo pauses before continuing. Since Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, he has regained his former confidence and pride. However, being repeatedly bested today and requiring your assistance has dealt a significant blow to his self-esteem. He needs this time alone. Trunks nods in understanding. Meanwhile, Android 17, witnessing Vegeta's swift recovery after consuming a senzu bean, approaches the group with his head lowered and requests, "Could anyone spare me a senzu bean?" Upon seeing the unconscious 18, the others comprehend the purpose behind 17's plea. Piccolo responds, "Why should we aid you, considering you just severely injured Vegeta?" 17 clenches his fists and implores, "I apologize, but I beseech you, grant me a senzu bean to save 18. She is my only remaining family." The group stares in astonishment at the humbled demeanor of 17. Trunks, in disbelief, exclaims, "How is this possible? How can androids possess emotions?" Goo fan slowly descends and addresses the group. "Give him the senzu bean. They are not truly malevolent. Injuring Vegeta was merely an act of self-defense." 17 casts a grateful glance at Goo fan. Trunks, hesitating, states, "Though I cannot fathom why you differ from your counterparts in this world. Should I discover any wrongdoing on your part, I will not hesitate to obliterate you." Goo fan raises an eyebrow at Trunks. Aware that the androids have wrought significant devastation upon the Earth, he has witnessed the ravaged future Earth caused by the androids, and several of Trunks' relatives perished at the hands of the future 17 and 18. Some matters cannot be easily altered with mere words. Trunks gradually closes his eyes and remarks to Goo fan, "Mr. Darius, I indeed harbor a deep-seated hatred for the androids, particularly 17 and 18. However, the versions of them in this world have committed no wrongs. If I were to indiscriminately eliminate them, how would that differ from their future selves?" Piccolo and the others regard Trunks with newfound respect. Clint approached Goo fan and handed him a celestial bean, saying, "Dallas, perhaps you should present the celestial beans to them. I find myself somewhat apprehensive around these artificial beings." Goo fan, noticing Clint's trepidation, felt a sense of helplessness. He then moved beside number 17 and declared, "Here, a celestial bean for you." After which, he extended the bean towards him. Number 17 accepted the celestial bean and replied, "Thank you." Subsequently, he flew over to number 18 and fed the bean into her mouth. Moments later, number 18 awakened and inquired of number 17, "What happened to me?" Number 17, with a wry smile, responded, "You were knocked unconscious by that Trunks. You nearly perished." Number 18 rubbed her head, recalling the events that had transpired. And after assessing her physical state, she asked number 17, "Why do I seem to be unscathed?" Number 17 explained, "I pleaded with them for a celestial being. Initially, they were reluctant, but it was Dallas who ultimately decided to grant me one." Upon hearing Dallas's name, number 18 glanced at him not far away. Clad in the attire of the Frisia Force, adorned with a black cape, and bearing an uncanny resemblance to Son Goku, she quietly remarked, "He is somewhat handsome." Number 17, catching this, inquired, "What were you just saying, number 18? Startled, number 18 hastily retorted, "It's nothing. You misheard me." Number 17, Number 17 scratched his head and said, "Misheard? We are artificial beings, remember?" Before he could finish, number 18 interrupted, "Let us focus on how to escape from here." Number 17 concurred, "Indeed. Both Trunks and Dallas possess tremendous strength. We are no match for them." He then turned to number 16 and asked, "Do you have any ideas?" Number 16 replied, "Let us leave directly. If they try to stop us, we'll deal with it then." Number 17 and number 18 nodded in agreement, saying, "Number 16, who would have thought you, with your seemingly mindless appearance, possess such cleverness?" Number 16 remained silent. Number 17 and number 18 then proceeded to the vehicle they had commandeered, with number 16 following suit. The trio drove away from the scene. Clint watched the departing figures and remarked, "Should we let them go?" Piccolo responded, "Trunks is right. These artificial beings have not committed any wrongdoing. Let us observe their situation. If they cause trouble, we can address it later." Trunks added, "All right. I will stay at my mother's house for a while." Piccolo, Tianjin Han, and the others nodded in agreement. Gu Fan then approached the group, stating, "The matter is not yet resolved. There remains a perilous adversary we have yet to confront." Piccolo and the others looked at Gu Fan in confusion. Gu Fan continued, "We have not dealt with Cell yet." Trunks, surprised, asked, "Mr. Dallas, what do you mean? Isn't Cell already dead?" The onlookers gazed in bewilderment at the conversation between the two. Observing their confusion, Trunks recounted the events concerning Cell. After hearing his account, Dend and the others were drenched in cold sweat, astonished at the revelation that Dr. Gero had created such a terrifying android. Once Trunks completed his explanation, Dend addressed Gu Fan, stating, "According to Trunks, Cell from your timeline is already dead, while our Cell should require at least another 20 years to mature successfully." In response, Gu Fan recounted in detail how the Cell from an alternate timeline had traveled back to the present using a time machine. Trunks, now sweating profusely, exclaimed, "Are you implying that the version of me from another world was killed by Cell?" Gu Fan nodded in affirmation. Chapter 22, A Different Cell. Trunks, sensing the gravity of the situation, inquired, "What shall we do next? If Cell truly arrived here 4 years ago and we failed to detect him all this time, it seems improbable that we would find him anytime soon." Gu Fan replied with a smile, "Fear not. His purpose in coming to the past was to absorb androids 17 and 18 to achieve his perfect form, especially since the 17 and 18 from that world were eliminated by that Trunks using a controller." The group recalled having seen a device resembling a remote control on the floor of the research facility earlier. Dend, connecting the dots, said to Gu Fan, "Then we must not allow those 3 to escape. If we eliminate them, Cell will be unable to attain his perfect form." Gu Fan looked at Dend and cautioned, "Dend, your thinking has yet to evolve. We do not know Cell's current location. What if he chooses to hide upon witnessing the destruction of androids 17 and 18? We must draw him out." Dend nodded, acknowledging his impatience. "Yet, we cannot simply ignore 17 and 18. What if they are absorbed by Cell?" Gu Fan reassured him, "Do not worry excessively. Androids 17 and 18 are formidable, and the 16 beside them is even stronger. Cell will inevitably face a battle to absorb them, and I will utilize instant transmission. Do you understand?" Dend, taken aback, exclaimed, "How do you possess Goku's instant transmission? This is fortuitous. As soon as Cell reveals his energy, you can immediately rush to the scene." Trunks then suggested, "Let us depart from here. I must return to my mother's house to search for the time machine that Cell used to arrive, and I will also destroy the remnants of Dr. Gero's laboratory." Krillin chimed in, "I will accompany Trunks." Tien added, "I will train further and join you when the time comes to confront Cell." Dend, without uttering a word, soared towards the sacred world of the Kais. Gu Fan turned to Trunks and said, "I will accompany Dend to the sacred world. He can observe the situation on Earth from there, and I can train as well." Trunks and the others nodded in agreement, stating, "Once we finish our tasks, we will also head to the sacred world." Gu Fan nodded and promptly flew towards the direction of the sacred world, while the remaining individuals also departed the area. Dend turned to the approaching Gu Fan and inquired, "Is there a reason for your presence, Dales?" Gu Fan replied, "Isn't the Heavenly Temple a suitable place to observe Earth's situation? I could receive your updates and act accordingly." Dend nodded in agreement. However, merely waiting for news about Cell there seems insufficient. Gu Fan chuckled, "I might as well take the opportunity to train in the hyperbolic time chamber." Dend remarked, "Even with your current strength, you still wish to train?" Gu Fan responded, "Among scions, there is no ultimate strength, only the pursuit of greater power. If one does not strive for strength, can they truly call themselves a scion? Dend grimaced slightly and said, I truly cannot comprehend you scions. During their exchange, they arrived at the temple. The Supreme Kai and Bobo approached upon noticing their arrival. Gufan addressed the Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai, I seek permission to use the hyperbolic time chamber. The Supreme Kai replied, certainly, you may enter. Without hesitation, Gufan made his way toward the chamber. But before stepping inside, he turned to Dend and said, if you discover Cell's whereabouts, feel free to enter the chamber to notify me. Dend acknowledged, go ahead, I understand. Gufan entered the chamber without looking back. After Gufan's departure, the Supreme Kai turned to Dend and said, you have finally arrived, Dend. Dend, puzzled, asked, did you anticipate my arrival? Were you waiting for me? The Supreme Kai smiled. You should be aware that I can observe all that transpires on Earth. Dend nodded in understanding. The Supreme Kai continued, for years ago, I detected a strange creature in the lower realm. Initially, I paid it no heed. But with Trunks' arrival and the recent actions of that creature, I realized the crisis on Earth has resurfaced. Dend responded, are you referring to Cell? But what relevance does this have for us? You should be seeking Goku, Trunks, or even the aforementioned Dales. After a moment's pause, Dend added, though I am reluctant to admit it, I, along with the others on this planet, lack the ability to confront Cell. The Supreme Kai remarked, thus, Earth is in dire need of a powerful warrior of its own. Even Vegeta, having transformed into a Super Saiyan, was defeated by the androids. Goku is likely not faring much better. The only ones capable are Trunks and that Dales, but they are from the future. Do you understand? Dend, shocked, gazed at the Supreme Kai and asked, are you implying? The Supreme Kai nodded and approached Dend, commencing the process of fusion. In mere moments, Dend and the Supreme Kai fused into a singular entity. Bobo looked on and asked, are you a deity? Dend replied, I am a Namekian who has forgotten his name. If you must call me something, let it be Dend. With that, Dend closed his eyes, beginning to attune himself to the lower realm. In his perception, a green monster emerged in the lower realm, rampaging through the city and devouring people. Alarmingly, this creature was capable of suppressing its own aura. Without a meticulous examination of the energy's components, one would hardly detect any anomalies. Dend estimated that the intensity of this energy, in terms of combat capability, was merely in the tens. Frieza's and his son's auras, Vegeta's aura, Goku's aura, and Dora's aura. Although Dend had anticipated this after Trunks' explanations, he was nonetheless greatly unsettled by the monster. However, a modicum of confusion lingered. Had Trunks not mentioned that Cell lacked Dora's cells? Could he have been mistaken? Dend felt the power coursing through him, significantly stronger than Vegeta's previous form, and this thought inflated his confidence. He cast a glance back at the hyperbolic time chamber before charging towards the lower realm, murmuring to himself, it seems you need not intervene. I can vanquish Cell alone. Meanwhile, Gufan remained unaware that Dend had already discovered Cell and ventured forth to confront him alone. Were he to find out, he would undoubtedly ridicule Dend. Within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, Gufan inquired of the system in his mind. System, the reward for returning to the past. The King Kai version of instant transmission has yet to be distributed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully returning to the past using the time machine. Reward. King Kai version of instant transmission. In an instant, Gufan's mind was flooded with various methods and techniques regarding instant transmission. He placed his hand upon his forehead and began to teleport within the hyperbolic time chamber. After a brief period of acclimatization, Gufan mused. The King Kai version of instant transmission is indeed quite convenient. Having familiarized himself with the technique, Gufan commenced his training to enhance his basic combat power. For he sensed that this incident involving the androids was far from ordinary. Moreover, he recalled the impending appearances of Broly and Super Android 13 before the Cell games. Chapter 23, Dend vs. Cell, equals in might at this moment. Gufan transformed into a Super Saiyan, relentlessly throwing punches and kicks within the hyperbolic time chamber. Drenched in sweat, when fatigue set in, he rested, and when hunger struck, he consumed the provisions brought from the system's space. 3 months of rigorous training elapsed in the blink of an eye. Sitting on the ground, Gufan reflected, I still have not sensed the barrier to Super Saiyan 2. He recognized that achieving Super Saiyan 2 in a short span was exceedingly challenging. In the original narrative, Vegeta only broke through to Super Saiyan 2 several years after the Cell games, and even Goku was unable to advance during the Cell games. It was unequivocally impossible to breach Super Saiyan 2 without sufficient foundational combat power. Nevertheless, Gu Fan felt he had amassed enough strength. After all, Door's combat power was originally 12 million, and he had trained extensively, ensuring his foundation was solid. With this thought, Gu Fan retrieved the scouter from the system's space and activated it. Beep beep, 50 million. Gu Fan pondered. Has my basic combat power increased by 5 million over the course of 3 months? Perhaps one could utilize the combat prowess of the original characters, Cell and Gohan, as a benchmark to ascertain the requisite baseline power level for transcending to Super Saiyan 2. Gu Fan recalled that Cell's complete form possessed a combat strength of approximately 4.9 billion, while Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 power level should surpass 5 billion. Thus, Gohan's base combat power upon transforming into Super Saiyan 2 must exceed 50 million. Gu Fan inquired of the system within his mind. System, what should my base combat power be to have a considerable chance of breaking through to Super Saiyan 2? A chime sounded, and the system responded. It is advisable for the host's base combat power to reach above 50 million before attempting the transformation to Super Saiyan 2. Gu Fan nodded in agreement, remarking, it seems my conjecture was quite accurate. To break through to a new realm, one must indeed rely on their baseline power. With this thought, Gu Fan resumed his training. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Piccolo soared to the street ravaged by Cell's rampage. The thoroughfare lay desolate, littered only with the garments and shoes of the human populace. Piccolo, closing his eyes, relied on his exceptional auditory senses to perceive the surroundings. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes and spoke slowly. Stop hiding, Cell, I can't hear you. As he turned around, a green, insect-like monstrosity materialized before him, addressing him with the words, I recognize you, King Piccolo. With a cold smirk, Piccolo retorted, cease your pretense, Cell. I am aware of your origins from the future. Strike now, there is no need for theatrics. I will defeat you swiftly. Cell, chuckling derisively, replied, are you attempting to kill me, King Piccolo? I never anticipated you would uncover my background, yet you surely do not know this. With that, Cell assumed a Kamehameha stance and shouted, Ka. Me. Ha me ha. Instantly, a blue energy beam surged toward Piccolo's position. With a scoff, Piccolo deftly evaded the Kamehameha wave. Subsequently, he removed his cloak, adopting a combat stance, and declared to Cell, come on, Cell. Today you shall witness the might of the Super Namekian. In response, Cell dismissed him, stating, spare me your bravado. Piccolo, I am well aware of your combat strength. You are no match for me. With that, Cell lunged forward, setting the stage for an epic confrontation between the two. The clash between the two soon captured the attention of others on Earth. Vegeta, standing motionless in a barren wasteland, sensed the energy of Piccolo and Cell and exclaimed in disbelief, how is this possible? That Namekian has grown so powerful, and this energy feels so peculiar yet formidable. How can this be? With a grim expression, Vegeta flew towards the site of their battle. Meanwhile, Trunks and Krillin had successfully destroyed the remaining research facility and located Cell's time machine, making their way to West City. As the battle between Cell and Piccolo erupted, they too sensed the energies of the two combatants. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Trunks addressed Krillin beside him, saying, Uncle Krillin, it appears that Cell has made his appearance. Krillin nodded in agreement, responding, Dend is already engaged with Cell. I sense two powerful energies colliding. Trunks, upon hearing this, urged, let us hasten to their aid, Uncle Krillin. Krillin nodded once more, and the two immediately soared into the sky, racing towards the battlefield where Dend and Cell clashed. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Dend and Cell had escalated to a fever pitch. With a swift kick, Dend sent Cell crashing into the ruins of the city. However, Cell quickly emerged from the debris, charging towards Dend. Noticing this, Dend instinctively raised his hand to block Cell's assault. The two locked fingers, engaging in a fierce struggle, ultimately reaching a stalemate. Cell, realizing the intensity of Dend's strength, remarked, Dend, I must admit, I underestimated you. With your formidable power, you could undoubtedly provide me with a wealth of biological energy. Dend then comprehended Cell's motive for consuming ordinary humans. Sensing that he could not overpower Dend, Cell slyly extended his tail, aiming for Dend's back. Dend cast a sidelong glance behind him and retorted, attempting to employ underhanded tactics. Cell, have you truly exhausted your options? With that, Dend flung Cell into the air, spinning him around before forcefully casting him skyward. As Cell ascended, Den placed his finger to his forehead and shouted, "Special beam cannon." Instantly, an energy beam surged forth, striking the airborne Cell, who was now off balance. A tremendous explosion echoed through the sky, and Cell was left with half of his body obliterated. Den, observing the devastation, coldly declared, "Surrender, Cell, you are no match for me." Remaining aloft with only half of his form, Cell chuckled in response. "Den, you possess some skill. But do you truly believe your strength is enough to compel me to surrender?" With that, Cell let out a loud cry, and the missing portion of his body began to regenerate, albeit at the cost of considerable energy. Den remained unfazed, watching as Cell returned to his full form. Cell remarked, "You certainly know me well, Den, but I doubt you anticipated this move." Solar flare. Suddenly, a blinding light enveloped the area, forcing Den to shut his eyes. "Farewell, Den. Once I absorb sufficient biological energy, your end shall come," Cell cackled before seizing the opportunity to flee. This retreat was not born of fear, but rather the awareness that Trunks and the others were approaching. As he escaped, Cell mused, "Just wait. I am now stronger than androids 17 and 18. Once I absorb them and achieve my perfect form, your fates will be sealed." Meanwhile, Den, irritated by Cell's disappearance, muttered, "Damn it, I was careless. I should have anticipated that move." After a brief interval, Trunks and the others arrived at the scene. Trunks, surveying the ruined town, turned to Den and asked, "Uncle Den, have you encountered Cell?" Upon hearing this, Den nodded and remarked, "I encountered him and even engaged in a battle. His combat prowess is formidable. In his initial form, I could not best him, let alone considering his complete form." Trunks furrowed his brow and replied, "Uncle Den, your strength is already quite close to that of Cell. If you cannot defeat him, it is evident that he poses a significant challenge." Chapter 24, The Awakening of Goku. Gathering at the Heavenly Temple, Den continued, "Our immediate priority is to locate Cell. At the very least, we must restrain androids 17 and 18. Trunks responded, "However, we currently cannot pinpoint their whereabouts. Ever since I defeated them, they have not returned to Mr. Goku's home. We can only wait for Cell to make his move before we can track him down." Den nodded resignedly, realizing that the situation had been exacerbated by his own actions. Had he informed Dorius at the time, perhaps Cell would have already been vanquished. With this in mind, Den suggested, "Let us first observe the situation at the Heavenly Temple, and perhaps train in the hyperbolic time chamber." Trunks acquiesced with a nod. Meanwhile, Vegeta, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. "What is this hyperbolic time chamber you just mentioned?" Trunks eagerly explained the chamber's capabilities to Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Vegeta burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Such a remarkable place exists? It is tailored perfectly for my training. Just wait, I shall surpass everyone stronger than me, be it Dorius, Kakarot, or those androids." The others present exchanged bemused glances at Vegeta's audacious proclamation. Observing the situation, Den did not linger and promptly flew towards the Heavenly Temple, initially not expecting Vegeta to follow. However, now that he had expressed his desire to come, it saved Den the trouble. The others soon followed suit, soaring into the sky. As Den and the others made their way to the hyperbolic time chamber for training, Goku, who had collapsed due to heart disease, gradually regained his strength after taking a special medicine. Today he awoke. Gazing at Chi-Chi, who was resting by his bedside, Goku said, "Chi-Chi, I have recovered." Chi-Chi, startled by his words, immediately awoke and exclaimed, "Goku, you're better?" Goku rose from the bed and replied, "Yes, I am well." Chi-Chi joyfully responded, "That's wonderful. As long as you have recovered." Meanwhile, Goten and Bulma, hearing the commotion outside the bedroom, rushed in. Goten, upon seeing his father unharmed, leaped into his arms and began to weep. Goku, noticing this, gently patted Goten's back and said, "Goten, did I not teach you not to cry without reason? Please, do not weep." Wiping his tears, Goten blinked his reddened eyes and said, "I was just worried about you, Dad. I promise I will not cry anymore." Goku smiled and replied, "Indeed, Goten, you have truly become a real man." Bulma gazed at the now restored son Goku and couldn't help but express her joy, saying, "Goku, you have finally returned to normal." Son Goku glanced at Bulma and inquired, "Oh, Bulma, what brings you to my home?" In response, Bulma recounted the events concerning Dales and Trunks, as well as the androids, to son Goku. Prior to this, Trunks and Krillin had already contacted Bulma and Gohan to update them on the latest developments regarding the android situation. Upon hearing this, Son Goku furrowed his brow and remarked, I can't believe even Vegeta, having transformed into a Super Saiyan, was severely injured. Are these androids truly that formidable? And what of the one seeking to attain its perfect form, Cell? Gohan replied, Yes, Dad. Although I'm not certain how Uncle Vegeta was defeated, according to Trunks, he was indeed easily vanquished by the androids. However, Trunks later managed to defeat them. Son Goku nodded, scratching his head as if suddenly recalling something. He exclaimed in astonishment, Has Trunks truly grown so powerful? To have defeated the android that bested Vegeta? This is truly astonishing. Gohan continued, Furthermore, Mr. Dales, who arrived with Trunks, is said to be even stronger than him. Son Goku clenched his fists with excitement and said, I never imagined Trunks would become this strong. And the future Dales surpasses him. I can't wait to test my skills against them. Gohan, recognizing his father's old habits resurfacing, pointed to Chi-Chi, who was nearby, and said, Dad, Mom is here too. Following Gohan's gesture, Son Goku noticed an angry Chi-Chi, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He cautiously spoke, Chi-Chi, in order to defeat the androids, I wish to train with Gohan. Is that all right? Chi-Chi, somewhat exasperated, looked at Son Goku and replied, Now that you're better, you may do as you please, but don't even think about taking Gohan with you. Seeing this, Son Goku helplessly turned to Bulma, his eyes pleading, immediately understanding his intent. Bulma addressed Chi-Chi, saying, Chi-Chi, you must also understand that Goku is not at fault. This crisis has affected the entire planet. Chi-Chi interrupted Bulma, saying, Enough, Bulma, I understand. She was well aware of these matters, but she simply did not want Goku and Gohan to once again be thrust into danger for the sake of saving the Earth. This was her selfish desire, yet she knew she could not be so self-centered. With this thought, she turned to Son Goku and Gohan standing beside her and said, You both must return safely. Now go and train. Son Goku nodded with a smile, taking Gohan's hand as they stepped out of the house. Once outside, Son Goku closed his eyes and began to sense the energy signatures of others around him. After a while, he suddenly turned to the side and said to Gohan, Place your hand on my shoulder, Gohan. Upon hearing this, Gohan floated into the air and rested his hand on Goku's shoulder. In an instant, the two vanished from their location and reappeared in the heavenly temple. Trunks, upon seeing Goku and Gohan's arrival, joyfully exclaimed, Uncle Goku, Gohan, you've come. Gohan responded with a smile, Trunks, my father and I are here. Noticing their arrival, Piccolo and the others approached to greet Goku and his son. Only Vegeta stood aside, muttering quietly, Kakarot, I knew you wouldn't succumb to a mere heart disease. Goku, seeing everyone greeting him, smiled and said, It's been a long time, everyone. Krillin stepped forward and said, Goku, you're finally better. We've all been quite worried about you. Goku scratched his head and laughed, Really? Ha. He then turned to Piccolo and remarked, Piccolo, I didn't expect that after some time apart, you've become stronger than me. Piccolo responded with a wry smile. I wonder how much longer I can keep this lead over you. Goku then approached Vegeta and said, Vegeta, I heard you were defeated again. Was it Trunks who saved you? You seem to have gotten much stronger as well. Krillin and the others nearly burst into laughter at this. It was as if salt was being rubbed into Vegeta's wounds, a true psychological blow. Vegeta's veins bulged as he shouted at Goku, Kakarot, you bastard. Although he knew Kakarot's nature, Vegeta was still infuriated. Goku, noticing Vegeta's anger, quickly distanced himself from the irate Saiyan. Chapter 25. A surge in power. Earth Heavenly Temple. Goku looked at the others and asked, What about the future Dallas? Piccolo pointed towards the room of spirit and time, saying, Dallas is still training inside. He should be coming out soon. Goku replied excitedly, This Dallas is quite different from the one we know. Trunks chimed in, Uncle Goku. In the future, it was with Mr. Dallas's help that I defeated the androids. You could say Mr. Dallas is one of my mentors. Goku, intrigued, asked, Do you have other mentors, Trunks? Trunks's mood dipped slightly at this question. Everyone looked at Trunks with curiosity. Sensing their gaze, Trunks gathered himself and slowly said, Actually, my other mentor is Gohan, the future Gohan. He gestured towards the young Gohan. Gohan. Everyone was somewhat astonished, as their Gohan hardly seemed like a person capable of teaching others. Trunks then began to recount the story of battling the androids alongside future Gohan in the world to come. Brother Gohan met his end at the hands of androids 17 and 18, but fortunately, Mr. Dallas later arrived on Earth. Upon hearing these words, Everyone felt a profound sympathy and sorrow for Trunks and future Gohan, as they bore the heavy burden of safeguarding the Earth even in their tender years. This responsibility weighed heavily upon them. Trunks, filled with self-reproach, remarked, "If only I had accompanied Brother Gohan to confront the androids, perhaps he would still be alive." The others comforted him, saying, "It is all right, Trunks, you have done your utmost." Piccolo approached Trunks, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and said, "I believe future Gohan saw you as a beacon of hope. Do not lose heart, do not betray his expectations." Even Vegeta, who had never shown much regard for his son, broke his silence to address Trunks, stating, "You and future Gohan truly embody the warrior spirit of the Saiyan race. You are a true fighter." Gohan stepped forward as well, saying, "Though I am not future Gohan, I still want to encourage you. Keep fighting, Trunks." As Trunks absorbed the encouragement from those around him, a newfound determination surged within him, a feeling he had not experienced before, even in the presence of future Gohan and Bulma. Meanwhile, within the hyperbolic time chamber, Fan was swiftly executing kicks and punches, muttering to himself, "Why can't I break through this barrier? It's infuriating." The chamber reverberated with the sound of sonic booms, a result of Fan's rapid movements, his speed creating shockwaves in the air. Glancing at the simplistic data within his mind, he noted, "Host, Darius, base combat power, 80 million, unlocked form, Super Saiyan." After a moment of contemplation, Fan ceased his training, sitting on the ground, panting. He inquired of the system, "Why can't I still achieve Super Saiyan 2? Ding. The host has merely reached the minimum standard for breaking through to Super Saiyan 2. Please continue to enhance your base combat power." Fan nodded in resignation at the system's response, saying, "If it were that easy to achieve Super Saiyan 2, Goku and the others would have done so long ago. I must strive to enhance my base form." Recalling the reward for attaining Super Saiyan, he asked the system, "Are there any tasks related to unlocking forms?" Ding. Task: increase base combat power to 100 million. Reward form: Super Saiyan 2. Fan glanced at his data, realizing, "It seems that unlocking Super Saiyan 2 through training is impossible now. I can feel that further training will yield diminishing returns. I must now focus on combat to enhance my strength." With this thought, Fan made his way outside the hyperbolic time chamber. At that moment, the others in the Kai's temple noticed Fan emerging from the chamber. Trunks eagerly approached him, asking, "Mr. Darius, have you finished your training?" Fan nodded in response. The crowd gazed solemnly at Fan, contemplating that he had grown significantly stronger. His usual presence now rivaled that of Frieza in his final form. Sun Wukong stepped forward and earnestly inquired, "Are you the Dales of the future world?" "Indeed, you are formidable. Your base strength seems to match that of Frieza's ultimate form." Fan replied, "This is nothing. With diligent training, you too can reach my level." Sun Wukong scratched his head in response, saying, "I will strive to improve." Fan nodded and pressed the button on his battle power detector. Beep. 15 million. Fan mused that Sun Wukong had indeed surpassed Vegeta considerably. Beside him, Vegeta sensed Fan's profound energy, feeling a mix of shock and indignation. He thought, "How can this Dales be so much stronger than me? This is impossible. How infuriating." Piccolo addressed Fan with a calm demeanor, "You have grown more powerful." Fan nodded in acknowledgement, "You too." He then asked Piccolo, during this time, "Has Cell made any moves?" Piccolo, feeling somewhat awkward, informed Fan about Cell's escape. Fan shook his head. "I didn't expect you to experience a moment of arrogance, Piccolo, but Cell's strength is indeed surprising, matching yours." Piccolo added, "By the way, during my battle with him, I sensed your energy emanating from him." Fan furrowed his brow. "My energy?" Piccolo confirmed, "Indeed." Fan speculated, "Perhaps in the timeline where Cell exists, I was eliminated here on Earth by you all, and my essence was absorbed into his cells." The group nodded in agreement, finding this explanation quite plausible. Fan glanced at the assembled crowd in the Kai's palace and asked, "Did you all come here to train as well?" Piccolo replied, "Yes, Cell is currently hiding, and we cannot locate androids 17 and 18, so we plan to train in the hyperbolic time chamber for now." Fan acknowledged, "Then I shall not disturb your training. I will descend to the lower realm. Piccolo, please inform me of Cell's last known location, and I shall search in that vicinity." Piccolo nodded and conveyed the location of Cell's previous appearance. Fan then turned to Trunks, asking, "Have you located the other time machine?" Trunks nodded, "Mr. Dales. Following your guidance, I have found Cell's time machine in the wilderness near West City." Gu Fan responded, "Could you lend me that time machine? I shall return it to you afterward." Trunks hesitated but ultimately said, "All right, Mr. Dales, here is the time machine's universal capsule." With that, Trunks handed the capsule to Gu Fan. Chapter 26. An unexpected encounter with the android trio. Gu Fan accepted the universal capsule from Trunks and did not linger in the Kai's palace. He promptly made his way to the lower realm. Gu Fan arrived at the location of the small town that had been ravaged by Sheru. Following the coordinates provided by the short flute, he subdued his breathing to avoid alarming Sheru. Gazing upon the town, now reduced to ruins, he pressed a button on his earpiece detector, revealing an absence of energy signatures throughout the area. Shaking his head, he mused to himself, "It appears there are no survivors." Without lingering, Gu Fan proceeded to a nearby city, convinced that Sheru was stealthily absorbing humans in one of the urban locales. Simultaneously, Androids 16 and 17 approached a small town close to Gu Fan's position. Android 18 was busy shopping for clothes, while 16 and 17 waited in their vehicle. After a while, 17 voiced his frustration. "Why does it take 18 over an hour to shop in such a small store?" 16 remained silent, merely observing the birds that flitted past the car window. Noticing 16's silence, 17 inquired, "How do you perceive 18's behavior?" Only when 17 stared at him did 16 respond, "I find it incomprehensible." Seeing 16's expression, 17 called out to 18, pleading, "18, could you hurry up? I have been sitting here for over an hour." A crisp voice from within the store replied, "Could you refrain from interrupting a girl while she shops?" 18 emerged slowly from the shop, laden with several large bags of clothing. 17 looked on in disbelief at 18, who appeared as though she had just robbed the store. Spotting 17 still seated in the car, 18 remarked, "Hey, 17, you're just going to let me carry all these clothes alone?" 17 retorted, "Clearly, these are your purchases. Why should I help you with them?" Despite his words, he assisted 18 in placing the bags in the trunk before returning to the driver's seat. Satisfied, 18 nodded and took her place in the back of the vehicle. The shopkeeper, observing the trio's departure, shouted, "Hey, you haven't paid for those clothes." However, 17 and the others paid no heed to the shopkeeper's protest and drove off into the distance. The shopkeeper attempted to call the police, but his call went unanswered, leaving him to curse the vanishing trio. Inside the car, 17 lamented to himself, "They only took a few items, and he dares to chase after us and shout? I almost want to go back and teach that guy a lesson." Meanwhile, 16, gazing out the window, cautioned, "17, temper your impulses. That Dales and Trunks possess energy levels far superior to yours, and even that short flute has grown significantly stronger, now slightly exceeding your own capabilities." Previously, 17 would have dismissed such words from 16, but having faced defeat, he no longer dared to cling to the belief that he was the strongest in the universe. Only 17 softly remarked, "I was merely jesting, 16. Why are you so stubborn?" 16 remained silent in response. Nearby, 18, upon hearing the name Dales, quietly muttered, "I wonder if we'll ever see him again." 17, catching this, inquired, 18, "What are you mumbling about? Ever since I cured you with the magic beans, you've been acting strangely. I hope that Trunks hasn't damaged your brain." Angered, 18 raised her hand and struck 17 on the head, causing a large bump, and retorted, "If you can't speak wisely, it's better to remain silent." Holding his head, 17 glanced at 18 and remarked, "In this day and age, speaking the truth can lead to being hit." However, noticing the intensity in 18's eyes, he swiftly changed the subject, addressing 16, 16, "Did Dr. Jero equip you with an energy detector?" 16 nodded in affirmation. "What have you detected?" 17 asked. With a serious expression, 16 replied, "My detector indicates that not long ago, Piccolo was engaged in battle with a powerful, unfamiliar energy wave, but that energy has since vanished." 17, observing 16's grave demeanor, questioned, "If it's gone, why should we care?" 16 shook his head, sensing an ominous premonition. As the three navigated the winding mountain road, Gu Fan arrived, surveying the situation below. Glancing at the vehicles passing by, he was about to leave when he spotted a tall figure inside one of the cars. Gu Fan thought, could it be 16 and the others? In the original story, they also drove around for leisure. With that thought, he descended and positioned himself in front of their vehicle. Inside, 17 had already noticed Gu Fan hovering above and was preparing to accelerate away, yet they were swiftly halted. 17 stopped the car, reluctantly exited, and 16 and 18 followed suit. 16 stepped out in silence, quietly observing the surroundings, while 18 looked at Gu Fan with evident delight. 17 addressed the obstructing Gu Fan. Dales, do you have business with us? We haven't caused any trouble. Gu Fan nodded, saying, I understand you are not inherently malicious. However, I must ask you to accompany me to a certain location. 17 replied with resignation, at least tell us what it's about. Gu Fan then disclosed the situation regarding Cell. Cell is determined to achieve his perfect form by any means necessary. I hope you will assist me and Trunks in luring him out and ultimately defeating him. 17 nodded, though he harbored doubts about Gu Fan's words. Still, the circumstances dictated that they were outmatched. 18, however, expressed a hint of joy, saying to Gu Fan, so, we will be together? Gu Fan cast a curious glance at Android 18 and remarked, indeed, for now, stay with us. When the time comes, you will assist in luring out Cell. Upon hearing this, Android 18 replied, very well, I am willing to accompany you. Gu Fan nodded, yet his heart was filled with perplexity, while the sentiment was clear. There was an oddity in her tone. Android 16, upon hearing Gu Fan's words, inquired, was the individual who battled with Piccolo earlier Cell? Gu Fan affirmed with a nod. Yes, that is correct. Android 16 responded, if what you say is true, then this Cell must indeed be an exceedingly malevolent entity. Should he reach his perfect form, the entire Earth would be doomed. Gu Fan acknowledged, indeed, that seems to be the case. Android 16 then stated, very well, I too shall support your plan. Chapter 27. The Resurgence of Cell. Upon receiving Android 16's assent, Gu Fan addressed the three companions, come along with me. With that, he soared towards the direction of the temple. The three androids exchanged glances and followed suit. Meanwhile, not far from their location, a gruesome massacre unfolded in a small city. In a quiet alley, a green monstrosity plunged its tail into the back of a young woman. As the tail writhed, the woman's body visibly shriveled. With the passage of time, she was reduced to naught but a thin layer of skin, which soon vanished, completely absorbed by the monster's tail. Cell was relentlessly siphoning the life from the inhabitants of this city, albeit with great stealth, leaving the residents utterly oblivious. Having learned from previous encounters, Cell no longer brazenly drained humans in plain sight. Seeing that the woman had been reduced to a mere pile of clothing, Cell callously turned away, eager to seek out his next prey. Just as he was about to depart, a man clad in a hood rushed into the alley and, upon spotting the departing Cell, exclaimed, hey, who are you? Your attire is rather peculiar, but that matters not. Since I have encountered you, hand over your money, and I may spare your life. With that, he brandished a handgun, aiming it at Cell. Cell could not help but chuckle, saying, you? A pitiful wretch with a power level of merely 5 dares to rob me? With that, Cell began to advance slowly towards the robber. The robber, taken aback by Cell's approach, stammered, stop right there, or I will shoot. He aimed the gun at Cell. Yet, Cell appeared unfazed, continuing his steady advance. The robber, growing increasingly frantic, snarled, if you seek death, do not blame me. He then fired a shot directly at Cell's chest. The bullet struck, producing a shower of sparks. Yet Cell continued to approach with an expressionless demeanor. The robber, now in a panic, fired wildly, but the bullets merely produced smoke, failing to inflict any harm upon Cell. Upon witnessing the scene, the robber hastily shouted and sprinted towards the alley's exit. In response, Sheru's expression turned cold, and in a moment, he dashed behind the fleeing robber, seizing his leg and dragging him deep into the alley. With a piercing scream, silence enveloped the alley once more. Meanwhile, as Sheru continued his clandestine activities, Gu Fan had already arrived at the Temple of the Gods with the trio from Team 18. Upon seeing the artificial beings behind Gu Fan, Din expressed his delight, saying, Dales, how did you manage to find these three? Gu Fan replied with a smile, it was quite by chance. I stumbled upon them near the town where Sheru attacked. Din nodded in acknowledgement, you truly are fortunate. Gu Fan agreed, indeed, luck has favored me. While Gu Fan and Din conversed, Androids 17 and 18 grew restless and began to wander around the temple. Observing their antics, Gu Fan called out, hey, you two, settle down. Responding promptly, 17 and 18 hurried back to stand beside Android 16. Once they had calmed down, Gu Fan inquired of Din, where is everyone else? Din replied, Krillin and the others have departed. They plan to return after Goku and Vegeta complete their training. Gu Fan nodded and asked, who is currently training? Din responded, it is Vegeta. Ever since he learned about the hyperbolic time chamber, he has insisted on going in first. No one objected, so he has entered alongside Trunks. Goofan remarked, according to the time chamber's time flow, they should be emerging soon. Den confirmed. Vegeta mentioned they would train for a year inside, which is merely a day outside. They should be close to finishing. Goofan continued, and what about Goku and Gohan? They've gone to meditate. Goku can instant transmission here at any moment, Den replied. Goofan turned to Den, asking, have you devised a way to lure Sheru out? Den shook his head, currently. Sheru is in the shadows while we are in the light. It is exceedingly difficult to find him unless he chooses to reveal himself. Goofan said, I have thought of a method. Den inquired, what method? Goofan leaned in and whispered his plan to Den, who smiled in response. That's a brilliant idea. Goofan then approached Android 17 and said, 17, shortly, I need you to spar with Den. Take it seriously. 17 hesitated. All right, but what if I accidentally kill him? Goofan chuckled. You might not even be his match. Internally, 17 scoffed at the thought, although he struggled against Goofan and Trunks. Could he truly be outmatched by Den? Just as they were conversing, the doors of the hyperbolic time chamber swung open, and Vegeta, along with Trunks, emerged. Vegeta confidently addressed those gathered at the sacred temple, inquiring about the location of Cell. I shall deal with him myself. There is no need for Kakarot or you to intervene, Dales. Goofan activated his scouter and directed it towards Vegeta. Beep, beep, 60 million. Goofan was taken aback. Vegeta's progress was indeed remarkable. Although he was aware that Vegeta had been training fervently due to the pressure, he had not anticipated such a significant improvement. Goofan then checked Trunks' data on the scouter. Beep, beep, 60 million. Goofan mused to himself. They have both grown considerably stronger. Vegeta and Trunks approached Den and Goofan. With an air of arrogance, Vegeta proclaimed to Goofan, Dales, once I have eliminated Cell, I will defeat both you and Kakarot, proving that I, Vegeta, am the mightiest scion. Trunks then addressed Goofan respectfully, Mr. Dales. In response, Goofan nodded at Trunks and smiled at Vegeta, saying, I eagerly await your victory over me, Prince Vegeta. Goofan surmised that, inspired by Trunks, Vegeta must have attained full power in his Super Saiyan form. Vegeta scoffed, turning his attention to the 3 androids nearby, and asked Den, what are these 3 androids doing here? Den replied nonchalantly. Dales encountered them while searching for Cell near West City. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately approached the trio. Goofan furrowed his brows and cautioned, Vegeta, you do not intend to fight them, do you? Vegeta coldly retorted, they are nothing more than weaklings in my presence. I cannot be bothered to engage with them. With that, Vegeta swiftly departed from the sacred temple, seemingly in pursuit of Cell. Meanwhile, Trunks informed Goofan and Den, I will accompany my father now. Den conveyed Goofan's earlier plan to Trunks. Trunks nodded, I understand Mr. Dale's plan. I will do my best to divert my father's attention, though it would be best if we located Cell directly. Goofan and Den acknowledged his statement with nods. Android 17 observed Android 18's silhouette and remarked, has Vegeta become so arrogant in just a few days? Android 16 replied, Vegeta's battle power has increased significantly. We may indeed appear weak in his eyes. Android 17 countered, I wonder how accurate your scouter is. At that level, Vegeta cannot even defeat 18, let alone me. Android 16 remained silent, leaving 17 to believe what he wished. Chapter 28. The arrival of androids 13, 14, and 15. As various forces converged shortly after Vegeta and Trunks departed, Goku and Gohan suddenly appeared at the scene. Goku, observing the situation at the sacred temple, inquired of Den, what is happening here? How has Dales returned so quickly, and who are those 3 over there? Gohan also looked at Den with curiosity. As the flute spoke to Sun Wukong about Goofan's return with the androids, Sun Wukong replied, so that is the case. He then turned to Goofan and remarked, it has been a long time, Dales. Goofan, somewhat speechless, noted that it had only been a day since their last encounter. Sun Wukong, with curiosity, gazed at the 3 androids in the distance and mused. So these are the androids that defeated Vegeta? I can't sense any energy from them. How peculiar. The 3 androids, particularly number 16, also regarded Sun Wukong with intrigue, recalling their previous intention to eliminate him. It seemed to be their first encounter with him. Noticing this, Piccolo urged Sun Wukong, you should bring Gohan inside to train. Krillin and Tien also plan to train here. Sun Wukong responded, understood, Gohan, come with me. With that, he took Gohan's hand and opened the door to the hyperbolic time chamber, stepping inside. As the two entered, Piccolo turned to Gufan and inquired, "When do you intend to commence this plan?" Gufan replied, "There's no rush. Let's wait for Sun Wukong and the others to finish their training. It's only a day. By the way, why are you so anxious, Piccolo?" Piccolo, with a serious expression, replied, "Krillin has sent word that in just 2 days, several thousand people have been absorbed by Cell. We have no idea how strong he has become." Gufan asked, "With so many absorbed, do we still lack Cell's specific location?" Piccolo sighed. "Cell has grown cunning. Once discovered, he simply relocates to another city to continue his absorption. We are utterly unable to pinpoint his whereabouts." Gufan nodded and settled at the edge of the temple to meditate. Meanwhile, in a southern city, a deafening explosion resonated. The entire city was engulfed in flames, with the anguished cries of humanity echoing amidst the gunfire and explosions. In the midst of the ruins, 3 oddly dressed individuals unleashed energy blasts with abandon, each shot resulting in a tremendous detonation. Beneath them, an array of tanks and rocket launchers aimed their barrels skyward at the trio. With a commanding gesture from an officer beside the tanks, countless cannons erupted in a blaze of fire, unleashing a barrage of shells and missiles towards the peculiar figures above. The 3 made no move, merely watching as the projectiles detonated before them. In an instant, a cloud of smoke enveloped the trio. The onlookers murmured anxiously, "Did we hit them? Have these 3 been eliminated?" However, as the smoke dissipated, the 3 stood unscathed before the crowd, leaving the humans in a state of despair, momentarily frozen in place. The trio exchanged knowing smirks before each released an energy blast that merged into a singular force, aimed directly at the helpless humans below. In an instant, the energy blast made contact with the ground, erupting into a catastrophic explosion that instantaneously vaporized the human forces at its epicenter. The blast radius was immense, obliterating the entire city, and a colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky above the devastated location, exhibiting even greater power than that of an atomic detonation. The 3 observers gazed with satisfaction upon the ruins below before soaring towards a nearby city. These 3 were the artificial beings known as androids 13, 14, and 15, who had been prematurely released by the supercomputer of the research facility following the demise of Dr. Gero at the hands of Android 17. Their objectives were twofold: to avenge Dr. Gero and to eliminate Son Goku along with other formidable entities on Earth, ultimately striving for world domination. The intensity of the explosion sent flames and shockwaves rippling even to West City. Vegeta and Trunks, who were scouring the western wilderness for Cell, were evidently startled by the violent uproar emanating from the south. Vegeta, glancing in the direction of the noise, mused to himself, "Could it be Cell has finally made his appearance? Perfect. I shall swiftly eliminate him," he thought with a wicked grin, propelling himself towards the source of the explosion. Meanwhile, Trunks wore a puzzled expression. According to Dend, Cell should currently be in a state of stealthy development. Logically, Cell would not engage in overt destruction at this moment, and it seemed that the explosion's origin bore no trace of energy. Trunks pondered, could it be those 3 vanished androids? Nonetheless, observing Vegeta's rapid departure left him little time for contemplation, and he hurriedly followed suit. At that moment, Cell, hidden in a narrow alley and absorbing humanity, also sensed the violent explosion from the south. Closing his eyes, he murmured to himself, "There is no energy signature. Could it be androids 17 and 18? Elation surged within Cell at this thought, and he immediately took to the skies towards the site of the explosion, exclaiming, 17 and 18, at last, I have found you. Once I absorb you, I shall become the strongest being in the universe." Meanwhile, at the sacred world of the Kais, Gufan and Dend were also aware of the commotion below. Dend approached Gufan and remarked, 3 unknown androids have appeared beneath us, wreaking havoc. Upon hearing this, Gufan opened his eyes and stood, reflecting, "I did not expect those 3 androids to emerge after all." He continued, "Let us bring 16 and the others with us. Vegeta and Cell are undoubtedly on their way as well. We can deal with these 3 androids and draw Cell out." Dend nodded in agreement and suggested, "This indeed presents a great opportunity. Should we summon Goku and Gohan?" Gufan furrowed his brow and replied, "They should be nearing the end of their training." Dend then noted, "However, they have not been in there for a full day yet." Gufan considered this and said, "There is no need to call them. In truth, Vegeta and Trunks should be capable of handling them alone." Dend nodded affirmatively. Gufan then called out to Android 16 and the others, "Come here. Our plan is set in motion. On the 16th, the three approached upon hearing the words. Gu Fan addressed Xuandi and the trio. Xuandi, seize my shoulders, and you three follow suit in succession. In an instant, the five vanished from their original location. Chapter 29, Fierce Battle. The Chaos of Androids. Gu Fan teleported to a mountain near the three androids. Xuandi, gazing at the distant figures, inquired of Gu Fan. Should we await Vegeta and the others? Gu Fan shook his head, replying, I fear the battle is about to commence. What? Xuandi was about to ask Gu Fan for clarification when three androids materialized before them. Confused, he questioned Gu Fan, what is happening? Gu Fan explained, they possess detectors. The moment we arrived here, they detected our presence. With little time for further discourse, Xuandi turned towards the three androids and asked, Are you all androids as well? One tall man among them responded, Indeed, we are androids created by Dr. Gero. I am Android 13, this one is 14, and the other is 15. Android 13 gestured towards his companions and then addressed Xuandi. You must be Xuandi. Have you come to thwart us? Before Xuandi could respond, the trio of Android 16 stepped forward upon noticing the newly arrived androids. Android 17 approached Android 13, stating, You two are creations of Dr. Gero? Upon recognizing Android 17, Android 13 replied, You are Android 17? Android 17 nodded, Indeed. What is your purpose in wreaking havoc on Earth? Android 13, upon acknowledging Android 17's identity, did not respond directly but commanded Androids 14 and 15, engage, eliminate Androids 17 and 18. With that, he teleported directly before Android 17, launching a punch towards his chin. Android 17 swiftly evaded, remarking, Is this how you settle disputes? Perfect timing, as I've been quite irritable these days. Let us play. With that, Android 17 retaliated with a punch directed at Android 13. Meanwhile, Androids 14 and 15 charged towards Androids 16 and 18. Faced with the advancing androids, Android 18 did not retreat, but met them head-on, while Android 16 stepped aside, seemingly prepared to support Android 18 at any moment. Gu Fan and Xuandi observed the unfolding confrontation without interference. After all, their primary objective was to confront Cell and Android 13. The fact that 13 and his companions initiated an attack on 17 was fortuitous. After exchanging blows, Android 13 and Android 17 gradually ascended into the air. Android 17 proclaimed, Today, I shall demonstrate the disparity among androids. With an expressionless face, yet a hint of a cold smile, Android 13 retorted, 17. My mission is to eliminate you and Android 18, the two traitors, as well as Son Goku and the others. So, are you prepared to meet your demise? On the 17th, number 17 was provoked into laughter by the words of number 13. Without uttering a single word, he rushed towards number 13 and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. The impact caused number 13's back to arch, and he expelled a mouthful of oil. Number 17, emboldened by his initial success, struck again, forcing number 13 to retreat step by step. Seizing the advantage, number 17 kicked number 13 into the air, then swiftly positioned himself above number 13, delivering a crushing blow that sent him crashing to the ground. Number 13 fell, covered in dirt, with oil still oozing from his mouth. Approaching the fallen figure, number 17 declared, With your level of skill, you dare to be arrogant before me? Number 13 smiled faintly, slowly rising to his feet, and in an instant, he appeared before number 17, landing a punch squarely on his face. The force turned number 17's head sharply, and without hesitation, number 13 seized both of number 17's hands, his eyes suddenly emanating a beam of energy. In a flash, number 17 was sent flying by the energy beam, crashing through a mountain and triggering a massive explosion. Number 13 chuckled at the sight of the propelled number 17. Amidst the smoke, number 17's voice emerged, taunting, Look at your smug expression. Do you truly believe you have easily defeated me? In an instant, number 17 charged at number 13, who, upon seeing that number 17 was unharmed, also rushed forward. Simultaneously, number 18 engaged in battle with numbers 14 and 15. Their struggle was equally fierce. Although number 18 was stronger than both, 14 and 15 were only slightly weaker and coordinated seamlessly. This synergy placed number 18 in a perpetual state of suppression, and the prolonged fight had left her battered. At that moment, numbers 14 and 15 stood side by side, launching energy blasts at number 18. The blasts erupted around her, creating a thick cloud of dust. Amidst the debris, number 18 surveyed her torn clothing and, seething with anger, addressed numbers 14 and 15, "You have truly ignited my fury." With that, number 18 instantaneously teleported in front of the diminutive number 15, delivering a kick that sent him flying. After sending number 15 hurtling away, she reappeared before number 14, striking him on the head, followed by a powerful energy blast that propelled him toward number 15. Remaining in place, she unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at the two airborne androids, resulting in a series of violent explosions. Just as number 18 caught her breath, the two struck figures reappeared before her. Though somewhat disheveled and wounded, they had not sustained any life-threatening injuries. Upon seeing them again, number 18 charged forward to engage in battle once more. Meanwhile, Piccolo surveyed the ravaged terrain and the evenly matched combatants, curiously asking number 16, who was watching, "Aren't you going to assist number 17 and the others?" Number 16 replied nonchalantly, "They are evenly matched. A victor won't emerge in the short term. I am searching for Cell." Piccolo nodded in understanding. Short Flute then inquired of Gufan, "What shall we do next?" Gufan replied, "To be honest, I did not anticipate that number 13 would strike first against number 17. Since they are engaged in combat, let's observe the situation for a while. I shall deal with them shortly." Short Flute nodded in acknowledgement. The intensity of the battle showed no signs of diminishing, as both sides possessed limitless energy and comparable strength, making it difficult to determine a victor at that moment. However, as time progressed, the outcome began to unfold. Number 17 had managed to suppress number 13, while numbers 14 and 15, in their alliance, began to overpower number 18. After launching number 18 into the air with energy blasts, numbers 14 and 15 approached the injured combatant. Both extended their hands, gathering energy, seemingly intent on eliminating number 18. Observing this, Gufan turned to Short Flute and asked, "Will you intervene?" Short Flute shook his head, responding, "I lack the confidence to rescue number 18 from those two androids." Without hesitation, Gufan transformed into a Super Saiyan and vanished from his position, reappearing before numbers 14 and 15. He seized their hands and twisted forcefully. Mechanical arms crackling with electricity materialized in his grasp. Taken by surprise, numbers 14 and 15 momentarily froze. However, after a brief pause, they began firing energy blasts at Gufan with their remaining hands. Gufan effortlessly deflected the blasts and subsequently kicked them away. As he observed the two androids losing their balance in midair, he raised his hand and shouted, "Catastrophic shockwave." Instantly, a beam of energy surged towards them, culminating in a violent explosion. The two androids were obliterated, their parts scattering across the ground. Chapter 30. The Arrival of Super Number 13. Dales battles Super Number 13. Just as Gufan triumphed over numbers 14 and 15, number 13 was likewise defeated by number 17, who had him by the throat, displaying an expression of agony. Number 17, witnessing this, sneered and said, still refusing to concede, "If you surrender, I might spare your life." Upon seeing the defeated remains of numbers 14 and 15 strewn about, an enigmatic smile crossed number 13's face. Startled by this peculiar demeanor, number 17 exclaimed, "Hey, are you out of your mind? You are on the brink of death, do you not realize?" Struggling, number 13 managed to utter, "The ones who are finished are you." In an instant, a brilliant light enveloped number 13, prompting number 17 to hastily release him and shield his eyes. Number 13, resembling a magnet, began drawing in the remnants of numbers 14 and 15, which coalesced into his body. Seeing this, Gufan quickly fired an energy blast at number 13. The blast exploded near him, creating a cloud of smoke. Emerging from the haze, number 13 remained unscathed by Gufan's attack. In a fleeting moment, number 13's body erupted in a dazzling radiance, compelling Gufan and his companions to shield their eyes with their hands. Once the brilliance subsided, number 13 had undergone a remarkable transformation. His blue skin, golden hair, and immense physique revealed his extraordinary nature. The newly reborn artificial being surveyed his form, bursting into hearty laughter. Thus, the emergence of Super Number 13 commenced. Upon witnessing Super Number 13's new appearance, number 17 remarked, "Do you truly believe that merely changing your appearance renders you invincible?" Without hesitation, number 17 lunged towards number 13, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Super Number 13. The latter, unflinching and undeterred, allowed the kick to land. With a resounding impact, number 17 struck Super Number 13's cheek, yet the latter remained unfazed, continuing to admire his new physique. Observing this, number 17 unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon Super Number 13, who merely scoffed, seizing number 17's leg and retaliating with a fierce punch. Number 17 was sent hurtling backward, crashing through several mountains, leaving his fate uncertain. Seeing this, Piccolo turned to Gufan and inquired, "Darius, what is happening?" Gufan, with a hint of resignation, replied, "It appears that this number 13 has absorbed the components of numbers 14 and 15, resulting in an evolution that has significantly enhanced his strength. The absorption occurred so rapidly that I barely had time to react. However, it is too late for regrets now." With this thought, Gufan continued to Piccolo, "This super number 13 possesses formidable power, far exceeding that of number 17. Piccolo, refrain from engaging for now. I shall assess his capabilities." While Gufan and Piccolo conversed, number 16 and super number 13 clashed. Initially, super number 13 had no intention of engaging number 16, aiming instead to eliminate the bystander, number 18. However, number 16 obstructed his path. Super number 13 regarded number 16 and taunted, "Do you wish to impede me? You certainly overestimate your own abilities." Number 16 remained silent, steadfastly positioned before super number 13. Seeing this, super number 13 coldly remarked, "If you are intent on courting death, I shall oblige." He then swung a punch at number 16, which was deftly blocked. Super number 13 acknowledged, "You possess some skill. You are indeed considerably stronger than number 17. I may have underestimated you earlier. Prepare to witness my true power." With that, super number 13 swiftly freed himself from number 16's grasp and delivered a powerful kick that sent number 16 flying. In an instant, super number 13 appeared before number 16, striking him squarely on the head. Number 16 attempted to counter, but the blow came too swiftly, leaving him dazed and disoriented. His head split open to reveal the inner mechanisms. Super number 13 observed, "So you are also a mechanical android. Yet, you have forsaken your mission and chosen betrayal. In that case, I shall eliminate you as well." Having spoken, Super Saiyan 13 directed his hand towards the vulnerable 16, a surge of energy materializing within his grasp. Observing the imminent peril threatening 16's life, Gufan instantaneously teleported in front of Super Saiyan 13, unleashing an energy blast aimed directly at him, sending Super Saiyan 13 hurtling backward. Turning to 16, Gufan instructed, "Stay close to 17 and the others with Dent." Nodding in compliance, 16 replied, "Understood." In the blink of an eye, Gufan vanished from his position, reappearing before Super Saiyan 13, launching a flurry of rapid punches. Super Saiyan 13 was inundated with a barrage of fists, unable to react, enduring the onslaught passively. Despite having the upper hand, Gufan felt the sting of his own fists against Super Saiyan 13's formidable defenses, grimacing inwardly, "Such impressive resilience. It feels as though I cannot breach his guard." Seizing the moment of Gufan's distraction, Super Saiyan 13 swiftly teleported to a distance. Gathering energy in both hands, he unleashed an energy tempest aimed at Gufan. Realizing he had no choice, Gufan raised his hands to shield himself. With a thunderous crash, the energy storm surged past him, cleaving the ground and carving a massive chasm into the earth. Gufan stood amidst the chaos, smoke emanating from his form. Super Saiyan 13, witnessing this, erupted in laughter, proclaiming, "Now you understand my true power." With a smirk, Gufan lowered his crossed arms, tauntingly responding, "Is that the extent of your might? You're merely tickling me." Instantly, Super Saiyan 13's smile faltered, his expression darkening as he retorted, "You seek your own demise." Like a speeding truck, he charged towards Gufan. Intent on gauging Super Saiyan 13's strength, Gufan remained steadfast, bracing himself for the impact. The collision propelled him backward until he crashed against a hillside. Super Saiyan 13 approached, a triumphant grin plastered across his face. Rising from the rubble, Gufan calmly stated, "Your defenses are robust, yet your offensive capabilities are woefully inadequate. Now, allow me to demonstrate my true strength." With a fierce shout, he began to unleash his energy, a golden aura radiating from him. As his power escalated, the ground trembled, the ocean churned, and the sky darkened, the earth resembling a fragile vessel amidst a brewing storm. Upon completing his transformation, Gufan raised both hands towards Super Saiyan 13, declaring, "If you possess any courage, Do not evade. Super Saiyan 13, laughing heartily, responded, come at me. Today, you shall meet your end. With a chilling smirk, Gu Fan conjured a surge of violent energy, bellowing, cataclysmic shockwave. Instantly, a colossal beam of energy surged towards Super Saiyan 13. As Super 13 perceived the immense wave of energy approaching, a sense of unease washed over him. However, he had already committed to the confrontation, and retreat was no longer an option. Resolute, he gritted his teeth and crossed his arms, bracing himself to endure the impending strike. In an instant, a beam of energy surged towards Super 13, resulting in a tremendous explosion at his position. The energy beam pierced through Super 13, continuing its trajectory beyond the atmosphere and into the cosmos. Chapter 31. Vegeta arrives. The battle against Super 13. As the smoke cleared, Super 13's silhouette emerged. Shrouded in dark fumes, coughing incessantly, with oil seeping from the corners of his mouth. Gu Fan stood before Super 13, remarking, "You are not nearly as formidable as you boast. Have you crumbled before I even unleash my full power?" Angered by the taunt, Super 13 slammed his hands against the ground, exclaiming, "How dare you? You overstep your bounds." Gu Fan replied, "Have you finished your last words? Allow me to escort you on your final journey." Just as Gu Fan prepared to strike again, a furious roar echoed from a distance. "Darius, stand down. I shall handle him." Without needing to see who had arrived, Gu Fan recognized the voice. Vegeta and Trunks soared through the air, landing beside Gu Fan. Turning his head, Gu Fan asked, "Vegeta, do you wish to continue battling him? He is already gravely injured. If he agrees to a duel with you, I have no objections." Vegeta, with a smirk and a finger pointed at his chin, replied, "Leave this newly emerged android to me, Super Vegeta." Gu Fan nearly chuckled at Vegeta's gesture, yet, sensing Vegeta's eagerness, he opted to join Piccolo on the sidelines, with Trunks following closely behind. Trunks inquired of Gu Fan, "Mr. Darius, are you also here to confront this newly appeared android?" Gu Fan nodded in affirmation. Trunks then pointed at Super 13, stating, "But we have never encountered this android in the future." Gu Fan recounted the recent events to Trunks. With a furrowed brow, Trunks remarked, "If that is the case, isn't Super 13 quite powerful? Can my father handle him alone?" Without hesitation, Trunks moved forward, intent on offering assistance. "Do not intervene, Trunks. Are you not aware of Vegeta's temperament? It would be prudent to wait until he encounters difficulties before stepping in. Surely, after your training, you possess enough confidence in yourselves?" Piccolo interjected. Halted by Piccolo's words, Trunks sighed. "Indeed, if I were to assist my father against Super 13, he would undoubtedly be furious." Gu Fan then commented, "What has it been like spending a year with Vegeta in the hyperbolic time chamber? Your terms of endearment have certainly become more affectionate." With a smile, Trunks responded, "My father is a person of cool exterior but warm interior. Though he claims not to instruct me, he has imparted much wisdom." Gu Fan nodded in agreement. This indeed encapsulated Vegeta's proud, yet caring nature. As Gu Fan and the others continued their conversation, androids 16 and 18 returned to Piccolo's side, bringing with them the injured android 17. Gu Fan cast a glance at the injured number 17 and addressed the trio, "You may remain here. Sheru is likely lurking nearby." Both number 16 and number 18 nodded in agreement, while the stubborn number 17 unusually replied, "All right." Observing their responses, Gu Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Not far from their position, Sheru lay concealed behind a tree, intently watching the impending clash between Vegeta and Super 13. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "How can that Dales possess such formidable energy? Infuriating. Now that he is beside numbers 17 and 18, it is utterly impossible for me to absorb them. Have I returned to the past only to remain incomplete? How vexing." Meanwhile, Vegeta, after observing Gu Fan and Trunks depart from the battle scene, turned to Super 13 and declared, "Allow me, Super Vegeta, to eliminate you." Super 13, irritated by Vegeta's arrogance, retorted, "How dare you, Vegeta? With your current combat power, if I were to regain my full strength, I could easily defeat you." Vegeta smirked, "Oh, let me enlighten you. As of now, I, Super Vegeta, am invincible. You seek to restore your peak form? I grant you this opportunity. But know that my patience is finite. Do not keep me waiting too long." Super 13, incredulous, exclaimed, "You truly wish to afford me this chance? Remember, I was just subdued by Gu Fan after losing several parts." Impatiently, Vegeta urged, "I said hurry up. Regardless of your condition, You are but refuse before me, Super Vegeta. Do you comprehend? Super 13 glared coldly at the insulting Vegeta and muttered, You will regret this, Vegeta. Soon, you shall reap the consequences of your carelessness. With that thought, he hastily began searching for the scattered parts on the ground. From a distance, Goofan observed Vegeta's decision to grant Super 13 an opportunity, shaking his head in disbelief. He mused that Super 13 should possess about 90% of my combat power. Vegeta is likely in for a swift defeat. After a thorough search, Super 13 successfully gathered all the missing components, forcibly reattaching them to his body, which began to heal. After a moment, feeling nearly restored, Super 13 addressed Vegeta. Prepare to pay the price for your oversight. Raising an eyebrow, Vegeta responded, Oh, are you almost ready? Then let the battle commence. In an instant, Vegeta appeared before Super 13, launching a flurry of punches and kicks, while Super 13 merely crossed his arms to block, unable to withstand Vegeta's might. Super 13 conceded, I acknowledge your prowess, Vegeta. You indeed possess considerable skill. However, you still pale in comparison to that scion over there. And it seems there's also a Goku whose power surpasses yours. I must devise a strategy. As the relentless assault from Vegeta raged on, his temples throbbed with fury. He exclaimed, What did you just say? You dare claim I am inferior to Draylease and that fool Kakarot? It seems you are courting death. Thus, Vegeta launched an even more ferocious attack. Super 13, upon hearing this, retorted, Oh, are you implying that you are indeed stronger than they are? I am eager to witness your prowess. Vegeta smirked and replied, Watch closely. Just as he swung his fist, Vegeta abruptly halted his onslaught and delivered a powerful kick to Super 13's chest. However, Super 13 adeptly blocked the blow, failing to be sent flying as Vegeta had anticipated. With no other option, Vegeta placed his hand upon Super 13's chest, releasing a wave of energy that enveloped him, causing a plume of dark smoke to erupt. Vegeta then ascended into the sky, bending forward and positioning his hands dramatically as he shouted, Final Flash. A terrifying energy coalesced in Vegeta's hands, arcs of electricity dancing in the air, causing the very ground beneath them to tremble. In an instant, a golden beam of energy surged towards Super 13. Realizing the imminent danger, Super 13 crossed his arms in a desperate attempt to shield himself. Moments later, the final flash struck Super 13, resulting in a violent explosion that transformed the battlefield into a vast crater, smoke swirling within. As the haze dissipated, Super 13's form emerged, his lips smeared with oil, his body battered and torn, half kneeling on the ground. Vegeta erupted into laughter at the sight. Super 13, slowly rising to his feet and gasping for breath, remarked, Well done, Vegeta. Quite impressive to unleash such a formidable attack that has wounded me. But now it is my turn. Chapter 32, Trunks' Demise? Vegeta at full power. Vegeta's expression hardened, disbelief washing over him as he gazed at Super 13. He muttered, How is this possible? I, Vegeta, should be invincible. I am Super Vegeta, after all. How infuriating. Super 13 wiped the oil from his mouth and declared, Vegeta, you shall pay for your arrogance. In an instant, he appeared before Vegeta, seizing him by the body and slamming him into the ground with tremendous force. The earth trembled beneath the impact, creating a massive crater, and Vegeta found himself in a disheveled state, grasped by the throat. Super 13 then hoisted Vegeta effortlessly, aiming his other hand at him to unleash a wave of energy. Vegeta was instantly propelled away by the energy blast, colliding with the distance. Seizing the opportunity, Super 13 gathered energy in both hands, shouting, Die, Vegeta. A torrent of energy erupted from Super 13's palms, hurtling toward Vegeta. Boom. The location where Vegeta stood was engulfed in a colossal explosion. From a distance, Trunks hastily rushed to the spot where Vegeta had been violently thrown, desperately searching for his father's figure. At last, he found the gravely injured Vegeta at the epicenter of the explosion. Vegeta lay there, eyes tightly shut, an expression of agony etched across his face. Observing this, Trunks swiftly lifted Vegeta, cradling him in his arms, and urged, Father, here is a Senzu bean. Please consume it quickly. With that, Trunks retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket and placed it into Vegeta's mouth. Moments later, the previously unconscious Vegeta awoke, glancing at Trunks and asking, What has happened? Why am I lying here? With a hint of helplessness, Trunks replied, Father, you were on the brink of death after being struck by Super Android 13. It was the Senzu bean that saved you. Vegeta clenched his fists, surveying his hands in disbelief, and exclaimed, "Why? Is not the Super Saiyan the strongest being in the universe? Why, as the mightiest prince of the Saiyans, do I, despite transforming into a Super Saiyan, find myself inferior to Doresta, repeatedly falling prey to this puppet?" Trunks, observing his father's distress, replied helplessly, "Father, you had the opportunity to defeat Super Android 13 while he was injured." Vegeta, exuding frustration, retorted, "Constantly challenging the strong is the essence of a Saiyan's existence. What significance lies in vanquishing a wounded puppet?" Undeterred by Vegeta's words, Trunks passionately countered, "One should aim for a decisive strike against an enemy. Do you not realize how many lives Super Android 13 has taken? Shouldn't he be eliminated upon encounter?" Vegeta, in a moment of ire, kicked Trunks away, declaring, "What does his slaughter of countless innocents have to do with me? These feeble humans are expendable. They can be revived. Leave me be. I shall vanquish Super Android 13 alone today." Trunks pleaded with Vegeta, "Father, please join me in confronting Super Android 13. You cannot face him alone." Vegeta merely scoffed, muttering to himself, "Revived from the brink of death, I shall surely defeat Super Android 13. Ha ha ha." Trunks, sensing the urgency, attempted to reason once more. Suddenly, a beam of energy shot towards Trunks' heart, causing him to collapse. Instantly, a wave of dizziness overcame him, and he fell straight to the ground. Vegeta, in shock, gazed at the fallen Trunks and the penetrating wound in his heart. At that moment, Super Android 13's mocking voice echoed, "You truly underestimated me. You dare to chat while engaged in battle." With that, Super Android 13 nonchalantly blew on his smoke-covered hands. Oblivious to the remark, Vegeta murmured, "Trunks, is he dead?" Meanwhile, Goofan and Din were about to issue a warning, but the distance was too great, and Super Android 13's swift attack left them unable to intervene. Goofan, witnessing the scene, was poised to rush forward. Vegeta, who had been standing frozen at the side, seemed to have regained his senses. He clenched his fists and bellowed, "You dare to kill Trunks, you wretched puppet." With that, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, his aura surging wildly. Clenching his fists and opening his mouth, his energy began to rise dramatically, creating a fierce wind that stung Goofan and the others' faces. Goofan, sensing Vegeta's escalating power, furrowed his brow and pressed a button on his ear-mounted scouter. Beep, beep, 3, 1 billion, 3, 2 billion, 3, 3 billion, still increasing rapidly? He thought to himself. Nearby, Din was so frightened that his face turned pale, repeatedly exclaiming, "Vegeta can actually continue to grow stronger? Saiyans are truly terrifying." 17 was also left speechless, remarking, "Is this still Vegeta? His energy is making my face sting." Moments later, Vegeta ceased his energy display and instantly appeared before Super 13, delivering a powerful punch that sent the latter flying. Vegeta reappeared above Super 13, striking down with an elbow that caused Super 13 to spit out a copious amount of oil. Subsequently, Vegeta hovered above Super 13 and shouted, "Gallic Gun." A beam of violet energy shot towards Super 13, unleashing a massive shockwave that swept through the area, prompting Goofan and the others to shield their chests with their arms. When the storm subsided, Super 13 lay battered on the ground, covered in black soot and surrounded by scattered mechanical parts. As Vegeta approached, Super 13 struggled to rise and threw a punch at him. Vegeta seized Super 13's fist, coldly directing his hand towards Super 13's head, and declared, "It's over for you." In response, Super 13 flashed a sinister smile and, with a frantic shout, pushed Vegeta away, exclaiming, "Then let us perish together." With that, Super 13 forcefully plunged his hand into his chest, extracting a device resembling an energy core, proclaiming, "Do you know what this is? Ha! Once it explodes, there won't be a trace left of this planet." Goofan, still puzzled, heard 18 beside him say, "That is an eternal energy core. Both 17 and I have one in our bodies, but Super 13's core is larger than ours." Goofan remained rooted in thought. Then asked 18, "Is that the core that grants you and 17 your strength?" 18 nodded in affirmation. Goofan, realizing the gravity of the situation, exclaimed, "This is not good." Chapter 33, The Arrival of Perfect Cell, a familiar conclusion? Din, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong, Dales?" Goofan, frowning, replied, "I suspect Cell intends to absorb that energy core." rather than necessarily absorbing 17 and 18. Dend, growing anxious, urged, then we must eliminate Super 13 and seize that energy core right away. I'm on it. Hearing this, Gufan remarked, Dend, have you forgotten about Trunks? My detector indicates that he still has a faint breath. We must swiftly carry him to safety. Dend nodded in response, saying, very well, let us split up. You go and alert Vegeta. Gufan acknowledged with a nod. Dend then soared towards the spot where Trunks lay fallen. Observing this, Gufan turned to the trio of Android 17 behind him and instructed, follow my lead. The three nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Vegeta, eyeing the Super Android 13 who clutched an energy furnace, scoffed, do you think I can be intimidated by such a mere trinket? In a rush, Super Android 13 exclaimed, do you have any idea what this is? It is Dr. Gero's revolutionary invention, the Eternal Energy Furnace, crafted through countless experiments. Vegeta, with a mocking tone, replied, oh, but what does that have to do with me? Super Android 13 pressed on. Do you really wish to witness the destruction of Earth? Vegeta retorted, I am not even from Earth. Its demise holds no consequence for me. I am the prince of the Scion warrior race. Struck speechless by Vegeta's words, Super Android 13 could only point an accusatory finger at him, sputtering, you. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta instantaneously appeared before Super Android 13, grasping his arm and twisting it, breaking it with a swift motion. With a cold smirk, Vegeta aimed at Super Android 13, declaring, farewell, Big Bang attack. With a thunderous explosion, Super Android 13 vanished amidst the blast, his face a mask of rage and disbelief. The Eternal Energy Furnace was sent flying, landing a short distance away. Witnessing Vegeta's effortless resolution of the self-destruction crisis, Gufan exhaled in relief and flew to Vegeta's side, saying, well done, Vegeta. Contrary to his usual boastful demeanor, Vegeta quietly asked Gufan, Dend, how is Trunks faring? Reassured, Gufan replied, do not worry, Trunks is not dead. With the Senzu beans, he will recover swiftly. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement. After speaking, Gufan immediately flew towards the location of the Eternal Energy Furnace. Just as he was about to retrieve it, a green figure materialized before the furnace, shouting, solar flare. Instantly, a blinding light enveloped the area. Gufan instinctively shielded his eyes. As the brilliance faded, a familiar green figure emerged in midair. It was Cell, who proudly held the Eternal Energy Furnace, proclaiming, fortune truly favors me. With this energy source, even without Android 17 and 18, I can achieve my perfect form. Haha. With that, Cell swiftly absorbed the Eternal Energy Furnace into his tail. Vegeta beheld Cell, muttering to himself, could that be Cell? What does he want with that energy core? In the distance, Dend had already healed the grievously injured Trunks, and the two stared in shock at the sudden appearance of Cell. After absorbing the limitless energy core, Cell began to roar with abandon. As time passed, his form underwent a transformation. He gradually morphed into a humanoid shape, shedding the monstrous visage he once bore. Though this metamorphosis rendered him less grotesque, he remained decidedly unattractive. Upon witnessing Cell's new form, Gufan immediately recognized that Cell had ascended to his second stage. Yet, it appeared that the transformation was far from over. Indeed, after shifting into another guise, Cell continued to evolve. His features sharpened, his deep green hue transitioned to a yellowish green. His sausage-like mouth vanished, and his musculature became more robust, his body structure achieving greater harmony. After a moment, Cell finally completed his transformation, panting heavily. Gufan furrowed his brow and activated the detector by his ear. Beep, beep, 6 billion. Gufan mused, incredible, Cell has become so powerful. Soon, Vegeta, Dend, and Trunks soared to Gufan's side. Dend inquired, what is the situation with Cell? Gufan replied coolly, Cell has attained his perfect form. Dend's face paled in terror as he uttered, could your hypothesis be true? Gufan responded, it seems my suspicions were indeed correct. I had been wary of Cell. Yet I never anticipated he would exploit such a weakness. Dend reassured, this is not your fault. Cell is exceptionally cunning, and no one could have foreseen that Super 13 would enable him to reach perfection. At that moment, Cell relaxed, seemingly acclimating to his perfect form, and smugly addressed Dend. Well, Dend, I told you we would meet again soon. Your strength remains unchanged, while I have evolved into perfection, all thanks to that new android. Otherwise, I would have never discovered how to attain this form. Dend glared at Cell, gritting his teeth. Cell then turned to Gufan and the others, saying, "Dend, Trunks, Vegeta, Darius? Trunks' appearance has already surprised me, but to see you, Darius, a long-dead individual, is quite astonishing." Gufan pondered, could it be that in Cell's timeline, I perished long ago? If that is the case, is the timeline Trunks and I inhabit truly the legitimate future? And is this timeline indeed the primary timeline? Gufan did not dwell on these thoughts for long and addressed Cell in the air. "Cell, you have now achieved your perfect form. What do you intend to do?" Cell responded with a grin, "I propose a wager." Dend asked, "What sort of wager do you have in mind?" Upon hearing this, Cell declared, "I wish to organize a martial arts tournament, adhering to the same rules as the renowned tournament of the world's strongest. You may summon all the formidable warriors from Earth to compete. Should I emerge victorious, I shall annihilate the planet. If I lose, I shall leave your fates in your hands. What say you?" Curious, Gufan inquired, "Have you attained your perfect form, yet wish to delay our confrontation?" Cell laughed heartily, responding, "I am well aware of your capabilities. My power is undeniably invincible." Gufan, taken aback, asked, "You would let us depart just like that?" With a smug grin, Cell replied, "You may leave for now, but you must return here in 7 days to partake in this tournament. Of course, should you choose to flee, I will still proceed with the destruction of Earth." Ha ha ha. With that, Cell vanished in an instant. Vegeta, having overheard Cell's proclamation, turned to the now rejuvenated Trunks and asked, "How is your recovery progressing?" Trunks responded, "I am fully restored, father." He then addressed Gufan, "Mr. Dales, what shall we do now?" Gufan suggested, "First, we should inform Goku and the others, as Cell has explicitly summoned all Earth's warriors." Number 16 interjected, "I wish to participate in this martial arts tournament as well." Piccolo retorted, "In your current condition, how can you engage in battle?" Number 16 replied, "Simply assist me in repairs." Piccolo conceded, "Then come with us for now." Number 17 chimed in, "It seems Cell has no intention of absorbing us. Can we leave?" Gufan affirmed, "You may go." However, number 18 pushed past number 17, declaring, "We, like number 16, also wish to enter Cell's tournament." The group expressed surprise, to which number 18 explained, "We are also inhabitants of Earth. Should Cell destroy it, we too would be left homeless." Gufan nodded thoughtfully and addressed number 16. "For now, accompany us. I will assist in your repairs." Number 16 cast a puzzled glance at Gufan. Gufan assured him, "Do not underestimate me. I am a scion well-versed in mechanics. Trust me." Skepticism lingered among the group. Even Trunks looked at Gufan with doubt, asking, "Mr. Dales, you are proficient in mechanics?" Seeing their skepticism, Gufan chuckled, "Just watch. I assure you, repairing number 16 will be a breeze for me." Chapter 34. The emergence of new foes. Piccolo interrupted, "We must hurry to the sacred land. We cannot afford to waste time." Gufan nodded and promptly soared towards the sacred land, followed closely by the others. After several minutes of flight, they finally arrived at the sacred land. Noticing that Goku and Goten had yet to appear, Gufan turned to number 16 and remarked, "The tournament does not commence for a few days. I will attend to your repairs in a couple of days." Number 16 nodded in agreement. As the diminutive Piccolo inquired of Vegeta, "What do you think of Cell's strength?" Vegeta scoffed, asserting, I perceive Cell as nothing but a blusterer. He is no match for me in my current state." Piccolo, exasperated, retorted, "Vegeta, you underestimate Cell far too much. Although he has not unleashed his aura, I sense that the power of his perfect form is unfathomable." In response, Vegeta smirked and declared, "That is merely a reflection of your own weakness. Just watch, Piccolo. I shall personally deal with Cell." With that, Vegeta departed the sacred temple, having come to see Kakarot, and with Kakarot still absent, he deemed it unnecessary to linger. Piccolo, observing Vegeta's retreating figure, mused, "Does he truly believe himself invincible? He shows not the slightest regard for Cell." Meanwhile, Trunks, watching Vegeta leave, felt a sense of helplessness and turned to Piccolo, asking, "Uncle Piccolo, what should we do next?" Piccolo replied, "We must continue our training. I have no intention of waiting for death." With that, he began meditative training, much like Gufan. Noticing this, Trunks approached Gufan and inquired, "Mr. Dales, what are your plans moving forward?" Gufan slowly opened his eyes and replied, "I intend to continue my training within the hyperbolic time chamber." Trunks frowned. "I can already sense a bottleneck. I cannot achieve further strength in the short term. What about you, Mr. Dales?" Gufan replied, "I find myself in a similar position. However, I will endeavor to break through to Super Saiyan. Vegeta's performance leads me to believe that the full power of Super Saiyan can still evolve. Would you care to join me in training? Trunks nodded, expressing, certainly, I would be honored to train alongside you again, Mr. Dales. Goofan acknowledged him with a nod. Trunks continued, Mr. Dales, do you have confidence in defeating Cell? To which Goofan responded with a wry smile, I cannot guarantee that. Cell's strength has exceeded that of the original story considerably, and I am uncertain whether Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 2 can definitively vanquish him. Unless I can continue to grow stronger in these remaining days, stability may elude us. Trunks nodded gravely, sighing. I had hoped that returning to the past would allow us to easily resolve the crisis here, but so much has transpired. Despite our significant growth, we are still unable to resolve everything. Goofan reassured him, Trunks, do not despair. In such a brief period, we have all grown exponentially. We have accomplished much. When you feel powerless, it is merely a sign that you have yet to attain sufficient strength. Trunks, still somewhat disheartened, lamented. That unfathomable aura of Cell, can we truly defeat him? Goofan replied, no one's power arises from nothingness. Even Cell was nurtured over 20 years, absorbing countless humans to attain his current formidable strength. Focus on your training and refrain from overthinking. Trunks nodded in response, settling down beside Goofan and entering a state of meditation. Observing Trunks in his contemplative state, Goofan was reminded of the system, which had been rather inconspicuous, and thus inquired, System, what is the nature of Vegeta's condition? The long-absent electronic synthesized voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Vegeta, in a fit of rage, transcended his original Super Saiyan full power, advancing further to a state that lies above Super Saiyan full power, yet below Super Saiyan 2. With an approximate enhancement of 70 times. Goofan recalled that Vegeta's base combat power had previously been 60 million. Thus, with a 70-fold increase, it reached an astounding 4,200,000,000, surpassing his own strength. Goofan mused, goodness, Vegeta truly lives up to his reputation, having forged an entirely new realm. One cannot underestimate the characters from the Dragon Ball original story. Turning his thoughts to the system, Goofan asked, System, how might I attain a Super Saiyan state akin to Vegeta's? Achieving such a state would embolden Goofan to contend with the fully formed Cell. The electronic voice responded once more. Ding! The prerequisite is to completely master the Super Saiyan form, reaching Super Saiyan full power. Subsequently, an extreme emotional state is required to attain Vegeta's condition. Goofan sighed, I lack such extreme emotions. Is there any other method, System? Ding! It is advised that the host engage in battles with formidable foes, which may lead to enlightenment. With a resigned nod, Goofan acknowledged the system's support, realizing that without it, he might have met his demise at the hands of Cooler. Throughout this time, with the system's assistance, he had navigated challenges with relative ease, and he recognized that he had somewhat underestimated the perils of the Dragon Ball universe. He understood that true strength is forged through trials of life and death. Reflecting on this, Goofan resumed his meditative training. The rationale behind his meditation was that closing his eyes allowed him to sense the flow of energy, facilitating mastery over his own power while enhancing his sensitivity to ki, greatly benefiting his inner strength. Meanwhile, as Goofan and the others immersed themselves in meditation, strange occurrences began to unfold on Earth. Vast expanses of vegetation started to wither, and an unknown gas manifested in the atmosphere. In West City, Bulma urgently commenced her research on this gas, seeking its source. Observing the planet from the sacred world, Popo approached Dend and remarked, Dend, a peculiar phenomenon has emerged on Earth. Upon hearing this, Goofan and the others concluded their meditation and rose to their feet. Dend inquired, what has transpired? Popo replied, a considerable area of vegetation has perished, and there appears to be an unknown gas in the air. Dend furrowed his brow and said, what use is this information to us? After all, it pertains to scientific matters beyond our expertise. Popo responded, Bulma, her father, and a team of scientists have already begun investigating this gas. Would you care to pay them a visit? As the short flute was about to decline, Goofan interjected, suggesting a trip to the West capital, asserting that it would not be a bother. The short flute, taken aback by Goofan's words, pondered for a moment before conceding. Very well, let us embark on this journey. With that, the three of them soared towards the West capital, while those numbered 16 remained in the Divine Hall. Along the way, the short flute inquired of Goofan, Darius, with only a few days left, Why are you preoccupied with this trivial matter? Gufan replied, a formidable new adversary has emerged, and many familiar faces shall appear. Trunks, perplexed, asked, is it Cell? But Cell is currently promoting his annihilation game. Gufan chuckled and stated, let us proceed to the West Capital. We must prepare for battle. With that, Gufan accelerated ahead, and the short flute and Trunks exchanged glances before following suit. Chapter 35. The Aura of Annihilation, Resurrection. As Gufan and his companions journeyed towards the West Capital, they observed the sky darkening, enveloped in a sinister black mist. Gufan furrowed his brow and remarked, I sense my energy waning. What about you? The short flute responded, my energy is also depleting. Trunks echoed, I feel the same. Gufan, noting the situation, urged, let us hasten to the West Capital and locate the source of this gas. The short flute nodded in agreement. Gufan continued, place your hands upon my shoulders. Once the short flute and Trunks complied, the three of them vanished from their location, reappearing instantaneously in Bulma's office. Bulma, engrossed in her research, was startled by their sudden arrival and exclaimed, Trunks? What brings you to the West Capital so unexpectedly? Didn't Vegeta mention you were training? Trunks replied, Mom, there's a peculiar gas outside, and we are investigating its origin. Bulma continued, had you not come, I was preparing to inform you. This gas can extinguish all life, including yours. She elaborated, according to my calculations, in approximately 70 days, every person on Earth will perish. The short flute interjected, our immediate priority is to identify the nature of this gas and locate its source. This weaponized gas is solely employed by the Zephyrians. Suddenly, Vegeta materialized before Gufan and the others, addressing them slowly. They turned to face the unexpectedly arrived Vegeta, who recounted the enmity between the Scionts and the Zephyrians. Trunks, upon hearing this, remarked, so there is a backstory, but why would the Zephyrians seek vengeance against the Scionts at the expense of Earth? Vegeta scoffed. Why would they care about the fate of Earthlings? Bulma interjected, I have located the device responsible for releasing the Aura of Annihilation. It is in the West Capital. You must destroy it at once. Gufan and the others nodded, promptly taking flight towards the location Bulma had provided for the device. Gufan Fei hovered in the air, surveying the chaotic scene unfolding below in the city. Many individuals lay sprawled on the ground, and the atmosphere was rife with disarray, punctuated by piercing screams and explosive sounds, evoking a vision of an apocalyptic landscape. After a brief interval, Gufan and his companions finally arrived at the location provided by Bulma. There, atop a towering edifice, they beheld a peculiar device exuding a malevolent energy. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta unleashed an energy blast towards the ominous apparatus. With a resounding explosion, clouds of smoke billowed around the device. However, it remained unscathed, shielded by a protective barrier that thwarted Vegeta's attack. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the sky. With your current strength, you shall not be able to destroy this device. The group turned towards the source of the voice, only to see a figure materializing from the dark energy, a humanoid shape. Formed from the very essence of despair, it was Frieza. Trunks gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, how can this be? Frieza? I distinctly remember vanquishing him myself. Piccolo and Vegeta shared his astonishment, though they refrained from voicing their thoughts aloud. Frieza, hovering above them, declared, let us eradicate you Scionts and that Namekian. Piccolo, perplexed, queried, us, are there others? Frieza sneered and clapped his hands, summoning 3 additional figures, each coalescing from the dark energy, Slug, Gula, and Door. Piccolo and Vegeta gazed in shock at these newly manifested beings, while Trunks regarded Door with keen curiosity. In the air, Gula remarked, ah, it has been quite some time. Scion Monkey, Door added, today, I shall let you experience the taste of being slain by your own kin. At that, Frieza and his cohorts erupted into laughter. Gufan addressed the stunned Piccolo and the others. They are but manifestations of resentment, born from the souls of those who perished on Earth, not the true Frieza and his minions. We must eliminate them swiftly. With that, Gufan soared towards Door, and each individual selected their adversary. Gufan faced Door. Trunks confronted Gula, Vegeta squared off against Frieza, and Piccolo took on Slug. The stage was set for an epic confrontation. Gufan arrived before Door and remarked, this is my first encounter with this version of myself. How amusing. Door coldly retorted, who dares impersonate me, Lord Door? Gufan smirked. You are merely a specter of resentment. Do not presume to command me. The dark entity of Door, evidently provoked, growled, "You shall perish." With that, he swung a fist toward Gu Fan, who, without even transforming into a Super Saiyan, scoffed, "With your meager strength, you think you can kill me?" He effortlessly dodged Door's attack with a graceful turn. Seeing this, Dales exclaimed, "How is this possible? A mere imposter has evaded my attack." Gu Fan chose not to engage in further banter with the defeated Dales and, positioning himself, shouted, "Final flash." In an instant, a beam of golden energy surged towards the vanquished Dales, obliterating him entirely. Meanwhile, Vegeta, who had been posturing before Frieza, turned to Gu Fan and remarked, "Hey, how dare you use my signature move?" Gu Fan replied with a smile, "I inadvertently learned it while observing your battle against Super 13. By the way, I've also mastered your Gallic gun." Vegeta, skeptical, retorted, "Don't be so boastful. I only recently developed Final Flash." "You're trying to fool me, Dales." Gu Fan shrugged, "Believe it or not, it's entirely up to you." At that moment, Vegeta was struck in the face by Frieza's tail, causing him to distance himself and call out to Gu Fan, "You wait, Dales. After this is over, I will demand an explanation." With that, Vegeta turned to confront Frieza, shouting, "Die, Frieza!" Trunks, engaged in battle with Gula, overheard the exchange between Vegeta and Gu Fan and thought to himself, "Mr. Dales' talent is indeed formidable. He has so swiftly mastered my father's technique." Just as that thought crossed his mind, a death ray grazed Trunks' cheek. He glanced at Gula, who had ambushed him, and mused, "This individual bears a striking resemblance to Frieza. He cannot be underestimated. I must deal with him quickly." With that resolve, Trunks swung his sword at Gula. Meanwhile, Piccolo was overpowering Shrag in their confrontation. Yet, the recently defeated Dales reappeared, smugly declaring, "No matter how strong you are, you can never kill me." Gu Fan chuckled, "Your mirth will not last long." Chapter 36. Preparing to journey to the Dark Planet, Gu Fan merely smiled at the defeated Dales before a plane approached, piloted by Bulma. She announced, "Listen up, everyone. I have developed a neutralizer for the death energy." With that, Bulma released countless universal capsules from the aircraft, which exploded mid-air, dispersing the death energy and transforming the gloomy sky into a bright one. 2 capsules landed in the death energy production device, causing it to cease operation and stop emitting the deadly energy. The protective shield of the release apparatus did not activate, perhaps due to the absence of an attack. Dales, Frieza, and their allies, engaged in battle with Gu Fan and the others, quickly retreated, their expressions a mix of alarm as they gazed at the now inactive death energy generator. Gu Fan smirked at Frieza and the others, stating, "It seems you can no longer resurrect yourselves." Vegeta and his companions breathed a sigh of relief, although their strength far surpassed that of these resurrected foes fueled by resentment. They were still faced with seemingly invincible adversaries. Coupled with the draining effects of the deathly aura, they were starting to feel a bit winded. In stark contrast, Gu Fan remained unfazed, his heart steady, displaying no signs of fatigue, for he possessed the system's reward of limitless stamina and was immune to exhaustion. Thus, Gu Fan transformed into a Super Saiyan, striking a pose before Frieza and his cohorts, exclaiming, "Final Flash." Instantly, a colossal beam of energy engulfed Frieza and his companions. After a few anguished cries, they were obliterated to mere remnants. Displeased by this, Vegeta turned to Gu Fan and remarked, "Why didn't you leave them to me to eradicate?" Gu Fan nonchalantly replied, "Do you still have the energy for that? Don't overestimate yourself, Vegeta." In response, Vegeta huffed and continued, "How did you come to know my ultimate technique, Dales?" Gu Fan answered, "Didn't I mention? I observed your battle and subsequently mastered your signature move." Vegeta, slightly agitated, retorted, "Dales, who are you trying to fool? I've only recently developed that technique. It took me months to refine it, even for myself." Gu Fan sighed in exasperation. Seeing this, Vegeta elaborated, "You not only bear a striking resemblance to Kakarot, but you also share his infuriating tendencies." With that, Vegeta moved to confront Gu Fan. Trunks quickly interjected, stepping in front of Vegeta, stating, "Mr. Dales is not deceiving you. When he first arrived on Earth, he battled me and learned the signature moves of both me and my brother Gohan." Vegeta remained skeptical but turned away, promptly departing the scene. Piccolo then inquired, "Dales, did you truly learn Vegeta's technique through a single battle?" Gu Fan, exasperated, replied, "Piccolo, do you really think I would lie to you?" Trunks chimed in, affirming, "What Mr. Dales said is indeed true." Piccolo nodded, shifting the topic. Although we have temporarily resolved the issues on Earth, the mastermind behind it all remains unfound. Gufan remarked, the true mastermind is not on Earth. They reside in the cosmos. Piccolo was about to inquire further, but Gufan chose not to elaborate, instead following Bulma's aircraft towards Capsule Corporation. Piccolo and Trunks promptly followed suit. As they soared through the sky, Piccolo turned to Gufan, asking, "Hey, Dales, clarify the situation." Gufan responded, "Let us discuss it once we return to Capsule Corporation." Piccolo and Trunks, filled with curiosity, continued their journey towards Capsule Corporation alongside Bulma's aircraft. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, Cell, constructing the arena for the Cell Games, glanced upwards at the sky and mused, has the sky changed again? Are Vegeta and the others training? Regardless of how hard you train, you shall never surpass my perfected form. Having spoken, Cell continued to construct the arena, intending to vanquish Sun Wukong and all the mightiest beings on Earth, ultimately leading to the despairing demise of every inhabitant. At that moment, the gates of the Heavenly Temple and the Room of Spirit and Time finally swung open, revealing that Sun Wukong and Gohan had completed their training. The two ascended to the Heavenly Temple, where Sun Wukong gazed upon the remaining Bubbles and 3 androids, inquiring, "What has transpired, Mr. Bubbles?" Bubbles, upon noticing Sun Wukong's emergence, replied, "Wukong, you have returned." Sun Wukong nodded in affirmation, prompting Bubbles to recount the events concerning Super 13 and Cell. After hearing Bubbles' account, Sun Wukong expressed his regret. "I cannot believe that in just one day, Vegeta and the others have engaged such formidable foes. It is quite unfortunate that I have not even had the opportunity to confront them." Bubbles responded, "Mr. Wukong, the fully formed Cell is currently hosting a martial arts tournament, summoning all Earth's warriors to participate. Should they lose, Cell threatens to obliterate the planet." Meanwhile, Gohan, having absorbed the details of recent events, was drenched in sweat. Sun Wukong, upon hearing this, declared, "Since the situation has unfolded, rather than lamenting, it would be wiser to focus on training to defeat Cell. I believe Dales and the others share this sentiment." Bubbles nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong continued, "Then where are they now?" Just as Bubbles was about to respond, an old man's voice unexpectedly resonated within the temple. "Wukong, Dales and the others are engaged in battle with the vengeful warriors, but the fight has concluded." Startled, Sun Wukong soon recognized the voice, exclaiming, "It is Lord King Kai. To be honest, it has been quite a while since we last met." The North Kai, in a tone of exasperation, replied, "If you were to perish, you could see me every day." Sun Wukong hastily scratched his head, saying, "Lord Kai, I still wish to avoid death." The North Kai then stated, "All right, Wukong, let us discuss serious matters. The appearance of the vengeful warriors on Earth is due to the resentment absorption device created by Dr. Raichi of the Tuffle race. It absorbs the negative emotions of those who perish at the hands of Psiots." Sun Wukong, perplexed, responded, "What Tuffle race? I am completely in the dark." The North Kai, shaking his head, painstakingly recounted the enmity between the Psiots and the Tuffles to Sun Wukong and Gohan once more. He then inquired, "Do you comprehend now, Wukong?" Sun Wukong scratched his head sheepishly, admitting, "I still don't quite understand." The North Kai, nearly exasperated, exclaimed, "Wukong, all you need to remember is to swiftly head to West City Capsule Corporation, join Dales and the others, and destroy Dr. Raichi's lair on Dark Planet to thwart his sinister plot. Do you understand?" Energized by the prospect of battle, Sun Wukong responded with enthusiasm, "Understood, Lord Kai. I shall depart immediately." The North Kai, casting a resigned glance at his disciple, said, "Wukong, as long as you understand, go swiftly." Sun Wukong nodded and remarked to his son Gohan, "Gohan, you've grown quite a bit taller this year. Quickly, grasp my shoulder." Son Gohan replied, "All right, Dad," and placed his hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder. In an instant, the father and son vanished from the Heavenly Temple. Meanwhile, the other warriors on Earth, such as Krillin and others, became aware of the events surrounding the Cell Games and sensed the energy of Gufan and the others, making their way to Capsule Corporation. Before long, they all arrived at the company. Krillin, Tien, and Yajirobe appeared with solemn expressions, inquiring about the recent happenings from Trunks. Just then, Sun Wukong and Son Gohan suddenly materialized, exchanging greetings with the group. Vegeta, observing Sun Wukong's sudden appearance, uttered, "Kakarot." Sun Wukong responded, "Oh, Vegeta, you're here too." He then turned to Gufan and Piccolo, saying, Dallas, Piccolo, you are also present? The two nodded in acknowledgement. Upon noticing that everyone had finished their greetings, Gufan addressed the group. This time, we shall journey to the Dark Planet to uncover the source of this deadly energy. Who among you wishes to join? Piccolo, Vegeta, and Son Wukong all expressed their desire to go, while Son Gohan and Trunks raised their hands shortly thereafter. The group turned to Krillin, Tien, and Yajirobe, who had yet to voice their intentions. Tien stated, Count me in. I will do my utmost, for it is a battle for Earth. I only worry about Kaiatsu. Just then, a small figure spoke up. I am fine, Tien-san. Krillin and Yajirobe, slightly embarrassed, chimed in, we will join as well. We initially planned to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. Bulma interjected, don't rush to decide who will go. First, consider how we will get there. We currently lack a spacecraft. Piccolo remarked, did not old Son bring back a spaceship after defeating Frieza? Bulma replied, that ship has run out of energy. We also need to find a power source for it. Gufan interrupted their discussion, stating, I possess a spacecraft. We shall use mine to travel to the Dark Planet. Chapter 37. Journey to the Dark Planet. Everyone looked at Gufan in astonishment. Only Trunks inquired, Mr. Dallas, are you referring to the ship you came to Earth in? Gufan nodded, affirming, indeed, that very ship. Trunks responded, but that ship was hidden by you in the wilderness of our Earth, was it not? Gufan clarified, I have stored the spacecraft and can retrieve it at any time. Trunks, intrigued, asked, do you possess an item similar to the universal capsule, Mr. Dallas? Gufan nodded again, saying, something along those lines. I have my methods of storing the ship. Upon hearing this, Bulma exclaimed, Darius, will you unveil your spaceship? May I have the opportunity to examine it? Gufan nodded in agreement, of course. He then stepped into a spacious area within Bulma's yard. Addressing the system internally, he said, System, prepare to release the spaceship from the spatial confines. With a theatrical gesture, a colossal spacecraft materialized in Bulma's courtyard. Curiosity piqued, everyone approached the vessel, captivated by its advanced technological design. Krillin remarked, wow, this ship bears a striking resemblance to Frieza's vessels. Dend and the others nodded in agreement. Gufan responded, this spaceship surpasses Frieza's in sophistication. Vegeta interjected, how did you come into possession of such a large spacecraft? It could easily serve as a flagship even within Frieza's army. Gufan revealed, I acquired this ship through a wish made with the Dragon Balls of the Namekians. Goku, intrigued, asked, Darius, have you visited Namek? Gufan nodded affirmatively. The group grew increasingly curious about Gufan's experiences prior to arriving on Earth. Observing their interest, Gufan said, friends, Earth is currently beset by challenges. Once we address the threats posed by the Zephyrians and Cell, I shall regale you with tales of my past. Goku and the others nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Gohan inquired, Darius-san, when shall we embark for Dark Planet? We lack its specific coordinates. Gufan realized he too was unaware of Dark Planet's location, though he recalled it being in proximity to Earth. He replied, Dark Planet lies near Earth. After all, how else would the Zephyrians deploy the devices releasing the deadly energy? At that moment, the North Kai's voice echoed, Darius is correct. The coordinates of Dark Planet are indeed not far from Earth. Once you reach the vicinity of Earth, you will undoubtedly discover it. The group expressed disbelief. Is it really you, Lord Kai? The North Kai continued, hurry, everyone. Dr. Lychee is gathering the resentments of Frieza and others on Earth. Although his intentions remain unclear, they are surely nefarious. Goku responded, understood, Lord Kai. He then turned to Gufan, Darius, let us depart at once. Gufan nodded and entered the cockpit, activating the various doors within the ship. One by one, they boarded the magnificent vessel. Gufan provided an overview of the ship's internal structure, functionalities, and layout. After the tour, everyone expressed their admiration for the spacecraft. Once the tour concluded, Gufan addressed the group. We are prepared for departure. Ensure you are ready. Gufan then proceeded to the spaceship's cockpit, briefly perusing the manual for manual operation. With the aid of enhanced intelligence and technological proficiency, he swiftly mastered the controls. Soon, he maneuvered the vessel, gently ascending until it was enveloped by the vastness of space. Indeed, through the cockpit's glass, Gufan beheld a planet emanating a dark aura near Earth, unmistakably the planet of darkness. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, setting a course for the ominous planet. Meanwhile, on the planet of darkness, Dr. Lychee had also detected the approaching spaceship. Fixated on the apparatus behind him that collected malevolent energies, he fervently proclaimed, "At last, the moment of vengeance has arrived. The plan for the extermination of the Scions is now in motion." Ha! In a brief span, Gu Fan piloted the spaceship to hover above the planet of darkness, gradually descending. The crew exited the vessel, surveying the grim landscape. The entire planet was shrouded in dark clouds, with sporadic flashes of lightning illuminating the sky. Trunks observed the harsh environment with a solemn expression and remarked, "The conditions on this planet are dreadful. It's hard to believe anyone could endure such a place." Goku, closing his eyes, declared, "I sense an overwhelming presence of evil. Follow me." Vegeta, unable to contain his eagerness, dashed towards the source of the dark energy. With Goku swiftly following suit, and the other warriors trailing behind, Gu Fan glanced at the departing group before retracting the spaceship into the system's storage and soaring after them. After several minutes of flight, they finally discovered Dr. Likey's fortress. Gu Fan joined the others as they entered the stronghold, a hub of malevolence, where Dr. Likey awaited them. He addressed the assembled warriors, Scions, and Earthlings. "You have finally arrived. Are you prepared to face the Zephyr and the vengeful spirits of all who perished at the hands of the Scions?" Goku retorted, "What does this have to do with Earth? Why do you wish to destroy it?" Dr. Likey replied, "There are no questions to be asked. Both Earthlings and Scions must perish." With that, he waved his hand, and in an instant, the figures of Frieza and his cohorts reappeared. Dr. Likey commanded Frieza and the others, "I order you to annihilate these Scions and Earthlings." Frieza glanced at Dr. Likey with a disdainful smirk and then unleashed a death beam towards him. The deadly ray pierced through Dr. Likey's heart, and he incredulously clutched his chest, addressing Frieza. "What is the meaning of this? I resurrected you and made you stronger, and yet you choose to betray me? You wretched fiends, prepare to meet your end." With that, Dr. Likey collapsed to the ground, gradually falling silent. Frieza, looking down at the fallen scientist with contempt, scoffed, "You insolent fool! How dare you command me, Frieza? Rest assured, even without your orders, I will eliminate these wild monkeys." "Oh ho ho ho!" Gula addressed Frieza, saying, "Frieza, I never imagined that despite your prolonged demise, your vile disposition remains unchanged. Nevertheless, you have accomplished what I intended to do." Frieza smiled and replied, "It seems we truly share a remarkable connection, my dear brother." Meanwhile, Dales and Slug appeared indifferent to Frieza's actions, as if they were oblivious to the exchange. Dales then urged, "Gentlemen, let us swiftly eliminate Son Goku and his companions. But leave that impostor to me." Frieza remarked, "Do as you wish, but I insist on personally dispatching Son Goku and that purple-haired scion." Gula responded, "Then I shall deal with Vegeta." Observing that everyone had chosen their adversaries, Slug added, "In that case, I will confront that Namekian and those Earthlings." Chapter 38. The Failed Planetary Explosion. Frieza's initial defeat. Vegeta, overhearing their conversation, sneered, "Oh, do you worthless beings dare to claim you can kill me? Have you forgotten how many times you perished on Earth?" Frieza, amused by Vegeta's words, replied, "Vegeta, it seems you have grown quite arrogant. Perhaps it is time for you to remember the fear I instilled in you." Vegeta laughed heartily, declaring, "I can now transform into a Super Saiyan. You feeble creatures should return to hell once more." With that, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan and unleashed an energy blast towards Frieza and the others, which erupted into a tremendous explosion. Frieza and the others hastily evaded the blast, and Frieza, gritting his teeth yet managing to compose himself, remarked, "It is time for you wild monkeys to witness our newfound power." As Frieza finished speaking, a dark gas enveloped the air, seeping into the bodies of Frieza and his allies. They absorbed the black energy with expressions of contentment, their forms becoming shrouded in a dark aura. Observing this, Son Goku cautioned, "Everyone be careful. I sense a significant rise in Frieza's energy." Moments later, the dark gas was fully absorbed, and Frieza, relaxing his body, stated to Goku and the others, "Your nightmare begins now." In an instant, Frieza appeared before Vegeta and struck him in the abdomen. Vegeta gazed at Frieza in disbelief, clutching his stomach as he staggered backward. Piccolo, furrowing his brow, remarked, "Has Frieza's power truly escalated to such terrifying levels?" Gufon activated his scouter, which beeped, indicating a reading of 3.1 billion. He observed, Vegeta was careless. As a Super Saiyan, his power is nearly equivalent to Frieza's current level. and he fell victim to a surprise attack due to his negligence. Piccolo, feeling a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, questioned, "How has Frieza suddenly become so powerful?" He was well aware of Vegeta's training and strength. Hearing this, Gufan remarked, "I speculate that Frieza and his cohorts have absorbed the resentment accumulated by Dr. Lecky over the years in the universe, which has augmented their strength. However, do not worry. Vegeta has yet to unleash his full power." Gufan was referring, of course, to Vegeta's ultimate form. Upon witnessing a successful ambush, Frieza taunted Vegeta, saying, "Vegeta, the Super Saiyans are nothing extraordinary. Had I dedicated some time to training back in the day, you would have perished long ago. Alas, look at you now." Vegeta, momentarily easing the pain coursing through his body, retorted, "Enough of your grandiose claims, Frieza. Allow me to demonstrate the true might of Super Saiyan Vegeta." With that, he clenched his fists and roared, amplifying his energy. In an instant, a tempestuous aura enveloped the entire dark planet. Goku, witnessing Vegeta's fervor, exclaimed in astonishment, "Indeed, he has surpassed me." Gohan echoed in disbelief, "Vegeta-san, how impressive." Meanwhile, Krillin, Tien, and the others were drenched in cold sweat, muttering, "What an ominous energy. Is this the power of Vegeta?" Piccolo, however, remained relatively composed, reflecting, "This ferocious energy, witnessing it once more, is still utterly astonishing." Trunks, observing the transformation, whispered, "How has my father suddenly grown so powerful?" Gufan turned to glance at Trunks, his mouth twitching as he thought, unaware of his own impending doom. On the battlefield, Frieza, eyeing the surging Vegeta, declared, "Futile. No matter what form you take, you shall never be a match for me, King Frieza." Ignoring Frieza's taunts, Vegeta continued to elevate his energy. In an instant, he materialized before Frieza, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Frieza barely registered Vegeta's movement as his visage contorted from the blow. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta unleashed a barrage of punches upon Frieza, who was unable to match Vegeta's speed and could only endure the onslaught. As he struck, Vegeta taunted, "What's wrong, Frieza? Is this the extent of your so-called cosmic supremacy? Or have you resigned yourself to meeting your end at the hands of Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans?" Hearing this, Frieza's veins bulged with fury as he deflected Vegeta's fist and distanced himself. He initiated his royal tactics, relentlessly firing death beams at Vegeta. The beams struck the ground, triggering massive explosions and billowing clouds of dust. Observing the chaos, Frieza scoffed, "Ha ha ha. What do you think, Vegeta? Do you still dare to look down upon me? Ultimately, you are merely a wild monkey." As soon as he finished speaking, Vegeta's mocking voice echoed, "Oh? Is this your attack, Frieza? If so, you'd best return to hell." As the smoke began to dissipate, Vegeta emerged unscathed before Frieza. Without delay, he appeared before Frieza once more, delivering a powerful kick that sent him hurtling out of Dr. Lecky's fortress. After a time, Frieza, battered and bruised, slowly returned. His eyes filled with fury as he gritted his teeth and addressed Vegeta. "In that case, you shall vanish along with this planet." Gradually ascending into the sky, he raised one hand, extending his index finger, where a flicker of energy began to manifest. In mere moments, this minuscule spark burgeoned into a colossal sphere of energy. Frieza proclaimed to the beleaguered Vegeta below, "You wretched Saiyan monkeys and earthlings shall perish with this planet." With a forceful thrust, he hurled the enormous energy ball towards the darkened planet. Krillin and the others, witnessing the impending doom unleashed by Frieza, despaired, exclaiming, "It's over. We are doomed here." Even the usually composed Piccolo felt a wave of dread wash over him at the sight of the massive energy sphere. Goku and his companions, caught off guard by Frieza's sudden assault and the swiftness of his actions, found themselves unable to intervene. Vegeta, beyond furious at Frieza's despicable nature, was at a loss. From the sidelines, Cooler, Door, and Shrag observed with dismay. "Damn it, is that lunatic Frieza intent on obliterating this planet?" They lamented, hastily preparing to escape in their spacecraft. Just as the energy sphere was about to strike the ground, Gufan materialized beneath the supernova in an instant, transforming into a Super Saiyan. He gazed upward at the energy sphere and swiftly assumed his stance, shouting, "Ultimate Flash." A brilliant beam of golden energy surged towards the descending supernova. The two forces clashed momentarily before Gufan's ultimate flash propelled the supernova back towards Frieza. Goku, witnessing this turn of events, called out, "Well done, Door." Piccolo and the others exhaled in relief. Frisia, straining against the returning supernova with both hands, bellowed, "How is it possible for such a thing to defeat me? Frisia?" Before the echoes of his words could fade, Frisia was engulfed by his own supernova and Gu Fan's radiant beam. Chapter 39. The emergence of Hachiyak. The sight of Frisia's swift demise left Cooler and the others in shock. Cooler, incredulous, remarked, "Impossible. Frisia was immensely more powerful than before. How could he be vanquished so easily?" Gu Fan responded, "It's quite simple. You are all simply too weak." Cooler retorted with a smirk, "I am not Frisia. Let us see how you fare against me." With that, Cooler charged towards Vegeta, convinced of his superiority over him. Dor and Shrag lunged at Goku and his allies, prompting Goku to immediately engage Dor in one-on-one combat. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Gohan, and Trunks banded together to confront Shrag. A thought flickered through Shrag's mind. Why should I face 3 opponents alone? Krillin, Tien, and the others, recognizing their own inadequacies, opted to stand back and await an opportunity to provide support. The battle unfolded without any suspense, despite the notable enhancement in Gula and his companions' abilities. They were no match for the likes of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and soon succumbed to defeat, their bodies battered and bruised as they regrouped. Observing the injured trio, Sun Wukong remarked, "If you 3 can promise to cease your wicked ways, we may spare your lives today." Gula, with a scornful laugh, retorted, "Sun Wukong, spare me your insincerity. Your gestures only serve to disgust me." With that, he unleashed a lethal beam towards Krillin and the others, hoping to divert their attention and make his escape. Sun Wukong effortlessly dissipated Gula's deadly ray with a wave of his hand, glaring at the fleeing Gula as he assumed the stance for the Kamehameha wave. Kamehameha. A brilliant azure beam of energy surged forth, engulfing the retreating Gula, leaving not a trace behind. Dales and Shrag, witnessing this, hastily made their way towards the fortress's exit, only to be sent back to the underworld by Vegeta's final flash. Sun Wukong and his companions felt the ordeal had reached its conclusion and prepared to depart. However, Gu Fan interjected, "Wait a moment, the situation is not yet resolved." Hearing this, Dend inquired, "Dr. Lecky is dead, and the resurrected Frisia and his ilk have been vanquished. What other enemies remain?" Gu Fan replied, "Dr. Lecky has also created a vengeful warrior of immense power, who is likely to appear shortly." Before Gu Fan could finish his statement, the vengeful spirit of Dr. Lecky manifested in the air, proclaiming, "The ultimate vengeful warrior, Hachiyak. Absorb my resentment along with that of Frisia and his minions. The strongest is about to be born." In an instant, Lecky's spirit was absorbed by the resentment absorption device within the fortress, followed by the twisted visages of Frisia's resentment being similarly consumed. Moments later, a monstrous figure emerged from the machine, entirely red and adorned with green crystals, exuding a potent and malevolent aura. Gu Fan mused, "Indeed, Hachiyak has appeared." Sun Wukong, his expression grave, remarked, "Such a formidable presence. He seems far stronger than the previous Frisia." Vegeta, undeterred by this ominous aura, charged forward, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Hachiyak. In response, Hachiyak seized Vegeta's leg and sent him flying with a single punch, crashing heavily against the wall and rendering him temporarily incapacitated. Noticing Vegeta's plight, Trunks swiftly drew his sword, transforming into a Super Saiyan as he charged towards Hachiyak. As Trunks' blade struck Hachiyak, sparks flew, but the sword soon revealed a fracture, which widened until it shattered against Hachiyak's formidable physique. Discarding the broken sword, Trunks engaged Hachiyak in close combat. Sun Wukong, Gohan, and Dend rushed to join Trunks, and together, the 4 launched a coordinated assault against Hachiyak. Gu Fan pressed the detector near his ear. "Beep, 5 billion. Gu Fan mused, "Hachiyak's combat power has astonishingly reached 5 billion, surpassing even the complete form of Cell from the original narrative by a slight margin. However, it seems that Hachiyak possesses a critical flaw. At the moment of unleashing its skills, its defenses are considerably weakened." Yet, Gu Fan chose not to disclose this information to Sun Wukong and the others, for it would be unfortunate if Hachiyak were to be vanquished immediately. Scions only enhance their abilities through combat, and with such a fitting adversary at hand, Gu Fan was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. On the battlefield, Hachiyak maintained the upper hand against 4 opponents. With a sudden burst of energy, Hachiyak sent Sun Wukong and his companions flying. Subsequently, Hachiyak crossed its arms and the emerald atop its head flickered momentarily before a colossal green energy cannon erupted from its palms. Sun Wukong and Piccolo were directly blasted away by the energy wave. Observing this, Gohan and Trunks pressed on with their assault against Hachiyak. However, their attacks proved futile, leaving them vulnerable to Hachiak's swift and punishing strikes. They were soon struck by two powerful punches, crashing into the pillars of the Reiki fortress and leaving deep impressions. Seeing that Sun Wukong and his allies had been temporarily repelled, Gu Fan transformed into a Super Saiyan and instantaneously appeared before Hachiyak. He delivered a punch to Hachiyak's face. But Hachiyak merely turned its head and countered with a headbutt, leaving Gu Fan momentarily dazed. Hachiyak then seized Gu Fan with one hand and unleashed a punch to his face, causing him to spit out blood. Hachiyak then hurled Gu Fan away, creating a sizable crater upon impact with the ground. Gu Fan, clutching his hand, slowly rose from the pit, drenched in cold sweat, and remarked, "Is this the extent of Hachiyak's power? Truly a being stronger than the complete form of Cell from the original narrative." Hachiyak's onslaught did not cease. It began to gather energy once more, launching another energy cannon directly towards Gu Fan. Reacting swiftly, Gu Fan utilized instant transmission to evade the energy blast, reappearing behind Hachiyak. He assumed the stance of the Kamehameha, exclaiming, "Hami Hami Ha." Instantly, a brilliant blue Kamehameha engulfed Hachiyak, resulting in a violent explosion in the air. Gu Fan exhaled in relief, lowering his hands. However, once the Kamehameha dissipated, Hachiyak emerged unscathed, albeit surrounded by a cloud of black smoke. It pointed a hand towards Gu Fan, declaring, "Die, Scion." In an instant, a green energy wave consumed Gu Fan, propelling him outside the fortress. Mr. Dales, Trunks, and Sun Wukong, witnessing Gu Fan being blasted away, charged once more to besiege Hachiyak. Chapter 40, Super Saiyan 2, Extended Chapter. Gu Fan, having been struck away, crashed into a large boulder several kilometers distant, finally coming to a halt. The violent collision resulted in the formation of a massive rock platform, with Gu Fan embedded in its center. At this moment, Gu Fan's battle attire was tattered, his body marred by numerous wounds, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Struggling, Gu Fan emerged from the rock slab, soaring into the air, murmuring to himself, "Such formidable power. Yet I have not conceded defeat." With that, he immediately set his course towards the Reiki fortress. To Gu Fan, a few kilometers was merely a fleeting moment. Inside the fortress, various energy blasts and beams of light surged forth, piercing through the structure or exploding within its confines. The once sealed fortress was rendered nearly open air by these energy assaults. Gu Fan observed the battle below, where Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks, and Piccolo stood together, each striking a pose for their ultimate techniques, poised to vanquish Hachiyak. Seeing this, Hachiyak did not dare to underestimate them. He crossed his arms and began to channel his own formidable attack. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew eerily still, with only those attuned to the energy around them sensing the tension in the air. Ha! In a final flash, they unleashed their combined might. Magic Flash, Ultimate Flame Attack, Demon-Piercing Light Cannon. The five warriors shouted in unison as five energy blasts erupted forth, merging into an enormous beam that hurtled towards Hachiyak. Upon witnessing the colossal energy beam racing towards him, Hachiyak broke into a cold sweat, but grit his teeth and shouted defiantly, "Die!" Instantly, a massive green energy beam surged forth to meet Sun Wukong and his companions. The two beams collided, locked in a fierce stalemate. "Go!" Sun Wukong bellowed, and the others clenched their teeth in determination. The previously slowed energy beam surged anew towards Hachiyak, and in an instant, Hachiyak could no longer withstand the pressure, relinquishing his energy flow. The combined energy beam hurtled towards him, and Hachiyak hastily crossed his arms, attempting to assume the optimal defensive stance. In an instant, the energy beam engulfed Hachiyak, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent shockwaves, toppling nearby structures of the fortress. Did we succeed? Sun Wukong and the others pondered anxiously. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Hachiyak's figure re-emerged before them. How is this possible? They felt a wave of despair, realizing that their all-out assault had failed to eliminate Hachiyak, their energy reserves nearly depleted. Yet Hachiyak, though severely injured and enveloped in black smoke with dark blood seeping from his mouth, was invigorated by the sight of Sun Wukong and his friends, sensing their energy waning. Out of strength, are we? Ha ha. In that case, you shall all perish together. Hachiyak, having spoken, crossed his arms once more, preparing to unleash his ultimate move to utterly annihilate Sun Wukong and his companions. In an instant, Gu Fan appeared before Hachiyak, delivering a swift kick that sent him crashing into a nearby pillar. Observing Hachiyak being so effortlessly dispatched, Gu Fan mused to himself, the continuous battles have evidently diminished Hachiyak's combat prowess significantly. Turning to Sun Wukong and the others, Gu Fan declared, "Your energy is nearly exhausted. Allow me to handle him from here." With that, he vanished from sight, racing towards Hachiyak in the distance. Dend, witnessing Gu Fan's disappearance, remarked, "Why has Darius' energy remained unchanged? Logically, he should be in a state not much better than ours." Sun Wukong responded, "After your observation, Dend, it indeed seems that Darius' energy appears boundless." Vegeta, gazing at the vanished Gu Fan, growled, "How infuriating. I cannot eliminate that creature myself." Gohan and Trunks exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting astonishment without a word spoken. At that moment, Gu Fan materialized before a desolate ruin and called out, "Stop hiding. I know you are not dead." Indeed, Hachiyak emerged from the wreckage, seething with rage. "You wretched scion dare to ambush me." Gu Fan chuckled, "Is this truly an ambush? It is merely your own carelessness." Hachiyak, incensed by Gu Fan's jovial demeanor, swung his fist at him. Gu Fan deftly evaded the blow and taunted, "What has happened? You seem to have slowed down. Where has your former speed gone?" With that, Gu Fan delivered a powerful punch to Hachiyak's jaw, knocking out several of his teeth. Gu Fan, witnessing the aftermath, mocked, "I never anticipated that you, this artificial creature, would possess such a semblance of humanity." Enraged, Hachiyak retaliated with a flurry of punches, all of which Gu Fan easily sidestepped. Observing Hachiyak's diminishing speed, Gu Fan questioned, "Have you no other techniques? If that is the case, I shall send you on your way." As Gu Fan assumed his stance, energy coalesced in his palm. Hachiyak, realizing the gravity of the situation, exclaimed, "You have forced my hand. I had no intention of using this technique." With that, the green crystals adorning Hachiyak began to shimmer, emanating a dark green aura as his injuries partially healed. He glared at Gu Fan, declaring, "Regardless of the cost, today I will eradicate you, detestable scion." Gu Fan, discerning the implications of Hachiyak's transformation, recognized it as possibly his trump card, capable of suppressing his injuries but likely to result in severe backlash later. Contemplating this, Gu Fan addressed Hachiyak, "You cannot maintain this state for long, can you?" Hachiyak, having realized that Gu Fan had seen through his strategy, laughed maniacally, "Killing you will be more than sufficient." Suddenly, Hachiyak materialized before Gu Fan, launching a punch towards him. Gu Fan immediately blocked Hachiyak's fist. The two floated in midair, fists colliding, feet clashing, engaging in a fierce confrontation. To an ordinary observer, only two brilliant colors, gold and green, could be seen colliding in the sky. Gu Fan unleashed a flurry of punches at Hachiyak, while Hachiyak retaliated with equal fervor. At this point, both combatants had become desensitized to each other's attacks, their struggle now a test of endurance to see who would fall first. Amidst this brutal exchange, Gu Fan sensed a crack forming in the barrier of Super Saiyan 2. As the battle with Hachiyak continued, this fissure expanded further. Realizing this state of affairs, Gu Fan intensified his assault on Hachiyak. Hachiyak, taken aback, wondered how Gu Fan could become more ferocious with each strike, unable to comprehend the source of his resilience. Witnessing Gu Fan's escalating onslaught, Hachiyak roared, "Come on. Today, I shall demonstrate that the universe's strongest warrior cannot be shaken by mere brute force and mobbing." With that declaration, Hachiyak instantly increased the speed and power of his punches. Gu Fan felt the tremendous impact as Hachiyak's heavy fists collided with his own, and within him surged a primal scream, "Bring it on. Let the battle grow fiercer." In a moment of audacity, Gu Fan ceased his own punches, allowing Hachiyak's fists to strike his face unopposed. Hachiyak laughed heartily. "What's wrong, Scion? Are you ready to give up on resisting? Rest assured, I will make your death a merciful one." However, as Hachiyak's punch landed, Gu Fan grasped Hachiyak's fist firmly. Unbeknownst to him, sparks of electricity began to flicker around Gu Fan, his golden hair standing straighter, his gaze sharpening with an icy intensity, an overwhelming aura soaring to the heavens. Super Saiyan 2 had emerged. Hachiyak, Gazing at the transformed Gu Fan, exclaimed, "What is this? You think a mere change in appearance will allow you to defeat me?" With that, Hachiyak attempted to wrench his fist free from Gu Fan's grip, but found it utterly immovable. Even with both hands, he could not escape. Gu Fan then offered mockingly, "Need a hand?" With a swift motion, he flung Hachiyak away, sending him crashing heavily to the ground, creating a large crater upon impact. As Hachiyak was hurled towards the earth, he felt an overwhelming force propelling him, completely losing control of his body. Upon striking the ground, he left a significant dent in the terrain. In that instant, Gu Fan reappeared before Hachiyak, delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring skyward. Hachiyak, now airborne, struggled to regain his composure, exclaiming, "Impossible! How could you suddenly become so powerful? I refuse to believe it." Before he could finish his thought, Gu Fan was once again before him, delivering a decisive punch to Hachiyak's abdomen. Hachiyak clutched his abdomen, his eyes marred by crimson streaks, before he expelled a torrent of dark blood that splattered upon the ground. In the distance, Vegeta and the others stood in stunned silence, Vegeta uttering in bewilderment, "What transformation is this? The formidable aura far surpasses that of an ordinary Super Saiyan." Trunks and Gohan, unable to contain themselves, exclaimed, "Mr. Dales, how impressive." Meanwhile, Piccolo's face turned pale with fear, beads of sweat forming on his brow. From afar, Krillin and Tien, drenched in cold sweat, remarked, "What an overwhelming presence. It feels like an abyss, suffocating us. Is this truly a power a human can possess?" At that moment, Hachiyak was nearly rendered unconscious by Gu Fan's punch. Yet his indomitable will kept him conscious. Gazing at Gu Fan, who was drawing near, he stammered in terror, "Who are you? You cannot be that Scion from before. He could not possibly possess such immense strength." Gu Fan, suppressing a laugh, replied, "Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. My sole duty is to escort you to the depths of hell." He directed one hand at Hachiyak's head, unleashing a surge of energy that instantly engulfed the terrified Hachiyak's cranium, leaving behind a headless corpse. Gu Fan then kicked the remains of Hachiyak into the air, pointed at the lifeless body, and bellowed, "Ultimate explosion attack." In an instant, a tremendous explosion erupted at the sight of Hachiyak's remains, reducing his body to mere ashes. For a brief moment, the air fell into a profound silence, only to be broken as Goku, Vegeta, and the other warriors soared toward Gu Fan. Vegeta, eager to inquire, asked, "What was that state you just exhibited?" Goku added, "I can't believe you managed to achieve Dale's first. I thought only Gohan had the potential to break through that realm in such a short time." Gu Fan, reverting to his normal state, smiled and responded, "I broke through unexpectedly during the fight." Goku nodded in understanding. Vegeta, still curious, pressed on, "Hey, Dales, you rascal." Gu Fan glanced at Vegeta and replied, "What is it? Vegeta, do you have something to say?" Clenching his fists, Vegeta retorted, "Are you feigning ignorance? That form of yours." Gu Fan, realizing Vegeta's hesitation to ask further, interjected, "This is the Super Saiyan that transcends Super Saiyan, which I have named Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta murmured to himself, "Super Saiyan 2? The Super Saiyan that surpasses the Super Saiyan. How could this be? If such a form existed, it should have been me, the Prince of Saiyans, who attained it first." Gu Fan, choosing not to further engage with the already demoralized Vegeta, turned to Goku and inquired, "Did you also sense that layer of realm?" Sun Wukong nodded and remarked, "During my time in the hyperbolic time chamber, while assisting Gohan in transcending to Super Saiyan, I discerned that his potential extends far beyond that. I believe the next threshold he can achieve is that of Super Saiyan 2. Gu Fan acknowledged this with a nod and added, "To transcend into Super Saiyan 2, one must possess formidable base combat power. Once the base power reaches a certain level, breaking through to Super Saiyan 2 becomes significantly easier." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Nearby, Gohan and Trunks also gained some clarity from the discussion. Krillin, Tien, and the others, having witnessed the defeat of Hachiyak, approached and inquired, "Has Hachiyak been vanquished? My apologies for not being of much assistance earlier." Gu Fan held no grievances against them. Their capabilities were indeed limited in aiding him and his companions. Moreover, Sun Wukong and the others had been exhausted when he arrived, leaving no opportunity for Tien and the others to intervene. Had it come to a confrontation, Gu Fan surmised that Krillin and the others, with their remarkable martial skills and combat experience, could have managed to stall Hachiyak until Sun Wukong and the others regained enough strength. much like Tien had done against Cell when he held off the absorption of Android 18. Observing the situation, Gufan casually released the spaceship and urged everyone, "Hurry aboard the spaceship. We must intensify our training to prepare for the impending Cell games." Krylin then inquired, "By the way, Dales, your strength should now be sufficient to easily defeat Cell, shouldn't it? Why not eliminate him directly?" Gufan replied, "After all, I am from the future. It is your responsibility to protect Earth, is it not?" Sun Wukong interjected, "As long as Dales is here as a backup, I wish to engage Cell in battle myself and continue pushing my limits." Vegeta, with his thumb against his chin, declared, "Listen well, you little bald-headed one. Cell is to be eradicated by me, Vegeta. Kakarot is right. Dale should refrain from intervening." Seeing the two affirm this stance, Krylin chose not to pursue the matter further. Gufan then activated the spaceship, and as everyone boarded, it ascended slowly, heading back to Earth. Upon setting the destination to Earth, Gufan utilized instant transmission to leave the spaceship, appearing above the dark planet. He raised one hand, extending his index finger, where a surge of energy materialized at his fingertip. This energy rapidly expanded, forming a colossal orange energy sphere. With a forceful flick, he hurled the immense energy sphere towards the dark planet. Upon impact, the planet's surface fissured dramatically, and within moments, the cracks widened until the entire planet erupted, transforming into cosmic dust. As Gufan beheld the exploding planet, he mused, "No wonder Frisia remarked that a planet's explosion is as beautiful as fireworks. It truly is magnificent." Just as he finished speaking, he vanished from the spot. Chapter 41. The strength of the group after Gufan obliterated the dark planet with the planetary annihilation cannon. He instantly teleported back to the spaceship. The others were taken aback by his sudden appearance. Short Pan, upon seeing Gufan, inquired, "Dales, aren't you supposed to pilot the ship?" Gufan replied, "There's no need for piloting. The ship will land directly in Bulma's yard shortly." Curious, Son Gohan asked, "Mr. Dales, why did you pilot the ship yourself on the way here?" It was evident that Son Gohan had begun to exhibit scholarly inclinations, showing interest in the technological aspects. Gufan chuckled and explained, "I had no precise location for the dark planet, so I had to pilot it myself. However, returning to Earth is much simpler. The ship has recorded the departure coordinates and can navigate back automatically." Son Gohan nodded in understanding. Gufan then asked, "How has your training with your father in the hyperbolic time chamber been progressing?" Son Gohan responded, "I can now transform into a Super Saiyan like my father, and my strength has increased exponentially." Gufan nodded, pressing a button on his ear-mounted scouter. Beep beep. The scouter indicated that Son Gohan's battle power was 64.5 million. Gufan observed the battle powers of the others present. Vegeta maintained a power of 60 million, Sun Wukong at 64 million, Trunks at 63 million, and Short Pan at 800 million. Vegeta addressed Gufan, saying, "Dales, are you still relying on that scouter to assess our strengths? It's remarkable that it can gauge our battle powers without malfunctioning." Gufan replied, "This scouter merely assists me in understanding my own strength better. In combat, I rely on sensing energy to gauge an opponent's status and power. This scouter was acquired through a wish from the Dragon of Namek, so it's not prone to explosions." Vegeta nodded, then asked, "Who among us has the highest battle power?" The others looked at Gufan with curiosity, as their power levels were closely matched, making it difficult for them to ascertain who was the strongest in their normal state. Gufan smiled and said, "In normal states, none of us surpass Short Pan." Vegeta retorted that Namekian doesn't count. He's currently in a transformed state. It was clear that Vegeta was already aware of Short Pan's assimilation with the God of Earth. Gufan continued, "Excluding myself, the strongest in normal state is Son Gohan, followed by Sun Wukong, then Trunks, and lastly you, Vegeta." "What? Dales, is your scouter malfunctioning? I have the weakest normal battle power. Are you jesting?" Vegeta exclaimed, visibly irked. Gufan casually replied, "Think what you will. These are merely the data from the scouter. Believe it or not, that is entirely up to you." Clint interjected, "Gohan is the strongest in normal state? Stronger than Wukong?" To everyone's astonishment, Gohan has indeed surpassed Goku. Gufan nodded in acknowledgement. Piccolo, feeling a sense of joy for Gohan, smiled and said, "Well done, Gohan." Gohan, scratching his head, responded, "Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Piccolo." Tien, standing nearby, inquired, "What about our battle power? Although we know we are far from Goku and the others, We still wish to ascertain our current strength. Gu Fan nodded and replied, Allow me to check for you. He pressed the button on his battle power detector once more. Beep beep, TN, 300, 000, Krillin, 590, 000, Kaiatsu, 80, 000. Gu Fan announced their battle powers, leaving everyone astounded. Goku joyfully remarked to Krillin, Krillin, you are actually the strongest among the three of us. Vegeta, in disbelief, muttered, I can't believe this little bald head possesses a battle power of 590, 000, surpassing even Frisia's first form. He must be the strongest Earthling. Gohan praised Krillin and the others, saying, You three uncles are impressive. Krillin, scratching his head, replied, It's nothing. I'm sure I still fall short compared to Vegeta and the others, not to mention Goku and you, Gohan. Gu Fan, witnessing their battle powers, commented, For Earthlings to achieve such battle power is quite remarkable. It seems you have undergone rigorous training to prepare for the androids. It was no surprise to Gu Fan that Krillin surpassed Tien. Given that Krillin had his potential unlocked by the Grand Elder of Namek and had not slackened in his training. Although Krillin and Tien wore relaxed expressions, only they knew the hardships they had endured during their training. Kairatsu, however, appeared somewhat uneasy, clearly indicating a lack of effort in his training. Gu Fan chose not to confront Kairatsu, recognizing that it was a personal choice, and perhaps living under the protection of Goku and the others was sufficient for him. Moreover, Kairatsu displayed courage by joining them in the battle on Dark Planet, which indicated he was not one to shy away from challenges. Among the three, only Tien possessed a truly fearless warrior-esque spirit. Krillin and Kairatsu showed signs of self-preservation, which was natural. Yet at least they were not selfish and were willing to step up when needed. Reflecting on this, Gu Fan addressed the trio, Do not neglect your training. There are countless formidable foes in both the Earth and the universe. One day, Earth may no longer exist. The three nodded in agreement. At that moment, Piccolo turned to Gu Fan and asked, What is your battle power, Dales? Goku and the others, intrigued, glanced at Gu Fan. Even Vegeta, who had previously doubted the detector, turned to look at him. Gu Fan responded, My normal battle power exceeds that of the strongest among you, Gohan, by over 15 million. Upon hearing this, Goku and the others were taken aback, realizing why they had sensed that Gu Fan's Super Saiyan form was considerably stronger than theirs. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong, intrigued, inquired, Since Vegeta's base combat power is the weakest, why do I feel that he has become significantly stronger as a Super Saiyan? Gu Fan responded, Vegeta has surpassed the full power of a Super Saiyan, achieving a boost greater than that of a regular Super Saiyan, yet lesser than that of a Super Saiyan 2, with an approximate enhancement of 70-fold. Sun Wukong, impressed, remarked, Indeed, Vegeta is remarkable. He has developed a form of his own. Although Vegeta was initially incensed at being referred to as the weakest in his base form, he felt a surge of joy upon receiving Sun Wukong's praise. Finally, he had surpassed Kakarot for once. With that thought, Vegeta scoffed and walked away. Trunks, hearing Gu Fan's words, chimed in, By the way, Mr. Dales, I didn't notice any new breakthrough during my training with Dad. I merely taught him how to achieve full power, and he rarely complimented me. Gu Fan chuckled and suggested, Let Piccolo explain. Piccolo then turned to Trunks and said, Trunks, at that moment when you were ambushed by Super 13 and were on the brink of death. Vegeta was furious. He likely thought you had perished, which spurred his breakthrough. Realizing this, Trunks felt elated. Understanding that his father was not entirely the cold-hearted figure he once believed, he cared for his family and had his own way of expressing that concern. As the conversation unfolded, the spaceship had already reached Earth. As the vessel slowly descended into Bulma's yard in West City, Gu Fan entered the cockpit and opened the hatch. One by one, the group emerged from the spaceship, followed by Gu Fan. Bulma, cradling little Trunks, had been waiting eagerly in the yard. Upon seeing the group fly out, she called out, Everyone, you finally returned. I have prepared a feast with plenty of delicious food. The others quickly flew over to Bulma. Sun Wukong, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, Bulma, you are simply amazing. My stomach has been growling for ages. Vegeta and the others swallowed in anticipation, as it was entirely natural to feel famished after relentless battles, especially for Saiyans like Sun Wukong. Noticing their eager expressions, Bulma asked, Has that mastermind been dealt with? Sun Wukong replied, It's all taken care of. Bulma, let us eat. Observing their impatience, Bulma sighed and said, Come with me. She led them to a grand dining hall, where the table was laden with an array of delicacies. Gu Fan mused to himself, is this what it means to live like a wealthy landlord? Truly the epitome of wicked capitalism. Once seated, the group eagerly began to feast, while Bulma tended to the crying little Trunks, and Piccolo simply sipped orange juice, watching everyone indulge in their meal. After the meal, everyone gathered in Bulma's yard. Gu Fan, noticing the situation, decided to leave and practice alone for a while. Trunks, seeing Gu Fan's intention to depart, inquired, Mr. Dales, when shall we enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training again? Gu Fan replied, let them train first. We shall go last. After all, there are still several days until the martial arts tournament. Trunks nodded in agreement. Seeing Gu Fan about to leave, Son Goku said, Dales, may I spar with you? I wish to understand the gap between us now. Gu Fan responded, let us have our match after we defeat Cell. To which Son Goku agreed, it's a promise. Vegeta, witnessing the impending duel between Gu Fan and Son Goku, interjected, count me in. I want you both to know who the strongest Saiyan truly is. Gu Fan acknowledged, certainly, Vegeta, I shall make it a memorable encounter for you. As Bulma noticed Gu Fan preparing to depart, she asked, Dales, aren't you going to put away your spaceship? Gu Fan replied, I might as well lend it to you for research. I will stow it away when Trunks and I take our leave. Bulma expressed her delight, saying, thank you, Dales. Gu Fan shook his head, it's nothing. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, Gu Fan instantly soared into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. After Gu Fan's departure, the others bid farewell to Bulma and began their own training. Gu Fan arrived at the summit of a mountain on the outskirts of West City, where he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and commenced meditation. He communicated with the system in his mind, saying, System, I have independently achieved Super Saiyan 2 ahead of schedule. What of the original task? Ding. As the host has reached Super Saiyan 2 ahead of time, the system task has been altered. New task. Achieve a base combat power of 100 million. Reward, Super Saiyan Ultra Full Power. Satisfied with the system's announcement, Gu Fan focused intently on his meditative practice. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Trunks' voice came through Gu Fan's detector, Mr. Dales, Uncle Krillin and the others have completed their training. The hyperbolic time chamber is now vacant. Gu Fan asked, did Piccolo and Vegeta not enter for training? Trunks replied, Uncle Piccolo has been training inside for a year. As for my father, he entered yesterday but came out quickly, saying he wouldn't gain any breakthroughs if he continued. Uncle Goku is about the same. Gu Fan nodded. Very well, let us convene at the Supreme Kai's temple. With that, he instantly appeared at the Supreme Kai's temple, where Trunks had been waiting. Apart from Trunks, only Bubbles and Android 16 remained at the temple. Gu Fan turned to Trunks and asked, by the way, Trunks, how did you contact me? Trunks replied, it's my mother. She invented a device capable of communicating with Frisia's army scanners. With that, Trunks produced a gadget resembling a mobile phone. Gu Fan nodded and remarked, Bulma truly is remarkable. She can manage such feats. At this, Trunks scratched his head. Observing this, Gu Fan said, I will repair Android 16 first. Please proceed with your training. Trunks nodded and entered. In the Heavenly Temple, only Android 16 remained among the trio of androids. Gu Fan approached and inquired, where are androids 17 and 18? 16 responded, they have gone below. They mentioned they would join during the Cell Games. Despite being androids, they are merely stronger than ordinary humans. Otherwise, they are not much different and cannot remain here indefinitely. I hope you don't mind. Gu Fan shook his head and replied, not at all. It is indeed unrealistic to expect them to stay here. But are you ready? I shall commence your repairs. Upon hearing this, 16 affirmed, I am ready. Gu Fan then retrieved an array of tools and devices he had prepared from the system space, initiating the repair process. The components of Android 16 were not significantly damaged. And with the complete data on androids in his mind, Gu Fan completed the repairs in a matter of minutes, also removing the bomb embedded within 16. Once the repairs were finished, 16 stretched and said, thank you. I feel considerably stronger than before. Gu Fan responded, I have upgraded the computer in your mind, enhancing your computational efficiency, so your reaction speed and combat strategies should have improved. 16 nodded and stated, then I shall take my leave. See you at the Cell Games. Gu Fan nodded in return. Observing this, 16 flew down to the lower realm. Gu Fan then entered the Heavenly Temple to begin training with Trunks. Chapter 43. The resumption of battle with Trunks. Gu Fan approached the room of spirit and time, where he found Trunks performing one-handed push-ups. Gu Fan walked over and inquired, "How has your training been these past few days?" Upon noticing Gu Fan's approach, Trunks immediately ceased his push-ups, stood upright, and shook his head, saying, "It remains the same. I feel as though I have reached a bottleneck." Gu Fan replied, "This is quite normal. You and Vegeta have made significant strides recently, and experiencing a bottleneck is entirely expected. Even I have encountered my own bottleneck at this stage of training." Trunks, hearing this, asked Mr. Dales, "How should I proceed with my training now? My regular combat power has become difficult to advance in a short time." Gu Fan advised, "For the upcoming year, engage in continuous combat with me, amassing practical experience while seeking opportunities for breakthroughs during our battles." Trunks nodded and inquired, "Mr. Dalres, when shall we commence?" "Let us begin now," came the immediate response. No sooner had the words left his lips than Gu Fan appeared before Trunks and struck a punch aimed at his face. Observing this, Trunks smiled slightly and deftly caught Gu Fan's fist. "You've made considerable progress, Trunks," Gu Fan remarked. "I still remember Mr. Dalres's teachings clearly," Trunks replied with a grin. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fan vanished and reappeared behind Trunks, delivering a powerful blow to his back. Realizing the imminent threat, Trunks swiftly sensed Gu Fan's energy and turned to block the attack. Despite his efforts, he was still propelled several hundred meters away. Feeling the sting in his arms from the impact, Trunks exclaimed, "Is this the instantaneous movement of Mr. Dalres? It truly is difficult to defend against." Gu Fan did not relent in his assault. Upon missing his initial strike, he closed the distance to Trunks, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches. Trunks, though attempting to retaliate, struggled to keep pace with Gu Fan's speed and force, resulting in a steady retreat. Sensing this, Gu Fan intensified his onslaught, employing both fists and feet against Trunks. Each clash reverberated throughout the room of spirit and time, creating tremors beneath their feet. As the battle escalated from the ground to the sky, the cacophony of their strikes filled the air. Eventually, Trunks was the first to withdraw, the ferocity of their exchanges causing him considerable pain in his hands, prompting him to create distance from Gu Fan. After a moment to gather himself, Trunks let out a roar, golden energy erupting around him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged toward Gu Fan. In response, Gu Fan also bent his arms at his waist, transforming into a Super Saiyan to meet the challenge. The ensuing clash was even more intense, with Gu Fan delivering a kick aimed at Trunks. Although Trunks attempted to evade, he was nonetheless struck and sent crashing to the ground. The sheer force of Gu Fan's attack left Trunks' hands trembling, and as he grit his teeth to draw his sword, he was reminded of its unfortunate fate, broken during his battle with Hachiak. With a hint of resignation, he assumed a combat stance facing the now approaching Gu Fan. "Trunks, do you prefer wielding a sword over hand-to-hand combat?" Gu Fan inquired. Trunks replied, "Indeed, Mr. Dalres. I am more proficient and find greater enjoyment in using a sword. Alas, the alloy sword my mother crafted for me was shattered in battle." Gu Fan responded, "Trunks, I shall assist you in finding a fine sword in the future." Trunks' eyes lit up with excitement. "Really? Thank you so much, Mr. Dalres." "It's nothing," Gu Fan replied, recalling the god sword from the Kaioshin realm and Tapian's sword, potential treasures to procure for Trunks, though that was a matter for another day. As Gu Fan pondered, Trunks suddenly materialized before him, delivering a punch to Gu Fan's face. The blow caused Gu Fan to turn his head. With a smug grin, Trunks remarked, "Mr. Dales, one must never lose focus during battle." Gu Fan chuckled in response. "Well said, young man. I indeed let my guard down." With that, Gu Fan retaliated with a punch aimed at Trunks' face, prompting Trunks to swiftly cross his arms to block the strike. The two resumed their fierce combat. Before long, half a day had passed, and Trunks, panting heavily, reverted to his normal state, collapsing onto the ground. Observing this, Gu Fan also transformed back to his usual form and stood before Trunks. Noticing that Gu Fan appeared utterly unfazed, Trunks could not help but inquire, "Mr. Dales, after such an extended fight, do you not feel tired at all?" Gu Fan replied, "In truth, I possess infinite stamina, so fatigue eludes me." Trunks, taken aback, asked, "Infinite stamina, like the androids?" Gu Fan nodded in affirmation. Trunks, curious, ventured, "Was this granted through a wish on the Dragon Balls?" Gu Fan responded, "Close enough." Although perplexed by Gu Fan's ambiguous answer, Trunks chose to trust him, believing there were unspoken reasons behind it. With that thought, Trunks swiftly changed the subject, addressing Gu Fan. Mr. Dales, what exactly does a Super Saiyan 2 look like? May I witness it once more? Gufan nodded and first transformed into a Super Saiyan, his energy surging dramatically. He then began to roar, his aura escalating further as electric sparks crackled around him, and his hair stood even more erect. The transformation into Super Saiyan 2 was complete. Gufan's energy intensified to its zenith, causing the entire hyperbolic time chamber to tremble. Trunks, overwhelmed by the aura of Super Saiyan 2, gasped in astonishment. Such a powerful presence. Truly, you are remarkable, Mr. Dales. Gufan stated. Do you see, Trunks? This is the transformation that surpasses Super Saiyan 2. Trunks nodded in understanding, as Gufan's hair gradually returned to its normal state, resembling a black crab's head. Trunks remarked, Mr. Dales, you often wear that combat attire, which strikes me as rather peculiar. Curiously, Gufan asked, is that so? Trunks confirmed, indeed, Mr. Dales. You share a face with Mr. Son Goku, yet don the attire of the Frieza Force. It appears quite strange. Contemplating this, Gufan conceived an idea and said to Trunks, I shall consider changing my outfit. Trunks quickly replied, Mr. Dales, I was merely making an offhand comment. Please do not take it to heart. Gufan waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing, Trunks. Indeed, this attire does seem rather odd. Chapter 44. The path ahead. Having concluded this topic, Gufan turned to Trunks and said, Very well, Trunks, you may practice on your own for a while. I, too, wish to engage in solitary training. Trunks nodded in acknowledgement. Observing this, Gufan departed to a more secluded spot, distancing himself from Trunks to commence his own training. The reason Gufan chose not to continue training alongside Trunks was that he intended to contemplate the trajectory following Super Saiyan 2. Although he had just recently achieved this transformation, reaching its perfected state was merely a matter of time. And it was prudent to reflect upon the path that lay beyond Super Saiyan 2. Gufan pondered. The evolution beyond Super Saiyan 2 is Super Saiyan 3, a form that has been developed but is not necessarily a prerequisite for advancement. Mastering Super Saiyan 2 to its fullest potential could rival Super Saiyan 3 in strength. Vegeta serves as a prime example, as his Super Saiyan 2 form can surpass that of Super Saiyan 3. At this juncture, Gufan contemplated whether to pursue the path of Super Saiyan 4 or that of divine power. With this in mind, he addressed the system in his mind. System, do you believe I should cultivate divine energy to follow the path of Super Saiyan God? Or should I rely on the innate bloodline power of the Saiyans to pursue Super Saiyan 4? Or is it possible that the route of Super Saiyan 4 simply does not exist? Gufan's musings were not without merit, as Super Saiyan 4 is not part of the established canon. After a brief moment, the system's synthesized electronic voice resonated. Ding. The system can confirm that both paths exist, and you meet the criteria to pursue either. Upon hearing this, Gufan continued to inquire. Then, system, which path do you believe I should take? Which of the two is stronger and more suited to me? Ding. Both paths possess their unique merits and are suitable for your cultivation. However, if the system were in your position, it would advocate for the simultaneous pursuit of both. Gufan was taken aback by the system's response, reflecting, is it truly feasible? Could there exist a version of Super Saiyan 4 cloaked in divine energy, as suggested by the novels prior to my crossing over? As if attuned to Gufan's thoughts, the electronic voice of the system chimed in once more. Ding. Such a possibility indeed exists. However, carelessly merging the two forms could pose a risk to your life. It is advisable for you to approach the development of a new form with caution. Nodding in understanding, Gufan replied, I see. So what you mean is that I can pursue both paths simultaneously, correct? Ding. In theory, yes. The cultivation of the Saiyans' inherent power and the training of divine energy do not fundamentally conflict, and in fact, they may complement each other to a certain extent. This is why the system suggests you proceed with caution, but does not prohibit you from exploring the fusion of these two forms. With this clarification, Gufan grasped the system's intent. It was quite understandable, as Super Saiyan Blue was the result of a successful fusion of two powers. Thus, there was no reason to believe that Super Saiyan God could not merge with Super Saiyan 3 or Super Saiyan 4. Gufan pondered for a moment before continuing to inquire of the system. System, please reveal the amplification factors of the two existing forms. The system responded, ding. Super Saiyan, 50 times, Super Saiyan 2, 100 times, Super Saiyan 3, 400 times, Super Saiyan limit, full power 70 times, Super Saiyan 2 limit, 350 times. Super Scion 4, 3,200 times. Super Scion 4 Full Power, 160,000 times. Super Scion 4 Limit Breakthrough, 320,000 times. God Super Scion, 3,200 times. Super Scion Blue, 160,000 times. Deep Blue Super Scion, 320,000 times. Magenta Super Scion, 160,000 times. And Transcendent Super Scion, 640,000 times. Upon glancing at the amplification factors provided by the system, Gu Fan felt a wave of astonishment. He had not anticipated the later transformations to possess such staggering multipliers. After all, in the latter stages of Dragon Ball, the power dynamics had become utterly chaotic, with Super Scion Blue frequently underperforming. It was surprising that even the seemingly lackluster Super Scion Blue in the animation could boast such high amplification factors. After absorbing the data presented by the system, Gu Fan gained a clearer understanding of the enhancements associated with the two transformations. However, he felt compelled to inquire further about the advantages and disadvantages of these forms. Thus, he asked, "System, what are the pros and cons of these two transformations?" The electronic synthesized voice of the system resonated once more. Ding. The Super Scion 4 in its complete state possesses robust defensive capabilities alongside considerable strength, rendering it a well-rounded form. Conversely, the transformations derived from the God Super Scion are characterized by high burst potential and significant energy consumption, albeit with methods to mitigate these drawbacks. As anticipated, the information provided by the system aligned closely with his prior knowledge. Gu Fan then pressed on with another query. "System, do the transformations into Super Scion 4 and God Super Scion require specific base power levels?" The response was prompt. The God Super Scion does not impose a power level requirement. However, subsequent derived forms demand elevated power levels, which the host may experience personally. The base power level for Super Scion 4 must reach at least 300 million, alongside a sufficient cellular reserve, though the host has already met this criterion. Relieved, Gu Fan realized that the baseline requirements for both forms were not excessively burdensome. With this understanding, he contemplated the means of attaining the foundational states of these two transformations. He initially focused on the God Super Scion, as he had fulfilled all prerequisites for this transformation. Achieving the God Super Scion form was relatively straightforward. It entailed gathering 5 benevolent scions to transmit their spiritual energy. However, Gu Fan found himself temporarily unable to assemble 5 kind-hearted scions. In total, he could only muster 4: Future Trunks, Goku, Gohan, and Kid Trunks. As for Vegeta, he presently did not meet the criteria of a benevolent scion. It would not be until after the Majin Buu saga that Vegeta would undergo a complete transformation. However, it appears that Vegeta has a brother named Tarbell, who is a benevolent scion. Achieving Super Scion 4 poses considerable challenges for him, as he is a lower-tier warrior. Upon transforming into a great ape, he lacks rationality. And moreover, he has lost his tail. It is likely that the original Dales, in an effort to eliminate this vulnerability, removed the tail altogether. Additionally, his combat power has not reached the required level, necessitating further consideration in the future. Gu Fan, contemplating this, has more or less determined the trajectory of his development in the coming years. Chapter 45. Conclusion of Special Training. Beginning from this chapter, the protagonist will be referred to as Dales, so please take note. After establishing the future path for his cultivation, Dale ceased to invest effort in that area and instead commenced training for Super Saiyan 2. He initially transformed directly into Super Saiyan 2 and then began to condense his energy within his body, akin to training at full power as a Super Saiyan. At first, Dales was apprehensive of experiencing the intense pain he had previously encountered. However, during this training for Super Saiyan 2, the process of gathering energy proceeded remarkably smoothly. Although it was still painful, it remained within tolerable limits, preventing him from fainting as he had during his Super Saiyan training. This could be attributed to the fact that Super Saiyan 2 derives from Super Saiyan, and since he had already mastered Super Saiyan at full power, his training for Super Saiyan 2 progressed with such ease. Dale spent 4 months striving to maintain the Super Saiyan 2 form for as long as possible. Once he had adapted to this transformation, he concluded his adjustment training and began combat training with Trunks. In the hyperbolic time chamber, within the vast expanse of emptiness, Trunks, maintaining his Super Saiyan form, gazed gravely at Dales, who had transformed into Super Saiyan 2. This marked Trunks' first encounter in battle against Dales in this new state. Previously, he had trained alone, with Dales occasionally offering guidance on his combat techniques. Since their last encounter just after entering the time chamber, for months had elapsed without a sparring match between them. Nevertheless, Trunks had keenly observed Dales' progress. Although Dales' foundational combat power had not significantly increased, his mastery of Super Saiyan 2 far surpassed his initial breakthrough against Hachiyak. With a smile, Dales addressed the serious-faced Trunks, saying, "Trunks, do not be so tense. It is merely a friendly spar." To which Trunks replied, "Then I shall proceed, Mr. Dales." With that, Trunks surged forward toward Dales. In truth, Trunks was quite fast. However, to Dales, his movements appeared almost in slow motion, and he felt little inclination to counterattack. Dales merely shifted his body slightly, evading Trunks' punch. Observing this, Trunks continued to swing his fists, yet he could not land a single blow on Dales. Frustrated by his inability to connect, Trunks executed a sidekick aimed at Dales' neck. Dales found himself unable to evade the impending attack, and thus raised his hand, bracing himself to endure the blow. Contrary to his expectations, the assault did not materialize. Instead, Dales began to sense Trunks' presence and immediately discerned the latter's appearance behind him. Realizing Trunks' intentions, Dales swiftly turned, crossing his arms to assume a defensive posture. "Magic Flash!" Trunks exclaimed, unleashing a beam of energy from behind Dales. The luminous force instantly engulfed Dales, who had attempted to block the strike. As Trunks maintained his energy output, he murmured, "Did I succeed?" No sooner had he spoken than Dales, undeterred by the onslaught, advanced directly towards him. Dales delivered a punch to Trunks' abdomen, catching him off guard. Trunks, unable to react in time, was struck squarely, causing him to expel a mouthful of bile before reverting to his normal state and plummeting to the ground. Observing this, Dales approached Trunks, patiently awaiting his recovery. After a brief interval, Trunks finally regained his composure and stood before Dales, jesting, "Mr. Dales, your strikes are rather forceful. I wonder if, at this rate, I might one day be accidentally struck to death." Dales chuckled in response, "That's implausible. Moreover, should I inadvertently harm you? We still have the Dragon Balls, right? Besides, you might gain a power boost from the brink of death." Trunks quickly shook his head. "I think I shall strive to enhance my strength through conventional means instead." Dales, amused by Trunks' flustered demeanor, teased, "I was merely jesting." Trunks, relieved, exhaled deeply. He was genuinely concerned about Dale's strength, particularly since this was not the first time he had faced such treatment. As the days of training passed amidst their battles, the time for their session to conclude swiftly approached. Dales remarked to Trunks, "Unbeknownst to us, we have spent an entire year here. Trunks, it is time for us to leave." Trunks nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Mr. Dales, let us hasten our departure." Clearly, Trunks was eager to vacate the premises. The two opened the door to the room of spirit and time, emerging into the Supreme Kai's palace, where they beheld Bobo tending to the flowers. Dales inquired, "Bobo, has Den yet returned to the palace?" Bobo responded, "Have you two completed your training?" Dales nodded affirmatively. Bobo continued, "I heard from Den that he intends to train with Goku and his son for a while." Dales acknowledged this with a nod. "Ah, I see." Trunks then posed a question to Dales. "In the remaining 2 days, would you care to accompany me to my mother's home in West City?" Dales shook his head. "No, I prefer to explore Earth at my leisure, to witness what a peaceful Earth truly looks like." Trunks nodded in acknowledgement and said, "Very well, Mr. Dales. I shall take my leave now. I have arranged with my mother here to return today, as she requires my assistance with something." Dales nodded in response. "Go ahead, Trunks." Upon hearing this, Trunks promptly departed from the heavenly temple and soared towards the lower realm. Bubbles, noticing that Dales had no intention of leaving, inquired, "Dales, do you have any matters to attend to here? Or perhaps something you require my assistance with?" Dales replied, "Bubbles, I am merely curious about the duration of your existence. Have you remained here all this time? After all, I find myself with little to do." Bubbles, taken aback by Dale's question, slowly responded, "I have been here for several million years." Dales, unable to suppress his surprise, interjected, "Wait a moment, are you serious? Several million years? Surely you jest. The history of humanity on Earth spans only a few million years, does it not?" Bubbles replied, "What of it? Our divine lifespan is virtually limitless. As a minor deity, my age is but a few million years. It is quite ordinary for cosmic deities to be several billion years old." Dales surmised that Bubbles was likely referring to the god of destruction and the supreme Kai. Dales continued, Bubbles, could you recount any unusual occurrences on Earth during these millions of years? Bubbles queried, Dales, why are you so intrigued by Earth? Dales replied, it is merely curiosity. Would you be willing to share? Certainly, but given the vast time span, allow me a moment to gather my thoughts, Bubbles responded. Chapter 46. Earth's Trials and Tribulations. Bubbles appears to break the fourth wall. After a brief pause, Bubbles began, there isn't anything particularly extraordinary to relay. From my observations on Earth, if there is anything noteworthy, it transpired several million years ago. At that time, I was still a servant of the heavenly gods. On that day, I was observing the state of Earth as usual. Though there was little of interest to observe, for the planet was devoid of any intelligent species at that time. Just as I was about to take a rest, I suddenly sensed a tremendous surge of malevolent energy alongside a sacred aura emanating from Earth. When I attempted to investigate, I found myself unable to ascertain the source of these two energies. Bubbles turned to Dales and asked, you must be aware that I possess the same observational abilities as the heavenly gods, correct? Dales nodded. Indeed, please continue. Bubbles continued. I had intended to descend to the lower realm to investigate, but I discovered that the two energies had vanished, as if they had never existed. Later, when I descended myself, I found no abnormalities. Dales inquired, what were these two energies like? Bubbles replied, the sacred aura was likely that of a divine presence, imperceptible to mortals, and I sensed that it exerted a dimensional pressure upon me. Dales pondered silently. Could it have been the East Supreme Kai? It appears that he indeed visited Earth millions of years ago, sealing the egg of the demon Bu. Dallas pondered this and remarked, what about that sinister aura? Bobo responded, that aura is incredibly terrifying, its malevolence far surpassing even that of Frisia and Cell, and its strength is leagues ahead of Cell. Upon hearing this, Dallas inquired, is it the initial form of Cell or his complete form? When Cell transformed into his complete form, you must have sensed his aura at the sacred world of the Kais. Bobo nodded and replied, indeed, I sensed it. The power of complete Cell is indeed formidable, but it pales in comparison to that sinister aura, both in terms of malevolence and intensity. Dallas understood that the two auras must originate from the Supreme Kai and the sealed demon Bu on Earth. Bobo continued, however, the strength of Cell is somewhat reminiscent of an aura I felt 300 years ago. Dallas, slightly puzzled, asked, who possesses strength comparable to that of complete Cell? This version of Cell has certainly reached the level of Lightning Cell in the original narrative, making him nearly invincible among mortals across the universe. Bobo shook his head and replied, I do not know, but that aura did not linger on Earth for long. It seemed to be merely investigating. Dallas contemplated this, suspecting that the auras similar to Cell's might belong to Dabura from the Bu saga, as the original story indeed mentioned that Dabura had scouted Earth around 300 years ago, aligning with Bobo's account. Dallas continued to inquire, is there anything else significant? Bobo responded, there is nothing particularly special left, except for the fact that the Supreme Kai once piloted a ship to Earth and became its deity. A fact that Goku and Piccolo should be aware of, you may ask them. Dallas nodded and said, Bobo, are you familiar with the Dark Demon Realm? Bobo looked somewhat confused and replied, what is the Dark Demon Realm? Dallas, feeling a twinge of disappointment, realized that Bobo, having lived for so long, was unaware of the Dark Demon Realm. It seemed that to learn more about it, he would have to consult the Supreme Kai, as the original story introduced Dabura's origins through him, and Dallas had always been curious about what the Dark Demon Realm truly was. Seeing Bobo's lack of knowledge, Dallas said, Bobo, I have heard that you possess many wondrous abilities. Could you craft for me a martial arts uniform? Bobo smiled and replied, of course. What style do you desire? How about one like Goku's? Dallas shook his head and said, I want one like this. He presented a photo of a black martial arts uniform akin to Black Goku's, which he had requested from the system during his rest. Bobo examined the photo, nodded, and waved his hand, transforming Dallas's battle attire into the black martial arts uniform resembling Black Goku's. Dallas observed the transformation and exclaimed, what kind of ability is this? Upon hearing this, Bobo remarked, it is merely a simple form of magic. Dales, intrigued, inquired, what kind of magic is so extraordinary? Bobo replied, in truth, it is merely a small trick. I must be close to you, and you need to elevate your aura for this technique to be effective. Dales, feeling the texture of his garments, questioned, is magic truly so remarkable? Can it create objects from thin air? Bobo shook his head, saying, I have merely altered the appearance of your clothing with magic. It does not equate to creating something from nothing. Recalling the magic of the original character Majin Buu, Dales asked Bobo, is there a type of magic that can transform an object or even a person into something entirely different? What does magic rely upon? He had not forgotten the magical talent awarded to him by the system. Bobo responded, I am uncertain about that. Perhaps such magic does exist. However, the magic we cultivate fundamentally originates from one's aura, not from any other force. Dales expressed his astonishment. Magic is indeed fascinating. Is there a principle behind it? Bobo replied, there are no grand principles. It is akin to our regular training. As one's aura intensifies, one naturally gains the ability to fly or acquire immense strength. Magic follows the same principle. Dales nodded in understanding. Observing his reaction, Bobo added, if one were to insist on a principle, one might consider the world's rules to be as such. Magic possesses such capabilities. Dales was somewhat taken aback. Bobo's words seemed somewhat primitive, yet he could not dismiss them. Even in his previous world, many phenomena defied explanation, let alone in a universe conceived by human imagination. Dales addressed Bobo, you are correct, Mr. Bobo. However, I still wish to pose a question. Why does Earth suffer so many calamities? Bobo answered, because Earth is home to figures like Son Goku. Without them, the planet would have faced destruction countless times, much like other celestial bodies in the universe. Dales continued, if this time cell were to prevail, would you intervene to assist humanity in overcoming the crisis? Bobo shook his head and stated, deities cannot arbitrarily interfere in human affairs unless humans seek my assistance or if instructed by the celestial gods. Otherwise, I shall not offer my aid. At this moment, Dales grasped why Bobo in the future world, despite having the power to salvage the dire situation, chose to remain indifferent. The rationale was both straightforward and complex. The simplicity lay in adhering to the so-called divine laws, while the complexity arose from the question of why one should abide by such peculiar regulations. Chapter 47, Cell's Declaration. The chaotic human civilization. Dales perceived Bobo as akin to Zamasu and Jebet, individuals who hold significant regard for the so-called divine rules and dignity. Though neither Jebet nor Bobo exhibited Zamasu's extreme views. Contemplating this, Dales asked Bobo, Mr. Bobo, are the divine rules truly of such paramount importance? Bobo merely nodded in acknowledgement, offering no further elaboration. Upon witnessing the situation, Dales concluded that the conversation had reached its natural end. With this thought in mind, he addressed Bobo, saying, Mr. Bobo, I am grateful for your enlightening insights and assistance in crafting this martial arts garment. Bobo merely replied with a nonchalant demeanor, it is of no consequence. I have merely done what is within my capability. Dales nodded in acknowledgement, saying, then, until we meet again. With that, he vanished into the horizon. Bobo gazed at the spot where Dales had disappeared, murmuring to himself, what has come over me? Why did I engage in such extensive conversation with this scion? Shaking his head, he departed the scene to tend to his garden. After leaving the heavenly temple, Dales flew towards West City. Although he did not accompany Trunks to Bulma's residence, he could not deny that West City was the most bustling metropolis on Earth. To truly experience life, one must visit West City. In no time, Dales descended onto a street in West City, where the local populace stared in astonishment at his sudden arrival from the sky. Unfazed by their gazes, Dales continued to stroll down the boulevard. However, noticing the sparse crowd, he felt a pang of confusion. The towering television screens soon provided clarity, broadcasting a boastful announcement from Cell. Listen closely, inhabitants of Earth. My name is Cell, though my name is of little importance. What matters is that I shall host a martial arts tournament here, and all the strong warriors of Earth are invited to participate. Should I be defeated, you may do with me as you wish. However, if I emerge victorious, the entire planet shall vanish from the cosmos. With a sinister grin, Cell raised his hand and unleashed an energy blast, obliterating a distant mountain into a shower of debris. The tremors of the explosion reverberated even through West City. A boisterous laughter escaped Cell's lips, shortly before the broadcast fizzled into static. Watching the arrogant display of Cell, Dales felt a sense of exasperation. It was evident that Cell's ego had swelled. However, he indeed possessed the power to back it up. Before achieving Super Saiyan 2, Dales had genuinely worried about how to confront Cell. Now, he could only chuckle at Cell's arrogance. As the broadcast concluded, the streets became a scene of panic. the shock of Cell's destructive demonstration overwhelming the ordinary citizens. Is that even human? They murmured, recalling the ease with which he had leveled a mountain, akin to the power of a nuclear bomb. In a matter of moments, the once orderly street descended into chaos, with people frantically gathering their families, fleeing in vehicles, or taking to the skies. Dailies observed the bewildered masses with a sense of incredulity. Setting aside the sheer devastation wrought by Cell's attack, one would think that the threat of planetary annihilation would prompt them to realize that fleeing was futile. Unperturbed by the turmoil surrounding him, Dailies settled at a small stall, now deserted and cold, sipping from an unopened beverage resting on the table. Soon, the order within the city descended into chaos, as various nefarious figures brazenly emerged onto the streets. A group of robbers, their faces concealed beneath black hoods, brandished submachine guns and descended upon the thoroughfare, beginning to rob the unsuspecting pedestrians who had yet to flee. Those caught off guard found their pockets thoroughly emptied, and even those who dared to resist, upon gazing into the ominous muzzles of the firearms, reluctantly surrendered their valuables. Remarkably, these robbers adhered to a certain code of conduct. After collecting the money, they allowed the unfortunate victims to leave unharmed. Among them, one robber noticed Dales, who was seated at a stall sipping juice, and remarked, "Have you paid your tribute? Still sipping juice, it seems you have a death wish." Dales, unfazed, replied, "What's the issue? You rob your way, and I'll enjoy my juice. Is there a problem?" The robber, amused by Dale's audacity, called out to his comrades, "Come quickly, I've found a man who fears not for his life." A figure, seemingly the leader of the robbers, approached Dales and declared, "You have an opportunity. Pay up, and we shall spare you. We are honorable thieves, and we do not engage in violence against those who comply." Dales responded, "I have not a single cent to my name. Feel free to search me." The robber leader, losing his patience, waved his hand, and the others immediately opened fire, intending to turn Dales into a sieve. Dales merely scoffed, "So you seek death, do you?" He stood unfazed in the face of the whizzing bullets, which struck him as if they were bouncing off a titanium alloy shield, leaving no mark whatsoever. Moments later, the robbers had exhausted their ammunition, yet none had managed to harm Dales in the slightest. Recognizing they had encountered a formidable adversary, several robbers sprinted towards their vehicle. Dales, with a mocking grin, allowed them a fleeting chance to escape. As they crowded into a car, speeding away at several hundred miles per hour, Dales raised his hand and unleashed an energy projectile. Upon contact with the robber's vehicle, it erupted in a blaze, claiming the lives of all within. Dales regarded the explosion without an ounce of sympathy. In a world where chaos reigned unchecked, he deemed it necessary to teach these robbers a lesson, perhaps guiding them towards a more virtuous rebirth in their next life. After Dales took action, onlookers quickly recognized his formidable prowess and began to distance themselves from his vicinity. Dales, reveling in his newfound solitude, leisurely indulged in food and drink on the streets, relishing the thrill of dining without cost. In a short while, law enforcement arrived, mobilizing throughout the city to restore order. Not wishing to attract further attention, Dales promptly departed. However, with the intervention of the police and government, the tumultuous situation gradually improved, and the city began to regain its composure. The public address system across various locales resumed normal function, though this time the voice was not that of Shalu, but rather a host who announced, "Dear citizens, there is no need for concern. At Shalu's martial arts tournament, our mightiest champion, Mr. Satan, shall compete. We believe he will effortlessly vanquish Shalu, leaving him in utter disarray." The scene shifts to Satan, who confidently addresses the camera after executing a series of martial arts moves, stating, "Citizens, rest assured, I, Mr. Satan, will handle this situation with Cell. That guy Cell is nothing more than a trickster." Dales, having instantaneously transported to a park, observes Satan's declaration with a sense of incredulity. Chapter 48. The game of Cell begins in the remaining days. Dales indulges in leisure activities in West City, allowing himself a well-deserved respite. The prolonged tension from his rigorous training finally begins to ease as he unwittingly witnesses the myriad of life within the Dragon Ball world. The weak are compelled to exist under the protection of the strong, yet when those protectors are unable to shield them any longer, the weak find themselves at the mercy of fate, living in perpetual anxiety. Though the government has released statements asserting that Cell's actions were mere illusions, the dissemination of information on the technologically advanced Earth is remarkably swift. Shortly after the government's announcement, the ordinary populace begins to sense discrepancies. As various media outlets report the harsh realities of the Cell games, including the remnants of mountains decimated by Cell's might. Nevertheless, the trust the public places in Satan outweighs the sensationalism of the media. After all, to the average citizen, Satan is the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, undoubtedly superior to this enigmatic Cell. Thus, following Cell's proclamation, a brief unrest is swiftly quelled and calm is restored. Dales enjoys a few more days of relaxation in West City. Before long, the day of the Cell Games arrives, prompting warriors from across the planet to mobilize towards the arena constructed by Cell. Dales ascends into the skies above West City and promptly darts toward the venue. In a matter of moments, Dales arrives at the arena, where Cell has been waiting expectantly. Upon seeing Dales, Cell remarks with interest, "Dales, I did not expect you to arrive here first. What is this? Do you believe you can defeat me?" To which Dales replies, "Rest assured, someone will defeat you. And it may very well be me." Cell scoffs at this. "Your confidence is amusing. Just don't be left searching for your teeth after our match." Before Dales can respond, a boisterous voice interjects, "Of course someone will defeat you, but that someone is not Dales. It is I, Vegeta." Dales and Cell turn to see Vegeta and Trunks arriving, positioning themselves beside Dales. Cell smirks at Vegeta. "Go ahead and boast, Vegeta. I will make sure to teach you a lesson. You will soon realize that my perfect form is beyond your comprehension." Vegeta retorts with a wicked grin, "Oh? I am quite eager to witness the so-called might of your perfect form." Shara merely let out a cold laugh. He had already taken note of Vegeta and was prepared to demonstrate the insurmountable gap between them. After a while, Goku and his son, along with Piccolo, Krillin, and other warriors, arrived at the venue. Everyone cast curious glances at Dale's attire. Noticing this, Goku remarked, "Dales, that martial arts outfit suits you quite well." Dales responded with a smile, "Is that so? I too believe this outfit compliments me." The crowd then engaged in greetings. Upon seeing Goku approach, Shara called out, "Goku." After all, he was the target of vengeance for the very Dr. Gero who created him, and he was also catalogued as the strongest man on Earth. Goku, hearing Shara's call, replied, "You must be Shara? Your aura is indeed profoundly deep." Shara sneered in response, "To be honest, you are the only one on this entire planet who piques my interest." Goku replied, "Is that right? I am truly honored, but I am not the strongest among us." Shara dismissed Goku's words, asking, "Who else could it be? Dales, Trunks, or someone else? You wouldn't dare suggest it's Vegeta, would you? That third-rate fighter would fall to me in 2 moves." Vegeta, upon hearing this, felt his muscles tense and clenched his fists, forcibly suppressing his rage as he said, "Shuru, I assure you, you will meet a grim fate soon." Shara merely chuckled in response. As the time for Shara's game drew near, the trio of androids joined Dales and the others. Although the crowd still held some reservations about the androids, they extended a welcome nonetheless. Shara remarked upon their arrival, "I never expected you 3 androids to participate in my martial arts tournament. What is the matter? Have the world-conquering creations of Dr. Gero come to defend Earth?" Android 16 replied, "I will not allow you, this monster, to wreak havoc, nor will I permit you to destroy Earth and nature." Shara retorted with a hint of mockery. How ironic that beings whose very purpose is destruction have come to protect the Earth. Android 16 fell silent, yet his gaze remained icy as it fixed on Shara. Observing this, Shara addressed Dales and the others. "Are we all assembled? Then I declare the Shara game officially begun." No sooner had he spoken than he noticed Satan rushing towards him, exclaiming, "You must be Shara. Allow me, Satan, to take you down." As he circled Shara, he continued, "Shara, surrender now. I have discovered your weakness." Shara was taken aback, pondering who this individual was. Goku and the others were equally astonished, their minds momentarily stalling at the sight, wondering if ordinary Earthlings had become so formidable. Satan persisted, "Shara, cease your tricks. Let me, the champion of the world's martial arts tournament, defeat you." As soon as Satan finished speaking, he launched a flurry of punches and kicks towards Cell, who, however, remained utterly unfazed, gazing at Satan as if he were a fool. After a brief exchange, Satan began to pant heavily. Observing this, Cell remarked, "Finished?" With astonishing speed. He positioned himself before Satan, raised a hand, and with a swift gesture, sent Satan hurtling several hundred meters away, causing him to writhe in pain. Krillin, witnessing this, expressed his concern, "I hope that person will be all right." To which Gohan responded, "Krillin, he should be fine. He's just rolling around in pain over there." Trunks, also taken aback, commented, "That guy is quite lucky. He didn't perish from a single blow from Cell." Vegeta, overhearing, scolded Trunks, "Can't you see? Cell didn't exert any effort. He merely regarded that Earthling as a mere jester." Vegeta continued, "What a foolish Earthling, incapable of discerning the disparity in power between himself and Cell." Dares, intrigued, cast a curious glance at Vegeta, contemplating that while it was a truthful statement, it also served as a self-introduction. Chapter 49. The rush of Vegeta. Cell then clapped his hands and addressed Dares and the others. "The jester has been dealt with. Who among you will step up first? Of course, you may all come at once. I have no objections." Piccolo, upon hearing this, whispered to the group, "Let us take turns to deplete Cell's stamina. Once his energy diminishes, the three of you can finish him off." He gestured towards Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks. Dares stood on the sidelines, while Gohan, being quite young, might lack sufficient combat experience. Just as the plan was laid out, Vegeta's disdainful voice interjected, "There's no need to exhaust Cell's energy. I, Super Vegeta, can handle him alone." Piccolo replied, "Vegeta, you underestimate Cell far too much. His power far exceeds that of the previous Super Android 13, even surpassing Hachiak." Vegeta retorted with a scoff, "Watch closely, Namekian. I will show you how to deal with Cell and reveal the true nature of his so-called perfect form." Without further ado, Vegeta charged towards Cell, disregarding the others entirely. Cell, observing the advancing Vegeta, sneered, "What's this? The first to step up is you, a second-rate fighter? Aren't Dares and Goku going to take the stage first?" Vegeta coldly replied, "You won't get the chance to face them. You will perish at my hands, Cell." Amused, Cell responded slowly, "Is that so? Let me see your strength, Vegeta." Vegeta, undeterred, declared, "Listen well, Cell. Standing before you now is Super Vegeta." Cell, with a mocking smile, said, "Is that so? Then let me witness your power." In an instant, Vegeta lunged at Cell, executing a powerful kick aimed at his neck. Sharu paid no heed to Vegeta's swiftly advancing legs, instead bracing himself to absorb the impact of a powerful sidekick without even flinching his neck. Observing this, Vegeta unleashed a punch aimed at Sharu's face, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Seizing the moment, Vegeta ruthlessly sent Sharu soaring into the air with a fierce kick. And in an instant, he positioned himself above Sharu, merging his hands to deliver a crushing blow to the suspended foe. The force of the strike sent Sharu plummeting toward the ground, creating a massive crater several meters in diameter upon impact, from which billowed a cloud of dust and debris. Hovering in the sky, Vegeta relentlessly bombarded the haze with energy blasts, each explosion within the pit generating even greater plumes of smoke. With a triumphant laugh, Vegeta taunted, "What's the matter, Sharu? Is this the extent of your perfect form's power?" However, Sharu's chilling voice echoed ominously behind Vegeta. "You will experience it firsthand." A cold sweat broke out on Vegeta's brow as he muttered to himself, "When did this guy get behind me?" No sooner had he spoken than Sharu's counterattack struck like a tempest. With a swift kick aimed at Vegeta's shoulder, Sharu sent him crashing down to the ground. As he descended, Vegeta felt an overwhelming force engulfing him, swiftly robbing him of control over his body, followed by an intense pain shooting through his shoulder. Just as Vegeta was about to meet the earth, Sharu appeared beneath him, delivering an uppercut to Vegeta's abdomen. "Ah!" Vegeta cried out. The force of Sharu's punch felt as though it could pierce through him, causing his back to arch painfully. Once again, he was launched into the sky, where Sharu quickly ascended above him, merging his hands to return a devastating blow to Vegeta. "Ah!" Vegeta screamed once more as he was sent crashing to the ground, creating yet another enormous crater. In the distance, Goku and the other warriors watched with grave expressions, while Trunks could hardly contain his urge to rush in and assist. Goku restrained Trunks with a hand, saying, "Hold on, Trunks. Although Vegeta has sustained serious injuries, he is not yet incapable of fighting." Indeed, from the depths of the crater, Vegeta slowly rose to his feet, his body battered and torn, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and one eye swollen shut. Sharu materialized before Vegeta, asking, "How do you feel, Vegeta? Do you now comprehend the power of my perfect form?" Vegeta forced his eyes open and replied, "Just a few trivial tricks. If you can withstand my next move, I shall acknowledge you." Sharu, brimming with confidence, responded, "Very well, unleash your attack. If I evade it, consider me defeated." In an instant, Vegeta ascended into the air, arms outstretched in the stance of his final flash technique, as golden sparks crackled around him. A tempest of wild golden energy gathering in his palms. Final flash. In an instant, a colossal beam of energy engulfed Cell, who had raised his hands in a defensive gesture. Following this, a violent explosion erupted around him. As the smoke cleared, only half of Cell's body remained. With an expression of anger, he exclaimed, "How dare you?" Vegeta, witnessing this, erupted into laughter. The other warriors observing the battle shared in the amusement. Yet only Piccolo and Goku wore grave expressions. Just as silence fell, Cell's voice echoed once more. "I was just teasing you, haha." With that, Cell let out a mighty roar, and the missing half of his body regenerated. He smugly addressed Vegeta. "What do you think, Vegeta? Have you forgotten that I possess Piccolo's cells? With just a bit of energy, I can regrow what was lost." Vegeta stared at Cell in disbelief. His previous bravado replaced by incredulity. He muttered to himself, "How is this possible? My full power strike was effortlessly restored by this creature. It cannot be." Not allowing Vegeta the luxury of contemplation, Cell swiftly kicked him in the face. Vegeta was sent flying like a rocket, crashing into a nearby mountain, which subsequently collapsed and buried him beneath the rubble. Chapter 50. Goku, Cell, Father. Vegeta. Goku and Trunks gasped in alarm, with Trunks rushing to the site where Vegeta lay injured. The terror of Cell's power was unfathomable. Piccolo, Gohan, and the other warriors stood, drenched in cold sweat, gazing at the smirking Cell. His combat prowess was staggering, having easily defeated Vegeta, who was among the most formidable fighters among them. It was astonishing that Cell had vanquished him with such ease. What was even more remarkable was that Cell's strength extended beyond mere physical power. It encompassed combat techniques and tactical superiority. Unlike Super Android 13 and Hachiyak, who relied solely on brute force, Cell exhibited comprehensive might. Possessing the cells of many fighters, Cell was well acquainted with everyone's fighting styles. Thus, even in a battle of equal power, they would find themselves at a disadvantage, not to mention that Cell was significantly stronger. Noticing Trunks preparing to aid Vegeta, Cell extended a hand, energy surging within it, seemingly intent on ending both their lives. In that moment, Goku appeared before Cell. Observing this, Cell retracted his hand and remarked, "Goku, have you violated the rules? In defeat, one must perish." Goku, smiling, replied, "Did you not claim that you would accept challenges at any time?" Cell inquired, "Do you wish to challenge me, Goku?" To which Goku nodded. "Even though your perfect form is immensely powerful and the gap between us is vast, I still wish to engage you in battle." Cell, with a cold smirk, responded, "Your courage is commendable. Then let us begin, Goku." Sun Wukong did not strike first. Instead, he bent down and raised his hand, unleashing a powerful roar that elevated his energy. Instantly, a golden aura enveloped him. Observing this, Cell also let out a formidable roar, and in an instant, a similar golden flame, reminiscent of a Super Saiyan, manifested around him. The energies of both warriors collided, causing the very ground to tremble and shake, their overwhelming presence resonating throughout the entire northern galaxy. Such an immense force. I have never encountered a creature of such formidable power. The King of the Worlds, drenched in cold sweat, anxiously observed the situation on Earth, realizing that Cell's strength far surpassed that of Bojack, whom he and the other kings had previously sealed away. What an ominous energy, and there's Mr. Sun Wukong's presence. Could it be that he is battling this evil entity? At that moment, every inhabitant of Namek instinctively raised their heads towards the sky. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, having amplified his energy, charged towards Cell and delivered a swift punch aimed at Cell's face. Cell, however, merely crossed his arms and easily deflected the attack. Undeterred, Sun Wukong immediately appeared behind Cell, executing a sidekick that struck Cell squarely on the cheek. Though the blow landed decisively, it only drew a trickle of blood from the corner of Cell's mouth. Turning his head towards Sun Wukong, Cell taunted, "Is that all you've got? Sun Wukong, bear in mind that I am now the strongest being in the universe, hee." Sun Wukong, unaffected by Cell's words, reappeared before him in an instant, delivering a punch to Cell's chin that sent him soaring into the air. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards the airborne Cell. The blasts erupted before Cell, creating a cloud of smoke, but moments later, he emerged unscathed before the onlookers, seemingly impervious to Wukong's assault. Even with Sun Wukong's optimistic spirit, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. Yet, refusing to concede, He teleported directly above Cell and delivered a powerful kick that sent Cell crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. From within the crater, Cell emerged. Addressing the crowd, I have decided to extend our battlefield to encompass the entire Earth. To be honest, you've provided me with a bit of a warm-up. Sun Wukong shouted down at Cell. Cell, prepare to face my attack. Kamihami Cell, observing Sun Wukong charging his Kamehameha, mockingly replied, "What is this? Do you believe you cannot defeat me, and are you planning to destroy the Earth instead? But do you not realize that I possess Frisia's cells? I can survive in the universe." In response, Sun Wukong remained silent, continuing to gather energy for his Kamehameha. Just before unleashing it, he instantly appeared in front of Cell. A colossal azure beam of energy engulfed Cell's upper body. After delivering the Kamehameha, Sun Wukong immediately dropped his hands, panting heavily. Meanwhile, from a distance, Piccolo showed no signs of relaxation. After all, with Vegeta's example in mind, everyone understood the immense and insurmountable power of Cell. Indeed, the remnants of Cell's form began to writhe instantaneously. In mere moments, Cell stood once more in his original position, exhibiting no signs of injury, with his aura having only slightly diminished. Observing this, Goku was drenched in cold sweat, sensing the overwhelming malice that Cell had firmly directed towards him. As expected, Cell surged forward in an instant, seizing Goku by his garments and delivering a powerful blow to his head. In an explosive manner, Goku was sent hurtling backwards like a missile, crashing into a massive boulder before finally coming to a halt. Covered in wounds, Goku gradually rose to his feet and gazed at the approaching Cell, declaring, "I concede." Cell, taken aback by Goku's admission, responded, "What is it, Goku? Are you afraid of death? Ready to surrender? But I have already warned you. Should you lose, both you and the Earth will cease to exist." Goku, with a bitter smile, replied, "With my current strength, I cannot possibly defeat you. However, there is someone who can." Cell scoffed, "Are you referring to Trunks and Dallas? With their capabilities, they are hardly superior to you and Vegeta." Goku shook his head, stating, "It is not them. I shall summon that individual to confront you." To Goku's surprise, Cell made no effort to oppose him, perhaps recognizing the Saiyan blood within himself, which had equally inflated his power. Dallas, observing Goku's return, quickly grasped his intentions. Yet, he was astonished that Goku continued to insist on allowing Gohan to transcend through his fury. Contemplating this, Dallas asked Goku, "Do you still cling to that notion in your heart?" Goku, surprised by Dallas's inquiry, consumed a senza bean provided by Krillin and asserted, "I believe Gohan possesses that potential." Dallas replied, "Does that mean I should refrain from assisting you against Cell? You must tread carefully." Goku merely shook his head, and suddenly his voice resonated within Dallas's mind. "I intend to bring myself to the brink of death, enabling Gohan to break through to Super Saiyan 2 and eliminate Cell. This is also a means of training for Gohan. After all, should I someday perish, the responsibility of protecting the Earth will fall upon him and his companions." Chapter 51. The Birth of Little Cell. The struggle intensifies. Dallas nodded in understanding and stepped aside. Goku approached Gohan and said, "Gohan, it is your turn to take the stage." Gohan, filled with self-doubt, questioned, "Dad, can I truly defeat Cell?" Goku smiled gently and encouraged Gohan. "You must have faith in yourself. You possess immense potential. Consider Raditz and Frisia. Each was stronger than you at that time, yet you triumphed over them, did you not? Be confident, Gohan." But Mr. Dallas could easily vanquish Cell. Why must it be me who faces him?" Gohan pondered, perplexed. Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong furrowed his brows and said, "Gohan, you cannot rely on others at every turn. If one day, Dallas and Trunks leave our world, and if I and Piccolo have perished, who will you depend on when you encounter a mightier foe?" Son Gohan, chastened, felt a flush rise to his cheeks, but mustered his courage to reply, "I understand, father. I will surely defeat Cell." Only then did Son Wukong nod and say, "Go forth, Gohan." Immediately, Son Gohan leaped onto the arena, standing before Cell. Seeing Gohan approach, Cell, with a sneer, remarked, "Ah, so it's you, Gohan. You are the one whom Son Wukong claims can defeat me? How laughable. It seems none among you are fit to challenge me. I will defeat you, Cell," Gohan declared resolutely. With that, he charged at Cell, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his face. Cell, although surprised by Gohan's determination, maintained a contemptuous demeanor, choosing not to evade Gohan's assault, instead remaining stationary. With a resounding crash, Gohan's fist struck Cell, forcing him back several steps. Cell, feeling the force of Gohan's blow, could not help but commend him. Very impressive, Gohan. With that punch, you have already surpassed Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Unfazed by the compliment, Gohan seized the moment to press his attack, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks aimed at Cell's vital points. In response, Cell retaliated, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, ascending from the ground into the sky, where thunderous sounds erupted from their fierce confrontation. Their speed was so astonishing that only Sun Wukong, Dallas, and Piccolo could fully discern the action. Even Piccolo relied on his Namekian heritage to barely catch glimpses of the battle unfolding above. Krillin and the others watched anxiously, their eyes fixated on the afterimages left by the two combatants, unaware of the actual state of the battle between Gohan and Cell. In the sky, Cell remarked to Gohan, "Impressive, Gohan. Your power is remarkably formidable." Unmoved by Cell's words, Gohan resolutely replied, "I will definitely defeat you, Cell." To which Cell arrogantly retorted, "Do not be so cocky. Boy, I have yet to unleash my full power. It's time for you to witness the true strength of the universe's strongest." With that, Cell unleashed a thunderous roar, erupting with overwhelming energy that instantly sent Gohan flying. In an instant, Cell appeared before Gohan, delivering a headbutt that left Gohan dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Cell rained down punches upon Gohan's face. Before long, Gohan was left battered and bruised, bloodied and swollen. Observing this, Cell delivered a powerful kick, sending Gohan crashing onto the arena floor, creating a massive crater several meters wide. Cell approached the injured Gohan and mockingly said, "Do you now perceive the chasm that separates us? I can see that you have surpassed Sun Wukong. However, to me, you both are of similar ilk." Upon hearing this, Son Gohan clenched his fists and began to murmur to himself, "Father once said that if I were to become enraged, I would unleash a formidable power." He reminisced about the teachings imparted by Sun Wukong within the hyperbolic time chamber. Yet, Son Gohan underestimated the acute hearing of Cell, who, possessing the cells of Piccolo, comprehended every word of Gohan's soliloquy. With a sardonic smile, Cell remarked, "So, Son Gohan, you imply that your strength will amplify with your fury? Very well. I shall incite your wrath by eliminating Sun Wukong and his companions." With that, Cell extended his tail and unleashed a mighty roar, enveloping himself in a golden aura. Soon, numerous diminutive versions of Cell, identical in appearance but with blue skin, emerged from his tail. These little cells, upon their birth, began to frolic and curiously survey their surroundings. Cell gestured towards the distant onlookers and commanded the small cells, "Do you see those individuals? I want you to eliminate them. Understood?" The small cells nodded in unison and charged towards the spectators. Feeling the overwhelming energy emanating from the little cells, Sun Wukong and the others broke into a cold sweat, as each possessed power equivalent to about 70% of cells. Sun Wukong, with a grave expression, cautioned, "Everyone, be careful. The energy of these small cells is formidable. Do not underestimate them." Krillin and the others, drenched in sweat, nodded in agreement. Resolutely, Sun Wukong and his companions advanced into battle, while the distant observers, androids 16, 17, and 18, found themselves at a loss, as the small cells had yet to attack them. Android 17 turned to Android 16 and inquired, "Should we assist?" Android 16 responded in his usual calm demeanor, "I am going to help. I will not allow Cell to ravage the earth and nature." With that, Android 16 charged towards the battlefield where Sun Wukong and the small cells clashed. Observing this, Android 17 glanced at Android 18 and said, "You stay here. I will aid Sun Wukong." Android 16 is correct. I refuse to let Cell destroy our planet. He too rushed to join the fray against the small cells. Android 18, feeling indignant, protested, "What is this? Leaving me behind? I shall join the battle. Wait for me, Android 17. With that, she followed Android 17 into the fray. Meanwhile, the previously injured Vegeta was revived by Trunks with a Senzu bean and slowly opened his eyes. Upon realizing he lay in Trunks' arms, he promptly rose to his feet. An awakened Vegeta queried Trunks, "Where is Cell?" Trunks, lacking the time to elaborate, noted that Sun Wukong and the others were already engaged in combat with the small cells and sensed their terrifying power. Urgently, Trunks urged, "Father, let us hasten to assist Uncle Goku." As Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, he charged towards the location of Goku and the others. Vegeta, initially angered by Trunks' sudden departure. Quickly sensed the terrifying aura of the diminutive cell and observed Goku engaged in battle with it. Clenching his teeth, Vegeta exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" Without delay, he propelled himself towards the battlefield. Chapter 52. The enraged Gohan at that moment. Dales had also transformed into a Super Saiyan and was engaged in combat with one of the smaller cells. In his Super Saiyan form, Dales effortlessly subdued the diminutive foe. Although formidable, the small cell found itself outmatched by Dales' adeptness in evading its attacks. Conversely, the others faced a far more arduous struggle. Despite their numerical advantage and the fact that they were each contending with only one small cell, they remained on the defensive. Only Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks managed to hold their ground against a single small cell. Androids 16, 17, and 18 surrounded one small cell, but found themselves utterly ineffective. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha could only rely on their unique techniques to buy time. Aside from Dale's battle, the others managed to endure only because the small cells were toying with them. However, even in this playful manner, the small cells inflicted considerable damage, leaving several of the fighters, including Piccolo, grievously injured. Noticing the dire situation, Dales unleashed a powerful blast, pushing back the small cell that had been attacking him, and then approached Goku. Seeing the injuries among his comrades, he inquired, "Do you require me to eliminate all these small cells?" Goku shook his head and replied, "I intend to fight until the end." I believe Vegeta feels the same. We are not significantly harmed, merely fatigued. Dales, could you please protect Piccolo and the others? Their power is vastly inferior to that of these small cells. Vegeta, standing beside Goku, added, "Kakarot speaks the truth. I would rather perish at the hands of these monsters than cower in fear. Dales, you take care of these weaklings. I shall annihilate these small cells as Super Vegeta." With that declaration, Vegeta charged at the small cells before him, and Goku nodded at Dales before also rushing to engage the small cell. Dales turned to the remaining fighters and asked, "How are you holding up?" Trunks responded, "Mr. Dales, I am in good condition and can continue fighting. I will assist my father and Uncle Goku." With that, Trunks followed suit. Dales surveyed the injured fighters. Piccolo, being the strongest among them, faced the small cell head-on, but lost one of his arms to the creature's grasp. Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, having been relegated to support roles, were merely suffering from severe fatigue. Beside them, numbers 16, 17, and 18 were gravely injured. Numbers 17 and 18 were tattered and torn, their skin marred with bruises and bloodstains. The shirt of number 18 bore a large gaping hole, exposing a swath of pristine white skin. Number 16 had a significant wound on his head, from which electric sparks flickered incessantly. In a moment of desperation, Den shouted as his severed arm regrew, his body drenched in cold sweat, panting heavily. He turned to Dallas and lamented, "The disparity in strength between us and Little Cell is insurmountable. We cannot assist Goku and the others without risking injury and exhausting our Senzu beans. Thus, I entrusted the remaining Senzu beans to Goku. They should suffice for a while, as their power is comparable to Little Cell's. However, this is not a sustainable solution. Dallas, are you not going to intervene?" Dallas replied, "Goku and Vegeta have declined my assistance, and Goku intends to use this opportunity to help Gohan break through to Super Saiyan 2. Den nodded, understanding that Gohan indeed possessed that potential. He merely lacked a guiding opportunity. Could it be that Goku intended to do just that? Den gazed at Dallas, astonished. "Do not overthink it, Den. Goku merely aims to unlock Gohan's hidden potential," Dallas reassured him, observing Den's shocked expression. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks found themselves once again overwhelmed by several little cells. Initially, these adversaries were slightly stronger, and the odds were further stacked against them with their numerical disadvantage. Suddenly, Goku was struck in the face by a blow from a little cell, causing him to spit blood. Almost immediately, another little cell lunged from behind and kicked him away. Goku was sent hurtling through the air, crashing through several mountains before coming to an uncertain halt. Vegeta, initially brimming with confidence after having managed to suppress one little cell, soon faced a harsh reality. While engaged with one adversary, a little cell seized the opportunity to fire an energy blast at Vegeta's back. The explosion enveloped him in a cloud of black smoke, causing cold sweat to break out on his forehead as he winced in pain. Taking advantage of Vegeta's momentary distraction, the little cell charged forward and landed a punch squarely on Vegeta's chin, leading him to spit out a copious amount of blood. The little cell that had previously attacked Vegeta from behind swiftly wrapped its arms around him, rendering him unable to escape. Vegeta struggled with all his might, but to no avail, as the little cell dragged him against the rocky surface. Vegeta cried out in agony, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. With Vegeta now incapacitated, the little cell, sensing the lack of challenge, seized his hand and hurled him towards the ground with a resounding crash. A vast pit, measuring several dozen meters in diameter, has manifested upon the ground, where Vegeta lies quietly, his body tattered and torn, resting peacefully within the depths of the chasm. Meanwhile, Trunks finds himself in a less than favorable predicament. Despite the rigorous training he underwent with Dales in the hyperbolic time chamber, which significantly enhanced his combat skills and resilience, he struggles to contend with the two diminutive Cell Juniors before him. The sound of their clashes resonates like thunder, filling the air with sonic booms and the fleeting shadows of their encounters. As Trunks watches one of the small cells rapidly close the distance to deliver a punch, he feels the fatigue in his arms intensify, the weight of their blows becoming increasingly burdensome. At last, in a moment of inattention, a small cell lands a punch squarely on Trunks' face, causing him to spit blood instantaneously. Subsequently, the two small cells deliver simultaneous kicks, sending him crashing into a rocky wall, whereupon a sizable crater forms, and Trunks becomes embedded within the stone, slipping into unconsciousness. Observing the prowess of the small cells as they effortlessly vanquish Goku and his companions, Cell cannot suppress a sense of pride and taunts Gohan, stating, "Your father and his friends are on the brink of annihilation. What say you? Aren't you incensed?" Gohan, appearing in a daze, murmurs to himself, "What is happening? Has my father's rage dissipated? Could it be that he—" Cell continues to mock, "Where is the power of your anger? Is this all you possess? It seems Goku's fury has vanished, and you have yet to harness that so-called power of rage, huh?" Meanwhile, Gohan remains oblivious to the taunts, his gaze vacant as he begins to unleash a thunderous roar. "Father! Father! Has he perished?" Chapter 53, Super Saiyan 2. Gohan. In the wake of Gohan's furious cry, a flicker of electric sparks surrounds him. With each successive shout, Gohan's Super Saiyan form shatters the confines of Super Saiyan, transcending into Super Saiyan 2. His golden hair stands even more erect, his emerald eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity, and his aura surges dramatically. Cell, momentarily bewildered, observes Gohan's transformation. From a distance, Dales and his companions witness Gohan's ascension to Super Saiyan 2. Dales murmurs, once more, "A moment of grandeur. I can almost hear the echoes of history." Meanwhile, Krillin exclaims with excitement, "Wow, Gohan has also transformed into Super Saiyan 2. It appears that he alone can defeat Cell without Dale's intervention." The others nod in agreement, though Piccolo stands apart, his expression marred by unshakable concern. He senses that Gohan's power has indeed surged beyond Cell's, yet the margin is not vast. His worry is not for Gohan's ability to obliterate Cell, but rather that Gohan may not eliminate him thoroughly in one fell swoop. After all, Cell possesses not only his own cells, but also those of Goku and the other Saiyans. Should Gohan fail to eradicate Cell entirely, unforeseen consequences may arise. The scene shifts back to Cell. Sheru gazed in astonishment at the state of Son Gohan before him and inquired, "What is the meaning of your current condition? Are you also a Super Saiyan?" Unfazed, Super Saiyan 2 Son Gohan instantly dashed in front of several small Shoras, delivering a devastating punch that cleaved one of them in half. The remaining small Shoras, witnessing the brutal defeat of their companion, were struck with terror and fled in all directions. Observing this, Son Gohan let out a cold laugh and swiftly appeared before two of the escaping small Shoras, employing both hands to unleash a powerful blow that obliterated them in an instant. One after another, the remaining small Shoras met a similar fate, falling victim to Super Saiyan 2 Son Gohan's lightning-fast strikes. Having vanquished all the small Shoras, Son Gohan materialized before Sheru, whose countenance had turned icy, regarding him with the gaze reserved for the deceased. The chill of Son Gohan's stare instilled a sense of fear in Sheru, though it was fleeting. The cells of Frieza and Vegeta within him ignited a fierce indignation. Sheru bellowed, "Do not presume that a mere display of lightning makes you my equal. I shall show you the true might of my complete form." With that, Sheru charged at Son Gohan, who met his advance without trepidation. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, fists colliding and feet striking, as they battled from the ground to the heavens, from the confines of the arena to its outskirts. The sounds of their clashes echoed incessantly, their auras soaring to the skies. Observers on the ground, including Piccolo, were drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware that any one of them would likely perish in a mere instant should they step into such a fray, except, of course, for Dales. Krillin, witnessing the fierce duel above, remarked in astonishment, "Indeed, Sharu has yet to unleash his full power. Gohan has grown immensely strong. It is surprising that Sharu can still hold his ground, albeit briefly." Dales interjected, "This level of combat is nothing extraordinary. It is merely par for the course." Krillin, taken aback, exclaimed, "Have you, Dales, achieved another breakthrough?" Dales did not respond directly, but instead urged, "Enough with the questions. Now that all the small Shoras have been defeated, you three, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, hurry and bring back the severely wounded Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks. Their life forces have grown alarmingly faint." Pointing towards Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, Dales prompted them into action. It was then that Krillin slapped his forehead, realizing, right, Goku's energy seems to have nearly vanished. It would be a struggle even to use a Senzu Bean. We must hasten. With that, Krillin sped toward Goku's location. Seeing this, Tien turned to Yamcha and said, "I have no desire to rescue that Vegeta fellow. I will go and fetch Trunks instead." With that, Tien soared toward Trunks' position. Yamcha, a bit disheartened, lamented, "Why must it fall upon me to retrieve that Vegeta? Well, it can't be helped. He is gravely injured, so I shall go." Subsequently, Yamcha flew toward Vegeta's location. At this moment, on the arena, the clash between Cell and Gohan had ceased. Gohan, with a composed demeanor, showed no signs of distress, while Cell, in stark contrast, was gasping for breath. Staring incredulously at the relaxed Gohan, Cell, now agitated, shouted in anger, "Impossible! As a perfect being, I should be the strongest in the universe. How could I possibly be defeated by a mere child like you?" Gohan, unwavering, fixed his icy gaze upon Cell, infused with a chilling intent to kill. Unable to endure Gohan's penetrating stare any longer, Cell suddenly charged at him, throwing a punch aimed at Gohan's face. Sensing Cell's desperation, Gohan recognized the openings in Cell's attack. He deftly evaded the enraged blow by slightly tilting his body and retaliated with a punch to Cell's abdomen. In his frenzied state, Cell could not dodge this strike, and in an instant, Gohan's fist connected with his midsection. Cell retracted his fist, cradling his stomach as he staggered backward, his eyes bloodshot and bulging, a torrent of purple blood escaping his lips. As he retreated, he muttered in disbelief, "How is this possible? How can his strength be so immense? Am I not the strongest in the universe as a perfect being?" Meanwhile, Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks had been brought back, each revived by a Senzu Bean from the brink of death. Upon waking, Goku observed the confrontation between Gohan and Cell and called out urgently, "Gohan, quickly eliminate Cell. Do not give him a chance." Hearing Goku's voice, Gohan turned to see his father shouting at him, murmuring, "Dad, you're not dead?" A wave of joy surged within him, and he responded, "Understood, Dad. I will completely obliterate Cell." With that, Gohan assumed the stance for the Kamehameha, focusing his energy. Hami-hami-ha. Instantly, a brilliant blue energy manifested in his hands. With a thunderous roar, a massive column of azure energy surged forth at incredible speed towards the astonished Cell. In a panic, Cell mirrored Gohan's stance, summoning a green-blue energy in his palm. Kamehameha. He bellowed, unleashing his own wave of energy. The two beams collided, creating a violent clash that sent shockwaves through the arena, whipping up fierce winds that stung the faces of the onlookers, forcing them to shield their eyes. "Ah!" Gohan shouted, channeling the Kamehameha's energy with fervor. "Ah!" In contrast, Cell exerted every ounce of his strength, desperately channeling energy. Both combatants fiercely pushed their Kamehameha waves toward one another. However, the disparity in their powers allowed Gohan to gain the upper hand, as his Kamehameha surged steadily towards Cell. In a brief moment, Cell's Kamehameha was thoroughly suppressed, with Gohan's wave now mere inches away. Observing this from a distance, Gohan sensed an opportunity and shouted at Cell, "Here it comes. Disappear, Cell." Subsequently, Gohan's Kamehameha expanded further, completely dispersing Cell's energy wave. As Cell beheld the oncoming column of energy, his mind momentarily blank. It took him a moment to react and raise a defense. He crossed his arms in a blocking posture. With a swift whoosh, Cell was engulfed by the Kamehameha, the intense heat searing his entire being with excruciating pain. In an instant, much of Cell's form vanished, as though he were on the brink of obliteration. Since his inception, Cell had never felt death so intimately close. However, he was not yet at his wit's end. He had a contingency plan. Yet, this was contingent upon surviving this life-threatening attack. Sensing that Gohan's assault was about to claim his life, Cell did not resign himself to fate. Instead, he struggled to escape the Kamehameha's grasp. After several agonizing seconds, Cell finally emerged from the terrifying energy column. Nonetheless, the Kamehameha had inflicted grievous injuries upon him, rendering his body unrecognizable. His form was riddled with hollows, half of his head was obliterated, one arm was severed, and his purple blood stained the ground. From a distance, Gohan's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed Cell, battered yet standing, emerge from the remnants of his attack. The spectators, including Goku and others, were equally astonished. Krillin, in a state of terror, exclaimed, "No way, is he still alive in that condition?" The others, save for Dares, wore expressions of disbelief, while Vegeta, observing the unfolding events, incredulously remarked, "How is this possible? That little brat has actually surpassed Super Saiyan 2? With a mighty roar, Cell pushed through his injuries, slowly beginning to heal. In a short time, he returned to his original form, though the restored Cell was drenched in cold sweat. Gasping for breath, his energy depleted to an unprecedented low. While Gohan was taken aback by Cell's actions, fear did not seize him. Rather, his murderous intent intensified. In an instant, Gohan appeared before Cell, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded his opponent. Gasping for air, Cell, upon seeing Gohan's approach, did not exhibit the same vulnerability as before. Instead, he calmly stated, "Gohan, I acknowledge your strength. You have indeed surpassed me in my perfect form. But do not presume this is the end." A strange smile crept across Cell's lips as he spoke. Suddenly, a universal capsule appeared in Cell's hand. Unbeknownst to anyone when it had manifested, with a forceful press, the capsule erupted, transforming instantaneously into a dark purple fruit. Without hesitation, Cell took a bite, relishing its flavor, and continued to consume the fruit voraciously. Gohan, observing Cell indulging in the fruit, felt an undeniable sense of familiarity with it, though he could not quite place it. Nonetheless, he was confident in his ability to dispatch Cell effortlessly. If necessary, he could let Cell have a taste of the fruit before his demise, treating it as a final meal. From a distance, Darius watched in astonishment as he recognized the fruit in Cell's grasp. It was indeed a spirit tree fruit, yet distinctively different from the ordinary red ones, as Cell's was a dark purple hue. Nearby, Goku also identified the spirit tree fruit and urgently shouted, "Gohan, eliminate Cell at once." However, Gohan remained indifferent, fixated on the sight of Cell consuming the fruit. Piccolo, witnessing this, urged, "Gohan, don't be careless. Quickly defeat Cell." Turning to Piccolo, Gohan replied, "I understand, Uncle Piccolo." He then charged towards Cell, but before he could draw near, he was repelled by a formidable force. Gohan was taken aback by Cell's overwhelming power. At that moment, Cell had finished consuming an entire spirit tree fruit and began to tighten his fists, unleashing a primal roar. An aura of dark purple energy enveloped him, accompanied by sparks reminiscent of Super Saiyan 2, albeit in a different hue. Cell's power escalated at a visible rate, his already malevolent energy now radiating an even more sinister and otherworldly presence. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gohan cautiously raised his hands, forming the Kamehameha gesture. Kamehameha. He initiated, unleashing a rapid Kamehameha wave towards Cell. Yet, as the energy beam approached, it dissipated like bubbles, vanishing into thin air. Gohan felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This was his most potent strike, and though it had not been charged, he was certain it could once more severely injure the fully transformed Cell. To his dismay, the Kamehameha wave had inexplicably vanished before reaching Cell, and in his perception, Cell's energy continued to surge, seemingly unaffected by the attack. The onlookers, aside from Darius, were equally astonished, watching Cell roar in fury, clearly sensing the relentless escalation of his power. Chapter 55, The Birth of Lightning Cell. The Origins of the Spirit Tree Fruit. Cell continued to scream, his body undergoing a profound transformation. After a brief moment, it appeared that Cell had completed his metamorphosis, now shimmering with electric sparks, and the eerie aura around him had been drawn inward. As Sheru gazed with satisfaction at the transformation of his physique, He soon soared before Sun Wukong, boasting, "What do you think, Sun Wukong? Shall we continue?" In response, Sun Wukong remained silent, and in an instant appeared directly in front of Sheru, delivering a powerful punch, which Sheru effortlessly intercepted. Feeling the force behind Wukong's blow, Sheru's pride swelled, prompting him to taunt, "Is that all you've got? Have I grown too formidable?" Sun Wukong, grappling with his fist ensnared like a vice, furrowed his brow and retaliated with a swift kick. Sheru, realizing the imminent threat, relinquished his grip, allowing Wukong to break free. Yet, as Wukong attempted another assault, he found Sheru had vanished. "Am I so slow to react?" A chilling voice echoed from behind. Wukong broke into a cold sweat, only to feel a massive impact to his back, plunging him into darkness. Sheru regarded his hand, which had struck Wukong's neck, nodding with satisfaction. He then extended a finger towards Wukong, addressing him, "Wukong, Wukong-san." The others, anxious, watched as Sun Wukong hastily placed his hand to his forehead, transforming into a Super Saiyan, and in an instant appeared before Sheru, delivering a kick that sent the unsuspecting Sheru reeling. The others quickly followed suit, rushing to Wukong's side. Darius observed the unfolding scene and approached cautiously, understanding that Sheru, now momentarily halted, would surely indulge in his characteristic bravado, negating the need to reveal his own teleportation abilities. Having gauged Sheru's power during his lightning form transformation, Darius felt confident in his ability to dominate Sheru, especially with the element of surprise that teleportation afforded him. As Sheru recovered from the blow and observed Sun Wukong standing protectively before Wukong, he made no attempt to intervene. Rather, he seemed disinterested in stopping the inevitable. In a brief moment, they all gathered around Sun Wukong. Sheru addressed the assembled group. "Are you prepared to face the apocalypse? According to the rules of the game I established, should you lose, I shall obliterate you all, along with the earth. I will not allow you to destroy the earth," Sun Wukong declared, his expression grave as he faced Sheru. Amused, Sheru retorted, "Huh? Do you think mere words can thwart me? Without Sun Wukong, you are all hopelessly outmatched. Even if you unite against me." The group exchanged solemn glances, their expressions heavy with concern. Meanwhile, Piccolo, having assessed Sun Wukong's condition, approached. Sun Wukong, noticing him, inquired, "Piccolo, is Wukong all right?" "He is fine, just unconscious. I've administered a sense of being. He will awaken shortly," Piccolo assured him, before turning to Sheru and conceding, "Sheru, I admit, we are no match for you at this moment." As others listened to Dend, they cast puzzled glances at him. After all, Darius had yet to make his entrance. Darius was undoubtedly far superior to Gohan, and might very well pose a challenge to the formidable Cell before them. Vegeta, filled with rage, exclaimed, "What do you mean, Unimikian? I assure you, I will personally defeat this scoundrel, Cell." The group was left speechless by Vegeta's inexplicable confidence. He had previously struggled against the weaker version of Cell, and now sought to conquer the more powerful iteration? Was this not the height of folly? Trunks turned to his father and cautioned, "Father, I fear you may not be his match alone. Please do not overestimate your strength." Silence. What sort of warrior lacks the confidence to vanquish his foes? Even if I fall in battle, so be it. Death in combat is the destiny of a Saiyan. Vegeta's stern rebuke silenced Trunks, who found himself at a loss. He struggled to comprehend Vegeta, just as Vegeta failed to understand him. Nevertheless, Vegeta was right. Today demanded their utmost effort, and Trunks needed only to prepare himself for the fight ahead. This was for the future of their world and his own. Meanwhile, Darius observed the exchange and quickly grasped Den's intentions. It was evident that Den sought to extract information from Cell. Thus, Darius chose to remain silent. Intrigued by the origins of the extraordinary fruit of the spirit tree, Den, undeterred by the various reactions around him, continued, "Could you enlighten us as to how you have become so powerful? Moreover, how did you acquire that spirit tree fruit? After all, our time on Earth is dwindling, and surely you would accommodate this modest request before our demise." Cell, with a smug expression, replied, "Ah, Den, you truly are a wise one. Far more astute than those Saiyans, Goku, and Vegeta. Since you have asked so politely, I shall reluctantly divulge this information." Pointing to Darius beside Den, Cell remarked, "I must thank this fellow, in fact." Den turned to Darius and inquired, "What do you mean?" Cell, reveling in his moment of revelation, stated, "The fruit of the spirit tree is derived from this individual, Darius." Darius, taken aback by Cell's assertion, questioned, "What do you mean?" though he harbored suspicions. Only Cell's confirmation could validate the conjectures swirling in Darius's mind. Continuing, Cell elaborated. In our world, Darius was defeated long before Goku ventured to Namek to vanquish Frieza. Dent, unfazed, responded, "We are already aware of that. We have lived through it. Please, be specific. As the universe's strongest being now, I trust you will keep your word." Cell, with a hint of disdain, retorted, "I am not so ignoble as to withhold the truth. I shall certainly share it with you." Sharu paused for a moment before continuing. In the past, that fellow Dales led an invasion of Earth, bringing with him the fruits and seeds of the spirit tree. After Dales was defeated, the remnants of the spirit tree's sap and leaves were inevitably discovered by Dr. Gero's bee-like robots. At that time, Dr. Gero became immensely intrigued by these spirit tree fruits and immediately began his research. The more he delved into it, the more astonished he became. For these fruits possessed an extraordinary ability to absorb the planet's vital energy. Consequently, Dr. Gero attempted to clone a miniature spirit tree fruit using the sap from these fruits, only to find that success eluded him. Any clones he produced perished swiftly, which left him utterly astounded, for he had never encountered such a peculiar plant. Eventually, through relentless study, Dr. Gero discovered that the spirit tree fruits required the absorption of planetary vital energy and life force in order to thrive. Thus, he cultivated a clone of the spirit tree and began nurturing it in a clandestine laboratory. However, the growth of the spirit tree was exceedingly slow. During this time, Dr. Gero gathered your energy to aid in its cultivation, continuously modifying the genes of the burgeoning spirit tree fruits until his life was cut short by 17 and 18, bringing his research to a halt. Sharu then pointed at Trunks, remarking, "Trunks should be aware that although Dr. Gero has perished, the supercomputer continued the research. After 20 years, it finally yielded a spirit tree fruit, until my arrival, when I took the solitary fruit from that tree, which continues to flourish. I suspect it has already brought about the destruction of Earth." As Sharu spoke, an unsettling aura enveloped him, and he addressed the assembled group with a chilling tone. "Were it not for your grievous provocations, I would scarcely dare consume such a bizarre object. For who could predict the effects of its genetic modifications and the self-cultivation by the computer over so many years?" Dend, hearing this, inquired with confusion, "How do you know all of this?" Sharu regarded Dend as though he were a fool and replied, "Naturally, the supercomputer informed me." Dend nodded, and the others began to comprehend the cause of Sharu's sudden transformation, understanding why Dend had uttered words of surrender. Observing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Sharu sneered, "Now that you have learned what you wish to know, you may rest assured and prepare for your demise." Chapter 56. Battle with Sharu. The moment Sharu uttered these words, he charged towards Dales and his companions. Goku, Vegeta, Trunks, Dend, and the others instantly unleashed their utmost power and surged forward. In an instant, Sharu deftly maneuvered among the advancing warriors, and one by one, Goku, Vegeta, and the others fell, clutching their abdomens in agony as they collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of fighting. Only Dales remained steadfast, choosing to confront Sharu in a one-on-one duel. Sharu, reveling in the ease with which he dispatched his opponents, remarked with a smug tone, "You are all far too slow. Is this truly the extent of your prowess?" Having spoken, Cell turned his gaze towards Dales, who stood motionless, and remarked, "It seems you are the last one remaining. To be honest, I owe you a debt of gratitude. If it weren't for your counterpart in my world bringing the spirit tree's fruit, I might have truly faltered against that little brat. Go on." Dales, observing the incapacitated fighters in the distance, coldly retorted, "Do not presume that defeating them equates to victory. I have already stated that I will personally eliminate you today, Cell." Upon hearing this, Cell couldn't help but chuckle. I didn't see that coming. It appears you are cut from the same cloth as Vegeta. Are you planning to transform into a Super Dales like him?" Dales, undeterred by Cell's mocking laughter, clenched his fists and let out a deafening roar. Aya! With that, Dales transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden aura soaring high into the heavens. Cell, observing Dales in his Super Saiyan form, disdainfully remarked, "A Super Saiyan? Is that all you've got? Surely, you don't think you can defeat me with merely that transformation. How laughable." Ignoring Cell's derisive comments, Dales continued to roar, amplifying his energy. As Dales' power surged, the weather in the vicinity began to reflect his escalating energy. The once clear sky darkened, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. Feeling the intensifying energy emanating from Dales, a sense of unease began to creep into Cell's mind. Die? Cell finally could no longer contain himself and shouted, launching a massive energy blast towards Dales. At that moment, Dales had completed his energy enhancement and had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his body crackling with electric sparks, producing a series of explosive sounds. Supercharged. Super Saiyan 2 Dales made his entrance. Dales effortlessly swatted aside Cell's energy blast, sending it flying away, where it struck the ground and detonated, creating a deep crater several hundred meters wide. Cell, momentarily taken aback by Dale's Super Saiyan 2 form, quickly regained his composure and said, "Is it akin to Gohan's form? I never expected you to possess such power. Not long ago, I might have genuinely perished at your hands." But now Cell gestured with his thumb to his chin, stating, "I am Super Cell, vastly superior to a complete form." Dales, observing Cell's gesture, felt a sense of assurance. Victory was undoubtedly within his grasp. "Then let us engage." In an instant, Dales vanished from sight, reappearing before Cell and delivering a powerful punch. Cell, realizing the imminent danger, quickly crossed his arms in defense. With a resounding crash, Cell was sent hurtling back thousands of meters, colliding into a nearby mountain. "Damn it!" Cell roared, causing the entire mountain to crumble, debris scattering in every direction. Emerging from the rubble, Cell extended a hand and launched himself at Dales like a rocket. Darius gazed at the approaching Cell and, with a mere raise of his hand, halted the rapidly advancing figure midair. Leaning closer to Cell's ear, Darius whispered, "There exists a considerable disparity between us." With that, he clenched Cell's fist and forcefully hurled him upwards, as if he were a mere projectile. In an instant, Cell soared like a rocket, breaching the atmosphere and finding himself suspended in the vastness of space above Earth. Dazed, Cell surveyed his surroundings, murmuring, "Have I arrived in the cosmos? Perfect. I can obliterate Earth from here." That Darius is astonishingly powerful. He has undoubtedly surpassed my own strength after my transformations. Yet, fortunately, Scions cannot survive in the void of space. With that thought, Cell positioned himself to unleash the Kamehameha wave, intent on annihilating the planet. Just as he began to gather his energy, Darius's voice resonated from behind him. "What is the matter, Cell? Are you afraid? Resorting to such drastic measures as destroying Earth?" Startled by Darius's voice, Cell turned slightly, drenched in cold sweat, and questioned, "When did you sneak up behind me? Why do you emit no presence?" Darius, unfazed, replied, "Do you wish to know? Descend to hell, and you shall comprehend everything." "How audacious of you!" Cell bellowed, swiftly pivoting to deliver a powerful punch at Darius. However, Darius merely shifted his body slightly, causing Cell's attack to miss entirely. Undeterred, Cell launched a barrage of punches, each of which Darius deftly blocked. "Solar flare!" Cell shouted, unleashing a blinding light that forced Darius to shield his face. In a fleeting moment, Cell appeared behind Darius, tightly embracing him, and extended his tail menacingly towards Darius. Sensing the danger, Darius instinctively retaliated with an elbow strike to Cell's abdomen. The impact caused Cell to spit out a vile liquid, releasing his grip and retreating while clutching his stomach. This moment allowed Darius to break free from Cell's grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Darius advanced upon the wounded Cell, unleashing a relentless series of punches that left deep imprints across Cell's body. Cell was utterly defenseless, forced to endure the onslaught while emitting anguished cries. In a decisive move, Darius seized one of Cell's hands and hurled him towards Earth with tremendous force. Cell plummeted at an astonishing speed, crashing into the desolate landscape below with a thunderous roar. The impact created a massive crater, several kilometers in diameter, as Cell half kneeled at its center. His body battered and broken, drenched in purple blood. As Darius appeared before Cell at the moment, he plummeted towards Earth. He gazed coldly at the severely injured creature before him. Chapter 57. Another attempt at self-destruction? The utter annihilation of Cell. Cell, now defeated and sprawled on the ground, was stripped of his former arrogance. With a defiant thump against the earth, he exclaimed, "How is this possible? How can you be so powerful?" Darius, upon hearing this, scoffed. Those who rely solely on external forces and the abilities of others, without ever training to strengthen themselves, will never triumph over us. Upon hearing Darius's words, Cell's muscles tensed with rage as he bellowed, "I refuse to believe the gap between us is truly so vast." With that, Cell vanished from his spot, reappearing before Darius and unleashing a whip-like kick aimed at Darius's neck. Darius, unfazed, merely smirked as he caught Cell's leg, then forcefully flung him aside, sending him crashing into a nearby slope. Struggling amidst the debris, Cell rose, his mind clouded from repeated assaults. He incoherently muttered, "I am the strongest now. I am the ultimate android, Cell. How could I possibly lose to you?" Seeing Cell in such a state, Darius lost all desire to prolong the encounter. Utilizing instant transmission, he materialized before Cell and delivered an uppercut to his abdomen. In his disoriented state, Cell could not evade, and Darius's fist pierced through him. Cell gazed at Darius in disbelief, then glanced down at his own impaled abdomen. His mouth opened as if to utter a word, but the excruciating pain rendered him speechless. Darius, observing Cell's agony, withdrew his blood-stained fist and waved his hand, erasing the purple blood. A layer of energy enveloped his hand, transforming it into a lethal blade. With resolve, Darius struck at Cell's neck, swiftly decapitating him, the head nearly dislodging from the body. However, in an instant, Cell utilized his Namekian regeneration ability to reattach his head to his neck. Darius did not grant Cell a moment's respite. Instead, he aimed a hand at Cell's chest. Sneering, "Perish, Cell!" Supernova attack. In an instant, a white energy sphere erupted at Cell's chest, unleashing a violent explosion that generated a blinding light, followed by a deafening roar. A massive crater, thousands of meters in diameter, formed at Cell's location. Meanwhile, Vegeta teleported to a position not far from the explosion, watching the smoke billowing from the blast. Darius murmured, "Cell's energy has not yet dissipated. His vitality is indeed tenacious, rivaling even Frisia's." At that moment, Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and others, who had previously fallen to Cell, had recovered and soared to Darius's side, having sensed the energies of Darius and Cell. Goku, spotting the smoke in the distance, inquired of Darius, "Darius, have you defeated Cell?" Darius did not even turn his head. He merely nodded and stated, "Cell is not my adversary. It is just that this fellow possesses an extraordinarily tenacious vitality. Despite sustaining such grave injuries, he remains alive. Any one of you would likely perish under such circumstances." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, remarking, "Indeed, Cell's energy has yet to dissipate, though it has diminished significantly." Meanwhile, Vegeta interjected, "Is Cell merely relying on the regenerative capabilities of the Namekian? Even that Namekian has no hope of recovery from such wounds." After saying this, Vegeta gestured towards Piccolo, who remained indifferent to Vegeta's comment and addressed Darius and Sun Wukong, stating, "It is unlikely that my cells alone could achieve this. There must be contributions from other cells, perhaps Frisia's? After all, even the explosion of a planet could not claim his life." Darius nodded in response. Trunks then spoke up, "Mr. Darius, Cell's energy has now reached its nadir. Let us proceed to eliminate him." Darius replied, "Very well, you may go and eradicate Cell completely." Upon receiving Darius's consent, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan and surged towards Cell's position. Surprisingly, Vegeta refrained from seizing the opportunity to eliminate Cell. In his view, defeating Cell in such a weakened state held no significance, as Cell's energy was indeed far too feeble at that moment. As time passed, the smoke dissipated, revealing Cell, who stood with one hand clenched, gazing at Darius and the others conversing in the distance. After a brief moment of rest, he noticed Trunks charging towards him, prompting him to rise and prepare for battle. In an instant, Trunks appeared before Cell, drawing his alloy sword and coldly declaring, "Cell, your time is up. I shall annihilate you now." Cell, regarding Trunks with a mocking gaze, retorted, "Is it just you? Have you become overly arrogant? Even in this state, I could easily defeat you." Trunks, undeterred, coldly replied, "Whether you can defeat me will soon be revealed." Cell scoffed, "You truly are full of yourself, Trunks. Do you not realize that another version of you met his demise at my hands?" Trunks, unwilling to engage in further banter, instantaneously appeared behind Cell and struck with his sword. Cell, though quick to perceive Trunks' movement, was met with an overwhelming surge of pain and weakness as he attempted to turn and block, leaving him helpless as Trunks' blade descended upon him. In an instant, Cell's back was severed by Trunks' sword, blood erupting in torrents. Witnessing his successful assault, Trunks followed up with a powerful kick that sent Cell flying hundreds of meters, carving a deep trench in the ground. Struggling to regain his balance, Cell coughed up blood, staring in disbelief at the formidable Trunks who had just overpowered him. As shock transformed into fury, Cell could not accept being defeated by what he perceived as a weakling. However, just as he attempted to make a move, the pain and sense of helplessness surged once more, leading him to finally acknowledge his failure. He relinquished his prideful heart, and in a desperate bid for survival, he intended to threaten Darius and the others with self-destruction. In an instant, Trunks dashed to the forefront, raising a hand towards Cell and declaring, "Vanquish yourself, Cell." Immediately, a white energy blast materialized in Trunks' hand and surged towards Cell. As Trunks approached, Cell attempted to voice his intent to self-destruct, but the energy blast engulfed him, consuming him entirely. How outrageous! I haven't even begun to self-destruct, you bastard. Yet, Trunks was oblivious to Cell's final words. As Cell was gradually melted away by the intense heat of the energy blast, rendering his vocal cords non-existent. Moments later, only a chip-like remnant remained of Cell's former self. Observing Cell's annihilation, Trunks finally exhaled in relief. Darius, witnessing Trunks' decisive action from a distance, felt a sense of satisfaction. He had also perceived Cell's intention to self-destruct and had planned to teleport in to eliminate him, but Trunks had decisively interrupted Cell's incantation. However, Cell had not yet been completely vanquished. Utilizing his teleportation ability, Darius swiftly appeared beside Trunks and gestured towards the chip. To their astonishment, the chip began to writhe, flesh and blood gradually manifesting upon it. Trunks stared in disbelief at the unsettling movements of Cell's remnants. Without further explanation, Darius positioned himself for the Kamehameha wave, exclaiming, "Honey, huh?" Instantly, a brilliant blue energy beam erupted from Darius' hands, engulfing the writhing chip, which slowly disintegrated under the intense heat. In the fleeting moment of Cell's destruction, countless ethereal souls surged forth from the chip, seemingly liberated. Thus fell the lightning cell. Chapter 58. The android incident concludes. Darius glanced at the completely obliterated Cell before lowering his hands and ceasing the energy output. Cell's vitality had proven remarkably tenacious. Trunks remained in a daze, staring at the ashes of Cell's chip. Darius approached Trunks, patting him on the shoulder, and remarked, "Cell has been utterly eradicated. From this point forward, there will be no malevolent androids, neither here nor in the future." Indeed, Mr. Darius, the android incident has finally come to an end. Trunks reflected with a sense of nostalgia. Observing Trunks' contemplative demeanor, Darius encouraged, "Keep pushing forward, Trunks. We cannot afford to relax simply because the android incident has concluded." With that, Darius prepared to soar towards Goku and the other warriors. "Thank you, Mr. Darius." Darius turned his head, catching a glimpse of Trunks bowing in gratitude. Darius, feeling helpless, remarked, "There is no need for such concerns, Trunks. Even without your assistance, I would have dealt with the malevolent androids known as Cell. Nonetheless, I must express my gratitude, Mr. Darius. You are a great hero, akin to Mr. Goku, who saves the world," Trunks replied earnestly. "A great hero, you say? Huh." Darius, reflecting on this, responded formally, "Very well, Trunks, I accept your gratitude. Is that satisfactory? Now, you should return to your father. The matter has concluded, and it is imperative we inform them." Trunks straightened himself and replied, "Indeed, Mr. Darius. Let us hasten to where my father and Mr. Goku are." After a brief explanation, everyone learned that Cell had been utterly vanquished, and a collective sigh of relief swept through them. Although they sensed that Cell's presence had completely dissipated, given the nature of such a monstrous being, it was prudent to remain vigilant. Cell had finally been eradicated. The impending apocalyptic crisis had at last come to an end. They could finally relax. Krillin and Yamcha began to chatter animatedly. Meanwhile, Son Gohan, who had been knocked unconscious by Cell, awoke and weakly interjected. "But the androids and Cell have already taken many innocent lives. Moreover, since the fusion of Uncle Piccolo and the Grand Kai, the Dragon Balls on Earth have vanished." The lively discussion between Krillin and Yamcha abruptly turned somber. Indeed, countless ordinary individuals had been tragically ensnared in the android incident, senselessly slain, and now, due to the disappearance of the Dragon Balls, they could not be revived. In a swift motion, Vegeta departed without uttering a word, casting a glance at Darius and Son Goku before flying away. The remaining warriors, witnessing Vegeta's departure, felt powerless. Considering Vegeta's temperament, it was already a feat that he refrained from wreaking havoc on Earth, let alone attempting to save these innocent lives. As the group pondered their next course of action, Android 17 approached Darius and inquired, "Shall we take our leave?" Darius replied, "Of course. If you would, kindly share your plans moving forward. Adjusting his forehead, 17 gestured towards the nearby android 16 and stated, I have a keen interest in nature, and 16 shares a similar sentiment. We intend to apply for a position akin to that of animal protectors. Darius nodded in understanding and glanced at android 18 in the distance, asking 17, what about 18? 17 responded with a hint of resignation. 18 instructed us to mind our own affairs and not concern ourselves with her. She has her own pursuits. I reason that, given the absence of threats on Earth aside from you, she would be fine. Darius nodded once more and said, you may depart now. By the way, does 16 require any repairs? 17 chuckled and replied, no. 16 mentioned that his injuries are not severe and he can mend himself gradually. On the 17th, he paused and remarked, moreover, the 16th conveyed his gratitude for your assistance to both him and Earth, as he claims he is not eloquent. Darius nodded, then waved his hand dismissively. Observing this, the 17th approached the 16th, and after exchanging a few words, they soared into the sky, vanishing beyond the horizon. Darius watched their departure intently. Meanwhile, the 18th, still on the ground, turned to Darius and said, stop staring. The 17th has already left. Darius did not turn his head, but replied coolly, why did you not accompany them? The 18th, with a playful tone, responded, I simply wish to remain here. No one said this place is off limits. Darius glanced at the 18th and remarked, then do as you please. With that, he walked towards the warriors who were engaged in discussion. The 18th clenched her fists, watching Darius's retreating figure, muttering, foolish man, insufferable jerk. She then angrily flew away. At that moment, the warriors remained deep in thought, seemingly unable to devise a solution. Perhaps the adage the one in power is often blind to the obvious held true. Darius, contemplating this, addressed the group. Have you all forgotten about Namek? At these words, the crowd experienced a moment of clarity. Sun Wukong stepped forward, stating, indeed. Namek has the Dragon Balls. How could I have overlooked that? Darius, you are truly remarkable for thinking of a solution so swiftly. Trunks expressed some self-reproach, saying, yes. How could I forget what Mr. Darius mentioned before? Meanwhile, Piccolo interjected with skepticism. Utilizing the Dragon Balls of Namek may not be feasible. Have you all forgotten? The Dragon Balls can only revive one person at a time. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Sun Wukong's earlier joy faded, and he sighed. Right? How could I forget that? As Sun Wukong pondered this, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien looked at Piccolo with astonishment. Given Piccolo's character, which, though far more amiable than Vegeta's, should not have included concern for the lives of Earthlings, their surprise was understandable. However, reflecting on the Supreme Kai's fusion with Piccolo, they became more at ease. Recognizing that the Supreme Kai's memories and personality must have influenced Piccolo in some way, Son Gohan began to contemplate Piccolo's words, unaware of the shift in Piccolo's demeanor. To him, Piccolo had always been this way. As the group continued to ponder, Darius could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, although the Supreme Kai is gone, we can simply find another. There are more Namekians capable of creating Dragon Balls besides Piccolo. We can seek out another Namekian to reactivate the Dragon Balls of Earth. The crowd appeared enlightened by this revelation. Darius, seeing their understanding, added, you may use my spaceship. It contains the interstellar map of Namek. With those words, Darius ascended and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 59. Return to Namek. Time swiftly passed, and a fortnight had elapsed. During this period, Dales engaged in meditation training on the outskirts of West City, and at mealtimes, he would venture to Bulma's residence to partake of her hospitality. Fortunately, Bulma's family was prosperous enough to accommodate Dale's dining needs without charge. Initially, Dales felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, Bulma reassured him that it was merely a fee for the rental of the spaceship, prompting Dales to reluctantly accept her generosity. After a fortnight of rest, everyone finally prepared to journey to Namek. Surprisingly, Goku and the others chose not to utilize the spaceship for their voyage. Instead, they planned for Goku to teleport directly to Namek. The interstellar map of Namek resided aboard Dale's ship, and Bulma had discovered it during her research on the vessel. Thus, Goku first visited Bulma to acquire the coordinates of the new Namek before intending to teleport there. At that moment, Dales was dining at Bulma's home and happened to glimpse Goku as he prepared for the trip to Namek. Dales had also been contemplating visiting the Namekians to make wishes, and thus he approached Goku, saying, Goku, I would also like to visit Namek and utilize its Dragon Balls. Shall we go together? Goku, glancing at Dales, replied, "Of course. But what do you intend to wish for with the Dragon Balls?" Dales responded, "To make a few wishes." Goku nodded in understanding and suggested, "Very well. Shall we go together? By the way, you can teleport, right?" Dales affirmed, "I will accompany you. It will be easier to explain to the Namekians if we are together, lest we be in different locations." Goku nodded, instructing, "Dales, hold on to my shoulder." Dales stepped behind Goku and grasped his shoulder. In an instant, Goku sensed the energy of the Namekians and utilized his teleportation ability, causing both Dales and Goku to vanish from their original position. In the blink of an eye, they materialized in a relatively open area on Namek, where several Namekians basked in the sunlight. Observing the sudden appearance of Dales and Goku, the Namekians were taken aback. Dales inquired, "Does your teleportation require sensing energy to function?" Goku nodded, responding, "Yes, without sensing energy, I cannot teleport, even to places I have previously visited." Dales acknowledged this. Goku's teleportation was indeed not as versatile as his own. Dales could teleport to any place he had visited or was aware of, while Goku's ability relied solely on sensing energy. Meanwhile, the Namekians stared in astonishment at the unexpected arrival of Dales and Goku. One of the Namekians, whose stature was akin to that of a Piccolo, inquired, "Who are you? Why have you suddenly appeared on Namek?" With that, this Namekian assumed a combat stance directed at Sun Wukong. Observing this, Sun Wukong hastily waved his hands and exclaimed, "Waha, I mean no harm. I am merely here on business with your esteemed elder." The Namekian remained skeptical, and the others displayed a palpable hostility. Just as Sun Wukong was racking his brain for an explanation, Dale stepped forward and addressed the group of Namekians, saying, "This individual is the legendary savior of your people. Sun Wukong, please direct us to your elder." The young Namekian, drenched in cold sweat at the sight of Dale's clad in black martial attire, felt an unsettling aura emanating from him. Dale's presence, both sinister and enigmatic, was a result of his long-standing conquests of planets and consumption of the fruit from the Tree of Might, creating a stark contrast to Sun Wukong's essence. While one's moral character can influence their aura, such a transformation requires time. Thus, even Dale's, having crossed over into this form, could not alter his aura in an instant. If Sun Wukong proclaimed himself virtuous, the Namekians might have been inclined to believe him. But anything uttered by Dales would be met with skepticism. The young Namekian, firmly entrenched in his combat stance, gravely declared, "You shall not find the elder, you fiend." Dales, recognizing the futility of the situation, decided not to waste any more time. He resolved to incapacitate the individuals before him, trusting that the elder of Namek would eventually reveal himself. Just as Dales prepared to strike, a group of elder Namekians approached from a distance. "Stand down, everyone," they urged, stepping between Dales and the young Namekians. "This is all a misunderstanding." One of the elders turned to the young Namekian poised to attack and admonished, "How many times must I tell you, Chaz? In times of uncertainty, do not act impulsively. They mean us no harm." Reluctantly, Chaz lowered his hands and retorted, "Village chief, do you not sense the malevolence emanating from that figure in black? How can I trust him?" The village chief, though exasperated, chose not to engage with Chaz's concerns. Instead, he addressed Dales and Sun Wukong, saying, "My apologies, Mr. Sun Wukong, and to you as well, sir. The elder will arrive shortly. I kindly ask for your patience." Sun Wukong responded with a smile, "No worries, it's merely a trivial matter. We have ample time to wait." The village chief nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Chaz, still intrigued, turned to Sun Wukong and asked, "Are you not the hero who vanquished Frisia and Cooler, saving Namek?" Sun Wukong pointed to himself, replying, "If you mean the one who defeated Frisia and his ilk, then indeed, that would be me." Upon hearing this, Chaz felt a pang of shame and remarked, "Please forgive my earlier rudeness. It was merely the malevolent aura of the gentleman beside you that unsettled me." With that, he bowed respectfully to Dales. Naturally, Dales paid little heed to such trivialities and responded nonchalantly, "It matters not. Even if a confrontation were to arise, you and your companions would not stand a chance." Chaz, somewhat indignant and brimming with youthful vigor, straightened up and addressed Dales, "Sir, are you asserting that my friends and I are incapable of matching you? Is that not an exaggeration? Shall we engage in a contest later?" Dales, glancing at the defiant Chaz, initially intended to disregard him. However, recalling that Chaz's demeanor was somewhat acceptable, he deemed it appropriate to impart a lesson about the existence of greater powers beyond one's own. Thus, Dales replied, "Very well. Once we conclude our matters, you may challenge me." Upon receiving a response, Chaz exclaimed, "Excellent. I shall demonstrate that we Namekians are far from weak." The Namekian village chief, witnessing this exchange, expressed his discontent, admonishing Chaz, "Chaz, do not be disrespectful to our guests." He then turned to Dales and added, "Please, do not take offense." Dales reassured him, saying, "It is of no consequence. I, too, wish to engage in a spar with the combat-oriented Namekians." Nearby, Sun Wukong beamed with delight and asked the village chief, "Will there be a battle?" "That sounds splendid." Chaz, brimming with pride, turned to the village chief and declared, "What say you, chief? Our guests have all agreed. Surely you will not impede this?" The village chief, rubbing his forehead in resignation, replied, "Fine, but do not let it escalate into a serious fight." Chaz nodded enthusiastically. After this brief interlude, the group awaited in anticipation. Chapter 60. A conversation with the Grand Elder. After a moment, the Grand Elder appeared, gently supported by a young Namekian, gradually coming into view of the waiting Dales and his companions. "Mr. Sun Wukong, it has been a long time," the aged Grand Elder said, smiling as he approached them. "Indeed, it has been quite a while, Grand Elder," Sun Wukong responded with a measure of formality. The Grand Elder continued, "Mr. Sun Wukong, what brings you to Namek today? It has been years since you and your friends vanquished Guldo." Sun Wukong explained, "Grand Elder, following the defeat of Guldo, a grave crisis emerged on Earth." He recounted the events concerning the androids and the future Trunks and Cell to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder nodded in understanding. "So, Earthlings have indeed created such formidable androids. That is quite alarming." Sun Wukong concurred. "Indeed, had we not defeated Cell, Earth might have faced destruction, and Cell could have wreaked havoc across the cosmos." The Grand Elder nodded thoughtfully and added, "In fact, we had sensed the presence of Cell, as well as your son Gohan and that gentleman." Sun Wukong scratched his head in surprise. "Is that so?" Unexpectedly, the essence of the three individuals reached Namek, indicating that I must continue to strive. The Grand Elder then remarked, "As you mentioned, you seek a member of our tribe capable of creating Dragon Balls to restore those of Earth, correct?" Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong nodded in affirmation and replied, "Indeed." The Grand Elder, observing his response, stated, "I happen to have a candidate in mind. He is the most promising among our kin." Curiously, Sun Wukong inquired, "Who might that be?" The Grand Elder chuckled and said, "Dandy, do you recall him?" After a moment of contemplation, Sun Wukong's eyes brightened in realization. "Ah, that little fellow. He seems to be quite good friends with Gohan, right? Is that so, Grand Elder?" The Grand Elder nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong then declared, "Let Dandy serve as the guardian of Earth. Gohan would surely be pleased." The Grand Elder turned to a young Namekian nearby and instructed, "Nez, you shall fetch Dandy." "Understood." Nez replied before soaring into the sky. Darius observed the departing Nez, recognizing him as one of the few Namekians he knew. Noticing that Sun Wukong and the Grand Elder had settled on the anticipated candidate, Darius approached the Grand Elder and said, "Grand Elder, may I use the Dragon Balls of Namek?" The Grand Elder regarded Darius and remarked, "It appears that you do not belong to this timeline." Darius nodded in acknowledgement and responded, "Indeed, so am I permitted to utilize the Dragon Balls of Namek?" The Grand Elder nodded, albeit with hesitation, and replied, "Of course. For under the description provided by Mr. Sun Wukong, you seem to be a good person." Darius was somewhat taken aback and asked, "Is there any issue then?" The Grand Elder replied, "It is merely curious that your soul and body do not appear to be in harmony. It seems you are neither a person of this era nor the future as described by Mr. Sun Wukong." Darius was intrigued, yet neither confirmed nor denied the statement. Instead, he asked, "You possess such abilities? How astonishing." The Grand Elder shook his head and said, "Mr. Darius, I harbor no animosity towards you. After all, your deeds are commendable. I merely wish to caution you." He paused before continuing, "Firstly, as someone from the future, prolonged presence in the past may lead to encounters with deities who would not permit you to traverse time freely. Secondly, your unique soul is likely to attract attention, particularly from the divine. Should you encounter amiable beings, they may not pose a threat. However, if you encounter those less accommodating." The Grand Elder halted, leaving the implication unspoken, yet it was clear what he meant. Shifting the topic, the Grand Elder remarked, "It is possible that you have already caught the eyes of the cosmic deities." Darius, unfazed, realized whom the Grand Elder referred to, but remained indifferent, as he knew that the deity in question was one of the more agreeable types, capable of being appeased. Upon contemplating this, Dales addressed the Grand Elder, saying, "Grand Elder, your words shall be etched in my heart. Merely granting me the opportunity to make a wish suffices." The Grand Elder nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, who had been listening to their conversation with an expression of bewilderment, turned to Dales and inquired, "Dales, what are you discussing with the Grand Elder? I find myself quite perplexed. What do deities and souls have to do with one another?" Dales, disinclined to elaborate to Sun Wukong, simply responded, "You may journey to King Kai's planet to inquire with him, or you could ask the Grand Elder as well." Curiosity sparked in Sun Wukong's eyes as he gazed towards the Grand Elder, who proceeded to share the existence of the God of Destruction and King Kai with him. Sun Wukong, now somewhat animated, asked, "Are the God of Destruction and King Kai truly powerful?" The Grand Elder shook his head, stating, "No one has witnessed them in action. Those who have are no longer among us. However, according to the records from Namek, a significant number of planets in the universe vanish every few thousand years, seemingly at the behest of the God of Destruction." Sun Wukong lamented, "I truly wish to engage them in combat, but alas, they are impossible to locate." Dales, choosing not to elaborate, thought it best that encounters occur in their own time. Knowing too much in advance may not be beneficial, especially considering Sun Wukong's current strength. Before long, Nez appeared alongside Dandy before Dales and the others. The Grand Elder addressed Dandy, stating, "Dandy, Mr. Sun Wukong wishes to invite you to assume the role of the Guardian of Earth and to restore the Dragon Balls. Would you accept?" Initially hesitant, Dandy's reluctance stemmed not from a lack of desire to visit Earth, but rather from a fear of being unable to return. The Grand Elder, perceiving Dandy's inner turmoil, reassured him, "Mr. Sun Wukong possesses instant transmission, and the Dragon Balls of Earth will allow you to return at any time, Dandy." With that, Dandy's excitement was palpable as he nodded, exclaiming, "Very well, Grand Elder, I wish to see Gohan as well." The Grand Elder nodded in affirmation, then turned to Nez and inquired, "Nez, have you summoned the village chief who safeguards the Dragon Balls?" Nez confirmed, saying, when the Grand Elder called for Dandy, "I had already contacted them. They should be arriving shortly with the Dragon Balls." It appeared that the Grand Elder had anticipated the necessity of utilizing the Dragon Balls today and had prepared in advance. Chapter 61. A Wish revisited shortly thereafter. Several young Namekians approached, each cradling a Dragon Ball, which they placed in succession before Dales and the others. Dales surveyed the 7 Dragon Balls resting on the ground and addressed the Grand Elder, saying, "Grand Elder, might I trouble you or another Namekian to assist with translation?" The Grand Elder, offering a faint smile, replied, "I am too old to speak vigorously. Let Nez assist you with the translation." Nez stepped forward, introducing himself to Dales. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am the Grand Elder's attendant and also the captain of the Namekian Guard." Dales responded with a nod, "Nez, no need for formalities. I am acquainted with you. Let us proceed with my wish, and I would appreciate your assistance in translation." After making a wish, Dales had become quite adept at the wish-granting process involving the Dragon Balls of Namek. Nez cast a somewhat astonished glance at Dales, but refrained from asking too many questions, simply responding in a calm tone, "Very well, but allow me to summon the Dragon Purunga first." Dales, observing the situation, replied, "Of course, please expedite the process." Nez nodded and, facing the arranged Dragon Balls, called out in the Namekian language, "Come forth, Purunga." Instantly, the previously clear sky darkened ominously, heavy clouds gathering as if anticipating rain. However, this was merely a precursor to the dragon's appearance. As the last syllable left his lips, a colossal western dragon manifested above, gazing down upon Dales and his companions. "Speak your wishes." Purunga's echoing voice resonated in the ears of all present. "I am capable of fulfilling 3 wishes, regardless of their nature." Having encountered Purunga before, Dales felt little curiosity and simply stated, "For my first wish, I desire to restore my body to its optimal state." Upon hearing this, Nez turned to Purunga and called out, "Purunga?" The dragon's crimson eyes focused on Dales, and a commanding voice replied, "This wish is quite simple." With a flash of his red gaze, a radiant light enveloped Dales, and as it dissipated, he found that a tail had sprouted from his form once more. Clenching his fists, Dales murmured to himself, "I can feel my energy surging significantly. Indeed, Is it not the presence of a tail that signifies a scion's perfect state? While Dales reveled in his newfound power, Purunga's impatient voice interjected. If you have additional wishes, now would be the time to express them, for I cannot remain for long. Nez, upon hearing this, urged Dales, please hurry. Purunga may vanish shortly. Dales nodded and continued. For my second wish, I seek the training method for divine energy. And for my third wish, I wish for immortality, along with a restoration of my youth. Nez furrowed his brow at Dale's desires, while the others displayed expressions of astonishment. The elder, with a serious demeanor, addressed Dales. Dales, the second wish is acceptable, but as for the third, let us consider whether it is truly wise. Living forever can be a profound burden. Dales did not contest this, but replied, Elder, you need not concern yourself with that. Simply grant my wishes. The elder sighed and turned to Nez. Nez, please assist him in his wishes. Despite his furrowed brow, Nez proceeded to grant Dale's request. Upon hearing Nez's translation, Purunga addressed him. Nez, the third wish exceeds my capabilities, for I cannot grant true immortality. I can only ensure that you do not perish under certain conditions. Dales exhibited no surprise. After all, even the immortal Super Shenron could be vanquished, let alone Purunga. He turned to Nez and remarked, an immortal body within Purunga's capabilities is also feasible. Upon hearing this, Nez turned to Purunga and began to make a series of wishes. These two wishes were quite straightforward. Subsequently, with a glimmer in his eyes, Purunga announced, your wishes have been fulfilled. Farewell. With those words, Purunga vanished, and the once overcast sky brightened anew. A few petrified dragon balls scattered upon the ground, and several young Namekians gathered them, bringing them to the Grand Elder. After Purunga's departure, a method for cultivating divine power materialized in Dales's mind, and he sensed an inexplicable feeling within his body, likely the arrival of a modified form of immortality. After acclimating to the sensations post-wish, he addressed the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, when Goku and I first arrived, we made an agreement with a combat-oriented Namekian named Chaz to spar with him. What do you think? The Grand Elder replied, as long as no one gets hurt. This statement was evidently directed at Dales. With his extensive experience over the years, the Grand Elder, though not particularly powerful, possessed an exceptional ability to read people. Observing this, Goku stepped forward and proposed, Dales, could I spar with you as well? Dales's expression darkened as he responded, no. Goku, perplexed, inquired why not. Dales shot him a sidelong glance and replied, you just sought their help and now wish to wreak havoc on their planet? Goku murmured, well, it's not entirely impossible. Just control your strength. Ignoring Goku, Dales turned back to the Grand Elder and asked, Grand Elder, do you have any matters to discuss? If not, let us commence our sparring. The Grand Elder opened his mouth, seemingly hesitant, yet he continued, Dales, you have now acquired an almost immortal life. I still advise you. This is not a wise wish. Understanding the Grand Elder's intent, Dales chose not to elaborate, knowing he could always use the Dragon Balls to reverse his immortality if he desired. Instead, he replied, there is no need for your concern, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder nodded in acknowledgement and said, as long as you are aware, I hope you can maintain a just heart. If so, you will be fine. Dales nodded and called out to Chaz, who was waiting nearby, come forth. Chaz, brimming with excitement, flew over. Being a Namekian who relished combat and sparring, he was rather unique, akin to the likes of Piccolo. Chapter 62. Conclusion. Return to Earth. Dales looked at the approaching Chaz and asked, what do you think? Will you strike first? Chaz replied confidently, if I strike first, then I shall. I know your strength must be considerable, given you can stand alongside Mr. Goku, but I am not intimidated. Upon hearing this, Dales chuckled softly, remarking, I have never looked down upon you, merely stating a fact. He continued, let us dispense with the trivialities and see the true measure of your skill. With a thunderous roar, Chaz lunged at Dales. However, Dales regarded the oncoming Chaz with indifference, for his speed was exceedingly lackluster. Dales merely tilted his body slightly to evade Chaz's sudden attack. With one hand, he grasped Chaz's fist and whispered in his ear, your speed is still insufficient, haha. Chaz, drenched in cold sweat, cast a sideways glance at Dales, who had appeared beside him in an instant, and then retaliated with his other fist aimed at Dales's face. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Dales vanished from his original position. Where is he? Chaz anxiously scanned his surroundings, unable to discern Dales's whereabouts. Just as he continued his search, a chilling voice emanated from above. Can you not perceive the disparity in our strengths? Were this a battle to the death, you would already be finished. Hearing the voice from above, Chaz broke into a cold sweat, stammering in shock. When did you? Dale slowly descended before Chaz, remarking, I have long been above you, watching you dawdle. Chaz felt a flush of embarrassment. After all, he had just boasted about showcasing his prowess. Yet, he stubbornly retorted, what does it mean to keep dodging? Have the courage to face me head-on. Dales found this amusing, responding, in a genuine life-and-death duel, would your opponent offer you a chance to negotiate? Chaz, feeling defiant, replied, just say whether you dare or not. Dales calmly stated, very well, this time I shall evade no longer. I will stand my ground. If you can injure me, you win. Agreed? Chaz, filled with excitement, replied, good, but don't you dare go back on your word. Dales, with a stoic expression, affirmed, I am a man of my word. Chaz nodded and charged again, delivering a punch aimed at Dales's face. However, the blow merely caused Dales to tilt his head slightly. Dales remarked, your strength is too feeble. I hardly felt a thing. Can you exert a bit more force? Chaz, undeterred, launched a flurry of punches and kicks at Dales, who effortlessly deflected and absorbed all of Chaz's attacks with minimal effort. Grasping Chaz's hands firmly, Dales declared, I have a fair understanding of your level now. It is time to conclude this. In a moment of utter astonishment on Chaz's face, Dales delivered a powerful punch to Chaz's abdomen. Subsequently, Chaz staggered back, clutching his stomach, before the world spun around him, and he lost consciousness. Observing this, Dales seized Chaz's hand and brought him before the elder, stating, the battle is over. Elder, please have someone carry him away. With that, he gently placed Chaz on the ground. The Grand Elder looked at Chaz, who had been swiftly defeated, with a sense of helplessness. He then turned to Nez and said, Nez, please assist Chaz and carry him away. Nez nodded in acknowledgement, approached the unconscious Chaz, and lifted him to take him to the rear. Observing this, Sun Wukong remarked to Dales, what an exhilarating battle. It makes me want to join the fray. Dales, feeling somewhat bored, replied, the disparity in combat strength is too great. There is no thrill in the fight. Sun Wukong countered, Dales, you truly do not appreciate the joy of battle. You're just like that fellow Vegeta, always going all out from the start. How can there be any enjoyment in that? Dales glanced at Sun Wukong and shook his head, saying, this habit of yours will inevitably lead to your downfall. Unfazed, Sun Wukong continued his chatter. Dales, disregarding the incessant talk, approached the Grand Elder and stated, I have completed my tasks. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. The Grand Elder nodded in response. Please, do as you wish. Dales then vanished from sight, leaving Sun Wukong bewildered. He looked toward the spot where Dales had disappeared and shouted, Dales, you rascal, how can you leave so quickly? Wait for me. Just as Sun Wukong contemplated using instant transmission to follow, he remembered his own errands. With a resigned sigh, he set aside his plans and approached Dales to explain the situation regarding instant transmission, before taking Dandy with him, which, of course, involved a degree of politeness and conversation. Meanwhile, Dales had utilized instant transmission to return to Earth, specifically to Bulma's home in West City. Upon his arrival, he found Bulma's family gathered for dinner, with Vegeta and Trunks voraciously devouring their meals. The temporal flow on Namek does not align with that of Earth, seemingly devoid of night, while Earth was now in the evening, leaving Dales momentarily disoriented. After a short while, Bulma's family noticed Dales standing by the wall. Bulma was the first to respond, exclaiming, Dales, you're back. Did you bring Dandy? Where is Sun Wukong? Dales replied, that fellow Sun Wukong is still behind. He'll likely be a bit longer. I returned after finishing my business. Bulma nodded with a smile, I see. Dales, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Why not join us for dinner? Just as Dales was about to decline, Bulma insisted, don't refuse. I haven't prepared a meal for you today. Trunks chimed in, Mr. Dales, please come and eat with us. My grandparents are very hospitable. Mr. and Mrs. Brief also smiled, saying, Sir, you are a friend of Bulma's, aren't you? If you haven't eaten, please join us for a meal. Although Dales had been dining under Bulma's hospitality for the past fortnight, it was always Bulma who arranged for the meals. Thus Dales had not engaged in any conversation with the Brief's family. Observing the scene, Dales felt it inappropriate to decline, so he took a seat at an empty spot. Meanwhile, the voraciously consuming Vegeta noticed Dales approaching and raised his head, exclaiming, Dales, you rascal, you actually came here today. Are you seeking a duel with me? In response, Dales replied, If it's a fight you desire, let us schedule it for another day. I shall remain here for a while longer." Vegeta scoffed and remarked, "I will seek you out then." With that, he resumed his ravenous feast. Trunks and Bulma exchanged a glance of exasperation towards Dales before also diving into their meals. Dales, unconcerned with appearances, began to eat heartily. The reason for Dale's unabashed appetite was twofold. Bulma's culinary delights were indeed exquisite, coupled with the insatiable appetite of a scion, which rendered him oblivious to all else while dining, akin to his fervor in battle. After a prolonged meal, Dales finally satiated his hunger and set down his utensils. At that moment, Vegeta and Trunks finished their meals almost simultaneously. Bulma looked at the mountain of dishes on the table with a mix of disbelief and annoyance, exclaiming, "I truly do not understand how you Scions manage your appetites." Trunks, feeling a tad embarrassed, scratched his head. Vegeta retorted, "Humph, what do you know, Earthwoman? We Scions possess the power to obliterate worlds. What harm is there in indulging a bit more?" Bulma countered, "You speak so boldly while living off others." Ignoring Bulma's sarcasm, Vegeta donned his training gloves and promptly departed from the table, presumably to train. Watching Vegeta leave, Dales turned to Trunks and inquired, "Is Vegeta off to train?" Trunks nodded affirmatively, replying, "Yes, my father spends most of his time training in the gravity chamber." Bulma, unable to resist, chimed in, "That guy Vegeta is as wooden as they come. Aside from eating and training, he knows nothing else. Thankfully, our family is prosperous, or we would have ended up like Chi-Chi's family, impoverished by the Scions." Dales was at a loss for words, but, recalling his own responsibilities, said, "Bulma, Trunks, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing this, Bulma said, "Dales, I have nearly completed my examination of your spaceship. When will you be retrieving it?" Dales thought for a moment before responding, "I shall collect it when Trunks and I return to the future." Bulma nodded in understanding. "Very well, then there is no issue." Trunks added, "Goodbye, Mr. Dales." Darius nodded in response and promptly departed from Bulma's residence. As he soared through the night sky, he surveyed the illuminated city of West City below, filled with a myriad of emotions. It had been nearly a year since he inexplicably traversed into the Dragon Ball universe, and if one were to account for the time spent training within the hyperbolic time chamber, he had effectively resided here for several years. To him, this was no mere animated realm, but an extraordinarily tangible world. Darius sensed himself gradually melding into this reality, pondering whether he would ever have the chance to return to his original world. In that moment, a synthesized electronic voice echoed in Darius's mind, proclaiming, "Of course, it is possible." Startled by the sudden emergence of the system's voice, he retorted internally, "I thought you were playing dead all this time? Why are you speaking today?" The system responded, "Ding. As the host harbors doubts, it is only natural for the system to provide clarification." Darius chose to disregard this, inquiring instead, "What do you mean by that? Does this imply I can truly return to our world in the future?" The electronic voice re-emerged, "Ding. Indeed. Once the host becomes the most formidable entity in the Dragon Ball world, a return to your own realm will be attainable. Furthermore, upon reaching a certain level of enlightenment, the host might even traverse to other worlds. You must diligently strive to grow stronger." Hearing this, Darius remained grounded, not allowing himself to be swayed by the system's grandiose promises. Internally, he scoffed, "Easier said than done. With so many powerful beings in the Dragon Ball universe, who knows when I'll achieve such strength?" He refrained from voicing his skepticism and instead said to the system, "All right, I will endeavor to train hard. You may continue your silence." The synthesized voice ceased, evidently retreating into its previous state of dormancy. Observing this, Darius accelerated towards the peak of a nearby mountain, a favored spot for his meditative training. Standing in a relatively open area, he retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket and, with a swift motion, activated it, causing a moss-covered time machine to materialize before him. This was the time machine that Cell had brought from his future to this present. Darius scrutinized the machine before pressing a button, prompting a large door, marred by a gaping hole, to slowly open. He ventured inside, meticulously searching until he discovered Bulma's notes concerning the time machine from her future world. As he carefully opened the notebook, he found it contained details on the repair and energy issues of the time machine, interspersed with snippets of everyday occurrences, which aligned closely with the tales he had come to know of that future world. Notably, the final entry in the notebook was dated in the year 772 of the age, likely indicating that it was around this time that Bulma had successfully developed the time machine and completed the manual. Darius glanced over the time machine, acquiring a general understanding of its operational methods and the energy components required. He re-entered the interior of the machine, manipulating the buttons above. Miraculously, the seemingly malfunctioning device sprang to life, illuminating the control panel before him. Darius observed the data displayed on the screen, which indicated the departure time as the year 788 of the Ether Era and the arrival time as the year 759. This aligned with his previous knowledge, and he noted that approximately half of the energy reserve remained. It seemed that Sheru had not utilized the time machine after arriving in the past, suggesting that the energy supply was not intended for a singular journey. Contemplating this, Darius felt a stirring within. He pondered whether to traverse through the time machine to Sheru's temporal realm, for this forsaken era from the original narrative was undeniably tragic, especially now, as events diverged increasingly from the original tale, with occurrences such as Sheru consuming the fruits of the Tree of Might. What other anomalies could transpire? He recalled Sheru's words after consuming the fruit, which hinted that the tree cultivated by Dr. Gero might doom the earth. It was conceivable that the earth in that reality had already perished. Though the Tree of Might was ownerless, once sown, it would autonomously absorb the energy of planets. The formidable beings on Earth had perished at the hands of the androids, rendering any resistance to the tree's growth futile. Darius shook his head, ultimately deciding to deactivate the time machine. He resolved to first address the matters at hand within his own future timeline. After all, according to Sheru's description, that tree did not grow as rapidly as his own, and it should not reach a stage of rendering a planet lifeless in such a short time. After all, it took 20 years to bear a single fruit. Chapter 64. Vegeta's challenge. About a month had passed since Darius made another wish on Namek. During this time, he had been diligently reinforcing his strength through meditation training, interspersed with physical exercises. In this period, Goku returned with Dandy, appointing him as the new guardian of Earth, restoring the Dragon Balls, and resurrecting those who had perished due to Sheru and other androids. Darius paid little mind to these events, merely enjoying meals at Bulma's house while listening to Trunks and Bulma discuss them. On yet another unremarkable day, Darius stood atop a mountain, engaged in meditation training when the nearby scouter emitted a sound. A glance at the device confirmed that Trunks was likely seeking him. Only Trunks could contact him through this power level tester, which is why Darius had not placed it in the system space. He preferred to keep it handy for communication with Trunks. Picking up the scouter, he pressed a button, and Trunks' voice came through. "Mr. Darius, where are you now?" Darius replied, "On a mountain outside West City. Is there something you need?" Given that Darius typically suppressed his energy, Trunks was unaware of his exact location. "Mr. Dales, I intend to return to the future tomorrow. There is no longer any danger here. Yet we have much left to accomplish back home. What do you think, Dales?" Dales, lost in thought, surmised that Trunks was likely referring to the affairs concerning the Namek of the future world. It seemed that Trunks had already encountered the Dragon of Earth, prompting his eagerness to return to the future without delay. Contemplating this, Dales replied, "I am indifferent. I have completed all my tasks here. Just notify me when the time comes." Trunks, with a wry smile, responded, "Mr. Dales, ever since I informed my family here that we would be leaving tomorrow, my father has insisted on battling you. I cannot dissuade him, and I suspect he will seek you out shortly." Dales, somewhat speechless, remarked, "Is it really just for this trivial matter? If Vegeta wishes to challenge me, let him come." Trunks continued, "It is not only my father, Mr. Goku will likely be heading your way as well. My mother has informed Mr. Goku and others, and they all want to bid us farewell." After a brief pause, Trunks added, "Mr. Dales, you must be confident in handling my father Vegeta and Mr. Goku, correct?" Dales chuckled lightly. "Trunks, do you doubt my strength? Even if they teamed up, they would not be my match." Hearing this, Trunks sighed in relief. "As long as you are confident, Mr. Dales." Dales then switched off the detector and mused inwardly. A challenge from Goku and Vegeta? How intriguing. With this thought, he stood still, closed his eyes, and began to patiently await the arrival of Goku and Vegeta. A few minutes passed before, with a swift whoosh, Vegeta appeared before Dales, clad in battle attire. "Dales," he said, "I hear you and Trunks are returning tomorrow?" Dales opened his eyes and responded, "Indeed. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Vegeta sneered. "Have you forgotten what you did upon your arrival here?" Dales, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean?" Vegeta, somewhat irritated, declared, "I said that when we next battle, you will be the one lying down." With that, Vegeta instantaneously appeared before Dales, and launched a powerful kick aimed at his face. Dales merely tilted his body slightly to evade Vegeta's fierce strike. Observing this, Dales remarked, "As expected of you, Vegeta, your attacks are certainly formidable. Do you look down upon me?" Vegeta retorted, realizing his assault had failed. He unleashed a furious barrage of punches and kicks towards Dales. In response, Dales no longer held back and began to engage Vegeta in combat, creating ripples of energy with each clash as their powers steadily escalated. As the intensity of the battle between Dallas and Vegeta escalated, the inhabitants of Earth began to take notice. Atop a mountain, Dend, who had been meditating, paused and slowly rose to his feet. Is Vegeta truly challenging Dallas? Knowing full well he is not his equal, yet still daring to confront him. Such is the nature of a Saiyan, indeed perplexing. Meanwhile, Trunks, busy tidying up at Bulma's home, set aside his tasks and murmured to himself, "I wonder what the outcome will be." Bulma, noticing Trunks lost in thought, gently patted him on the back. "What are you daydreaming about?" "Trunks, I still have plenty of supplies waiting to be packed into the capsules. They will surely be needed over there." Trunks snapped back to reality upon hearing Bulma's words and replied, "Thank you, Mom." Bulma smiled warmly. "What is there to thank me for? You are my wonderful son from the future. Just remember to let me know when you find someone special." Trunks blushed, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing his reaction, Bulma ceased her teasing and said, "All right, Trunks, let us get back to it. There is much to pack." Trunks nodded and resumed his preparations. Elsewhere, others also sensed the clash between Dallas and Vegeta. Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha paused their activities, instinctively turning their gazes towards the unfolding confrontation, exclaiming in awe, "Indeed. It's Dallas and Vegeta. What formidable energy. They have grown stronger." Meanwhile, Goku, tending to the fields at his home, also felt the battle's energy. He set down his farming tools and called to Gohan, "Gohan, tell your mother that Dad has something to attend to and will be back shortly." With that, Goku placed his fingers to his forehead and, in an instant, vanished from sight. Gohan, about to respond, found himself speechless as Goku disappeared. He too sensed the fierce battle between Dallas and Vegeta and quickly deduced where his father had gone. With a resigned sigh, Gohan picked up the tools Goku had left behind and, emulating his father, began to till the soil. Alas, with his father's unreliability, he had no choice but to shoulder the work. Otherwise, they would both face reprimand. Chapter 65. The Great Battle with Vegeta with a Sudden Whoosh. Goku materialized not far from the combatants, Dallas and Vegeta. At this moment, the two had ascended from the ground to the skies, leaving behind craters where their energy blasts had struck. Goku chose not to interrupt the fierce exchange, but called out to Dallas above, "Dallas, once you defeat Vegeta, I too wish to face you in combat." Dallas, without even glancing at Goku, remained focused. Distraction was not a luxury in battle. Meanwhile, Vegeta, unable to contain himself, bellowed down at Goku, "Kakarot, mark my words. Today, it will be Dallas who lies defeated, and after I vanquish him, I shall turn my attention to you." Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Wukong responded, "Very well, Vegeta, I too yearn for a duel with you." Just as Vegeta was about to utter further words, he was struck by the sudden appearance of Dales, sent hurtling into a nearby mountain, which crumbled into ruins under the force of the blow, burying Vegeta beneath the debris. Dales surveyed the devastation and remarked, "Vegeta, I did not expect you to be so careless. I did not even unleash my full strength." "Do not let pride cloud your judgment, Dales. You merely resorted to an ambush. Now, allow me to showcase the fruits of my arduous training in the gravity chamber." Vegeta's furious roar emanated from the rubble. A surge of white energy erupted from the debris, sending shattered stones flying in all directions. In a brilliant flash, the ruins were leveled, and Vegeta ascended slowly into the sky, unleashing a series of furious cries. A white aura enveloped Vegeta, and Dales sensed his power steadily escalating. In response, Dales bent his arms and let out a mighty roar. A similar white aura manifested around him. In a fleeting moment, both combatants had amassed their energy, reaching their utmost potential in their ordinary states. Vegeta seized the initiative, vanishing from his original position and reappearing before Dales, delivering a swift punch aimed at Dales' face. Dales, sensing the imminent danger, crossed his arms to block the lightning-fast strike. Vegeta pressed on, launching a flurry of rapid punches in an attempt to disrupt Dales' defensive rhythm. Yet, while fending off Vegeta's onslaught, Dales was taken aback by his opponent's remarkable speed and strength, though he taunted, "Vegeta, you seem no different from a month ago." Vegeta, incensed by the reminder of a moment he deemed one of the greatest humiliations of his life, when he had boasted of defeating Cell only to be thoroughly bested, felt a surge of rage at Dale's provocation. Fueled by fury, he accelerated the speed and force of his punches. Dale's, with a smirk, retorted, "Do not get too arrogant, Vegeta." In an instant, he concluded his defense, seized one of Vegeta's fists as it swung toward him, and with a powerful throw, sent Vegeta sprawling away. Dale's then appeared above the airborne Vegeta, interlocking his hands and delivering a crushing blow to Vegeta's midsection. Vegeta plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater several meters wide. "How dare you? I am Prince Vegeta, the rightful strongest Saiyan." Vegeta rose slowly from the pit, bellowing at Dale's. With that, he unleashed his royal battle technique, sending forth a barrage of golden energy blasts from his hands toward Dale's in the sky. Darius gazed at the multitude of energy blasts unleashed by Vegeta without a hint of trepidation. Instead, he extended a hand, which soon radiated with a purple aura. From the palm, a luminous energy sword materialized. With a decisive motion, Darius slashed through the endless barrage of energy blasts, causing them to erupt violently, one after another. The waves of heat from the explosions washed over Vegeta's face, and witnessing Darius effortlessly counter his attack ignited a fire within him. He called out to Darius above, "If that is the case, I shall not hold back any longer. Let us unleash our full power." As Vegeta's furious roars echoed, his hair and brows gradually transformed into a golden hue, enveloped by a radiant golden aura. The Super Saiyan Vegeta had arrived. Darius, recognizing the transformation, did not underestimate him. Although he had previously held a considerable advantage over Vegeta in his base form, it was evident that Vegeta had undergone rigorous training over the past month, preparing for this very duel. With this thought, Darius let out a mighty roar and transformed into a Super Saiyan himself. "Vegeta, you may strike first," he declared. Without hesitation, Vegeta charged towards Darius, and thus commenced a new round of combat. Nearby, Goku observed the fierce clash and couldn't help but comment, "You always say I never fight at full strength, yet you two only just transformed into Super Saiyans. Still, watching their battle is quite entertaining. I can learn a great deal from it." As Darius faced the charging Vegeta, he met him head-on, and the two resumed their intense confrontation. With each collision, the surrounding environment began to stir, and the sky darkened ominously. Each impact sent tremors through the earth, and with their relentless exchanges, it seemed the very planet might succumb to their might. Noticing the escalating chaos, Goku shouted to the battling Darius and Vegeta, "Hey, you two, be mindful of your strength. At this rate, the Earth might not survive." Heeding Goku's words, Darius began to temper his energy, while Vegeta, fueled by adrenaline, increased the weight of his punches and accelerated his speed. Indeed, combat was the swiftest path to a Saiyans enhancement. Each fierce bout allowed for exponential growth and strength, perhaps explaining the Saiyans' insatiable thirst for battle. Observing the increasingly fervent Vegeta, Darius resolved not to prolong the struggle. He created distance between them and called out, "Vegeta, there is no need to waste time. Let us settle this with one decisive blow." Vegeta, veins bulging with determination, fixed his gaze upon Darius. He sensed that Darius was not exerting his full strength, and although he felt the gap between them narrowing, the realization that he could not yet best Darius in Super Saiyan form only fueled his fury. With a heart ablaze with rage, he shouted back at Darius, "Come on, Darius, I wish to inform you and Kakarot beside you of who truly reigns as the mightiest Saiyan." Chapter 66. Defeating Vegeta, Goku's Remembrance. Vegeta, after proclaiming his intent, clasped his hands before his chest and bellowed, "Final flash." In an instant, the very fabric of space became unstable as a tempest of ferocious energy coalesced between Vegeta's palms. The sky darkened ominously, while arcs of golden electricity danced through the air with a crackling intensity. Darius, witnessing this, felt compelled to summon every ounce of his focus. A single misstep could lead to his downfall. In that moment, a colossal golden energy blast surged forth, engulfing Darius with overwhelming force. Yet, how could such a thing ever best Darius? Undeterred, he advanced steadily against Vegeta's final flash. Vegeta, recognizing the gravity of the situation, exerted every last bit of his strength, pouring forth energy relentlessly. This was his ultimate strike. Should he fail to vanquish Darius, he would find himself devoid of energy to continue the fight. Aya, Darius observed as Vegeta continued to howl and channel energy, and couldn't resist taunting him. Is this all you are capable of, Vegeta? Heh. Vegeta's frustration surged, veins bulging on his forehead as he retorted, What do you mean? Are you underestimating my Super Vegeta? You scoundrel. In response to Vegeta's furious roar, the final flash expanded further, exerting immense pressure upon Darius. Realizing that Vegeta had unleashed his full potential, Darius ceased his hesitation. Ha ha. As he braced against the final flash, a cerulean energy beam manifested in Darius's hands, swiftly devouring a significant portion of Vegeta's attack. Vegeta, incredulous, watched as his final flash was effortlessly overshadowed. Darius felt the moment had arrived and shouted at Vegeta, Vegeta, you have lost. Prepare yourself. Instantly, Darius's Kamehameha surged forth, obliterating Vegeta's final flash and hurtling towards him. Vegeta finally comprehended the imminent danger, exclaiming, I, the great Vegeta, shall not be so easily defeated. Do not underestimate me, Darius. With that, Vegeta attempted to brace himself against the energy beam as Darius had done, but his resolve quickly shattered. Darius's Kamehameha pierced through Vegeta, consuming him entirely. A violent explosion erupted in the sky, and the battered Vegeta plummeted to the ground. Goku, witnessing this, immediately caught the fallen Vegeta. Darius, observing the scene, gradually lowered his hands and flew towards Goku. Darius, your attack was too severe. Vegeta's aura is extremely weak, and he is on the brink of death, Goku gravely remarked. Darius replied, Are you not familiar with Vegeta's tenacity? He would challenge me again without using his full power. Besides, I held back at the end. He won't perish that quickly. However, if you continue to delay, the outcome may differ. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong fell silent, promptly retrieving a magical bean from his robe and placing it in Vegeta's mouth. He then rose slowly and addressed Dales, remarking that fortunately, he still had 2 beans left from their previous encounter with Cell. Otherwise, given Vegeta's injuries, he could scarcely conceive of any alternative means to save him. Dales, in response, refrained from further dialogue and merely cast his gaze into the distance. After a brief moment, the severely injured Vegeta opened his eyes and stood up, fixing his gaze upon Sun Wukong and Dales. Noticing this, Sun Wukong inquired, Are you all right, Vegeta? Ignoring him entirely, Vegeta stood tall and declared to Dales, This time, you have triumphed, but I, Vegeta, shall one day surpass you. Without awaiting Dale's reaction, he swiftly took to the air and departed. Dales, observing the retreating figure of Vegeta, murmured to himself, I will not let you surpass me, for I too shall continue to grow stronger. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, feeling neglected, remarked, How can Vegeta disregard me after I saved him? Dales turned to Sun Wukong and asked, Are you, too, here to challenge me, Son Goku? Or should I say Kakarot? Sun Wukong scratched his head and replied, Please, just call me Son Goku. Although my scion name, as my brother and Vegeta have mentioned, is indeed Kakarot, I have always considered myself a true Earthling. Dales pondered this for a moment. Sun Wukong continued, Indeed, like Vegeta, I have heard that you and Trunks are returning to the future. I wonder if we will ever meet again. Which is why I wish to fight you before your departure. After all, formidable opponents like you are a rarity. He paused before adding, I believe Vegeta shares this sentiment. Dales, interrupting his thoughts, replied, You may challenge me, but I must inform you that I will return here in the future, and I believe Trunks will as well. Sun Wukong, perplexed, responded, But I heard Trunks mention that creating energy for the time machine is quite challenging, though I don't fully understand it. Dales replied, You have a way with words, but let me assure you, I possess other means to arrive here, so there is no need for further inquiries. Sun Wukong nodded and said, Very well, shall we commence? With that, he assumed a combat stance. Dales shook his head, stating, I have a few questions to pose to you first. Once I am done, we shall engage in battle. Sun Wukong, curious, asked what questions. Dales began, as scions. We are instilled with memories from a young age, and our physical prowess is exceptional, granting us the wisdom of adults even at a tender age. Therefore, I must ask you, do you truly not recall anything from before arriving on Earth? Surely, you remember your family. Sun Wukong replied, I genuinely do not remember, but I can certainly reflect on it. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong closed his eyes and began to ponder. Darius, noticing this, remarked, Well, take your time. We have ample time at our disposal. What transpired before we arrived on Earth? As Sun Wukong contemplated, he muttered to himself, accompanied by the distraction of scratching his head. Darius observed this and thought to himself, it is quite a feat for someone as carefree as him to engage in such deep thought. Unbeknownst to him, Sun Wukong, still scratching his head, gradually began to clutch his temples, a pained expression overtaking his features as he murmured indistinctly. Darius, sensing something amiss, inquired, have you recalled something? Meanwhile, Sun Wukong seemed oblivious, lost in his own world, offering no response to Darius' words. Chapter 67. The world of memories. Darius pondered, what is happening? I merely asked him to reflect on events prior to arriving on Earth, and this is the outcome? Such a scenario was not depicted in the original text. Has he never contemplated this before? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Darius directed a query to the system. System, stop playing coy. What is going on with Sun Wukong? The electronic voice of the system responded, ding. Sun Wukong has recalled events that transpired before his arrival on Earth. Darius, intrigued, asked, this won't alter his character, will it? After all, scions are inherently malevolent and combative by nature. Ding. The system cannot ascertain this. It depends on what Sun Wukong's consciousness has experienced. The host must delve into Sun Wukong's memories to discern the truth. Darius, upon hearing this, retorted, system, are you jesting? How could I possibly access what is unfolding within Sun Wukong's consciousness? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he addressed the system in his mind. System, can I utilize the simulation combat system aboard the ship to observe Sun Wukong's memories? He recalled the previous virtual combat system's functionality, which could draw a person's consciousness into a virtual realm composed of energy, a realm shaped by the user's thoughts. This virtual combat system could accommodate 2 or even 3 participants, allowing one individual to construct the world based on their imagination while the others don the equipment, thus drawing their consciousness into that realm. Ding. According to the system's calculations, the host's idea is entirely feasible. However, there are alternative methods, such as employing magic to directly access a person's memories. Darius, astonished, exclaimed, magic is that powerful? It allows direct entry into someone's conscious world? Who needs super science when one could simply cultivate magic? Ding. The host is advised to dismiss this notion immediately. A true powerhouse excels in all aspects. When the host reaches a certain level of strength, they will not fear such superficialities. Upon hearing this, Darius regained his composure. While he acknowledged the system's perspective, he was resolute in his pursuit of enhancing his own physical prowess, recognizing that magic could only be deemed a supplementary strength. True might resided in the fortification of one's own power. Darius promptly dismissed the notion of solely studying magic and swiftly assisted Sun Wukong, teleporting beside his spacecraft parked in Bulma's yard. At that moment, Vegeta had just returned and was taken aback by Darius' sudden appearance in his garden. Initially intending to continue his training, Vegeta glanced at the unexpected duo of Darius and Sun Wukong and immediately flew over to Darius. Darius, what has happened to Kakarot? Has he been knocked unconscious by your hand? Though, I must admit, it is not surprising, if I am no match for you. It is understandable that Kakarot would be defeated. Darius, observing the approaching Vegeta, replied, I have yet to engage him in battle. I merely. Before he could complete his thought, Bulma and Trunks arrived on the scene. Darius, what has happened to Sun Wukong? Bulma exclaimed, rushing over upon seeing the unconscious figure of her friend. Trunks, witnessing the commotion, also hurried to Darius and inquired, Mr. Darius, what is going on? Uncle Wukong's energy has not diminished. How could he have fainted? Vegeta interjected, what else could it be? Clearly, this Kakarot fellow has succumbed to defeat at the hands of Darius. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Bulma breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if Vegeta believed that, then Sun Wukong must have only sustained minor injuries, which, for a scion, should be trivial, as she had witnessed their resilience before. Darius, noticing their anxious expressions, reassured them. Do not concern yourselves too much. Sun Wukong should be fine. After a brief pause, Darius addressed the trio. Would you care to join me? I have something intriguing to show you, something akin to a journey. Trunks and Bulma exchanged bewildered glances, while Vegeta, who had previously appeared indifferent, also displayed a hint of curiosity. What do you mean, Darius? Please clarify, they urged. Darius responded, you will understand once you accompany me. With that, he supported the unconscious Sun Wukong and entered the spacecraft. Bulma, watching Darius enter, turned to Trunks and remarked, why has Darius become so enigmatic? He certainly knows how to pique our interest. Trunks, unsure how to respond to his mother's observation, found himself caught between his past with her and his present with his mentor and savior. Meanwhile, Vegeta simply scoffed and followed suit. Bulma, noticing this, suggested to Trunks, "Let us follow him and discover Darius's intentions." With that, she took Trunks's hand and stepped aboard the spacecraft. Soon, Darius guided the still unconscious Sun Wukong into the gravity chamber, arriving next to the virtual combat system. Glancing at the comatose figure of Sun Wukong, Darius pondered, "I wonder what could have transpired. Could it be that the memories instilled in the Scions have awakened?" Though puzzled, Darius wasted no time and promptly affixed the virtual combat system's connection device to Sun Wukong's head, donning one himself as well. At that moment, Vegeta and the others entered the room. Dales, noticing their arrival, inquired, "Would you care to join us?" "Just don the apparatus beside you." Without hesitation, Vegeta took his place beside Dales and promptly equipped the device. Although Bulma and Trunks harbored some lingering doubts, seeing both Dales and Vegeta donning the apparatus assuaged their uncertainties. They settled beside Vegeta and also adorned themselves with the device. Dales then addressed the trio, "Close your eyes. We are about to embark." In an instant, their consciousnesses were transported into the realm of Goku's mind, a gentle breeze caressing their faces as they opened their eyes to survey their surroundings. "What is this place?" Bulma questioned, her gaze exploring the unfamiliar environment with curiosity. "It feels oddly familiar," Vegeta remarked, furrowing his brow. Trunks approached Dales and asked, "Mr. Dales, where exactly have we arrived?" In response, Dales explained, "We are currently in a world constructed from Goku's memories, though I cannot precisely identify the location." Bulma expressed her apprehension. "We won't encounter any danger here, will we?" Dales reassured her, "Fear not. Should anything untoward occur, you will automatically return to the real world. You may also exit at will with but a thought." Bulma sighed in relief. "That's good to know. I lack the strength of you Scions." Vegeta interjected, "A world born from Kakarot's memories? All of his memories?" Dales affirmed, "Indeed, Goku's recent disturbances seem to stem from his Scion memories." Chapter 68. The former planet Vegeta pondered aloud. "So, according to you, this could be a world from the past?" "That is indeed the case," Dales confirmed. "However, it is a virtual realm composed of energy. If you wish to depart, you may do so with a mere thought." Dales continued, "I have come here to assess Goku's condition. He may have encountered something that caused his fainting. Should you wish to explore Goku's memories, consider it a form of tourism while I seek him out." With that, Dales swiftly departed. Vegeta, with an indifferent huff, flew off in another direction, leaving Bulma and Trunks exchanging glances. Trunks suggested to Bulma, "Mom, perhaps you should return. Mr. Dales mentioned that there might be dangers here." Bulma, hands on her hips, retorted, "What dangers could there possibly be? We can leave whenever we wish. Besides, even if we were to perish, it would have no repercussions in reality. It seems you are reluctant to accompany your beautiful mother on this exploration?" Trunks, his face slightly flushed with embarrassment, replied, "Since you wish to explore, I shall certainly accompany you. I will protect you." Bulma, now satisfied, playfully remarked, "That's more like it. Trunks, you must protect me well." Trunks' face flushed deeper, and feeling somewhat bashful, he did not respond, but instead walked slowly in a particular direction. Observing this, Bulma hurriedly followed suit. Shifting our perspective to Darius. He was currently soaring through the sky, surveying everything below. The once boundless plains had transformed into a sprawling metropolis of steel, which could scarcely be deemed a city. It was rife with flying vehicles and spaceships. The so-called city was a chaotic blend of launch towers and urban structures, more accurately described as a fortress. On the ground, numerous individuals resembling Earthlings populated the area. However, all were clad in the battle armor of the Frisia Force, wearing scanners at their ears and sporting tails protruding from behind. Darius quickly deduced that he had likely returned to planet Vegeta, as remembered by Son Goku, and that the people he observed were Scions. Just as he contemplated descending to gather more information, the Scions below detected his presence. In mere moments, several Scions soared into the air, encircling Darius. Among them, a bald Scion shouted at Darius, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Darius, addressing the bald leader of the group, replied, "I am also a Scion. Merely here on some business." The bald Scion scrutinized Darius and then replied with hostility, "How could there be someone like you among the Scions? You look peculiar. Are you trying to deceive me? Do you realize the consequences of your actions?" Darius, intrigued, responded, Very well. I happen to be somewhat bored. Would you all like to engage me at once? Or how shall we proceed? The bald scion, seemingly amused, sneered. Do you know who you are speaking to? We are the mightiest warrior race in the universe, the Scions, and I am an elite warrior among them. Darius replied, Is it true that Scions only possess bravado? Come, let us engage. The bald scion seethed with rage, but just as he was about to charge, a lean scion beside him restrained him, whispering, This guy resembles Bardock quite a bit. Could he be a relative? We should exercise caution. Bardock is known to possess a battle power of 10,000. The bald scion scoffed. He merely resembles Bardock. Even if he were related, there's no need to fear. Does he not know that flying freely here is prohibited? With that, the bald scion disregarded the lean scion's warning and flew toward Darius. The lean scion, seeing this, ceased his counsel and retreated to join the other scions. As the bald scion approached, Darius mockingly inquired, Is it just you coming at me alone? The bald scion clenched his fist, the bones cracking ominously, and then sneered, Remember, the one who will kill you is the scion elite warrior, Neru. With that, he hurled a punch towards Dales, the speed of which was so tremendous that it created a sonic boom in the air. Dales, however, displayed little interest in this swift strike, merely crossing his arms and bracing himself against the blow. Upon impact, Dales remained unscathed, while Neru, the scion, stared in disbelief at the seemingly frail Dales, muttering, Impossible. Even Bardock could not withstand my punch. It cannot be. Absolutely impossible. Dales, hearing this, mocked, There is nothing impossible. With that, Dales seized Neru's hand with one hand while placing the other on Neru's chest, declaring, Big Bang attack. A thunderous explosion ensued, and the elite scion warrior Neru met his demise. Dales felt no burden in slaying this individual, for this realm was not the real world, and he wished to experience the thrill of exerting his power without restraint. The other scions, initially enjoying the spectacle, were well aware of Neru's cruel nature and formidable strength. They believed Dales would surely endure a thorough torment at Neru's hands. However, upon witnessing this unexpected turn of events, several scions could no longer contain themselves and activated their power level detectors, revealing a disheartening figure, 80,000. The scions present were drenched in cold sweat, shocked that a being with such overwhelming power had emerged on planet Vegeta, surpassing most members of Frisia's elite Ginyu force. Despite their fear, they did not retreat. Instead, they charged forward. A lean scion, observing the impulsive rush, quickly intervened, cautioning, Don't go seeking death. If even Neru was swiftly defeated, you would merely be throwing your lives away. The group of scions retorted angrily, Are you suggesting we surrender and cower? You truly disgrace our scion pride. With that, they pushed past the lean scion and rushed towards Dales. The lean scion, feeling helpless, resolved to flee and report the situation to the others and King Vegeta. Dales, somewhat exasperated by the stubborn scions, swiftly appeared before one of them, delivering a punch to the scion's abdomen. In an instant, the scion's eyes rolled back as he collapsed, while the others were similarly dispatched with swift efficiency. Dales then materialized before the lean scion, taunting, Where do you think you're running? Chapter 69. The Search for Son Goku. The lean scion's expression stiffened, awkwardly standing in place, and cautiously said, Esteemed sir, may I inquire why you have detained me? Dales, intrigued, replied, What? Why do you not stand with your fellow scions and confront me to the bitter end? Are you not the most battle-hardened race in the universe? The slender scion had just begun to speak when he noticed the tail coiled around Darius's waist. Astonished, he exclaimed, Could it be that you, my lord, are indeed a scion? This query was not without merit, for among the myriad extraterrestrial beings in the cosmos, only scions and earthlings bore such resemblance, with the tail serving as a definitive mark of the scion lineage. Upon hearing this, Darius chuckled, I have previously mentioned that I too am a scion. However, your companions failed to heed my words, and thus they met their untimely demise. The slender scion trembled imperceptibly at this revelation, and to him, Darius's smile appeared devilish. Consequently, he remained frozen in place, gazing at Darius in silence. Noticing his reticence, Darius impatiently remarked, Are you not going to respond? Do you wish for me to reiterate my question? But mind you, the consequences. The slender scion, startled by the ominous tone, quickly stammered, My lord, I have heard your question, and I shall answer it forthwith. He patted his chest to calm his nerves before continuing, My name is Sestaba, a member of Captain Neru's squad. As for why I differ from them, It is simply that I have never been fond of combat. I was conscripted into the military due to my mid-level combat power at birth, which led to my assignment to Neru's team. Darius, intrigued, inquired. Isn't it said that Scions are inherently savage and warlike? What makes you an exception? Sestaba replied, while we Scions are renowned as a martial race throughout the universe, not every individual revels in conflict and warfare. There are others like me who share this sentiment, even Prince Tabor, although we are few in number. Darius nodded slightly, then probed further, what were your intentions in fleeing? Sestaba's expression shifted dramatically, and with a hint of unease, he stammered, I. Observing his distress, Darius's demeanor darkened, and he sneered, I suspect you intended to inform the other Scions and King Vegeta of my presence. Though Sestaba wished to protest, the look on Darius's face compelled him to concede with a reluctant nod. Darius, sensing the moment, produced a photograph of Son Goku and presented it to Sestaba, asking, do you recognize this individual? Upon examining the photograph and then glancing at Darius, Sestaba felt a wave of frustration and responded, surely you jest, my lord. I am well aware of who this is. It is none other than you standing before me. And, by the way, he bears a striking resemblance to Bardock. Would you like me to introduce you to Bardock? Darius found this amusing, yet recognizing the need for clarity in his search, he explained. This individual merely resembles both me and the Bardock you mentioned, but they are not the same person. Pay close attention. I am seeking someone clad in this orange attire. Sestaba scratched his head, pondering for a lengthy moment before ultimately shaking it in exasperation. Upon witnessing the situation, Dales refrained from further inquiries. Fully aware that Sun Wukong had only recently succumbed to unconsciousness, any pertinent news was unlikely to have disseminated thus far, particularly on Vegeta's planet. After a brief contemplation, Dales addressed Setsaba, lead me to your King Vegeta. Setsaba initially appeared taken aback, then, in a state of alarm, exclaimed, my lord, that is out of the question. King Vegeta would surely execute me. He is known for his ruthless disposition. Dales, displaying impatience, retorted, are you afraid of him but not of me? Do you doubt that I could eliminate you right now without anyone being the wiser? Rest assured, simply guide me to King Vegeta's palace. There is no need for you to accompany me. Hearing this, Setsaba exhaled in relief, recognizing that merely escorting someone to seek an audience with King Vegeta was not a daunting task. He replied, then please, my lord, follow me. If anyone inquires, you may simply state that you are an envoy from another planet. I shall handle the rest. Dales nodded in agreement with this arrangement. While a direct assault was certainly an option, it was unnecessary and would only invite complications, especially considering that Beerus, the god of destruction, was still awake at this hour. Who could predict an encounter? Setsaba, visibly more relaxed, urged Dales. Then, my lord, please follow me. With that, Setsaba soared towards the distant Scion fortress, and Dales followed suit. In a short while, they arrived at the rooftop platform of a launch tower, an expansive area roughly the size of 10 football fields. Scattered across the platform were a handful of Scions, the majority being peculiar extraterrestrials, each engrossed in their tasks while spacecraft occasionally landed and took off. Dales observed the scene with intrigue. Although he had recently traversed into this realm and held dominion over the Dales Legion, he was swiftly vanquished by Gula and thus lacked familiarity with the advanced technology and beings of this world. Recalling Gula, Dales resolved to return to the future and swiftly deal with him. Following Setsaba, Dales approached a blue-skinned alien adorned with a white lab coat and a beard. He tapped on the metallic control panel before the alien and inquired, please prepare a spacecraft for direct transit to the royal palace for the two of us. The bearded alien looked up upon hearing the request, recognized Setsaba, and respectfully responded, ah, Lord Setsaba, there is indeed a spacecraft available. You may proceed directly, and I will register your passage. By the way, may I ask what business you have at the palace? Setsaba, displaying impatience, replied, I bring the envoy from planet 2379, who has urgent matters to discuss with our King Vegeta. Spare us your inquiries. The bearded alien nodded vigorously, then busied himself at the control panel. After a moment, he addressed Setsaba and Dales, stating, Lord Setsaba and esteemed envoy, the necessary arrangements for your spacecraft have been completed. You may now board and journey directly to the royal palace. Setsaba acknowledged this with a nod and proceeded toward one side of the launch platform, with Dales naturally following closely behind. The bearded extraterrestrial gazed curiously at the tail at Dales's waist, murmuring to himself, How remarkably similar this alien envoy is to Lord Bardock. However, with few Scions on the road, Dales went unnoticed, likely due to the majority of Scions being engaged in off-world missions, leaving only a handful behind. Chapter 70. The breeding chamber. Dales followed Cespa aboard a vessel resembling a shrunken version of a massive Frisia 4 spacecraft. Though identical in design, the size disparity was striking. Dales turned to Cespa, who was piloting the ship, and inquired, "Are these ships and the battle power testers you were provided by Frisia and his ilk?" Cespa, appearing somewhat apprehensive, replied, "My lord, how can you dare to utter Lord Frisia's name so casually?" With a dismissive tone, Dales retorted, "What is Frisia to me? Just answer my question without concern for formalities." Cespa, feeling somewhat helpless yet acutely aware of the power dynamics, acquiesced to Dales's authority, saying, "My lord, this matter is rather complex. Much of the technology on planet Vegeta indeed originates from the assistance of Lord Frisia, but there are also numerous other influences." Dales, unfazed by Cespa's reverence towards Frisia, pressed on, "In what way? Could you provide an example?" Nodding, Cespa replied slowly, "For instance, the very ship we are currently aboard, my battle suit, and the scanner at my ear, all are products of King Frisia's design." He then shifted his tone. "However, much of our Scion technology does not stem from Frisia, but rather from the Zenkai people. Take the Moon device, for example, along with the technological weaponry of planet Vegeta. The Moon device is particularly vital for us Scions, as it allows us to transform into great apes for battle, enhancing our power tenfold." Dales nodded in acknowledgement, finding this consistent with his understanding of the Dragon Ball universe. He continued, "A tenfold increase in power is indeed formidable, yet if one's base power is low, what good is such an enhancement? For instance, if one possesses only 1,000 units of power, transforming into a great ape would yield merely 10,000, which doesn't seem particularly strong." Cespa, somewhat exasperated, responded, "My lord, you underestimate a power level of 10,000. The mightiest Scion on planet Vegeta, King Vegeta, possesses just over that threshold. However, your perspective." Intrigued, Dales interjected, "Is a power level of 10,000 truly formidable? The most renowned warriors of the universe, the Scions, only reach that level?" Cespa replied, "My lord, while 10,000 may seem weak in your eyes, it represents strength within the cosmos. Even among the formidable Frisia force, only a few surpass this power threshold. In truth, the average combat power of most races in the universe does not exceed 100. It is noteworthy that a combat power surpassing 10,000 can effortlessly obliterate an ordinary planet." Upon hearing this, Dales gained a more nuanced understanding of the power distribution within the Dragon Ball universe. Essentially, this phenomenon is a manifestation of survivor bias. The adversaries depicted in the anime are precisely those rare individuals of formidable strength that seldom grace the cosmos. The combat vessel piloted by Saizeba emitted a tremendous roar as it descended onto the docking platform of King Vegeta's palace. As soon as the ship landed, Saizeba, somewhat anxious, turned to Dales and inquired, "My lord, shall I guide you to meet King Vegeta?" Dales, with a teasing tone, responded, "What? Do you wish to part ways with me so soon? I still have matters to discuss with you. You cannot simply flee." Saizeba, with a glum expression, replied, "My lord, please feel free to issue any commands, but this is not the fortress we were just in. Here, I am unable to speak freely, and your appearance may raise suspicions among others." Understanding Saizeba's implication, Dales asked, "Is Bardock currently on planet Vegeta?" Saizeba shook his head, but moments later, his eyes widened as he gazed at Dales. The hatch of the vessel they occupied swung open, revealing Saizeba and Bardock emerging from within. The surrounding Scions were numerous. Unlike the previous fortress, Saizeba, still somewhat shaken, cast a furtive glance at Bardock, recalling how Dales, clad in a black martial arts uniform, had transformed into a Frisia battle suit in the blink of an eye, leading him to momentarily believe that the individual beside him was Bardock. Saizeba cautiously inquired, "Lord Bardock, do you have any instructions?" Dales, finding the situation amusing, replied, "Take me to see my son, Kakarot." Saizeba was taken aback, astonished that Dales knew the location of the Scion newborns, and even more surprised that Dales was aware of Bardock's son's name. However, recalling the events that had transpired, he felt a sense of understanding wash over him. Thus, Saizeba nodded and led Dales toward the infant incubation chamber. The palace of King Vegeta, rather than merely being a royal residence, functioned as a fortress, serving as the largest stronghold on planet Vegeta. In addition to the typical functions of a fortress, such as healing, docking and launching vessels, and housing weapon systems, it also played a pivotal role in nurturing Scion newborns. To put it succinctly, all Scion infants are required to register at the fortress housing King Vegeta's palace, where they undergo a period of nurturing followed by memory infusion that includes their mission as Scions and fundamental information about themselves. After a certain period, their combat power is tested, and based on this assessment, they are classified into tiers, subsequently dispatched to various planets to execute invasion tasks. This, according to Saiziba, represents the operational system governing the Scions. On the journey, they naturally encountered several Scions, but they merely exchanged greetings with Dales, without any further interaction. This might be attributed to the character of Bardock himself, who is quite reclusive and unique. Apart from his close relationships with his team members and family, he seemingly does not maintain good rapport with others. Of course, this is merely Dale's conjecture, yet the reactions of the passing Scions seem to corroborate this assumption. In no time, the two arrived at the metallic building housing the nursery, surrounded by numerous aliens and Scions. To Dales, the presence of these Scions was rather unremarkable, as it appeared that each possessed battle power on par with that of Neru, averaging above 5,000. This clearly demonstrates the Scions' regard for this place. However, upon seeing Dales, they expressed no suspicion, merely offering a greeting. After all, who could fathom the existence of two identical individuals? Furthermore, Dales had managed to regulate his energy to around 10,000. Even if someone were to test Dale's battle power, the result would still yield 10,000. In a brief moment, the two entered the infant nursery. Chapter 71. Broly's potential. Upon entering the nursery, Dales beheld numerous medical pods, each containing a Scion infant, meticulously arranged in rows. The pods brimmed with liquid, occasionally bubbling. Dales turned to his companion, Sespa, and inquired, "Where is Kakarot's nutrient pod?" Sespa replied, "My lord, I have just located Kakarot's position. It is somewhat secluded. Please follow me." With that, Sespa led the way to a remote corner within the nursery. Before long, they arrived at a row of medical pods, where Dales indeed spotted a young Son Goku, alongside a special medical pod housing the young Broly. Dales pointed to Goku's pod and asked Sespa, "This must be Kakarot, correct?" Sespa responded, "My lord, I am unaware of Bardock's son's name, but I can confirm this is indeed Bardock's child." Dales nodded and then inquired, "Do you recognize the little one beside him?" Sespa's expression stiffened momentarily before he said, "I will check right away." Dales waved his hand, indicating that it was unnecessary. He gently tapped on Kakarot's pod and then on Broly's pod. No sooner had he tapped than Goku, peering through the glass of his medical pod, caught sight of Dales and Sespa and promptly began to wail. Intrigued, Dales glanced at Broly's pod, and as expected, little Broly furrowed his brow, evidently startled by Goku's cries. As Goku's wails grew louder, Broly, too, was frightened into tears, his entire being erupting with a ferocious green aura. In an instant, a large hole was torn in Broly's medical chamber, and the entire cultivation room began to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Saiziba, upon witnessing this, nervously scanned his surroundings and muttered to himself, "Could it be an earthquake? No, that is impossible. How could this place be affected by such a phenomenon?" Saiziba sharply sensed that there was likely a powerful presence nearby, unleashing its energy. Realizing this, he quickly activated his detector, and a moment later, he gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? A battle power of 10,000, and the target is this little brat before me? Saiziba's eyes nearly bulged out as he pointed at Broly in the healing pod, rendered speechless. Nearby, Dales also felt Broly's aura. To be honest, the magnitude of this energy was not particularly concerning to him at the moment, yet it was astonishing that such energy could emanate from an infant, showcasing Broly's exceptional talent. As Dales observed the energy surging from Broly, he felt a twinge of headache. Recalling that neither the world from the android era nor the future world he had traversed seemed to have encountered Broly. This indicated that both his future world and the past world he had reached via the time machine were certainly not the same. They must belong to a superior realm. This implied that upon returning to the future, he might have to contend with a Broly who had matured over several decades, which caused Dales some concern. However, if all went as expected, Broly should remain contained, especially since Frieza had not been resurrected in the future world. Dales could wait until he had grown strong enough to address Broly then. As Dales continued to ponder, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside the cultivation room. A middle-aged man with spiky hair charged into the chamber, accompanied by several scions. Who allowed you to tamper with that healing pod? Dales and Sizba turned to face the newcomer. The speaker was none other than King Vegeta, the ruler of all scions from planet Vegeta. Upon seeing King Vegeta's arrival, Sizba trembled in place, too intimidated to utter a word. Dales fixed his gaze on King Vegeta and the scions beside him, stating, "I merely came to check on my son, Kakarot, King Vegeta. There is no need for such a commotion. Stop pretending. You are not Bardock, and where is your son? We know Bardock is on a mission. Who exactly are you, and why are you impersonating Bardock and coming here?" One of the scions beside King Vegeta shouted at Dales. In response, Dales shed his disguise, swiftly donning his original black martial arts uniform, and replied, "I need your assistance in locating someone. My presence here was merely out of curiosity." King Vegeta scoffed and retorted, "You can't be serious. You think you can learn the secrets of planet Vegeta and leave here alive? Let me be frank. Neither you nor that traitor beside you will escape this place unscathed." Darius, upon hearing this, scoffed and remarked, "Are you afraid we might expose the matter concerning that child, thus threatening your throne? After all, the scions hold strength in the highest regard, and a scion born with a battle power of 10,000. I need not elaborate on the implications." The few guards beside King Vegeta exchanged glances and then turned their eyes back to him. King Vegeta, feeling a twinge of guilt, furtively glanced behind him and then coldly declared, "This scion possesses an exceedingly unstable energy. He is a menace in his own right. Cease your verbal games and take this secret to your grave." With that, King Vegeta waved his hand, and two scions immediately stepped forward, ready to strike Darius. Seeing this, Darius let out a cold chuckle, gathering two energy blasts in his hands before vanishing from sight, instantly reappearing between the two scion guards, placing his hands upon their chests. With a thunderous explosion, the two scion guards were obliterated. Darius dusted off his clothes, as if he had accomplished a trivial task. King Vegeta, witnessing this, was left in utter shock. He intended to use his scouter only to realize he had left it behind. Turning to his remaining scion guards, he inquired, "What is his battle power?" One guard pressed a button on his ear-mounted scouter, but it promptly exploded. Stunned, the scion guard reported to King Vegeta, "Your Majesty, this intruder has a battle power of at least 22,000, while Frisia's new scouter has a maximum limit of only that." King Vegeta, upon hearing this, was drenched in cold sweat, yet he would not concede defeat, for he still possessed the formidable advantage of the Great Ape transformation. The reason Frisia valued the scions so highly was due to this transformation, which not only amplifies their battle power tenfold, but also equips them with a massive form more suitable for planetary destruction. With this thought, King Vegeta lowered his guard, wiped the sweat from his brow, and addressed Darius, "You may seek someone, but what of the two soldiers you have slain?" Darius responded with a mocking grin, "How so? Was it not you who initiated hostilities? Furthermore, did you not harbor murderous intent against me? You merely lack the strength. Your demise is a mere consequence of your own inadequacy." King Vegeta's veins throbbed with fury. The death of two scions was trivial, yet it was a blow to his pride. Aside from Frisia and Beerus, none dared to speak to him in such a manner. Nonetheless, King Vegeta restrained his anger and said to Darius, "Very well, you may proceed. Who is it that you seek? However, you are forbidden from interfering with the matter of that infant." He paused, pointing at the young Broly. Darius, upon hearing this, readily agreed, for this was a virtual realm, and he had no particular concern for Broly, or for anything in this world. Chapter 72. The sudden appearance of Vegeta. King Vegeta's expression softened somewhat, for the individual before him was undeniably powerful. If agreeing to keep the matter of Broly a secret could safeguard his throne, he might very well acquiesce to Darius's demands. Upon reflecting on this matter, King Vegeta addressed Darius, inquiring, "Whom are you seeking? As long as that individual is present on planet Vegeta, I should be able to locate them swiftly." In response, Darius produced a photograph of Son Goku and asked, "Have you seen this person?" King Vegeta glanced at the image contemplatively, then replied, "Indeed, I encountered this individual not long ago. Initially, I mistook him for Bardock. He engaged in a skirmish with our warriors and then vanished without a trace, despite our relentless efforts to find him." Darius stood there, deep in thought. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps drew near, suggesting an unfolding situation outside. Subsequently, A scion burst into the room, breathless, exclaiming, "Your Majesty! A person claiming to be Prince Vegeta has stormed in, injuring dozens of our soldiers, demanding to see you." King Vegeta's expression darkened as he bellowed at the scion soldier. "You worthless imbeciles, repeatedly bested by others, what purpose do you serve?" Turning to Darius, he continued, "If this guest poses no matter of importance, I kindly ask you to vacate this place." Darius, unperturbed, inquired, "What transpired outside? May I go take a look?" King Vegeta sneered, "Feel free to do as you wish." Haha. Yet inwardly, he scoffed at the thought. Soon, I shall summon Frieza and his entourage to witness the spectacle, allowing this fool to engage in a dogfight with Frieza while simultaneously assessing Frieza's prowess. Nevertheless, I must deal with that impostor claiming to be my son promptly, lest others think King Vegeta is merely a figure of clay. With this in mind, King Vegeta ordered the scion soldier, "Where is that individual? Take me to him." The soldier replied, "Your Majesty, please follow me." With that, they rushed toward the incubation chamber's exit. Observing this, Darius mused, "Could it be that troublesome Vegeta? I wonder what he is up to. Regardless, I should follow and see for myself." Just as he prepared to depart, Cespa called out to him, "My lord, King Vegeta will not spare me. I beseech you to save me." Darius turned, feeling a twinge of exasperation at Cespa's predicament. Yet, recognizing that it was his own actions that forced Cespa to flee planet Vegeta, he felt a sense of obligation. Thus, he replied meaningfully, "Stay close to me. Once this matter is resolved, I shall assist you with your survival." Upon hearing this, Cespa felt a wave of relief and nodded vigorously. Darius, sensing the urgency, unleashed his energy, shattering the ceiling of the incubation chamber and ascending to hover above King Vegeta's palace. Cespa, disregarding all else, quickly followed suit, propelling himself beside Darius. Gazing into the distance, Darius observed that indeed, King Vegeta, flanked by dozens of scion soldiers and hundreds of armed extraterrestrials, had encircled a lone figure. Upon closer inspection, he recognized that the individual ensnared was none other than Vegeta, the very person who had parted ways with Darius earlier. Intrigued by the scene, Darius turned to Cespa, stating, "Remain by my side. I shall ensure your safety." Darius, having spoken, soared to a launch pad near King Vegeta and his companions, where all the personnel had already departed. Standing there, he observed the unfolding situation below. Seeing Darius's direction, Cespa gritted his teeth and hastily followed suit. At that moment, King Vegeta spoke. "Who are you to dare impersonate my son, King Vegeta?" To which Vegeta coldly retorted, "I am Vegeta, not the imposter you claim I am." King Vegeta let out a disdainful snort and said, "It seems I have been idle for too long. Any scoundrel dares to wreak havoc on my planet. You had best explain your motives for masquerading as my son, or else, I assure you, you will not leave unscathed." Vegeta, growing impatient, icily responded, "You are nothing but puppets. While you do bear a resemblance to my father, and in a sense, you are indeed akin to him, I advise you to acquiesce to my demands. Otherwise, I bear no remorse in extinguishing your lives." King Vegeta, taken aback, then mockingly said, "What nonsense are you speaking? It appears you seek death. Very well, embrace your fate." With that, he waved his hand, and countless aliens armed with weapons unleashed a barrage towards Vegeta. In an instant, lasers and energy blasts rained down upon his position, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that enveloped him in smoke. As King Vegeta sneered and prepared to depart, he was suddenly met with Vegeta's furious roars. "Ah!" Simultaneously, all the detectors in the vicinity erupted. King Vegeta, bewildered, seized a nearby octopus-headed alien and bellowed, "What is happening?" The captured alien, utterly confused, stammered, unable to articulate a response. In a fit of rage, King Vegeta swiftly struck with a knife hand, piercing the alien's abdomen, causing it to perish instantly. At that moment, as King Vegeta pondered his next move, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing Vegeta, radiating a golden aura. Before the eyes of King Vegeta and his retinue, Vegeta, pointing his finger in a mischievous manner, proclaimed, "I have transformed into Super Saiyan." King Vegeta and the other Saiyans stood dumbfounded, and a bald Saiyan whispered to King Vegeta's ear, "Your Majesty, this fellow seems to be the legendary Super Saiyan." Upon hearing this, King Vegeta felt a chill run through him. He then pointed at the grotesque aliens surrounding him and commanded, "You all, advance at once and eliminate this intruder." The aliens, upon receiving the order, rushed towards the now transformed Super Saiyan Vegeta. Observing this, King Vegeta instructed a nearby Scion guard. Quickly contact Lord Frieza with the detector and summon him and Lord Kula to our location, under the pretense of inspecting our operations. The guard nodded and promptly began to establish communication with Frieza. Vegeta, with a disdainful glance at the overwhelming alien army advancing towards him from the sky, merely raised a hand and declared, "Big Bang attack." In an instant, a violent explosion erupted in the air, annihilating all but a few survivors who had not managed to rush forward, leaving the rest of the aliens reduced to mere ashes. Chapter 73. The arrival of Frieza and his son after dispatching the Scions that had charged at him. Vegeta promptly approached King Vegeta, exuding an air of triumph as he proclaimed, "Did you see that? Your subordinates are nothing but a bunch of worthless fools. I strongly advise you to acquiesce to my demands. Otherwise, you shall all meet the same fate." King Vegeta, drenched in cold sweat as he gazed at the ferocious aura emanating from Vegeta, nervously inquired, "What is your objective? If it is within my power, I shall do my utmost to fulfill it." Vegeta sneered coldly before responding, "Contact the god of destruction, Beerus." Upon hearing this, King Vegeta's face paled in terror as he stammered, "You cannot be serious. That is the god of destruction, Lord Beerus." Vegeta retorted with a scornful laugh, "I am a Super Saiyan now. What of Beerus? To me, he is but a trivial nuisance." King Vegeta, regaining his composure, replied, "Even if you are a Super Saiyan, you could never be a match for Lord Beerus, and besides, I have no means to contact him." Recalling the fear he felt as a child upon encountering Beerus, Vegeta impatiently warned, "I suggest you speak honestly, or I cannot guarantee the fate of this planet." Although angered, King Vegeta pondered for a moment before saying, "You should rest for a while. I will contact Lord Beerus immediately." Vegeta, with a huff, left the scene, leaving behind a warning, "I shall give you half a day." King Vegeta, with a grim expression, turned to a nearby Scion guard and instructed, "Notify Lord Frieza to arrive on our planet for an inspection as soon as possible." Dairos, having overheard the conversation between King Vegeta and Vegeta, remained skeptical that King Vegeta could indeed summon Beerus. Seeing Dairos deep in thought, Cespa asked, "My lord, what troubles you?" Dairos glanced at Cespa and replied, "Do not concern yourself with such matters. You should find a spaceship and escape quickly." Cespa, panic-stricken, responded, "But my lord, I fear King Vegeta and his men will pursue me." Dairos, with a knowing look, reassured him, "Do not worry, they will not. Hurry and find a ship to flee. Otherwise, when King Vegeta regains his senses, you may truly meet your end here." Cespa, with a resigned smile, hastily flew towards a satellite launch tower. Seeing this burden depart, Dairos also took off, pursuing the direction Vegeta had gone. Before long, Dairos caught up with Vegeta and blocked his path. Vegeta, displeased at the sight of Dairos obstructing his way, said, "Dairos, what is the meaning of this? Why are you obstructing me instead of searching for Kakarot?" Dales remarked with a hint of amusement, "You won't stray far. It makes no difference whether I stop you or not." Vegeta, taken aback, exclaimed, "You were present during that?" Dales replied, "If I am to seek Goku on planet Vegeta, I must first locate King Vegeta." Nodding in acknowledgement, Vegeta attempted to depart. Observing this, Dales promptly interjected, "I heard you are in search of Beerus?" Vegeta hesitated momentarily before responding, "I am surprised you are aware of the god of destruction, Beerus." Dales, his demeanor serious, cautioned, "King Vegeta, bear in mind that this is merely a virtual realm. The existence of beings as formidable as Beerus remains uncertain." Moreover, Vegeta, furrowing his brow, demanded, "Speak plainly, what is it you wish to convey?" Without delay, Dales continued, "Furthermore, even if a being of Beerus's caliber truly exists within this virtual world, his unpredictability is exceedingly high. I advise against challenging him at this time." Vegeta scoffed, "Dales, you are far too timid. We are the legendary Super Saiyans. What is a mere god of destruction like Beerus to us?" Dales cast a glance at Vegeta but refrained from further discouragement, realizing that even King Vegeta could not locate Beerus. Seeing Dales relent, Vegeta stormed away. Dales closed his eyes, attuning himself to Goku's energy, speculating that Goku might have ventured to King Kai's planet or Earth. However, after several attempts without sensing Goku's presence, Dales remained unperturbed. He could always return to Earth via instant transmission and unleash his energy, confident Goku would arrive. Yet, he was curious whether King Vegeta could indeed summon Beerus. After all, encountering Beerus and Whis under low-risk circumstances would be advantageous for his future. Time passed swiftly, and several hours later, the sky transformed into a deep crimson, signaling dusk on planet Vegeta. Suddenly, the violet-hued sky appeared to be filled with countless objects resembling meteors, breaking through the atmosphere and plummeting toward the planet. Dales felt a sense of disappointment. He surmised that King Vegeta had likely summoned Frieza, lacking the capability to invite Beerus. It was merely a visit, after all, and he was curious to see how Vegeta would handle the situation. With this thought, Dales vanished from his location, reappearing within King Vegeta's palace. At that moment, King Vegeta was preparing to greet Frieza when he noticed Dales's sudden presence. However, he did not dwell on it and addressed Dales. I have instructed my men to search for the individual you seek on planet Vegeta, but they found nothing. Dales nodded in response. King Vegeta then led several guards toward the vast central plaza of the palace, seemingly uninterested in continuing the conversation with Dales, who naturally followed suit. At this moment, the square was vast and open, with numerous Scion soldiers stationed around, diligently patrolling. Above, the objects resembling meteors had become distinctly visible. They were disc-shaped spaceships, which, as they descended closer to the ground, revealed their forms with increasing clarity. One of the largest vessels gently descended, and with a soft whoosh, it touched down, stirring up a cloud of dust. With a resounding boom, the hatch of the spaceship opened, and a multitude of alien soldiers surged forth. Following them were Chio-E, Dodoria, and Zarbon, trailed by the Ginyu Force, and finally, the father-son duo of Frieza. At this juncture, King Vegeta stood before the spaceship's entrance, flanked by several attendants, bowing his head in reverence to the approaching Frieza and his son. Chapter 74. Taking action before Frieza and King Cold could utter a word. Dodoria could not restrain himself from bellowing. King Vegeta, you have summoned us from afar for what purpose? King Vegeta's face darkened at these words. He had lost count of how many times he had been publicly affronted today, never expecting that a mere lackey of Frieza would dare to confront him so brazenly. Yet, he maintained his composure and replied, I have invited Lord Frieza and Lord Cold to inspect the newly conquered planets of our Vegeta star. Dodoria, wishing to retort further, was silenced by Frieza's chilling glare, causing him to retreat hastily. It was then that Frieza spoke slowly. Your loyalty and contributions have not gone unnoticed, King Vegeta. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta exhaled a sigh of relief. The oppressive aura of Frieza was indeed overwhelming. Frieza, pleased with King Vegeta's evident trepidation, contemplated the Scion's recent mischief and coldly remarked, however, should this be the sole reason for summoning both my father and me, I would be quite displeased. With that, Frieza's formidable presence enveloped everyone in the vicinity. King Vegeta felt a shiver run down his spine, momentarily forgetting the carefully prepared speech he had rehearsed. Observing the tension, King Cold interjected with a jovial demeanor. There's no need for concern. As long as your Scion clan performs diligently, Frieza and I will not mind such trifles. Turning to Frieza, King Cold continued. Ah, indeed, father, you speak wisely. However, King Vegeta, surely you must provide us with a reasonable explanation, for our time is quite precious. Frieza offered a sardonic smile. King Vegeta, bolstered by a surge of defiance, raised his head and declared, Lord Frieza, Lord Cold, my invitation extends beyond merely inspecting our work. I have other matters to discuss, though I find it difficult to articulate. Frieza and King Cold exchanged curious glances. Meanwhile, Zarbon, standing beside Frieza, urged, King Vegeta, do not hesitate, speak swiftly, for both Lord Frieza and Lord Cold's time is indeed limited. Frieza nodded slightly, signaling King Vegeta to continue. No longer restrained, King Vegeta addressed Frieza directly, saying, Lord Frieza, we have traitors within our Scion ranks, and they are on the verge of overthrowing me. I fear I will fail to fulfill the tasks you have entrusted to us. Frieza, intrigued yet indifferent to the concept of traitors, feigned concern, for he was already prepared to annihilate planet Vegeta. Had it not been for the fear of raising King Vegeta's suspicions, he would not have returned to this planet. With this in mind, Frieza replied, I understand your concerns, King Vegeta. I too do not wish for these traitors to hinder our work. Allow me to send Dodoria and Chui to eliminate the rebels. Just as King Vegeta was about to respond, he was interrupted by Vegeta's voice. You think you worthless trash can defeat me? Vegeta had appeared beside King Vegeta, confronting Frieza and his entourage. Frieza, initially taken aback, quickly transformed his surprise into anger. Addressing Vegeta with a forced smile, you, who bears a striking resemblance to King Vegeta, seem rather lacking in manners. Vegeta spat disdainfully and retorted, Frieza, spare me your pretense. Just make your move. He then turned coldly to King Vegeta. You old fool. How dare you deceive me? I'll deal with these worthless pests first and settle our score later. King Vegeta, no longer pretending, simply stated to Frieza, Lord Frieza, this is the one who seeks to overthrow me. He appears to be the legendary Super Saiyan. At the mention of Super Saiyan, Frieza and Kuroda became visibly unsettled. Initially wary of Vegeta's sudden appearance, the term Super Saiyan shook their composure. Frieza, with a grave expression, inquired, pray tell, are you truly the Super Saiyan that King Vegeta speaks of? Without a hint of modesty, Vegeta coldly replied, he speaks the truth. I am the legendary Super Saiyan, Vegeta. Soon, I shall eliminate each of you one by one. The members of the Ginyu Force and Frieza's subordinates were incensed by Vegeta's arrogance. Chui boldly stepped forward, addressing Frieza. Lord Frieza, permit me to dispose of this so-called Super Saiyan. Frieza, maintaining his stoic demeanor, nodded in approval. Elated, Chui saw this as an opportunity to impress Frieza, dreaming of rising to a position of great power. With determination, he approached Vegeta, taunting, will you surrender on your own, or shall I assist you in your surrender? Vegeta, with a cold smirk, stepped closer to Chui and leaned in to whisper, remember, this will be the second time I kill you. With that, Vegeta merely placed his hand upon Chui's chest. As the words fell, a blinding light erupted, and an energy sphere materialized in Vegeta's hand. In an instant, the two locations detonated violently, generating a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Chui lay in a mangled heap, while Vegeta casually brushed his hands, as if discarding mere refuse. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, fully aware of Chui's formidable combat prowess, which stood at 18,000. Yet this caliber of warrior had been obliterated before Vegeta, without even grasping the manner of his demise. Frieza, initially taken aback, soon regarded Vegeta with admiration, saying, such remarkable combat strength. Would you consider joining the Frieza force? I could offer you the position of commander. To this, Vegeta disdainfully retorted, enough with your nonsense, Frieza. I have declared that all of you shall perish here today. Frieza's expression hardened, and he coldly replied, do you have any idea what became of the last person who spoke to me in such a manner? Vegeta, undeterred, vanished from sight and reappeared before Frieza, delivering a powerful punch that sent Frieza crashing into his own spaceship, leaving his fate uncertain. Kurd, witnessing this shocking turn of events, was momentarily dumbfounded. He hastily commanded Frieza's subordinates, all of you, attack this arrogant fool. However, having witnessed Vegeta's overwhelming strength, none dared to act recklessly. After all, that was the man who had effortlessly sent Frieza flying. What folly it would be for them to challenge him. Only the Ginyu Force dared to showcase their signature team dance before charging at Vegeta. Following their awkward battle cry, the atmosphere, once charged with tension, seemed to freeze. Moments later, Vegeta snapped back to reality and bellowed at the posturing Ginyu members, prepare to meet your doom, you 5 worthless wretches. With that, Vegeta clasped his hands before him and shouted, final flash. A golden energy began to coalesce in his palms, surging towards the Ginyu Force, who, sensing the impending doom, attempted to evade Vegeta's devastating strike. Alas, the speed of Vegeta's attack was far too swift for their combat prowess to counter. Unbelievable. Such a lack of martial ethics. Lord Frieza, they uttered their last words before being obliterated by Vegeta's technique. The final flash continued its relentless trajectory, barreling towards the spaceship that Frieza and his son had arrived in. Upon impact, the ship erupted in a violent explosion, claiming the lives of countless extraterrestrials aboard, who had not even the chance to scream. Vegeta's father watched in abject terror as his son unleashed such formidable power, prompting him to hastily flee with several guards in tow. In an instant, King Karud discovered the situation. With a cold sneer, he lunged towards King Vegeta, seizing him by the throat. King Vegeta's face contorted in terror as he gazed at King Karud, his attempts to speak stifled by the grip around his neck. Observing this, the guards beside King Vegeta rushed towards King Karud. With a disdainful smirk, King Karud grasped King Vegeta's other hand and unleashed a beam of death from his finger. In a flash, several of King Vegeta's guards fell lifeless to the ground. Witnessing this, the remaining guards encircled King Karud, who was holding King Vegeta hostage. Meanwhile, The surviving core members of Frisia's forces, including the loyal Sabo and Dodoria, reacted swiftly, confronting the remnants of the Frisia army alongside the inhabitants of planet Vegeta. King Vegeta, intrigued by the unfolding scene, addressed King Karud. "What is the meaning of this, you old fool? Are you inciting a civil strife?" In response, King Karud shouted back, "You share a significant connection with this King Vegeta, do you not? I advise you against taking action, otherwise, I assure you, King Vegeta will meet an unceremonious end." To this, Vegeta responded indifferently, "Go ahead and kill him." "Nanny?" King Karud's eyes widened in disbelief. He had presumed that Vegeta was summoned by King Vegeta to confront him and Frisia, given their striking resemblance. Now, it seemed that using King Vegeta as leverage to compel this seemingly Super Saiyan was no longer feasible. Yet, King Karud felt no fear. If threats held no weight, he would resort to violence. After all, Vegeta had merely defeated Frisia's first form and dispatched a few inconsequential foes. This hardly warranted his concern. However, considering he had irreparably offended King Vegeta today, he resolved to annihilate planet Vegeta entirely. As for King Vegeta himself, he merely chuckled at the thought. With that, King Karud extended a hand, transforming it into a blade, and thrust it into King Vegeta's chest, twisting it mercilessly. Amidst King Vegeta's anguished cries, the Saiyan King, who had traversed the cosmos for many years, met his demise. After witnessing King Vegeta's death, King Karud callously discarded the corpse as one would dispose of refuse. From a distance atop a towering structure, Darls reveled in the spectacle, though he was curious about Vegeta's reaction to his father's murder. At that moment, Vegeta merely gazed at the lifeless body of King Vegeta, betraying no emotion. Having completed his grim task, King Karud turned to Vegeta with a grin. "Did you see that? You will share the same fate, albeit having only defeated Frisia's first form. I shall demonstrate to you who truly reigns as the mightiest race in the universe." Vegeta retorted with a cold smirk. "Have you finished your dying words? If so, it is now my turn." As Vegeta's energy surged, he soon transformed once more into a Super Saiyan. King Karud, upon witnessing Vegeta's transformation into a golden-haired Saiyan, felt a surge of anxiety, dismissing it as an illusion. For it was a sacred decree that one must not engage in battle with a golden-haired Saiyan. Nonetheless, he remained skeptical about the existence of the so-called Super Saiyan. With this thought, King Karud swung his fist towards Vegeta, yet before his fist could connect with Vegeta's face, it was effortlessly intercepted by Vegeta's hand. Seeing this, King Karud attempted to retract his hand, but no matter how forcefully he tried, he could not free himself. With a cold smirk, Vegeta seized one of King Karud's arms and wrenched it off with sheer force. "Ah, my hand!" he screamed, purple blood oozing from the severed limb. As he howled in agony to alleviate the pain, Vegeta then hurled King Karud's dismembered hand into the air, obliterating it with a powerful energy blast. After this display, Vegeta advanced towards King Karud, who was taken aback and began to babble incoherently about granting planets and adopting Vegeta as a son. Vegeta, growing weary of his pleas, unleashed an energy blast that pierced through King Karud's chest, propelling him far away with overwhelming force. At this point, King Karud was gravely weakened and continued to beg for mercy. However, Vegeta offered him no reprieve, extending his palm towards King Karud. "Cataclysmic explosion," he declared. King Karud met his demise. The minions of Frisia, along with those loyal to King Vegeta, were struck with terror and scattered in all directions. Vegeta did not pursue them. Meanwhile, Frisia, who had been sent flying earlier, crawled from the ruins of his spaceship, his eyes filled with rage as he spotted Vegeta in the distance. Upon realizing that Vegeta had slain his father, he felt no desire for revenge on behalf of King Karud. But he could not allow someone who dared to treat him thus to live. Yet, with his current strength, he knew he could never rival Vegeta. He contemplated summoning his brother, hoping that this Saiyan would eliminate his sibling, Cooler, as well. In the meantime, he would train further, preparing to vanquish Vegeta, at which point he would truly become the sovereign of the universe. With this plan in mind, Frisia attempted to slip away quietly. However, just as he was about to make his move, a voice called out from behind him, "Where do you think you're running off to, Frisia?" Chapter 76, Return to Reality. Darius mocked Frisia from above, taunting him. Frisia, realizing that it was not Vegeta approaching, growled, "Get out of my way, you wild monkey, or I'll kill you right now." In response, Darius chuckled coldly, "Enough of your hide-and-seek game, Frisia. It's time for you to perish. Darius aimed a hand at Frisia, unleashing a disaster shockwave. In an instant, a violet beam of energy engulfed Frisia in his first form, his eyes widening in disbelief as he emitted a piercing scream of despair. Before Frisia could transform into his ultimate form, he perished beneath the catastrophic shockwave unleashed by Darius. Naturally, this caught Vegeta's attention, and he swiftly approached Darius, inquiring, "What are you doing here, Darius?" Darius replied nonchalantly. Frisia attempted to flee and sought vengeance. I just eliminated him. Vegeta, upon hearing this, scoffed, "No matter how many come, they shall meet their demise. It is merely regrettable that I cannot slay Frisia once more." In response, Darius remarked, "As you can see, King Vegeta lacks the ability to summon Beerus. We should return." Vegeta furrowed his brow and asked, "Have you located Kakarot? After all, our purpose here was to find him." Darius answered, "He is undoubtedly here. Had he left, this world would have already ceased to exist." He paused momentarily before adding, "He likely does not know how to exit. I will elevate my energy on Earth, and he will surely come." Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement, and his form became translucent, indicating his departure from this realm of consciousness. Just as Darius intended to leave, he remembered Bulma and Trunks, who had separated earlier, and wondered what they were up to. Amidst such fierce battles, it was surprising that they had yet to make an appearance. With this thought in mind, Darius closed his eyes to sense Trunks' energy. A moment later, he utilized instant transmission to arrive at the location of Bulma and Trunks. The surroundings were enclosed by metallic walls, and Bulma was seated at a metallic control panel, diligently operating various controls, while Trunks stood by as her assistant. As Darius manifested in their midst, both of them noticed his sudden arrival. Bulma, slightly annoyed, exclaimed, "Darius, could you make some noise when you arrive? You startled me." Darius, somewhat speechless, replied, "All right, you can return now. I have a method to locate Son Goku." Trunks, upon hearing this, asked, "We can go back? But Mom is quite busy right now." Darius turned to Bulma and inquired, "What exactly are you doing here?" "This appears to be a fortress on Vegeta's planet." Bulma, brimming with excitement, responded, "There is an abundance of advanced technology here, much of which is non-existent on Earth. I intend to copy the data from this control panel for my future research." After a brief pause, she added proudly, "However, I need not wait long. I have already hacked into the system here. Alien computing technology is rather mundane." Darius interjected, "Even if you have hacked into the system, you cannot copy the data. Do not forget, this is a virtual world, and anything you use here cannot be taken outside." Bulma smacked her forehead and said, "Right. I got so caught up in the realism that I completely overlooked that." Darius concluded, "Then you both should return first. I will retrieve Son Goku." Bulma adjusted her forehead, reluctantly stating, "Very well, Trunks and I shall return now. Please summon Goku." Upon hearing this, Darius instantly vanished with the technique of instant transmission, arriving on Earth. Subsequently, Darius transformed into Super Saiyan 2, unleashing his energy. As his aura intensified, the entire planet began to tremble. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Goku materialized beside Darius. Seeing Goku's return, Darius reverted to his normal state. Darius inquired, "What on earth happened to you?" Goku scratched his head and replied, "While I was recalling memories, everything went dark. And when I awoke, I found myself on a planet inhabited solely by Saiyans, presumably planet Vegeta. They all attacked me, and after engaging them in battle, I managed to return to Earth via instant transmission. Earth seemed altered, almost as if it were a bygone version of itself. I even encountered my grandfather. Following that, I teleported to King Kai's planet, where Lord Kai did not recognize me. I sensed your energy on Earth and decided to return." Darius, grasping Goku's experience, surmised that the memories he had been inundated with had led to his fainting spell. With this in mind, Darius said to Goku, "Try to see if you can leave this place. Simply focus your thoughts." Goku nodded and closed his eyes. In an instant, he vanished from sight, evidently having departed. Curiously, Darius surveyed his surroundings. After Goku's disappearance, the entire world began to collapse. The azure sky fractured, revealing countless gaping voids, within which lay an unfathomable darkness. Realizing the peril of remaining in this crumbling world, Darius thought to himself that he must leave. In a moment, he opened his eyes to find himself amidst metallic walls, his spaceship. Before him stood the Vegeta family, watching Darius and Goku, who had just regained consciousness. The two rose from their metallic seats in the virtual combat system and removed the devices from their heads. Bulma approached Goku and asked, "Goku, are you back?" Goku rubbed his head and replied, "I'm back. Though my head aches a bit, I should be fine." Upon hearing this, Vegeta turned and left the spaceship without a word. Bulma then addressed Darius and Goku, saying, "I need to organize the alien technology one just observed. Many aspects are quite enlightening for my current research." With that, Bulma exited as well. Left behind were Darius, Goku, and Trunks, who exchanged glances. Trunks broke the silence, saying, "Uncle Goku, Mr. Darius, I must tidy up too. See you later." He then dashed away. Goku, observing the situation with newfound excitement, turned to Darius and declared, "Darius, we still have a match to settle. Shall we begin now?" Darius questioned, "Are you in good shape?" Goku nodded, "Of course. I feel fantastic at the moment." As the two individuals exchanged a glance, they stepped out of the spacecraft, their attention directed toward the desert. Chapter 77. The Great Battle and Departure. The pair arrived in a desolate area dominated by arid wasteland, where the sweltering heat rendered it a barren expanse. Sun Wukong, brimming with combat fervor, fixed his gaze upon Darius. At that moment, he unleashed his most formidable aura, fully aware that there was no need for restraint in the presence of Darius. Observing this, Darius addressed Sun Wukong, urging him to hasten the confrontation. With a determined nod, Sun Wukong roared and charged toward Darius, delivering a powerful punch. The sheer force of his strike created a sonic boom that reverberated through the void. Darius, intrigued by the speed of Sun Wukong, merely shifted his body slightly to evade the blow. "It appears my standard strength has already eclipsed Sun Wukong's," Darius mused inwardly. Not disheartened by his initial failure, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches, over 100, each more potent than the last. "Now this is becoming interesting," Darius thought, choosing not to evade but to meet Sun Wukong's assault head-on. In an instant, the two clashed numerous times, their combat sending shockwaves that stripped the barren land beneath them of several meters. With a resounding impact, both Darius and Sun Wukong were propelled in opposite directions. Gasping for breath, Sun Wukong realized that despite unleashing his utmost fighting prowess, he had made no discernible impact on Darius. Conversely, Darius appeared unfazed, clearly having handled the intensity of their skirmish with ease. Noticing Darius's composed demeanor, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and proposed, "Darius, let us conclude this swiftly. I have sensed the gap between us." No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a Super Saiyan, launching himself toward Darius with a speed that defied prior measures. Darius, recognizing the threat, did not falter and also ascended to Super Saiyan form, aware that his normal state could not contend with Sun Wukong's enhanced capabilities. As both warriors embraced their Super Saiyan forms, their auras collided, leading to a fierce exchange of blows. The sounds of their clashes resonated like a symphony of destruction. As the desert, too, succumbed to the intensity of their confrontation, trembling as if an earthquake of magnitude 8 had struck. Beneath their feet, a vast fissure appeared, suggesting that the very earth was being torn asunder by their epic battle. Cataclysmic shockwave, they each declared, unleashing their ultimate techniques. With a resounding clash, their energy blasts collided violently, resulting in a dazzling burst of light. Both combatants shielded their eyes from the brilliance. Following the blinding radiance came a fierce gust, a scorching wave sweeping across the desolate expanse, rendering the already barren wasteland even more desolate in an instant. A few resilient blades of grass, defiant against the oppressive heat, were reduced to ashes. As the brilliance faded, Sun Wukong and Dales exchanged glances. Observing this, Dales charged towards Sun Wukong, swinging his fist directly at his face. Wait. I surrender, Dales," Sun Wukong exclaimed, raising his hands in a gesture of capitulation as Dales closed in. With an amused tone, Dales remarked, "So, you intend to surrender as well?" Sun Wukong responded with a wry smile. "I certainly do not wish to end up like Vegeta, battered nearly to death." He paused, then skeptically added, "Though Vegeta shouldn't he have been beaten so badly, right?" Dales, of course, would not admit that his intention was merely to impart a lesson to Vegeta, and instead nonchalantly replied, "Well then, since you've surrendered, be off." "I still need to meditate," Sun Wukong retorted. "You're even more obsessed with training than Vegeta." "Fine. I must hurry back to my digging, otherwise, Chi-Chi will be furious." With that, Sun Wukong placed his hand on his forehead. "Here we go." Moments later, he vanished from sight. Once Sun Wukong departed, Dales returned to a nearby mountain peak in West City, settling into meditation. Rather than engaging in physical training, he opted for meditative practice, which not only enhanced his affinity for Qi but also elevated his mental state, aiding his future endeavors to attain Super Saiyan 3. Following the conclusion of the battle between Sun Wukong and Dales, others on Earth breathed a sigh of relief. After all, battles of such magnitude could easily devastate the planet. With their clash over, everyone else felt a sense of ease, save for Vegeta, who remained in the training room during their confrontation. Time swiftly passed, and the dawn of the next day arrived. Dales inhaled the fresh air, slowly opening his eyes, seemingly unaffected by the night's chill. Today, it is time to return, he murmured softly before rising, unleashing his energy as he departed towards Bulma's residence in West City. In no time, Dales arrived at Bulma's home, where everyone had gathered in the yard. Krillin, Sun Wukong, and Tien were exchanging greetings, while Vegeta, unusually, had foregone his training, leaning against a tree. Meanwhile, Piccolo was engaged in conversation with Gohan, appearing quite cheerful, a sight Dales had never witnessed before. Bulma and Trunks were busily moving supplies, evidently preparing provisions for Bulma's future son, as the future Earth indeed required ample resources. Without hesitation, Dales descended. Sun Wukong and Krillin greeted him. Yet Dales merely acknowledged them with a nod before retreating to a corner to resume his meditation. Before long, Trunks and Bulma had stored all their supplies into capsules. At the very moment they finished packing, Dallas opened his eyes and saw Trunks approaching him. The two exchanged glances, and Dallas promptly made his way to the time machine, while Trunks bid farewell to everyone as he walked toward it. Take care, Dallas. Trunks, give it your all. I hope you can return. Trunks, I believe that when we meet again, you will be stronger than you are now, and I, too, will surpass my current self. Everyone chimed in with their farewells to Trunks, even Vegeta leaning against a tree, extending 2 fingers toward Trunks, a gesture unique to their father-son bond. Thus, under the watchful eyes of those in the past, Dallas and Trunks once again boarded the time machine, embarking on their journey back to the future. Chapter 78. Return to the future. The time machine gradually ascended, and after reaching a certain altitude, it vanished instantaneously above West City. Including the 2 years spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, Dallas returned to this mysterious temporal passage after more than 2 years. To be honest, Dallas himself was uncertain why such a time portal existed, but it connected to various parallel worlds, allowing him to enhance his strength through the system. Perhaps one day, when his power reached a sufficient level, he could break the constraints of reality and return to his own world or venture into others. While Dallas was lost in thought, Trunks was already maneuvering the time machine, navigating through the spatial turbulence, and entering the world from which Dallas had come, specifically, the world where Trunks originally resided. Unsurprisingly, the time machine soon appeared above the future West City. In stark contrast to the bustling West City of the past, this version lay in ruins, with debris scattered everywhere. Today, the future West City was shrouded in clouds, and the combination of overcast skies and dilapidated structures lent a melancholic air to the world. As the time machine gently descended to the ground, Trunks opened the glass hatch of the exit, and both he and Dallas emerged, standing beside the time machine. Upon witnessing Trunks store the machine using a universal capsule, Dallas inquired, "What are your plans now?" Trunks gazed at the desolation around him, his spirits somewhat dampened, and replied, "Mr. Dallas, I intend to deliver the supplies my mother gave me to her first, and then I will head to Namek." Dallas nodded in understanding, saying, "Since you have made up your mind, I shall await your news. I will go and train now, as I will not be of much help to you in the immediate future." Trunks shook his head, saying, "You need not trouble yourself any further, Mr. Dallas." He paused, then bowed deeply to Dallas, expressing, "Thank you for all your help during this time." Upon seeing this, Dales waved his hand and remarked, "Did I not inform you that there is no need for such formality? I share a profound connection with Earth. Even were I not to assist you, I would still eradicate these artificial beings, as well as anyone who seeks to harm our planet." Trunks, eager to inquire further, was interrupted by the ringing of his phone. "Is that Mother?" "Indeed. I have returned. I shall head back now." "Very well, Mother." Dales, discerning that Trunks had been summoned back by Bulma, observed as Trunks completed his call and approached him, saying, "Mr. Dales, Mother has requested that I return promptly, and I must obey. I anticipate that I will be quite fatigued for some time." Rarely, Trunks ruffled his own hair. Dales smiled and replied, "Then do attend to your matters. I too must dedicate myself to my training." With that, Dales unleashed his energy and departed, soaring towards the sacred world of the Kais. Mr. Dales, who exactly are you? Nonetheless, as long as you are a good person, that suffices, Trunks murmured before also unleashing his energy and heading home. After parting ways with Trunks, Dales hastened to the sacred world of the Kais, intent on enhancing his strength. His immediate goal was to fully master Super Saiyan 2 and achieve its maximum potential. Only then could he aspire to evolve into other forms. Furthermore, he could elevate his foundational combat abilities within the hyperbolic time chamber. An idea began to take shape in his mind, one that, if successful, could lead to a significant leap in his power. With this thought, Dales accelerated towards the sacred world of the Kais. As Dales journeyed to the sacred world, a rift in time and space manifested above South City on Earth, revealing two indistinct figures hovering in the air. "Is this the world of that individual?" inquired a tall man clad in red. "Without a doubt, this is the realm of that fellow. No parallel universe possesses a Dales quite like him," replied a woman dressed similarly, wielding a wand. "Will this affect our plans?" she asked. He is hardly a match. He lacks the requisite strength. We shall venture to other worlds to capture a formidable adversary to dispose of him, as he remains an uncontrollable variable." After their exchange, the two vanished, and the rift behind them slowly dissipated, as if it had never existed. In a brief moment, Dales had arrived near the sacred world of the Kais, but paused, not due to any unforeseen circumstance, but rather because the system within his mind, which had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "Ding! An unidentified life form has been detected on Earth." The system's voice retained its characteristic electronic tone. Dales, upon hearing this, addressed the system within his mind. "System, speak plainly if there is something to convey." "Host, observe for yourself. You have drawn the attention of others." As soon as the system's electronic voice concluded, visions of the two figures in red and their conversation materialized within Dales's mind. In this world inhabited by this individual, Dales felt an increasing tension in his brow. From his deductions, he suspected that these two individuals were Mira and Tawa, who had been causing disturbances in the Dragon Ball universe. To his surprise, he had not yet drawn the attention of the deities, but instead had been singled out by them. It seemed that more powerful adversaries would soon be dispatched to confront him. Nevertheless, Dales was resolute. He believed that through his upcoming training, he could vanquish this so-called formidable foe. Contemplating this, he addressed the system in his mind, declaring, "Understood. You need not worry about this matter. Anyone who dares to challenge me shall find no return." With that, Dales surged into the air, heading towards the Heavenly Temple. The Heavenly Temple appeared unchanged, a constant through time. At that moment, Popo was tending to the flowers, watering them with care. Upon noticing Dales approaching, Popo set aside his task and greeted him. "You have returned. What brings you here this time?" Dales replied, "I have some important inquiries to make, and I would like to utilize the room of spirit and time for my training. I hope this is not an inconvenience." Popo seemed to discern Dale's intent to engage in prolonged training within the room and cautioned, "That is permissible. However, do be mindful not to exceed the time limit. One may only remain inside for a maximum of 2 years, or you may never emerge." With a knowing smile, Dales assured him, "You need not fret over that. As long as you consent, I possess a means of exiting." Upon hearing this, Popo refrained from further admonitions, acknowledging, "Very well, proceed at your leisure. I am merely curious when you plan to commence your training." Dales chuckled lightly. "There is no rush. I would like to pose a few questions before I enter." Popo nodded. "I understand. Please, feel free to ask your questions." Without hesitation, Dales inquired, "May I bring training equipment with me?" Pure training alone would be a rather slow process. Popo regarded Dales intently before responding, "Yes. As long as the items you bring can withstand the daytime temperatures exceeding 50 degrees and the nighttime lows of -60, along with enduring tenfold gravity." Dale smiled. "That is excellent. I can proceed now. However, I have a few matters to entrust to you." Popo nodded. "As long as it is within my capability, I shall do my utmost." Dales continued, "It's not complicated. Trunks may come to seek me in a few days. Please inform him that I shall not be able to emerge for several days." Popo regarded Dales thoughtfully, a subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth, and nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood." It is no wonder that Bobo displayed such an expression. Dale's words have validated his previous conjectures, indicating that Dales is genuinely considering establishing his residence within the hyperbolic time chamber. Nevertheless, he did not express any opposition, for Dales is not a malevolent individual. Rather, He is one who would protect the Earth. Observing this, Dales departed from his original position and made his way towards the hyperbolic time chamber. As a blinding white light enveloped him, accompanied by a wave of intense heat, Dales realized he had once again arrived at the chamber. Without hesitation, he stepped inside, and the door behind him vanished. Venturing deep into this void, he waved his hand, and a colossal spaceship materialized upon the ground. Gazing at the vessel before him, Dales murmured, "This time, it will be your turn." Having said that, he proceeded directly into the ship's gravity chamber, where he was immediately subjected to 400 times the normal gravity. The moment he activated the gravity chamber, Dales felt an immense force surging towards him. However, such pressure posed little challenge to Dales, who had already acclimatized to this extreme gravitational force. Without delay, he commenced his training within the chamber, engaging in punches, instantaneous movements, whip kicks, push-ups, and sit-ups, all under the weight of 400 times gravity. This regimen proved to be an excellent means of enhancing his foundational combat abilities. Upon completing a set of push-ups, Dales gradually rose from the ground, having finally concluded his training for the day. After finishing his final set, he would partake in meals from the provisions stored aboard the ship, followed by much-needed rest, as he, too, was human and required respite. With such intense training each day, Dales dedicated approximately 15 hours to his regimen. Thus, after several months of rigorous discipline, Dales did not solely focus on physical conditioning. He also devoted time to mastering his techniques until he became thoroughly proficient in them, which took him several additional months. Through this period, Dales attained the ability to release his ultimate moves instantaneously. The sweltering air enveloped him, a torrid wave saturating the entire space. At this moment, Dales stood deep within the hyperbolic time chamber, ready to embark on his training for Super Saiyan 2. With an ear-splitting roar, he felt his hair and eyebrows transition to a golden hue, while his energy surged dramatically. Dales transformed into Super Saiyan at full power. He found himself unable to directly shift into Super Saiyan 2, a drawback stemming from his lack of mastery over the transformation. Thus, his current objective within this sanctuary was to fully master Super Saiyan 2. After achieving the pinnacle of Super Saiyan, he unleashed another thunderous cry. As the crackling sound of electric arcs resonated around him and the fringe of hair on his forehead transformed, Darius ascended to the status of a Super Saiyan. The previously stable hyperbolic time chamber began to tremble. Darius attempted to unleash his energy with a bellow, akin to the original Majin Buu and Gotenks, in a bid to shatter the fabric of the chamber. Unsurprisingly, he failed, despite the vibrations that coursed through the chamber's empty space as he amplified his aura. There were no signs of fracture. Observing this, Darius thought to himself, "It appears that my strength is still far from that of the original Majin Buu and Gotenks. Perhaps it is best not to aim too high. I shall first master Super Saiyan 2 completely." Subsequently, in his Super Saiyan 2 state, Darius commenced his training. Whether in meditation, eating, or sleeping, he consistently maintained his Super Saiyan 2 form. Through such rigorous training, Darius's foundational combat power steadily increased, and his mastery of the Super Saiyan 2 transformation continuously improved. Before long, 3 years had elapsed, and Darius had achieved a profound mastery of Super Saiyan 2. Now, standing once again in that blank expanse, Darius found himself in a state of permanence. This time, he did not need to roar to elevate his energy to transform into Super Saiyan 2. In truth, he had found it increasingly challenging to maintain his transformation through sheer vocal exertion. However, the situation had evolved. Standing still, he let out a low growl, and in an instant, his eyebrows and hair turned a brilliant gold, while electric sparks crackled around his body. Darius transformed into Super Saiyan 2 in a heartbeat, and this new form was markedly different from before. Through his rigorous training, his foundational combat strength had significantly increased, and his Super Saiyan 2 transformation had become more stable and contained, enhancing his overall power. Darius, now fully powered as a Super Saiyan, stood grounded, reveling in the immense strength he had cultivated, far surpassing his previous capabilities. He felt a sense of satisfaction, having traversed in 4 years the path that Goku and Vegeta took 7. Yet, he was not content to rest on his laurels. Moreover, he could not simply exit this realm, having been trapped within for over 2 years. Unless Darius could elevate his aura to that of Super Saiyan 3, he would be unable to breach the confines of this space. Chapter 80. Super Saiyan 3. At this moment, Darius was unperturbed by the prospect of not achieving Super Saiyan 3, for Goku's ability to attain this transformation stemmed from his boundless stamina in the other world. Coincidentally, Darius possessed the same unlimited stamina awarded by the system, leading him to believe that unlocking Super Saiyan 3 should not pose a significant challenge. After all, if Goku could achieve it in 7 years, it seemed illogical that Darius, with the system's assistance, would falter in reaching Super Saiyan 3. Upon this realization, Darius once again entered the gravity chamber, embarking on a new round of training to further enhance his foundational combat prowess. The higher his foundational combat power, the greater the strength of Darius's physique, making it easier to transcend into Super Saiyan 3. Time flowed swiftly, and 3 years elapsed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Darius found himself once more deep within the hyperbolic time chamber, intending to break through to Super Saiyan 3. However, he wished to ascertain the extent of his current foundational combat power. With this thought, Darius addressed the system in his mind, requesting, "System, provide me with the detailed data of my current physical state." The electronic voice of the system resonated once more. Host, Darius, remaining lifespan, 10,000 years, height, 176 centimeters, base combat power, 400 million, forms mastered, Super Saiyan 2. Gazing at the panel's data, Darius remarked, "Not bad. After 7 years of training, I have made considerable progress, yet it remains insufficient." The system's synthetic voice responded, "Host, do not aim too high. You have already achieved significant advancement." Darius frowned at this, saying, "The slow increase in power is not the issue. The main concern is that my current strength prevents me from leaving." Ding. It is quite simple. With your present base combat power, once you break through to Super Saiyan 3, you will naturally possess the ability to shatter this void. The system's cold electronic voice echoed again. Darius retorted, "It sounds easy when you say it. I currently have no clue about transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Ding. As long as your power reaches a certain threshold, coupled with your infinite energy, breaking through to Super Saiyan 3 is not difficult," the system assured. Darius inquired, "Is there a specific method?" The host should first transform into Super Saiyan 2, then continuously elevate your ki until you achieve Super Saiyan 3. This process may be somewhat arduous, but you must persevere, the system cautioned. No longer hesitating, Darius resolved to act, now that he was aware of the precise method to transform into Super Saiyan 3. He immediately let out a low roar, and within moments, he had transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Upon achieving this form, Darius began to shout as he elevated his ki. As his ki surged, the once crackling sparks around him erupted into a cacophony of sound. Since Darius had fully transformed into Super Saiyan 2, such phenomena had not reoccurred until now, with the resurgence of this astonishing display accompanying his increased base combat power and complete mastery over Super Saiyan 2. As Darius's energy continued to escalate, his ki seemed to reach a critical point. Although he remained in the form of Super Saiyan 2, the intensity of his ki far surpassed that of Super Saiyan 2. Typically, a standard Super Saiyan 2 cannot achieve this level, as they deplete their energy before reaching such heights, unless endowed with infinite energy or influenced by other extraordinary factors. With a thunderous roar, Dare's body began to undergo a transformation. First, his eyebrows vanished, followed by his golden hair lengthening dramatically until it cascaded to his waist. Surrounding him were bolts of lightning, even more robust than those of Super Saiyan 2, dancing fervently in the air. Breakthrough. With another mighty shout, Dare's golden hair ceased its growth, indicating that he had stabilized into the form of Super Saiyan 3. "I have become," Dares murmured to himself, attempting to maintain his energy at this level. And indeed, he did not regress to Super Saiyan 2. Elated by this realization, he addressed the system in his mind. "System, was my transformation into Super Saiyan 3 truly so effortless that I achieved it instantaneously? Beep. Aren't you aware of your own capabilities? Your base combat power is already sufficient. The continuous energy enhancement required for transforming into Super Saiyan 3 aligns perfectly with your infinite energy. It is only natural for you to succeed," the system retorted. Dares acknowledged this, saying, "That is true. So can I leave now? As per the host's wishes, you may remain here if you desire," the system's synthesized voice continued. Dares grimaced. He had lingered long enough, and further stay would yield no significant breakthroughs. Resolving to depart, he emulated the techniques of Majin Buu and Gotenks. unleashing an energy storm into the air. The formidable energy shattered the vacant space before him, fracturing it like a broken mirror, ultimately revealing a vast opening that led to the realm of the Supreme Kai. Without hesitation, Dares leaped through the opening and materialized in the Supreme Kai's realm, having already secured his spaceship within the system's space. The moment Dares appeared in the Supreme Kai's domain, the Earth trembled involuntarily as a potent aura radiated throughout the galaxy. Once Dares' energy permeated east, west, north, and south across the Milky Way, countless powerful entities in the cosmos sensed this presence. Among them were advanced civilizations whose sensors detected Dares' formidable energy. This energy is formidable. Could it be an invasion of our planet? A peculiar king, adorned with a crown, inquired from his throne. Your Majesty, there is no invasion. However, it seems a remarkable powerhouse has emerged, reported a subordinate. The king scoffed. What powerhouse? This energy seems rather mediocre, but it originates from 100,000 light years away. What? At that moment, within the former Frisia Force headquarters on planet Frisia No. 1, a lizard-like being listened grimly to the report from one of his subordinates. Subsequently, he coldly addressed the subordinate of the toad-headed figure, inquiring if a formidable presence had emerged in a distant realm. The toad-headed minion cautiously nodded, yet in an instant, a lethal beam of light pierced through his chest. Although firmly convinced that our frost demon is the mightiest being in the cosmos, second only to the god of destruction, it appears I must also dedicate some time to my own training, he chuckled darkly. Gula sneered twice before departing, treading upon the pool of his subordinate's blood. Chapter 81. The Gula Legion. At this moment, Bobo had set aside his prior tasks, gazing at Dales with astonishment. Observing this, Dales reverted to his normal state, feeling that he had sufficiently mastered this form. Only when Dales returned to his usual appearance did Bobo dare to approach him, saying, "You have emerged. I never anticipated you would become so fearsome, reminiscent of a malevolent aura I sensed long ago." Upon hearing this, Dales mused that indeed, aside from certain events, the trajectory of history tends to remain largely unchanged. With this thought, he addressed Bobo. "I am familiar with the person you mentioned. However, fret not. I shall soon eliminate this potential threat." Bobo, taken aback, replied, "I don't recall stating anything." "Wait, could it be?" Dales smiled and nodded, then inquired, "Has Trunks sought me out during this time?" Bobo confirmed, he did inquire, but upon learning of your entry into the hyperbolic time chamber, he ceased his search. Though he remains concerned you may not emerge from it. I sense his presence. It appears he is hastening this way, Dales remarked, nodding. In that case, I have no further matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Trunks and I have much to discuss. With that, Dales vanished from the scene. Bobo shook his head and resumed watering the plants in the sacred temple. After departing the temple, Dales materialized before Trunks, who was en route to the sacred temple. Startled by Dale's sudden appearance, Trunks exclaimed with delight, "Mr. Dales, you have returned." Dales nodded in affirmation. "It is indeed fortunate. I feared you might have lost track of time in the hyperbolic time chamber and never emerge." Trunks expressed his relief. "You must be even stronger now that you have exited the chamber, correct?" He continued. Somewhat enhanced, Dales replied. "Now, Trunks, I shall take you to Namek, as I have personal matters to attend to in the cosmos." Trunks' lips twitched, internally questioning whether such a formidable aura merely represented a slight increase in strength. Despite his internal skepticism, he responded, "In that case, I also seek your guidance regarding the affairs on Namek." Dales nodded, instructing, "Seize my shoulder, Trunks." Following his direction, Trunks complied, and moments later, both vanished from Earth, reappearing on Namek. However, something seemed amiss. The terrain was riddled with craters, and the surrounding environment was eerily silent. After all, Dallas and Trunks were not in some remote corner. Trunks, gazing at the scene before him, inquired of Dallas, "Is this Namek? It feels rather peculiar." Having encountered the Great Elder and others numerous times, Dallas refrained from hesitation, closing his eyes to sense the presence of the Great Elder and his companions. However, he discerned that their energy was alarmingly faint. Furthermore, it appeared that all the Namekians had been gathered into a single area, their auras significantly diminished. Frowning, Dallas addressed Trunks. "This place may have been attacked. The Namekians seem to be congregated here, their energies notably weak." Trunks, upon hearing this, urgently replied, "Then we should hasten to rescue them." Dallas nodded and utilized instant transmission to arrive at the location where the Namekians were assembled. They reached a hillside near that area, where they concealed themselves. Indeed, they beheld a massive spaceship and a multitude of bizarre extraterrestrials interrogating the Namekians. As Trunks was about to rush in to save them, Dallas restrained him, interpreting the confusion in Trunks' gaze. These beings do not appear intent on killing. Let us observe the situation and ascertain the facts before intervening. Trunks responded, why not simply approach and inquire? Dallas countered, what if they deceive us? Acknowledging this, Trunks nodded. You Namekians, surrender the location of the Dragon Balls, or I shall slay you all. A red-skinned, bull-headed alien bellowed menacingly at the Great Elder. Unperturbed by the threat, the Great Elder replied, do your worst. I will not divulge the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. The bull-headed alien scoffed, is that so? However, I must inform you, for every 10 seconds you delay, I will execute one of your kin. You have ample time to contemplate. Heh. The Great Elder's expression darkened at this proclamation. I shall commence the countdown. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Excellent. The bull-headed alien raised a hand, aiming at a Namekian child, energy coalescing ominously, ready to unleash its fury. Several battle-ready Namekians struggled desperately against the energy nets binding them, but their efforts were futile, and among them was Nez. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Trunks declared to Dallas, Mr. Dallas, I must intervene. Without waiting for a response, he dashed forward. Dallas did not impede him and followed suit, moving steadily towards the confrontation. With a sharp whoosh, the energy blast from the bull-headed alien was released, hurtling towards the Namekian child. In the ensuing explosion and cloud of smoke, as onlookers presumed the child was doomed, Trunks appeared before him, alongside Dallas, who had positioned himself at Trunks' side. The red-skinned minotaur, Sasami, furrowed his brow as he gazed at Trunks, who had intercepted his attack. Who are you? Do you dare obstruct the operations of the Gula Legion? On the other side, the Grand Elder and Nez let out a sigh of relief upon seeing the newcomers. Nez called out to Darius, you actually came. I thought you were too timid to show up. The Grand Elder's prophecy was indeed accurate. Darius turned towards Nez at the sound of his voice and replied, rest assured, I will fulfill the promise I made long ago. As soon as he finished speaking, Darius addressed Trunks beside him. I will ask them a few questions first. Then we shall deal with them. Trunks nodded in response. Darius then looked at Sasami and inquired, you mentioned the Gula Legion. Are you sent by Gula? Sasami scoffed, indeed. I am the commander of the 1245th Star Domain Legion of the Gula Legion, tasked by King Gula to gather the Dragon Balls. Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the Gula Legion? Darius chuckled at this. I am Darius. I wonder if you have heard of me. As soon as he spoke, Sasami, who had been so composed, suddenly appeared terrified, trembling as he pointed at Darius. You are the infamous tyrant who has destroyed countless planets. Defeated by King Gula in your final battle? Darius mused to himself, realizing that his reputation was indeed formidable, whether through the actions of the original host or my own. It seems my notoriety carries considerable weight. However, it's intriguing that Gula claims I was slain by him. Chapter 82. Subduing Sasami. With this thought, Darius addressed Sasami. Indeed. I am Darius. Are you planning to kill these Namekians in my presence? Sasami quickly shook his head. Though he was arrogant, he understood that with only a few spirit tree fruits consumed, he was no match for Darius, who had been consuming them for decades. Gula had intercepted the seeds from Darius's legion's spirit tree fruits, showing little interest in them, and had bestowed these seeds upon his subordinates. As one who had consumed the spirit tree fruits, Sasami was well aware of their significance. Realizing this, Sasami declared to Darius, since you are here, I shall take my leave. He turned to head towards his ship. Did I permit you to leave? Darius's words halted Sasami in his tracks. Slowly, he turned back and asked, what is it, Lord Darius? Do you require something from me? Sasami's demeanor had noticeably softened. Darius, with a playful tone, presented him with two choices, submit to me or face death. Sasami's expression stiffened as he stammered, Lord Darius, you cannot be serious. What use could a weakling like me be to you? Moreover, Lord Gula would never agree to this. Upon hearing this, Darius furrowed his brow and threatened, do not utter any nonsensical words. Give me a straightforward answer. However, I must caution you, should you dare to utter a single no, everyone present will face death. Just as Sasami was about to speak further, he was intimidated into silence by Darius's dangerous gaze. Yet, he gathered his courage to speak, addressing Darius, my lord. I recognize your formidable strength, yet I wish to test your power. Otherwise, Neither I nor my subordinates will feel secure, even if I agree to submit to you. My men may flee. Darius found this rather amusing, but in the interest of winning over these individuals, he resolved to demonstrate a fraction of his might. After all, he intended to recruit the entire Gula Legion and could not afford to lack this measure of tolerance. He replied, "There is no need for a test. I shall immediately allow you to witness my strength." With that, Darius raised his hand and waved it toward the aliens before him. An invisible force lifted numerous aliens, including Zasami, into the air, rendering their bodies uncontrollable. No matter how they struggled, they could not escape this power. Trunks and the Namekian nearby were astonished by the spectacle, recognizing it as a manifestation of unparalleled mastery over one's aura. Suspended in the air, Zasami feared Darius might strike him down and quickly shouted, "My lord, I understand. We are all willing to submit to you. Please let us down." Only then did Darius lower his hand, and the alien soldiers fell from the sky like rain. Fortunately, they were all formidable fighters and sustained little harm. Looking at the disheveled Zasami as he clambered to his feet, Darius inquired, "Well, do you see my power now?" Zasami could only nod helplessly and then half kneel before Darius, proclaiming, "I, Zasami, along with all my soldiers and the planets under my command, pledge allegiance to Lord Darius." Simultaneously, Zasami's subordinates exchanged glances before collectively shouting their submission to Darius. Darius raised a hand to signal them to rise. Upon standing, Zasami addressed Darius, "Lord Darius, having now submitted to you, we can no longer return to Gula. What are your plans moving forward, and what shall our next steps be?" Darius replied with a knowing look, "You may return to the planets you govern. I will seek you out in due course. Simply provide me with a device to contact you and the coordinates of your planets." Zasami was taken aback, having prepared himself for a journey through the cosmos alongside Darius, only to be told to return to his territory. However, urgency soon overtook him, and he implored, "Lord Darius, we cannot go back. I anticipate that Gula will seek retribution against us, having witnessed everything that just transpired." Darius coldly retorted, "Do not concern yourself. I shall deal with Gula shortly. You need not fear his retribution." Upon hearing this, Zasami furrowed his brow and addressed Dales, "However, there is no time. Gura, residing on planet Frisia No. 1, is an unknown distance away, and by the time we act, Gura will have returned to cause trouble." Dales, displeased by Zasami's words, unleashed a death ray that pierced through one of Zasami's hands, causing him to break into a cold sweat from the excruciating pain. Dales understood that he could not afford to show mercy to this group, as they were notorious for their ruthless nature. He then addressed all the aliens present, stating, "You are to follow my orders without question. Should I hear even a whisper of dissent, this will be your fate. Yet, I am fair in my dealings. I will resolve the issue with Gura as promised." Dales approached Zasami and placed a senzu bean into his mouth. In a short while, Zasami, astonished, covered his wound as he stood up, gazing in disbelief at the healed injury, and expressed, "Thank you for your generosity, Lord Dales." This time, he wisely refrained from further inquiries. Dales nodded in satisfaction and inquired, "What is Gura's current status?" After a moment's contemplation, Zasami responded, "It seems Gura has gone to train," as he was startled by a sudden surge of energy in the universe. Dales had merely asked out of curiosity, but he was taken aback to learn that Gura was indeed engaged in training. Could this be related to me? Fortunately, Gura's training has not spanned a long duration. Dales's lips twitched at the thought, and he directed his attention back to Zasami, saying, "You all must return to your territory promptly. I have matters to attend to before I confront Gura." Zasami bowed his head in deference to Dales and, accompanied by his subordinates, entered the spacecraft, which soon ascended and vanished into the skies above Namek. Inside the ship, a bird-headed alien turned to Zasami and queried, "My Lord Zasami, must we truly heed Lord Dales's orders? Isn't that akin to courting death? Given Gura's temperament, we would return to our doom." Zasami, casting a weary glance at his subordinate, replied, "We must follow Lord Dales's directives. He has taken us under his wing and will not allow us to return only to perish." The bird-headed subordinate, upon hearing this, gradually retreated. Zasami gazed silently through the spacecraft's window at the vibrant cosmos. Though he spoke reassuringly to his subordinate, anxiety gnawed at him. He could have chosen not to return, but Gura would not spare him. He could not afford to further offend Dales. He understood that having angered Gura, without protection, fleeing now would only lead to inevitable demise. Perhaps Dales truly has a solution after all. Chapter 83. The Resurrection of Dend. After Zasami and his crew departed, Dales patted Trunks on the shoulder and remarked, "What are you standing there for? We must get to work. Do you not wish for Earth to be restored to its former glory?" Trunks, regaining his composure, responded, "Mr. Dales, it appears those individuals were quite fearful of you, and you have managed to subdue them all." Dales nodded in affirmation. Trunks furrowed his brow and remarked, "But they don't seem like good people at all. They have persecuted these Namekians." Darius chuckled softly in response. "Trunks, you must remember that this world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Once I have recruited them, I will only have them assist me with certain tasks. I won't allow them to continue the vile deeds they performed under Frisia's regime." Trunks nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "All right then." Darius then stepped forward to greet the second elder of Namek with a smile, saying, "Elder, it has been a long time." The elder returned the smile warmly and replied, "Indeed, you have come. I always believed in your boundless potential. I never anticipated that your strength would reach such heights." Darius responded, "Elder, I shall not indulge in idle chatter. I am here to utilize the Dragon Balls of Namek once more." The elder frowned slightly and cautioned, "That is permissible. But you must not rely on the Dragon Balls too often. It could lead to significant troubles." Darius immediately recalled the malignant dragons associated with the Dragon Balls and assured, "Rest easy, Elder. I will exercise caution. And even if complications arise, I will handle them appropriately." Darius spoke with confidence. For the emergence of the evil dragon from Namek's Dragon Balls would not occur for many years, and even if it were stronger than the one from Earth, he believed he could easily subdue it. The elder then nodded and instructed the nearby Nez, "Nez, go fetch the Dragon Balls." Nez had intended to converse further with Darius, but upon receiving the elder's command, he complied and said, "I still wanted to chat with you, but it seems that we'll have to wait. Do you have time later?" Darius shook his head, stating, "I am quite busy. It appears I cannot chat with you." Nez, undeterred, replied, "Very well. Thank you for your assistance to our Namek." Darius responded, "Since I have promised to protect your people, I shall certainly fulfill that vow." Nez smiled in return and, accompanied by several young Namekians, powered up and departed. After Nez's exit, the elder instructed the villagers of Namek to return to their respective homes while he remained with Darius, awaiting Nez's return with the Dragon Balls. Before long, Nez returned with the Dragon Balls placed before Darius. He then asked, "Would you like me to assist you with your wish?" To which Darius replied, "That would be much appreciated, Nez." Nez stepped forward to the 7 gathered Dragon Balls and, in the Namekian language, cried out, "Come forth, dragon, and grant my wish." Instantaneously, the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a blinding radiance, and the majestic dragon Purunga materialized in the sky. Though Trunks had encountered dragons in the past, the sheer size and imposing presence of the Namekian dragon startled him. He whispered to Darius, "Mr. Darius, is this the dragon of Namek?" Darius nodded and said, "What wish do you intend to make?" "I too require a wish. You may make 2. Trunks pondered for a moment before speaking, "Mr. Dales, my desire is to restore Earth to its former state before the devastation wrought by the androids. Naturally, it would be even more splendid if we could resurrect those who fell victim to them, including my comrades. Do you have any suggestions?" Dales glanced at Trunks and replied, "Trunks, I must remind you that individuals who have been deceased for an extended period cannot be revived by the Dragon of Earth, as they may have already been reincarnated. Additionally, those who do not wish to return cannot be resurrected either, for the dragon requires the consent of the deceased. Moreover, individuals who succumb to illness or natural causes cannot be revived. However, we can simply upgrade the dragon to surpass its original limitations." Pausing briefly, Dales continued, "Therefore, my advice is to first use the Dragon Balls from Namek to resurrect Piccolo. This will also lead to the resurrection of Kami, thereby prompting the reappearance of Earth's Dragon Balls. As for whether these Dragon Balls can bring back Vegeta, Krillin, Tien, Goku, and Gohan, it remains uncertain, as they may have been gone for too long and could have been reincarnated. Even with the Dragon Balls upgraded, this may prove futile. As for ordinary people, it seems we can only resurrect those who were recently slain by the androids. The worst-case scenario would be if Piccolo himself had reincarnated, in which case we would need to consider alternative methods." Trunks, upon hearing this, grew somewhat solemn. "It seems the situation is quite dire. However, Mr. Dales, please proceed with your method of wishing. I have grown accustomed to safeguarding Earth alone. If my father and the others cannot be revived, then so be it. I will still protect our world." Dales chuckled softly. "Rest assured, The situation may not be as grim as it appears. Hurry and make your wish, Dales. Bologna mentioned that his time is limited. Nez shouted towards Dales. In response, Dales declared, "My first wish is to resurrect Piccolo, the Piccolo of Earth." Nez's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. He was evidently familiar with the name Piccolo, though he did not expect the wish. Nonetheless, he called out to Bologna. At that very moment, Piccolo, who had been meditating in the afterlife, suddenly found himself transported back to Earth, the halo above his head vanishing. Feeling the strange sensation within his body, Piccolo opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings and his own arms, murmuring, "This is Earth. I have been revived. What is the second wish?" Nez continued to call out to Dales. "Did it succeed?" Trunks whispered excitedly to himself. "This is a good omen, indicating that others may also not have been reincarnated like Piccolo." "My second wish is to heal Goku," Dales stated, once again addressing Bologna in the Namekian language. Yet this time the wish failed. "The individual you refer to has died of natural causes. Even if I were to revive him, he would perish instantly unless his ailment is treated first." Nez relayed Bologna's words to Dales and Trunks. Dales frowned and said, "Then let it be. However, please have Bologna first heal Goku's physical ailments." Nez made the wish to Bologna once more. This problem is quite simple. As the eyes of Purunga flickered, it was evident that the wish had been granted. The final wish was simply that I would transform into a giant ape without losing my sanity. Chapter 84, Planet Frisia No. 1. This wish was straightforward. Purunga's crimson eyes glimmered, signifying that the desire had been effortlessly fulfilled. Subsequently, Purunga vanished, and the 7 Dragon Balls lost their luster, transforming into mere stones. Upon witnessing this, Dales addressed the Grand Elder, stating, "Grand Elder, the mastermind behind the recent attack on Namek is Frisia's brother, Cooler. I shall deal with him shortly, so you need not worry." The Grand Elder replied, "On behalf of all Namekians, I extend my gratitude." Dales modestly responded, "There is no need for such formalities. It is merely a mutual exchange of needs." The Grand Elder nodded in agreement, then turned his gaze to Trunks, who stood beside Dales, remarking, "Who is this young man? His aura bears some resemblance to the Vegeta of yore." Dales gestured towards Trunks, saying, "This is Trunks, the son of Vegeta, currently residing on Earth." The Grand Elder inquired, "It seems you have visited Earth recently. How are Mr. Goku and the others faring? Why did you wish to resurrect Mr. Goku's physical form?" The Grand Elder hesitated, not continuing his thought. "Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, and even that Namekian, Piccolo, have all perished," Dales stated with a calm demeanor. "What? Mr. Goku and the others are all dead? What calamity has befallen Earth?" the Grand Elder asked in shock. Dales remained silent, gesturing for Trunks to recount the events that transpired on Earth. Following the battle on Namek, Trunks recounted the tale to the Grand Elder. "Indeed, how fickle fate can be. After more than a decade, I never imagined that our friends on Earth, along with one of our kin, would fall in battle. Mr. Goku has even succumbed to illness. Had he been alive, peace would have surely been restored long ago," the Grand Elder remarked, a mix of nostalgia and sorrow in his voice, realizing that Earth had suffered a fate akin to their own planet. Dales reassured him, "You need not worry. I have resurrected Piccolo, and soon Earth will return to its former state. Though it may not be perfect, it will certainly recover significantly." The Grand Elder nodded. "Since you are all so occupied, I shall not intrude further. Please attend to your matters, and should you require assistance, all of Namek shall lend its full support." Dales nodded to Trunks, saying, "Trunks, grasp my shoulder, let us return." Upon hearing this, Trunks seized Dale's shoulder, and in an instant, they vanished from their location, reappearing in West City. Trunks closed his eyes, beginning to sense Piccolo's energy. Dales interjected, "No need for that. Piccolo is already on his way to us." Just as he finished speaking, a resounding sonic boom echoed, heralding the arrival of future Piccolo before Dales and Trunks. "Hello, Uncle Piccolo," Trunks exclaimed, surprised by the sudden appearance of Piccolo. Dend gazed at Trunks in astonishment and exclaimed, "Are you the Trunks that Gohan spoke of, the son of Vegeta?" Trunks nodded eagerly, and then inquired, "Have you met my brother Gohan?" "But he is deceased." Dend chuckled softly and replied, "Due to our significant contributions to Earth and the universe during our lifetimes, King Enma granted us the privilege to retain our physical forms in the afterlife for training. But enough of that. You must have resurrected me using the Dragon Balls from Namek, correct? I assume I was revived first because of Earth's Dragon Balls." "Indeed. You are right, Uncle Dend," Trunks affirmed. Dend then addressed Trunks, saying, It has been some time since my revival, and I have yet to detect those two monsters. Did you eliminate them? Trunks nodded, stating, yes, I personally vanquished them. Upon hearing this, Din smiled and remarked, well done. Gohan mentioned you to me before, saying you would undoubtedly save Earth, and you have indeed fulfilled that promise. You are far stronger than that Vegeta fellow, who insists on posturing despite lacking true power. Trunks could only respond with an awkward smile. Din then turned to the side, looking at Darius with a serious expression, inquiring of Trunks, who is this individual? His energy feels peculiar, and he resembles the old monkey. Before Trunks could respond, Darius interjected, I am Darius, one of the surviving scions after Frieza annihilated planet Vegeta. As for the rest, let Trunks explain. I no longer need to accompany him for his wish. No sooner had he finished speaking than Darius vanished from his spot, using instant transmission. Darius did not teleport elsewhere, but instead arrived at Frieza's Planet 1 through coordinates provided by Zamasu. The entire planet was far more advanced and technologically sophisticated than the former planet Vegeta, truly deserving the title of a superior civilization. Darius chose not to remain inconspicuous and unleashed his energy. In an instant, the entire planet trembled under his power, and the steel structures around him were sent soaring, resembling a catastrophic disaster. However, as Darius released his energy, he sensed numerous formidable presences converging toward him. In a heartbeat, he was surrounded by a multitude of alien warriors. Among them, a gray-skinned bald figure, wielding an unknown device, shouted, Who are you to dare rampage in the stronghold of the Gula Legion? Have you grown tired of living? This individual was Tagma. Darius remained silent, merely stating, Summon Gula at once, or you shall all perish. Seeking death, are we? Tagma bellowed, swiftly gesturing with his hand. Countless energy beams surged toward Darius, instantly obliterating the area within several kilometers of his position. You dare to cause chaos here, foolish creature, Tagma sneered, preparing to retreat with his men. Ah, you are perhaps celebrating too soon. However, you have provoked my ire. I had intended to recruit those present, but now, you shall all meet your demise. As the smoke of battle dissipated, Dales emerged unscathed at the original site. He extended 2 fingers and raised them skyward, unleashing a terrifying storm of energy that reverberated throughout the city. In an instant, the energy tempest engulfed the entire urban landscape. A chorus of despair echoed from Tagmar and the thousands of alien soldiers present, who could only utter a cry of horror before being obliterated by Dales, leaving the city utterly annihilated. To my astonishment, you, this wild monkey, have survived and dared to invade my territory, slaying so many of my men. Just as Dales was about to continue his search for Gula in the next city, a chilling voice interrupted him. Chapter 85. The poisonous assault on Gula. Dales raised an eyebrow, spotting Gula not far away. He then taunted, Do you recall over a year ago when you gravely injured me and slaughtered so many of my subordinates? Did you foresee this day? Gula retorted with a cold snort. This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Since your subordinates were so ungrateful, I had no choice but to send them to hell. Dales responded, You speak the truth. This world is indeed one of the strong preying upon the weak. Therefore, today, I shall not only slay your subordinates, but you will also meet your end at my hands. Gula, seemingly amused, scoffed, A year ago, I let you escape. Today, I shall see where you can possibly run. As Gula finished speaking, he unleashed a beam of death towards Dales. This attack significantly more potent than his previous attempt. Dales merely waved his hand, deflecting the incoming beam, which veered off course and triggered a violent explosion nearby. Dusting off his hands, Dales remarked to Gula, Impressive power. It is indeed stronger than what you wielded against me back then. He was quite pleased with Gula's progress, marveling at how much strength he had gained in such a short span of time. How could it be that a year ago, he could not withstand even a single blow from me? Gula, taken aback, realized the true might of his current attack, fearing it could easily dispatch his former self in that state. Could he possibly be the legendary scion? Unwilling to concede, Gula launched another beam of death at Dales, only to have it similarly deflected. Let us end this tiresome charade, Gula. Unleash your true power, Dales commanded. Gula, veins bulging with fury, fired a multitude of energy beams at Dales. Only then did Dales find a semblance of interest. He understood that it was impossible to absorb this onslaught one by one. Yet the method to counter it was straightforward, overpower them all at once. With this thought in mind, Dales extended a hand toward the oncoming barrage. Cataclysmic explosion. A blinding sphere of white energy erupted from his palm, detonating mid-air and obliterating Gula's countless attacks. In an instant, the surrounding air became searingly hot, waves of heat crashing towards both Dales and Gula. However, neither was affected in the slightest by the oppressive temperature. It is impossible. Gula stared blankly at Dales, who stood unscathed before him. Nothing is impossible. Brace yourself, Gula, came the retort. No sooner had the words left Dales's lips than he surged forward, instantly appearing before Gula and delivering a powerful punch to his face. Gula was struck back, blood spewing forth, his body hurtling through the air. Dales, relentless, teleported again above Gula, delivering a crushing blow to his chest with both hands. Gula crashed heavily to the ground, creating a crater several meters wide. Blood trickled from his lips, and he was left battered and smeared with dirt and grime. From his elevated position, Dales looked down at Gula and remarked, "You remain the same, yet I am no longer the person I once was. Allow me to remind you, if you do not unleash your full power, you will have no second chance. Damn it, you wild monkey. Die!" Gula roared, springing from the pit and launching a punch at Dales. However, his fist met Dales's face without eliciting any reaction. Dales, maintaining an impassive expression, mockingly stated, "Is this your level? Is this the fruit of your training?" With that, Dales seized Gula's arm and flung him down once more, sending him crashing into the earth, creating yet another deep pit. Slowly rising from the crater, Gula coldly addressed Dales. "Very well, you wild monkey. You have pushed me to this extent. Remember, you are the first and the last to witness my transformation." With a fierce roar, Gula's body began to sprout exoskeletal armor, a biological mask enveloping his mouth, leaving only his crimson eyes visible, fixated intensely on Dales. His stature increased significantly. In an instant, Gula charged at Dales with remarkable speed, delivering a punch to his face. Dales was sent flying, taking considerable time to absorb the force of the blow, having summoned some of his super scion strength in the process. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Dales smirked. "Not bad, Gula. You this waste still possess some strength." That hit really stung. Gula, filled with pride, replied, "I told you, no matter how strong you become, you can never surpass me in this form. My current state possesses far greater combat power than my previous one." Dales, unwilling to prolong the encounter, reflected on the ice demons. Though inherently powerful, not every ice demon possesses the relentless determination of Frisia, who trained to the brink of exhaustion and meditated in hell for years seeking vengeance. Thus, while Gula had indeed improved, his strength was merely average compared to Dales. Estimating Gula's base power at around 200 million, and his mutated form at approximately 1.2 billion, Dales addressed Gula. "Since you have revealed your full strength, I shall respond in kind. But only with a fraction, let us say 20%. Enough of this bluster." Gula fundamentally disbelieved Darl's words. To be frank, he could hardly accept the current strength of Darl's. After all, just a year ago, Darl's had appeared to him as nothing more than an insignificant insect. "Just watch," Darl sneered, instantly transforming into a super scion. Gula, taken aback by Darl's transformation, exclaimed in disbelief, "How could this be? A super scion?" Without engaging in further conversation, Darl's teleported directly in front of Gula and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. The force of the blow struck Gula with tremendous impact, causing him to clutch his stomach and plummet from the air, half kneeling on the ground. There was no mistaking it. This terrifying power could only belong to the super scion mentioned by the ancestors. But how could a mere wild monkey possess such might? How infuriating! Darls, indifferent to Gula's thoughts, stood over him and declared, "I offer you a chance to submit to me. I can spare your life." The reason Darl sought to subjugate Gula was that he had already inquired with the system, which revealed that Gula posed no threat to him. Hence, the notion of subduing Gula materialized in Darl's mind, just as Darl suspected. The reason for Frisia's significant power increase over the past 3 months was threefold: the innate talent of the frost demons for cultivation, Frisia's relentless training, and his meditation practices in hell over several decades. Gula would need to diligently train for at least 7 to 8 years to reach the level of Golden Frisia, and by that time, Darls was confident he could once again suppress Gula. To think I, the illustrious King Gula, would bow to you, a mere wild monkey. Dream on. Darls clenched his fists and unleashed a flurry of blows upon Gula. An hour later, Gula, now resembling a swollen pig, weakly uttered, "In your dreams." 3 hours passed. What about now? Darls inquired, preparing to strike again. Stop. I surrender. I am willing to submit to you. Gula lamented, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. He had intended to surrender during those 3 hours, but Darls was so engrossed in his assault that he had not afforded Gula a moment to speak. I am willing to submit to you, but... Chapter 86. Gula and the Star of Winter, but what? Darls retorted coldly. I find you quite suited as a punching bag, withstanding such punishment. Should your response fail to satisfy me, Gula's eyes flickered with a glint of hatred as he lowered his head and confessed to Darls. But I wish to continue ruling the Gula Legion. Darls, having noticed the fleeting hatred in Gula's eyes, remained silent. He proceeded to deliver yet another relentless beating, this time lasting several more hours. The hatred in Gula's eyes dissipated entirely. He was nearly beaten into unconsciousness, sprawled on the ground with one hand extended, feebly stating, I will follow your arrangements, my lord. I truly surrender. Please, no more strikes, or I shall surely perish. Gula naively believed that it was his demands of Dales that had provoked his ire. At this moment, he was utterly consumed by fear of Dales, forced to conceal his animosity for the time being. Dales coldly remarked, Very well. But heed my warning. Should you ever dare to betray me, the agony you will endure will far surpass what you have experienced today. With that, Dales dragged Gula's body and soared to another city, where he found a medical pod and unceremoniously cast Gula inside. The inhabitants had long since fled before Dales's arrival. It must be noted that Gula possessed remarkable vitality. Despite enduring such inhumane torment, he had not yet succumbed to unconsciousness, but rather remained conscious, accepting the treatment provided by the pod. Observing this, Dales communicated telepathically with Gula, stating, I will have Zasami oversee all affairs of the Gula Legion. As for you, you shall accompany me. Gula, within the treatment pod, scoffed internally at the absurdity of such a foolish decision, yet dared not reveal his contempt on his face. Dales, noticing his silence, let out a cold laugh and said, Rest assured, I have arranged for your future. You will simply follow my lead. In an instant, both Gula and the medical pod were absorbed into Dales's system space. Indeed, the system had informed him that it could contain living beings. This arrangement suited Dales perfectly, as he could retain Gula within the system and release him when necessary. Having completed this task, Dales departed, recognizing that while he needed to subdue the entire Gula Legion, it was unnecessary for him to do so personally, as that would complicate matters. He could easily delegate this responsibility to Zasami, who had already pledged his allegiance. At the branch of the Gula Legion on planet 1269, Zasami knelt before the suddenly appearing Dales. My lord Dales, you have arrived so swiftly. Dales, upon hearing this, teased. What? Do you not welcome me? Zasami trembled in response. No. I am but a servant of Lord Dales. How could I harbor such thoughts? I merely wish to inquire what our next steps should be. Dales smiled and replied. Go and help me subdue the remaining forces of the Gula Legion. That shall be your next task. Zasami, upon hearing this, was filled with trepidation. My lord Dales, do you harbor any dissatisfaction with me? Understanding Zasami's concerns, Dales reassured him. Do not overthink it. Gula has been dealt with by me. You need only focus on recruiting his subordinates. Zasami, in shock, took a moment to collect himself before stating, I shall obey your command. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. I will return frequently, Dales remarked meaningfully, placing his hand on his forehead as he prepared to teleport away. My lord Dales, I have something to say, Zasami interjected. Dales glanced at him, pausing his actions. What is it? Upon hearing this, Zasami hastily remarked, I have heard that Frisia and Cooler possess an ancestral planet known as the Winter Star. However, I am unaware of its precise location. It is the homeland of the Frost Demon clan. Lord Dales, should we assist you in searching for it? Dales, raising an eyebrow, responded, I appreciate your concern. However, focus on your own duties. There is no need for you to involve yourself in this matter. With that, Dales vanished from sight. How terrifying is Lord Dales, to have so swiftly dealt with Cooler, whispered several soldiers besides Zasami. Enough chatter. Relay my orders. Organize the fleet, targeting planet Frisia 1. Meanwhile, Dales lingered atop a mountain on this planet, concealed in an inconspicuous location. As long as he masked his presence, no one would detect him. Observing Zasami's promptness in executing orders brought him a sense of satisfaction. However, his curiosity about the Winter Star persisted. He wondered if Frisia's sun truly existed. With this thought, he glanced at Cooler, who was currently in his system space. appearing bewildered after having fully recovered. How are you faring inside, Cooler? Dales's voice echoed within the confines of the system space. Dales? No, Lord Dales, what is the meaning of confining me here? Cooler retorted. I have placed you here to assign you your first task. You must train diligently. Your current strength is woefully inadequate, and I would find it embarrassing to enlist your assistance, Dales replied coldly. Though anger simmered within him, Cooler was predominantly gripped by fear. Having previously attempted to escape this peculiar place without success, he dreaded the notion of being trapped here for eternity. What level of power must I attain to be released? He inquired. Dales responded, Once your strength is sufficient, I shall release you. Cooler, despite his frustration, recalled Dales's formidable prowess and subdued his anger. Then, Lord Dales, what shall I eat, drink, or use for training? There is a spaceship within. You may live and train aboard it, Dales instructed, dismissing Cooler's displeased expression. Now, tell me the location of the Winter Star. Surprised yet compliant, Cooler divulged the coordinates to Dales, recognizing that the prospect of Frisia's son was far more enticing than his own. Survival instincts urged him to betray his own kin without hesitation. After receiving the information, Dales paid Cooler no further heed. Lord Dales, Cooler bellowed, frustration boiling as silence met his calls. Curse that wretched wild monkey for leaving me, Cooler the Great, in this forsaken place. Yet, he had no choice but to follow Dales's instructions and enter the spaceship mentioned. Dales then addressed the system within his mind. System, do we have any recent tasks? Beep. New task. Arrive at a new timeline. The Compendium of Magical Rewards, which chronicles the myriad spells of the Dragon Ball universe, is an invaluable treasure for those who seek to master magic. Dales raised an eyebrow and inquired, By the way, system, have I now attained the requisite power to unlock time travel? Ding. The host has met the conditions for time travel and may traverse time at any moment. Currently, 2 time frames have been recorded, the 29th and the 5th. Observing this, Dales remarked, These recorded time frames must pertain to those I have previously visited, correct? And does this numbering imply that the first time frame is the primary one? Ding. Indeed, the time frames you have traversed can be revisited at will through the system's recorded positions. The numbering is based on the significance of each time frame, with the first being the primary and the others being derivative. Is that so? Quite impressive. This compendium astonishingly documents all the spells of the Dragon Ball realm, containing numerous useful incantations. It appears I must hasten to complete this task, Dales thought to himself. Chapter 87. The Resurrection of Future Warriors. Dales did not linger, but instead utilized instant transmission to arrive at the heavenly temple on Earth, where Trunks and Piccolo were present. Above them, remnants of darkness still lingered in the sky, as the 7 Dragon Balls swiftly dispersed across the globe. Dales approached the two and declared, You have succeeded. Trunks, upon seeing Dales, expressed his joy, saying, Yes, Mr. Dales. All the humans who recently perished at the hands of the androids have been resurrected, and even my brother Gohan has returned. However, Mr. Goku has not been successfully revived. As Dales was about to inquire further, Piccolo interjected, It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Piccolo. Although our past selves are already acquainted, this is our first encounter. Dales, sensing Piccolo's aura, grew serious and remarked, You have significantly surpassed the Piccolo of the past, who had assimilated with the Supreme Kai. There was no jest in Dales's words. The current Piccolo, when at full strength, would likely surpass the Cell who had consumed the fruit of the Tree of Might from the previous timeline, indicating that he possessed the power akin to Vegeta during the Buu saga. Piccolo smiled and replied, After all, I have lived an additional 20 years in the past. If I had not made at least this much progress, what was the purpose of my training in the afterlife? Dales nodded thoughtfully, contemplating whether Piccolo, having merged with the Supreme Kai, would surpass his current self. However, he chose not to dwell on this, and instead asked Piccolo, Why not return to Earth directly to deal with the androids? Piccolo shook his head and stated, The deceased cannot arbitrarily interfere with the living. The longer one has been dead, the less they can intervene, unless under special circumstances. Dale scoffed at this notion but did not linger on the topic for too long. Pressing on with another inquiry, why was Goku not successfully revived? I previously instructed the Dragon of Namek to heal his body. Logically, as long as he has not been reincarnated, he should be able to return. Upon hearing this, Din responded, This was within my expectations. I have encountered him several times in the underworld. He claimed that the calamities on Earth were always instigated by him. Therefore, he has resolved never to be resurrected. even if it were possible, preferring instead to remain in the afterlife to cultivate. Darius nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Trunks addressed Dend and Darius, saying, "Uncle Dend, Mr. Darius, I sense the presence of Gohan and my father. Let us hasten to find them." With that, Trunks surged forth, leaving the Heavenly Temple and heading towards West City, followed closely by Dend. At that moment, high above West City, a man with spiky hair gazed at his own hands, murmuring to himself, "Have I truly been resurrected?" This individual was none other than future Vegeta. Stretching his limbs, he looked at the desolate West City and muttered, "Though I am uncertain why I have returned, you two wretched beings await your reckoning. I shall personally see to your demise." With that proclamation, Vegeta shot off towards the former location of Capsule Corporation. Simultaneously, from a grave mound on a hill in West City, a hand slowly emerged, followed by a head and body. Clad in an orange martial arts uniform, the man bore a scar across his face as he surveyed the devastation surrounding West City, reflecting, "I have truly been resurrected. Trunks, you have indeed succeeded. Yet, alas, my father." Gohan did not dwell on his thoughts any longer and made his way towards Capsule Corporation. At the same time, others were resurrected as well, including Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and many deceased Earthlings. Their reactions mirrored one another as they began to search for their homes, with Krillin and the others heading directly to Capsule Corporation. Meanwhile, Master Roshi, lounging on a sun chair in the Southern Islands, stood up abruptly, exclaiming, "Krillin and the others have returned. Alas, I cannot sense Goku's presence. That lad Trunks did not deceive me. He truly vanquished the androids and used the Dragon Balls to resurrect them. Finally, it is all over." With a chuckle, he thought, "Ah, my disciples have returned. I can resume my former way of life." Master Roshi then lay back down on the sun chair, donning his sunglasses, seemingly indifferent to the changes occurring on Earth. Before long, the group reunited at Capsule Corporation. Old friends met after many years apart, and conversations flowed as they recounted the events that transpired in the afterlife. Gohan approached Trunks, placing a hand on his shoulder and saying, "Trunks, you truly did it. I knew you would succeed." Gazing at Gohan's familiar and innocent visage from memory, Trunks, for the rarest of moments, shed tears. He wiped his eyes and said to the future Gohan, "Brother Gohan, I never expected to see you again. I am genuinely overjoyed. Though it took me so long to fulfill your wish. If only I had been stronger back then, perhaps you would not have perished." Son Gohan smiled and said, "Trunks, you have done remarkably well. At your age, I was far inferior to you. I must admit, I allowed you to bear the immense burden of saving the Earth alone." Trunks hastily replied, "This is what I was meant to do. In comparison to you, Gohan, I still have a long way to go." Son Gohan shook his head. After all, Trunks had successfully saved the Earth, while he himself was merely a failure, just like Vegeta and the others, in their struggle against the androids. Bulma, observing the gathering, felt a surge of emotions despite Trunks having informed her in advance about the resurrection of everyone. Her gaze swept across the crowd until it landed on Vegeta, leaning against a tree, appearing as youthful as ever. Tears welled in her eyes as she rushed into his arms. To her surprise, the usually proud Vegeta did not reject her embrace. Instead, he blushed slightly and allowed her to collapse into his embrace. "You left without a word, and in the end, there wasn't even a body. Do you have any idea how I managed to raise Trunks all these years?" Bulma cried as she pounded her fists against Vegeta's chest. Remarkably, Vegeta did not express anger or rejection. He simply listened quietly to Bulma's heartfelt outpouring. Once she finished, he said, "All right, stop crying. I'm back now, aren't I? This time, I promised to defeat all our adversaries." "That's the response I needed," Bulma replied, casting a playful glare at Vegeta before stepping out of his embrace. Chapter 88. Future Vegeta and future Piccolo. Bulma approached son Gohan, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. "You have been revived too, Gohan. You seem stronger than before." Gohan, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head and replied, "I'm all right, Aunt Bulma." "Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, have all of you been revived?" Bulma looked at her resurrected acquaintances, her heart a mix of emotions. She had thought she would never see these friends again in her lifetime. Krillin chuckled and said, "There's no need for such sadness, Bulma. Actually, we had a decent time in the afterlife." Encouraged by this, Bulma surveyed her surroundings and then furrowed her brow, asking, "But where is Goku? Why hasn't he been revived?" Among those present, aside from Vegeta, the person she most wished to see was son Goku. for his mere presence instilled a sense of security and an optimistic spirit that assured everyone that no matter what happened, all would be well. Son Gohan felt a pang of sorrow at her words, but he stepped forward and said, "Aunt Bulma, my father has always brought calamity to Earth. Perhaps his absence will allow peace to reign permanently, which is why he chose not to return." Bulma replied, her voice tinged with sadness, "No one blames him. Besides, none of this is his fault. It is those who commit evil that are to blame." The crowd fell into silence, for the absence of Son Goku meant the loss of a friend and a rival, casting a shadow over their joy. "Come now, everyone, let us not dwell in sorrow. Isn't our revival a cause for celebration? We should now host a grand gathering to celebrate Trunks' triumph over all the androids and to express our gratitude to Dallas for his assistance to our planet." Krillin stepped forward to enliven the atmosphere. "By the way, where are my mother and grandfather?" "Aunt Bulma, they must have been struggling all these years," Gohan remarked to Bulma. Upon hearing this, Bulma was at a loss for words, and after a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "Indeed, she has not fared well. I used to keep in touch with her and often sent her supplies, but later she mentioned wanting to retreat into the deep mountains with the Ox King, and I have not heard from her since." Gohan, upon hearing this, promptly said, "Then I must excuse myself. Aunt Bulma, I need to search for my mother and grandfather." With that, Gohan unleashed a powerful aura and vanished into the sky. Vegeta sensed Gohan's sudden surge of energy and frowned, realizing that Gohan's power was profound, far beyond his own capabilities. Turning to Krillin, who had just spoken, Vegeta said, "So, little bald head, you mentioned Trunks and someone named Dallas defeated the androids?" Startled by Vegeta's demeanor, Krillin hid behind Piccolo and whispered, "Yes, that's what Piccolo just told us. I don't know much more, after all." Piccolo was the first to be revived. The others present still held on to their impressions of Vegeta from 2 decades ago. Although he had participated in battles against the androids, they remained wary of him, the one who had once harmed them. Vegeta, upon hearing this, shifted his gaze to Piccolo and demanded, "Hey, Namekian, is what this little bald head said true?" Piccolo, unfazed by Vegeta's attitude, coldly replied, "I am not obliged to inform you. Why don't you ask Trunks and Dallas yourself?" Vegeta's expression soured at this retort, and he shot back, "It seems you have forgotten the disparity between us, Namekian." In response, Piccolo coolly stated, "Times have changed. I have trained for over 20 years while you, due to your numerous murders, have descended into hell and stagnated for 2 decades. Frankly, your current strength fails to pique my interest." Vegeta, with a sinister grin, remarked, "So, you wish to engage in battle with me?" Without waiting for Piccolo's answer, he immediately unleashed his energy and charged at him. Piccolo, noticing this, merely sidestepped, evading Vegeta's iron fist. With a swift glance at the evading Piccolo, Vegeta launched a rapid kick aimed at Piccolo's neck. Piccolo, realizing the seriousness of Vegeta's intent, furrowed his brow. This was no mere sparring match. With this thought, Piccolo ceased to hold back, seizing Vegeta's leg and slamming him forcefully into the ground. Instantly, the spacious courtyard was left with a significant crater. From a distance, Krillin, Tien, and the others could not help but swallow hard. They were astonished by the extent of Piccolo's newfound strength. Though they had trained in the afterlife for quite some time, they were still far from being able to rival Vegeta. Vegeta, in a state of disarray, rose from the pit, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and with a wicked grin remarked, "You possess some skill. I never anticipated that your power as a Namekian could have grown so formidable that even in my base form, I am no match for you." With that, he let out a tremendous roar, his hair and eyebrows transforming into a golden hue, and his aura surged explosively. The Super Saiyan Vegeta had made his entrance. Super Saiyan, is it? Indeed, capable of easily vanquishing Frieza, but this level hardly impresses, Piccolo remarked with an indifferent expression. As Vegeta had just transformed into a Super Saiyan, he charged once more towards Piccolo. In the distance, Krillin, Tien, and other Earthlings watched with bated breath as Vegeta assumed his Super Saiyan form, concerned for Piccolo's safety. Piccolo cast a glance at the fierce punch Vegeta hurled at him, merely raising his hand to his chest and effortlessly grasping Vegeta's powerful strike. Taken aback, Vegeta had not anticipated Piccolo's swift reaction. He attempted to retract his fist, but no matter how much he struggled, he could not break free. Just as Vegeta intended to launch another attack with his other hand, Piccolo's counterattack descended like a storm. Piccolo first lifted Vegeta and hurled him skyward, then instantaneously appeared above him, delivering a devastating elbow strike to Vegeta's midsection. In quick succession, Piccolo reappeared beside Vegeta, kicking him away with tremendous force. The impact sent Vegeta skidding across the ground, carving a massive trench several hundred meters long before finally coming to a halt. Struggling to his feet, the excruciating pain forced Vegeta to revert from his Super Saiyan form. He pointed at Piccolo, who stood before him with arms crossed, and painfully uttered, "Why you fiend?" Almost immediately, he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to one knee, unable to utter another word. This was, of course, a result of Piccolo's restraint. Otherwise, Vegeta would have already met his demise. Remember, you are no longer the strongest being on Earth, not even surpassing your own son. The Earth will not tolerate your arrogance, Piccolo stated coldly. Vegeta, father. Bulma and Trunks hurriedly assisted the injured Vegeta. Rest assured, he is not gravely harmed. A little rest will suffice. After all, he fought valiantly against the androids. I want to kill him, Piccolo explained to Bulma and Trunks. Thank you for your mercy, Uncle Piccolo. Indeed, Vegeta is just that type of person, always posturing. By the way, the gathering has just concluded. You may proceed to the dining area. They lamentably assisted Vegeta into the Capsule Corporation's exclusive hospital. Chapter 89. The third dimension. Everyone had thoroughly enjoyed themselves at the gathering and gradually departed, except for Dallas, who was called by Vegeta. Hey, you there, your name is Dallas, isn't it? Vegeta said, crossing his arms as he addressed the departing Dallas. Dallas turned to Vegeta and replied, Indeed, I am called Dallas. May I inquire as to why you summoned me? Vegeta, upon hearing this, fell into a moment of silence before addressing Darius. Your name bears the mark of a lower-class Saiyan warrior, which implies you are merely a lowly fighter. Yet, I am astonished that a warrior of such a rank could train Trunks to defeat the androids. If you seek gratitude, there is no need to express it. I am quite occupied at present, so I shall take my leave. With that, Darius prepared to unleash his energy and depart. Wait, Vegeta interjected, do not overthink it. The state of Earth is of no concern to me. I merely wish to convey that I, Vegeta, am the strongest Saiyan in existence. Although you and that Namekian may currently surpass me, I shall eventually vanquish you both. Darius, unperturbed by Vegeta's bravado, replied, I shall await your attempt to defeat me, though such a moment will never arrive. Having deciphered the nature of Vegeta's arrogance, Darius chose not to engage further in conversation and departed. You are infuriating. Much like that Kakarot, Vegeta muttered, casting a lingering glance at the spot where Darius had stood. The sight of Darius reminded him of Kakarot. With this thought in mind, Vegeta called out to Bulma, Bulma, prepare the gravity chamber, and Trunks, you shall accompany me for training. Ah, fine, father. Wait, what did you say? Just resurrected and now you wish to train again, taking Trunks along? Do not question me. I must defeat those two arrogant fools to prove that I am the strongest. You stubborn fool. Sigh, very well, do as you wish. Darius left Bulma's residence and arrived at a high mountain near West City. Those two are unaware of what adversaries they might send against me. I have not provoked them, yet they dare to challenge me. It seems the denizens of the Dark Realm have chosen their path to demise. Darius mused as he stood atop the mountain, gazing at the distant scenery of West City. Nevertheless, I shall first venture into the timeline of Cell to complete the system task and observe the circumstances there. With this resolve, Darius waved his hand gently, and a time machine, covered in moss, materialized before him. This contraption requires thorough repair. Darius retrieved a universal capsule and, with a gentle squeeze, an array of tools appeared before him, equipment he had prepared during the last repair of Android 16. With the aid of Bulma's manuscripts and notes, Darius swiftly restored the time machine to its former glory. Seated within the time machine, Darius began to adjust the settings according to Bulma's notes. Fortunately, everything functioned smoothly. It was illogical for Cell to have damaged the time machine. Darius initiated the time machine, which, under his control, gradually ascended. Upon reaching a sufficient altitude, it vanished into the ether, heading toward the predetermined timeline. In the year 795 of the age of the calendar, the entire western capital lay shrouded in a pall of gloom. Beneath this overcast sky, ruins and remnants of walls stood as silent witnesses to a world that, despite the demise of androids 17 and 18 and the departure of Cell, had not improved. Rather, it had descended further into a profound silence, more desolate than the turbulence of the android era. Surrounding the dilapidated city were towering roots of trees, seemingly extending from the distant horizon, firmly anchored in the earth. Moreover, the surface of these roots occasionally shimmered with a golden luminescence, as if they were extracting something vital from the ground. Halt! Don't run. Hand over your energy, won't you? Hee, echoed a voice. You wish. If I surrender it, I might perish even sooner. A cacophony of pursuit erupted from a crumbling alley in the western capital. Moments later, two figures darted from the alley, racing away into the distance. Suddenly, a time machine appeared in the sky above the western capital without warning, gradually descending onto a vacant patch of land. As the glass dome of the time machine opened, Dales leaped out and stowed the device away with a universal capsule. After completing these tasks, he surveyed his surroundings and inquired within his mind, "System, the mission should be accomplished now, correct?" The electronic synthesized voice of the system responded, "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the mission and arrived in a new timeline. Reward, Compendium of Magic." Instantly, a book materialized in Dales's mind, seemingly ready to be opened and perused at his thought. However, Dales refrained from opening it, for he had more pressing matters at hand. Dales scrutinized the environment before him, then gradually ascended into the air to observe the city from above. Before long, he recognized the city as the Western capital. Having spent considerable time in this location across two previous timelines, he had grown intimately familiar with its layout and ambience. Although this place appeared more dilapidated and sparsely populated compared to Trunks' timeline, he could easily discern it was indeed the Western capital. He noted with concern that his energy was slowly depleting. The life force of the humans here was pitifully weak. It seemed Cell had not lied. The Tree of Might was indeed siphoning the energy of the planet and its inhabitants. A piercing scream echoed from a distance. Dales found the voice eerily familiar, yet he couldn't place it immediately. Nevertheless, he hastened toward the source, for it was a rare opportunity to encounter someone exposed and vulnerable. Soon, he discovered a plump young man clad in orange garments, a katana hanging at his side, being fervently pursued by a bald man with pale skin. At that moment, both the young man and his pursuer noticed Dales. They stood frozen in their tracks, the young man rubbing his eyes in disbelief. "I can't be mistaken. Isn't Sun Wukong dead?" The young man's face erupted in joy as he called out to Dales, "Wukong, please save me. This man wants to kill me." Darius recognized the newcomer at once. It was none other than the infamous Midru Benbei. The one pursuing him was the cannon fodder controlled by the dark sorcerer Babidi, known as Spabich, bearing a distinct mark upon his forehead. How intriguing, truly intriguing. This Earth in this timeline is indeed quite tragic, for Babidi has ventured here as well. Darius paid no heed to the chubby fellow calling out to him, but instead directly approached Spabich. "I pose the questions, you provide the answers, otherwise you shall meet your demise, understood?" Darius threatened, to which Spabich let out a few boisterous laughs before responding, "Though I know not who you are. Your ability to fly suggests you've amassed quite a bit of energy. Come now, relinquish your energy willingly, and I may spare your life. Otherwise," Darius, unimpressed by Spabich's incessant prattle, chuckled coldly, and, in a flash, appeared before Spabich, seizing him by the throat. "I pose the questions, you provide the answers. Do you comprehend now?" Spabich was taken aback, feeling as though a phantom had materialized before him, and soon found himself grasped by the neck. As Darius's words fell, Spabich experienced a sudden wave of suffocation. "I understand. Please, spare me, my lord," he gasped. Upon hearing this, Darius released his grip and coldly inquired, "Speak, where are Babidi and Dubra, and what are they doing?" Spabich, panting heavily and gulping for air, hurriedly replied, "They are by that tree over there. I truly do not know what they are doing." Darius sneered, "Do you dare to deceive me?" Startled, Spabich quickly defended himself. "No, my lord. I swear I know nothing. Babidi merely enhanced my power and instructed me to collect energy from the earthlings. That's all." He hastily raised the white, pointed vessel in his hand. "Ah, I see. It appears you are indeed not deceiving me," Darius remarked, and Spabich, filled with relief, cautiously asked, "So, may I leave now?" Darius nodded in response. Overjoyed, Spabich erupted with excitement and bolted away into the distance. "You may leave, but I never said you would survive." Darius's voice echoed like that of a demon in Spabich's ears, prompting him to glance back at Darius. With a light chuckle, Darius raised a hand. "Farewell." In an instant, a beam of energy erupted from Darius's palm, hurtling towards the now terrified Spabich. "Please, no?" A scream pierced the air, and Spabich was reduced to a cloud of ashes, leaving no trace behind. Find a place to hide, Darius advised Midru Benbei casually, before soaring towards the source of the spiritual tree, following its branches. When did he become so decisive in his actions? Regardless, I must relay this news to Bulma and the resistance quickly. The chubby fellow lingered for a moment before hastily darting in another direction. What? Sun Jun has suddenly appeared and even saved you? In a room within the Human Alliance's base in the underground city of Shidu, a weary middle-aged woman with blue hair exclaimed. This individual was none other than Bulma, the chief scientist of the Human Alliance from the Third World. Indeed, that person bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong, albeit clad in a black martial arts outfit, which is quite different from the Sun Wukong I know, panted the chubby Akairobe. Upon hearing this, Bulma furrowed her brow and replied, But Sun Jun has been dead for 27 years. How could he possibly reappear in Shidu? Yet, I saw him. He looks exactly like Sun Wukong, Akairobe pondered aloud. Could it be that Sun Wukong has a brother who has come to Earth? Is it possible that Sun Jun has other siblings aside from Raditz? Bulma's mind was in turmoil. Ever since Trunks went missing in the annihilation of the androids, the calamities plaguing this world seemed unceasing. Humanity had barely enjoyed 3 years of a stable existence before the Earth once again faced upheaval. A colossal tree emerged from the outskirts of Nandu, its roots sprawling uncontrollably and eventually establishing dominance over the entire city. Initially, the populace attempted to uproot or destroy this tree in a bid to reclaim their city. Yet their efforts were in vain. Realizing their inability to contend with the tree, the inhabitants of Nandu were compelled to abandon their homes and seek refuge in other cities across the earth, while the government turned a blind eye, tacitly accepting the tree's presence. However, the spirit tree did not cease its relentless growth due to human indifference. Rather, it thrived, and as of now, its roots have enveloped half the planet, even extending to the northern city of Shidu. As the spirit tree siphoned energy from the planet, the physical constitution of humanity deteriorated, leaving most individuals too feeble to venture outside their homes. It was only then that people recognized the peril posed by the spirit tree. Yet they remained powerless against its existence. Approximately a month ago, Babbidi's faction arrived on Earth, beginning to extract human energy indiscriminately. The already weakened populace faced dire consequences, with those who were harvested meeting either death or severe injury. The government's attempts to counter this threat with military force resulted in complete annihilation of their deployed troops, leading to their own downfall at the hands of Babbidi's minions. The remnants of humanity banded together to form the Human Alliance, dedicated to resisting Babbidi's dominion over Earth. Bulma, the former head of the Capsule Corporation and a brilliant scientist, took on the role of chief scientist for the Alliance, focusing her efforts on developing weapons capable of destroying the spirit tree. Before she could fully process the sorrow of Trunks' disappearance, Bulma hastily joined the Human Alliance and commenced her research on weaponry to dismantle the spirit tree. Regardless of the circumstances, I must meet this person, Bulma asserted resolutely. Akairobe, please inform everyone that I shall be stepping out. I fear that may not be feasible. You are currently the hope of us all. If anything were to happen to you, the Human Alliance would be doomed, Akairobe replied, grappling with the predicament. I have conducted extensive research, and it appears that this tree derives its life from the Earth's energy. Only an immense force could possibly annihilate it. No poison or weapon in existence can vanquish this tree. Had we sought to destroy it at its inception, there may have been a glimmer of hope, but now it is utterly futile. It is of no use to place your hopes upon me, Bulma remarked, shaking her head. Our sole remaining hope lies in saving this individual, who undoubtedly shares some connection with Son Goku. His audacity to confront Babbidi and his ilk suggests he possesses considerable power. With his assistance, we might still harbor a flicker of hope. Bulma calmly analyzed the situation with Akairobe. Very well, but you must return swiftly. Even if you are powerless against the Tree of Might, none of us wish for your misfortune. If necessary, I shall guard you. Bulma's words evoked memories of the terrifying strength possessed by Vegeta and Goku, prompting Akairobe to reluctantly acquiesce to her request. No need. You cannot protect me, Bulma replied coolly. Akairobe chuckled awkwardly. All right then, but take this. He reluctantly handed Bulma a small pouch of senza beans, adding with reluctance, take it. Consuming one will not only restore your strength and injuries, but also temporarily shield you from the tree's influence. Oh, now I understand why you always rush out to gather supplies. It seems you possess these, Bulma remarked with a knowing smile. These are the last 6. Once they're gone, they are truly gone. You must succeed, Akairobe said, feeling a pang of regret. Bulma, noticing his distress, smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost. With that, she exited through a secret passage from the room, emerging onto the surface. It has been ages since I breathed such fresh air, Bulma exclaimed, producing a universal capsule. With a gentle squeeze, an aircraft materialized before her. She ascended into the plane, which then roared towards the South City. Chapter 91. The anomaly of the Tree of Might. Darius soared along the branches of the Tree of Might, and after traversing nearly half the globe, he arrived at its location in the southern city. This city had now become the dominion of the Tree of Might, its branches and roots enveloping the landscape, rendering the original architecture almost unrecognizable. Hovering in the air, Darius frowned at the transformation of the southern city into a veritable Tree of Might metropolis. He sensed a significant disparity between this tree and his own. It had not only existed for a far longer duration, but also exerted a far-reaching influence. Without hesitation, Darius continued to navigate along the roots of the tree, soon spotting the emerging tree and Babbidi's entourage. To avoid alarming them, Darius swiftly concealed himself behind a massive branch of the tree, close enough to observe the group. Dabura, did you hear anything unusual? The short, yellow, wrinkled-skinned Babbidi inquired, his expression lecherous. Master Babbidi, you must have misheard. How could anyone dare to come to this planet? Dabura confidently replied after surveying the surroundings. Is that so? It seems I may have misperceived, Babbidi remarked with a lecherous grin. By the way, Dabura, have you discovered a method to harvest the energy from this tree? Relying on these earthlings, I fear it would take a century to gather enough energy to resurrect Majin Buu. Master Babbidi, although this tree possesses immense energy, we currently lack the means to extract it, Dabura responded helplessly. In my opinion, with myself, Goku, and Dabura, we are already sufficient. Why must you insist on resurrecting that demon? The tall Pui voiced. Babbidi cast a speechless glance at Pui, then excitedly exclaimed, What do you know? The power of Majin Buu is beyond your imagination. Even 100 of you would not measure up to a single hair of Majin Buu. If we can resurrect him. Master Babbidi, the Supreme Kai has already arrived on Earth. He might find us soon, Dabura respectfully interjected. Pay no heed to the Supreme Kai. Focus on harvesting the energy from this tree or find a formidable warrior to extract it, Babbidi disdainfully instructed. By the way, Pui, you shall personally seek out a powerful earthling and gather their energy. Those two useless fools, Spabovich and Yamu, have yet to collect a significant amount of energy. Deal with them when you see them. Understood. Dallas, listening to their conversation, thought to himself, the Supreme Kai has indeed arrived on Earth. If that is the case, I can find the East Supreme Kai and access the Kai realm, releasing the old Supreme Kai to gain insight into my potential. With this thought, Dallas resolved to confront Babbidi's group directly, intending to reveal his strength to attract the East Supreme Kai's attention. However, at that moment, an unforeseen disturbance arose. The spirit tree, which had been standing tall, began to tremble violently, and the ground beneath it shattered. Simultaneously, the spirit tree emitted a dark purple, eerie aura. Noticing this, Dallas disregarded his previous intentions and instantaneously teleported to the rooftop of a building in South City. This aura felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of Cell's presence. A tree can emit such an aura? Has the tree become sentient? Dallas, suppressing his energy, stood on the rooftop, gravely observing the agitated spirit tree. He intended to act, but decided it prudent to assess the situation first. The extraterrestrial soldiers brought by Babbidi were mercilessly harvested by the spirit tree. More terrifying was the manner of their demise. They were pierced through by the tree's branches. And with a flicker of the branches, an alien soldier would become a lifeless husk. Dabura, what is happening? This tree is behaving strangely, Babbidi exclaimed in terror, pointing at the tumultuous spirit tree. I am also quite uncertain about the circumstances. Over 3 centuries ago, when I first arrived on Earth, such peculiarities did not exist. It was merely a tree that could move. What strange races are there in the universe? Dabura replied nonchalantly. Lord Babbidi, Lord Dabura, since this tree has erupted with energy, can we now harness its power? Pwai speculated, gazing at the emanating spirit tree. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? Previously, we could only detect the energy of this tree, but could not extract it. Now that it has unleashed its energy, we can directly harvest it. I did not anticipate your cleverness, Pwai, Babbidi praised, turning to Pwai. Dubra nodded in agreement upon hearing Puai's words. Babidi, noticing Puai's reaction, smirked. Since the method was your idea, you shall execute it, Puai. Initially basking in the glow of flattery, Puai's expression stiffened, and he hesitantly replied, Lord Babidi, should we not first assess the situation before attempting to collect it? However, he was interrupted by Babidi. Puai, you are one of my strongest warriors. Now is the time to demonstrate your loyalty. Puai hesitated, acutely aware of the dangerous aura surrounding the tree. Seeing Puai's indecision, Babidi's expression darkened. Are you defying my orders? Cold sweat broke out on Puai's brow, and he gritted his teeth. Yes, Lord Babidi. With that, he seized an energy extractor and charged toward the spirit tree. Dubra, how much energy does this tree possess? Currently, it has unleashed 1,000 kilojoules of energy. What? 1,000 kilojoules? Puai is doomed. Meanwhile, the spirit tree had already decimated Babidi's subordinates who could not escape in time, now fixing its gaze on Puai as he approached. As if possessing consciousness, a branch of the spirit tree gestured toward Puai, beckoning him closer. Enraged by the perceived provocation, Puai shouted, Die? And unleashed an energy blast at the tree. But it vanished before making contact. Seeing his attack go astray, Puai frantically bombarded the spirit tree with energy blasts. In an instant, countless projectiles surged toward it. Unbeknownst to him, while he was consumed with his assault, a branch of the spirit tree had already appeared behind him. The outcome was inevitable. Puai met a tragic end beneath the spirit tree, becoming a cold, lifeless husk. In the distance, Dales observed this scene, his mouth twitching in disbelief. What is this? Has the spirit tree truly come to life? Chapter 92. Dubra takes action. The combat prowess of a mere tree is astonishing. Could this tree possibly give rise to a so-called tree spirit? Although Dales pondered this, he refrained from venturing out to investigate. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. At times, exercising caution is far wiser than recklessly charging forward. Not far away, Babidi exclaimed in astonishment. How could Puai have perished so easily? What should we do now? What manner of tree is this that it could slay Puai so effortlessly? He contemplated. If all else fails, I shall personally gather the energy of this tree. Dubra replied nonchalantly, as if the recent events held no significance in his eyes. Babidi, perhaps we should first assess the situation. You are my most formidable warrior. It would be unfortunate if the Supreme Kai took advantage of the moment to launch a surprise attack. Babidi urged, noticing Dubra's eagerness to intervene. My lord Babidi, your reasoning is sound. Yet if even Puai fell victim to this monstrous tree, I doubt anyone among us possesses the capability to harness its energy. Dubra responded after a moment of contemplation. It's all that wretched Supreme Kai's fault. Humph. Once I release Majin Bu, I shall ensure the Supreme Kai meets his end. Babidi declared with malice. Perhaps, Master Babidi, you should retreat to the spaceship for now and await my favorable report, Dubra suggested. Well, Babidi was about to voice his thoughts when, unbeknownst to him, the branches of the tree of might had stealthily extended behind him. Beware, Master Babidi, Dubra shouted, swiftly conjuring a sword and cleaving at the branches. In an instant, the branches that had reached toward Babidi were severed. Startled by Dubra's sudden action, Babidi turned to see countless branches of the tree of might encroaching upon him. In a state of panic, Babidi cried out, Hurry and save me, Dubra. Eliminate these branches at once. Of course, Master Babidi, Dubra replied, clenching his fists to gather energy. Dubra let out a low growl. And in the blink of an eye, a purplish-red aura surged into the sky. In an instant, it seemed as though an 18-level super typhoon had swept through, sending debris and various objects swirling about. Even the branches and leaves of the tree of might rustled in the wind. With a resounding crash, Dubra wielded his magical sword and began to hack furiously at the branches of the tree. In the distance, Dales observed Dubra's unleashed energy and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Dubra's strength is commendable. His energy rivals that of the complete form of Cell. However, I must ascertain the true nature of this enigmatic tree of might, which bears fruits that could elevate Cell to new heights. I hope it does not disappoint. Dales chuckled to himself. Master Babidi, I shall attend to this tree for a moment. You should return to the spaceship, with Goku on board. What have we to fear from the Supreme Kai? Dubra called out to Babidi. Very well, Dubra. Do return swiftly. We can seek a solution once we regroup, Babidi replied. And with that, he vanished in an instant, employing some mysterious magic. After Babiti's departure, the number of spiritual tree branches multiplied, and Dubra could only navigate through them in an attempt to uncover the tree's vulnerabilities. Despite the abundance of branches, they posed no threat to Dubra, who effortlessly severed any obstructing limbs in his path, advancing directly toward the core of the spiritual tree with an unmatched bravery. However, as Dubra drew closer, the tree seemed to become enraged, emitting a cacophony of rustling sounds before unleashing a powerful surge of ominous purple energy. With the eruption of this energy, the ground beneath the tree split open, revealing several green monstrosities that emerged with menacing expressions and crimson eyes. These creatures stretched their limbs and, with blood-curdling howls, charged ferociously at Dubra. Initially dismissive of these green fiends, Dubra unleashed only 70% of his power against them. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the creatures broke through his energy blasts and surrounded him, launching a frenzied counterattack that left Dubra with numerous injuries. Witnessing the formidable strength and reckless ferocity of these beings, Dubra's expression turned grave, compelling him to gradually reveal his true prowess. After all, even the smallest ant can bring down an elephant. He, lacking immortality and limitless energy, could only wonder how many more of these monsters the grotesque tree could unleash. Meanwhile, from a distance, Dales observed in bewilderment, recognizing these creatures as the cultivators brought to Earth by Vegeta and his companions. Yet, these cultivators had become utterly chaotic, even forcing the demon realm King Dubra to resort to his genuine power. Could it be that those bee-like robots created by Dr. Gero had infiltrated this far, mastering the cultivation technology and breeding such formidable cultivators? Dales pondered in astonishment. After a while, the battle between Dubra and the enhanced cultivators reached its climax, as anticipated. Dubra easily subdued the creatures. The injuries he sustained were merely due to his initial underestimation. Once he unleashed his full strength, he quickly overpowered all the cultivators. Dubra, with a sense of triumph, gazed at the defeated cultivators and proclaimed, "Surrender. Before me, you are nothing but mere insects." However, after a prolonged silence without a response, Dubra grew bored and coldly remarked, "Ah, I forgot. You are monsters. In that case, you shall perish." He extended a hand toward the cultivators, gathering a terrifying amount of energy. The cultivators exchanged glances and emitted strange cries before launching themselves at Dubra. In an instant, one of them managed to latch onto his waist. Just as Dubra intended to shake off the creature, the one behind him began to swell, and with a sudden explosion, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area. As the smoke cleared, Dubra stood there, cloaked in darkness, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, having suffered significant internal injuries from the cultivator's self-detonation. "Damn it, these reckless beings," he cursed. Dubura never anticipated that these creatures would be so reckless. As he gazed upon the cultivators, a flicker of trepidation crept into his eyes. The cultivators, however, paid no heed to Dubura's reaction, driven by the spirit tree. They charged at him once more. Seeking their own demise, Dubura suppressed his momentary fear, his expression turning cold as he spat at the nearest cultivator. Instantly, the cultivator transformed into a stone statue. Dubura then unleashed a swift sword strike at the approaching cultivators, cleaving 3 of them in half, causing them to explode in midair. Turning his attention to the cultivator that had reached his side, he expelled a torrent of flames, leaving the last cultivator utterly obliterated. Chapter 93. A Conversation with Bulma. Ultimately, Dubura's earlier nonchalance had been his downfall. Had he been earnest from the start, he could have effortlessly dealt with the cultivators. With a disdainful grunt, he directed his gaze towards the spirit tree. "Regardless of whether you possess intelligence, you must surrender your energy to me today." The spirit tree seemed to comprehend his words, erupting in a dark purple aura, as if proclaiming its fury. The intensity of this eruption surpassed its previous displays. Observing this, Dubura's countenance darkened, an ominous premonition stirring within him. After all, the cultivators he had just faced had already proven to be a formidable challenge. Who knew what peculiar tactics the spirit tree might employ this time? Resolute, he decided to confront the spirit tree directly to harvest its energy. "Dubura, return swiftly. I have discovered a new source of energy," came Babiti's voice, echoing in his ears. Reluctantly, Dubura cast one last glance at the spirit tree before breaking through its confinement and soaring into the distance. Sensing Dubura's presence fading, Dallas flew to the nearest building adjacent to the spirit tree, contemplating his next course of action. At that moment, an aircraft approached, circling above Dallas before landing on the rooftop of a neighboring building. As the aircraft settled, the world's Bulma emerged from the cabin. However, she had barely disembarked when Dallas appeared beside her. "What are you doing?" Bulma exclaimed, startled by Dallas' sudden presence, promptly voicing her annoyance. "Greetings, Bulma of this world," Dallas replied casually. Having been well received by the other versions of Bulma across different timelines, he felt compelled to acknowledge her as well. Bulma scrutinized Dallas' face, a melancholic expression crossing her features. "You truly resemble Sun Wukong," she remarked. "In this timeline, do you know other versions of me?" Dallas nodded in affirmation. "In other timelines, our relationship is quite amicable. Is that so?" Bulma responded with a bittersweet smile. "But what brings you to our world? What is your purpose in seeking me?" Dallas did not respond to Bulma's inquiry, but instead posed a counter-question to her. Bulma glanced at Dallas and replied, "I hope you can assist me and all the inhabitants of Earth in vanquishing our adversaries, allowing us to return to a life of peace." Upon finishing her statement, Bulma gazed at Dallas with an expression of anxiety. "This is somewhat challenging. The situation here is quite intricate," Dallas remarked, feigning discomfort. Upon hearing this, Bulma's face fell into despair, and she crumpled to the ground, the extinguishing of hope revealing her inherent vulnerability, despite her usual resilience. Dallas, taken aback by her reaction, found this contrary to his expectations. Even the Bulma from his own world had never exhibited such fragility. Quickly, Dallas rushed to support the nearly collapsing Bulma. Acutely aware of her weakened state, likely a consequence of the spirit tree and her fluctuating emotions that had led to her fainting. Lacking any sense of beings, he felt powerless to assist her in that moment. Without delay, he shook Bulma gently and inquired, "Where are your companions? I shall take you to them." However, Bulma remained unresponsive, though a small bag fell from her possession. Upon inspection, Dallas discovered it contained senza beans. Realizing the significance of this find, he swiftly administered one to Bulma. He then laid her down in the aircraft. Soon, thanks to the restorative properties of the senza bean, Bulma gradually opened her eyes and beheld Dallas seated beside her. "How are you feeling? Are you recovering well?" Dallas inquired mildly. "Thank you for saving me." Bulma expressed her gratitude while surveying her surroundings. "I mentioned that I have a good relationship with the you from another world. Rest assured, I will assist you in addressing the threats on Earth," Dallas assured her. At this, Bulma exhaled in relief and responded, "I truly appreciate your help. If you have any requests, I can promise on behalf of Earth, as long as it is within our capabilities. However, I would like to ask what your next steps will be. Will you first deal with that tree or confront Babidi and his minions?" Dallas replied succinctly, "I have no demands. As for our next course of action, do not rush. Let us return to your territory first. There are matters I must discuss with you, after which I will outline my plans." Bulma chuckled softly and said, "All right, then follow me." She piloted the aircraft back to West City, with Dallas in tow. Before long, they arrived at the base Bulma had mentioned, where numerous individuals, members of the Human Alliance, were present. Among them, Dallas recognized Yachirobe. "No wonder Bulma located me so swiftly. It was this little chubby fellow," he mused internally. After greeting the others, Bulma led Dallas to her private quarters. "If there is anything you need to discuss, please do so," she offered, handing him a bottle of beverage and then gazing at him in silence. "Have you ever been curious about Trunks? I should share some news regarding him," Dales stated to Bulma with a composed demeanor. Upon hearing this, Bulma instantly stood up, her excitement palpable as she implored Dales, "Please, tell me." Sighing at Bulma's anxious expression, Dales slowly revealed, "Trunks has passed away. He died 7 years ago." Bulma was momentarily taken aback, then incredulously shouted, "Impossible. He merely traveled to the past. How could he be dead? Moreover, how do you know this? You are not from this world, are you?" Initially filled with disbelief, Bulma soon managed a bitter smile, seemingly coming to terms with the grim reality. Observing her reaction, Dales gently continued, "He was killed by a monster. Though I did not witness his demise firsthand, I encountered the individual who ended his life in another realm. That person confessed it." Bulma, seizing upon this revelation like a lifeline, quickly asked, "How can you be certain it was my Trunks he killed?" With a sigh, Dales produced a universal capsule and forcefully compressed it. Suddenly, a time machine materialized before them. Had the room not been spacious enough, the ceiling might have been breached by its arrival. "Do you know how I came to this world? I arrived here through the time set by this machine. That monster used this very device to journey to another world. I obtained it from him." Dales recounted the entire sequence of events. Chapter 94. The Supreme Kai and Jebet, is that so? Bulma remained silent for a long while, unable to utter a word, as Dale's words shattered her hopes completely. Perhaps, in the depths of profound sorrow, silence becomes a refuge. But do not worry, I will assist you. You need not involve yourselves in what comes next. Simply await my good news, Dale stated matter-of-factly. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. Bulma gazed at the spot where Dales had been, murmuring softly, do your best. You must win. After departing from the underground base, Dales arrived at a desolate area in northern Earth, characterized by undulating mountains and a complex terrain, providing an excellent hiding place. He sensed the presence of Babbidi's group concentrated in this vicinity. Is it identical to the hiding place in the main timeline? Could this be a form of cosmic correction? Dales chuckled to himself, preparing to head directly to the location of Babbidi's spaceship. However, just as he was about to set off, a voice thundered nearby. What brings you here, pest? Do you not realize how perilous it is here? Turning to investigate, Dales was surprised to find the East Supreme Kai, Shin, and Jebet before him. Jebet wore a grave expression, having been the one to issue the earlier rebuke. While the East Supreme Kai scrutinized him intently, Dales raised an eyebrow, unable to perceive their energy, and sensed a faint pressure emanating from the East Supreme Kai. He finally understood why. In the original narrative, Piccolo and Goku appeared so grave upon first encountering the Supreme Kai. The aura of divinity is indeed extraordinary. Dales was completely oblivious to the presence of the East Kaishin, to the extent that he remained unaware of their arrival. Without further contemplation, he greeted them directly, saying, Greetings, East Kaishin and Jebet. Upon hearing this, the two reacted as if they had seen a ghost. Jebet, more incredulous than the rest, confronted Dales, questioning, as a mere mortal. How do you know me and the Kaishin, and what are you doing in this place? Dales, detecting the condescension in Jebet's tone, felt a wave of irritation wash over him. He retorted, I live on Earth. Why shouldn't I be here? And do I owe you an explanation for knowing both of you? Hey, I'm just trying to help you, Jebet replied. That's enough, Jebet. Allow me to communicate with this esteemed individual, interrupted the East Kaishin, who then turned to Dales with a hint of apology. Please forgive Jebet's rudeness. As for how you came to know us, it is of no consequence if you choose not to disclose it. However, the East Kaishin paused, his expression turning grave. There are malevolent individuals here engaged in nefarious deeds. I implore you to leave. This place is perilous. Upon hearing this, Dales mused to himself. Although the Kaishin and Jebet may seem unreliable, they are not inherently malevolent. With this thought, he decided to extend them some courtesy, explaining, I am also seeking Babbidi and intend to eliminate him and his minions. The East Kaishin frowned, his countenance serious. While I cannot fathom how you possess such knowledge, these individuals are extraordinarily evil and immensely powerful. You are not equipped to confront them. I strongly advise you to depart swiftly. Although the Kaishin did not utter any disparaging remarks about Dales, his words were laced with skepticism regarding Dales' capabilities. The Kaishin is correct. Babbidi and his ilk are not foes you can handle. You must leave at once. In the face of their doubts, Dales felt no anger but chose to relinquish the suppression of his aura and unleashed a low growl. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, due to his mastery of this form, the transformation did not create much of a disturbance. What do you think? Does my power qualify me to confront Babbidi and his associates? Dales asked, his gaze indifferent as he looked at them. At that moment, the Kaishin and Jebet were left speechless by Dales' transformation. As practitioners of divine power, they could sense the immense latent strength within Dales in this state. Instantly, they regarded him with caution, and Jebet shouted, What kind of being are you, emanating such a wicked and ferocious aura? The two regarded Dales with trepidation. Dales, feeling utterly embarrassed, realized he had inadvertently forgotten the malevolent nature of his aura, which had led the Kaishin to question him, certainly not advantageous for his upcoming plans. Upon reflecting on this, Dallas spoke in a measured tone, Do not be alarmed. I was once a nefarious individual, but I have since reformed. If you doubt my sincerity, you may inquire with the inhabitants of Earth. The East Kaishin, upon hearing this, hesitated significantly, then addressed Dallas. Could you come over here for a moment? I would like to feel your arm. Jebet, sensing the urgency, urgently advised the East Kaishin. No, my lord, this individual exudes a most sinister aura, akin to Babbidi and his ilk. The East Kaishin, however, remained undeterred and replied calmly. This person seems harmless, though his essence is indeed malevolent. I sense that his heart is not wicked. Perhaps, as he claims, he has reformed. Enough of this speculation. I have no interest in deceit. If you have no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave, declared Dallas, preparing to depart. The Kayashin, noticing his intention, called out, "Wait. We can collaborate. You must be aware of my purpose here, to prevent Babidi from unleashing Majinbu, correct? Yet, with just the two of you, can you truly contend with Dabora? Even Babidi's other subordinates would pose a significant challenge." Dallas regarded the two with disdain. Jebed's face flushed with indignation, yet recalling the Kayashin's counsel and Dallas's formidable power, he refrained from retorting. Xian appeared equally awkward. Seeing their expressions, Dallas curiously inquired, "Do you now believe me?" Xian shook his head and explained, "I was merely taken aback by your ominous aura. Once I regained my composure, I sensed your spirit. Indeed, you are not a malevolent being." Dallas raised an eyebrow, surprised by the Kayashin's ability for such spiritual insight. However, the Kayashin's invitation suited Dallas perfectly, and he promptly accepted. The Kayashin, visibly pleased, then asked, "By the way, what is your name?" "Dallas," he replied nonchalantly. "Very well, Dallas. Your forthcoming task is to delay Dabora. Wait, do not continue. I have already stated that soon Babidi and his minions will meet their demise at my hands. Let us dispense with these trivialities." With that, Dallas charged towards Babidi's spacecraft. Were it not for the objective of obtaining the Kayashin sword, he would have had no desire to engage with Xian further. Reluctantly, Xian and Jebet followed suit, muttering under their breath, "This fool is so impulsive." Chapter 95. The playful encounter with Goku in a short span. Dallas arrived at the location where Babidi's cohorts were emanating their energy. However, he did not immediately locate the position of Babidi's ship. Drawing from the original narrative's description of the ship's location, he meticulously searched until he finally uncovered the exposed portion of Babidi's vessel. At that moment, Xian and Jebet caught up, with Xian, panting heavily, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Why the rush? We need a well-thought-out plan for any chance of success. Your reckless actions could alert the enemy." Dales cast a fleeting glance at the Supreme Kai of the East and, with an impatient gesture towards the entrance of the spaceship, declared, "I have asserted my strength. If you lack the courage to enter, I shall proceed alone. However, your absence will matter little." With that, Dale strode directly to the entrance and leaped inside. "My Lord Supreme Kai, what shall we do next? This mortal is insufferably arrogant, daring to venture directly into Babidi's domain. He is surely courting disaster," Jebita remarked to the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai of the East furrowed his brow, sighed, and reluctantly replied, "Let us enter together. With our assistance, there is a chance he may succeed." "But you are the esteemed Supreme Kai. You must not put yourself in peril," Jebita urged in response. "Indeed, he speaks the truth. In the face of overwhelming power, all techniques become mere jest. We cannot thwart Babidi and his minions. Moreover, this planet and its neighbors harbor no other formidable warriors. For now, we must place our trust in him. Let us proceed," the Supreme Kai concluded, before leaping into the spaceship himself. Jebita, seeing this, followed suit with a resigned expression. Dales naturally noticed the Supreme Kai and Jebita trailing behind him, but chose to ignore them, instead focusing on his surroundings. The Supreme Kai approached Dales and cautioned, "This is the interior of Babidi's spaceship, fraught with peril. We must be vigilant, Dales. Do not underestimate him. Babidi wields strange and formidable magic." Noting that Babidi showed no inclination to appear, Dales smirked slightly and said to the Supreme Kai, "May I not simply destroy this place to compel them to reveal themselves?" The Supreme Kai gasped in alarm, urgently interjecting, "No. Such an action could jeopardize the egg of Majinbu, potentially releasing him prematurely. It seems we must confront them layer by layer. I lack absolute confidence in defeating Majinbu if he is unleashed now. However, once the Elder Supreme Kai unlocks my potential, my concerns will diminish. For now, I must eliminate the uncertainties posed by Babidi and his ilk," Dales mused inwardly. Yet, he made no immediate move, for Babidi likely desired him to advance through each layer, sustaining injuries to gather energy. Thus, even if he did not seek out Babidi, he would inevitably come to him. As expected, Babidi's voice echoed through the spaceship. "Supreme Kai and the one called Dales, do you believe you can stealthily infiltrate my vessel? I have long been aware of your presence. If you wish to find me, you must navigate through each layer. A formidable adversary awaits you on every floor." No sooner had Babidi finished speaking than the floor of the spaceship suddenly opened, revealing an elevator-like hatch that slowly emerged. The hatch opened to unveil a green monster that crawled forth. The Supreme Kai of the East, witnessing this, was struck with disbelief, exclaiming, "How could this be? Babidi has dispatched Jaeger right from the first layer." Jabita, too, wore a look of astonishment. "Yego, swiftly eliminate the other two, excluding the Supreme Kai. I shall observe your performance through the crystal ball." Babidi's voice echoed once more. "Yes, Lord Babidi," Yego replied. The monstrous Yego then opened his foul, gargantuan maw, dripping with saliva, and muttered to himself while gazing at Dales and Jebbet, "Which one shall I devour first?" Dales, sensing Yego's formidable aura, recognized it as not only strong but exceptionally powerful. Indeed, it surpassed even the ultimate form of Gula in terms of energy level. Dales approached Yego directly and declared, "Come. Let us engage in combat. I shall grant you a swift demise." Yego, licking his claws, retorted mockingly, "You little wretch, do you dare challenge me? Such bravado. Very well. I shall have a light appetizer first." Without responding further, Dales dashed toward Yego, delivering a heavy punch to the creature's head. The sudden blow left Yego dazed. And after a brief pause, he roared in fury, "You dastardly cur! How dare you ambush me? I shall rend you to pieces." With that, Yego's limbs sprouted elongated claws, each one razor-sharp and capable of slicing through steel. Yego unleashed a furious assault on Dales, his claws creating phantoms in the air as he attacked relentlessly. For a moment, it seemed as though he had gained the upper hand, even tearing a large gash in Dale's black martial arts uniform. "Impressive. With such a massive frame, your agility is remarkable," Dales praised. However, as Yego's onslaught continued, Dales found himself evading constantly, countering only occasionally. This sequence repeated itself numerous times, with Yego coming close to striking Dales each time, which only fueled his rage. In a fit of fury, Yego summoned his utmost speed to finally land a hit on Dales. Watching from the sidelines, Babidi grew increasingly anxious as Yego failed to harm Dales. Following Depura's suggestion, he transformed the first layer of the spaceship into an environment more favorable to Yego. Barbara Rise. As Babidi's incantation resonated, the surroundings underwent a dramatic change, plunging into darkness. Dales, the Supreme Kai, and Jebbet could only hear each other's voices, unable to see one another. "Dales, this is Babidi's magic. It can temporarily alter the environment of a region. It is quite sinister. You must be cautious." The Supreme Kai's voice emerged from the shadows. Dales, intrigued by the peculiar magic, surveyed his surroundings with astonishment. "This is my homeland, the Dark Planet. I am intimately familiar with it. Now, you must find yourselves utterly blind." Yego chuckled malevolently. In the darkness, Yego's laughter rang out, and his blood-red eyes appeared behind Dales, launching a claw attack. However, Dales swiftly evaded the strike. Yego was taken aback, and undeterred, he executed another sharp claw attack, only to have it dodged once more. "How is it possible for you to see me?" Yego exclaimed in shock. Darius did not respond. Instead, he delivered a powerful punch, instantly embedding Yego into the ground. The game had come to an end. "I had thought you could hone my reflexes, but it seems I no longer require your presence. You are simply too weak." No sooner had Darius spoken than he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 96. The Great Battle Against Dubra. A golden aura erupted from Darius, illuminating the dark surroundings as if it were broad daylight. Simultaneously, the terrifying energy astonished everyone present. Yego was initially taken aback, then his face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Ha! The fool who seeks death has unleashed such formidable energy. How foolish. All your energy will now belong to me." With a mighty roar, Yego opened his gaping maw, unleashing a powerful suction. Darius, upon witnessing this, let out a cold snort and refused to allow Yego the opportunity to absorb his energy. Instead, he steadied himself against the suction and placed a finger to his forehead. In an instant, Darius appeared behind Yego with a swift motion. Ha! Darius assumed the pose for the Kamehameha wave and unleashed a powerful attack towards Yego. The purple Kamehameha wave surged forth from Darius's hands, rapidly reaching Yego's side. "Ah no!" Yego turned in terror, his soul nearly escaping him at the sight of the incoming Kamehameha wave. The energy beam engulfed him, and his head was instantaneously consumed, leaving behind a headless corpse. Darius discarded Yego's lifeless body as if it were mere refuse, then unleashed a Kamehameha cannon. reducing Yi Ji's remains to ashes. Witnessing Darius's fluid and effortless actions, not only the Supreme Kai and Jebet were astonished, but Babidi, who was observing the battle, was equally taken aback. Trembling, he turned to Dubra and said, "Dubra, how is it that this Darius possesses such incredible strength?" Dubra, watching Darius through the crystal ball, replied solemnly, "Indeed, he shows considerable prowess, having dispatched Yi Gu in an instant. I never anticipated that such a powerful entity could exist on this wretched planet Earth." At that moment, a soldier approached them with a report, reporting to Lord Dubra and Lord Babidi. This individual's combat power registers at 3,200 units. Babidi's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, 3,200 units? Impossible. How could such a being exist on Earth? Even Dubra couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance, then stated, "Lord Babidi, it appears I must take the stage next. This individual's combat power far exceeds what the remaining personnel can handle." "Then it is up to you, Dubra," Babidi whispered. "I shall wait for them on the next level." With that, Dubra departed, heading towards the second level of the spaceship. Following Yi Ji's defeat, a passageway leading to the second level appeared in the first level of the spaceship where Darius and the others were located. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Dales leapt down, leaving behind the astonished Kaioshin and Jebet. Perhaps he truly possesses the capability to vanquish Babidi and his minions. "Jebet, let us hasten to follow him." The Kaioshin, brimming with enthusiasm, soon followed suit and jumped through the entrance. "My Lord Kaioshin, even Dor, who serves as Babidi's second-in-command, has met his demise. The adversaries we encounter may indeed be exponentially stronger than Dor," Jebet sighed, then proceeded to follow. The environment of the second layer mirrored that of the first, as Dales and his companions fixated on an object resembling an elevator, anticipating the arrival of their challengers. With a series of mechanical clinks, an elevator-like apparatus gradually materialized in the second layer. With a swift motion, Depura emerged from within. "Ah, it is the Demon Realm King, Depura? Babidi's sorcery can indeed manipulate this formidable being," the Kaioshin exclaimed, his body trembling in fear at the sight of Depura. Jebet, equally astonished, had anticipated that Babidi would dispatch a formidable foe, yet he was taken aback to discover it was none other than the Demon Realm King, Depura. "My Lord Kaioshin, perhaps we should retreat and summon the most skilled fighters from the various realms to confront Babidi," Jebet suggested. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he gazed at Depura. The Kaioshin felt a wave of frustration at Jebet's words. He too wished to gather the elite of the realms, but time was of the essence. Moreover, the Grand Kaioshin had reported that an ominous force had emerged in the Netherworld, necessitating the presence of all Netherworld warriors to combat it. Dales, eyeing Depura with a composed demeanor, remarked, "So you are Depura, the Demon Realm King. Quite an impressive title, though I must admit, you do possess some skill." Depura regarded Dales with a cold smirk, retorting, "Surely you do not presume to compare me with that fool Dor? Today, I shall demonstrate that your paltry energy of 3,200 units is inconsequential before me." Taken aback momentarily, Dales chuckled softly. "That was merely the energy I unleashed. I have yet to exert my full strength, and this is far from my most potent form." Depura narrowed his eyes, preparing to strike. However, just then, Babidi's voice echoed through the ship like an announcement. "Depura, your battle will affect the ship. Proceed to the nearest planet in the solar system to engage in combat, Barbara." With Babidi's incantation, the surrounding environment transformed dramatically into a desolate planet beneath a crimson sky, strewn with jagged rocks, an ideal arena for battle. "Here, you shall fight to your heart's content." Hee. With those final words, Babidi fell silent. "It appears we have indeed been transported to this planet. Babidi's magic is rather intriguing," Dales mused. Just as he contemplated this, Depura's strike surged forth. In an instant, Depura materialized before Dales, launching a punch aimed at Dales' face, only to be deftly blocked. The two warriors traded blows, fists against fists, legs against legs, engaging in a fierce exchange that propelled them from the ground to the heavens in mere moments, colliding with one another hundreds of times. With a sudden shift, Dales appeared behind Depura and delivered a powerful elbow strike, sending Depura hurtling through the air, crashing into a stone mountain. Dales, wary of the shattered landscape before him, kept a vigilant gaze on the direction where Depura had been sent flying. As anticipated, Depura gradually emerged from the debris, commanding the surrounding rubble to hurl at Dales. Faced with the onslaught of rocks raining down upon him, Dales effortlessly evaded all attacks with a swift teleportation. Give it your all. Your current prowess is hardly satisfying. Dales gestured to Depura. Allow me to demonstrate my true strength. With a cold snort, Depura let out a thunderous roar, his energy surging dramatically, accompanied by crackling electrical sparks illuminating his form. In a brief moment, his power amplified tenfold. Chapter 97. Defeating Depura. Indeed, he has reached the level of Cell from years past. Dales chuckled softly before unleashing a low growl, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Depura, now invigorated, gazed upon Dales with astonishment, recalling the devastating form Dales had previously employed to vanquish Jego. With renewed vigor, Depura charged at Dales, throwing a punch toward his chest. Dales, in response, crossed his arms to block the incoming strike. However, even with this defense, Dales was forced back several hundred meters by Depura's overwhelming might. A subtle, sinister smile crept upon Depura's lips as he vanished once more, reappearing behind Dales to deliver a savage elbow strike. Dales was sent crashing into a lake, creating a tumultuous splash. The world fell eerily silent as Dales submerged, failing to breach the surface. Depura remained on high alert, his gaze fixed on the tranquil waters. Suddenly, with a mighty eruption, Dales burst forth from behind a rock in the lake, aiming to surprise Depura from behind. I sense you. Depura, who had been observing the lake's surface, abruptly turned his head and unleashed a dark red energy blast toward Dales' position. Dales quickly crossed his arms in a defensive posture to absorb the impact, though the explosion engulfed him in thick clouds of black smoke. Seizing the moment, Depura charged toward Dales' rear, delivering another vicious elbow strike. With a resounding thud, Dales was struck hard, sent flying thousands of meters and toppling several stone formations along the shore. From a distance, the Kaioshin and Jebet watched, their hearts in their throats. Truly, Depura was formidable, terrifying in his prowess. The two felt a surge of anxiety as they witnessed Dales falter. Go, Depura. Continue to unleash greater punishment upon this individual. The voice of Dubra resonated once more. Yes, Lord Babidi, he replied with a smile, casting a glance at the sky where Babidi was observing. Now come forth. Such a level of assault should not be sufficient to extinguish your life. Gradually, Dubra glided towards Dales. With a resounding boom, the stones and boulders surrounding Dales were instantly swept away by the force of his aura. Indeed, your strength is commendable. You've truly allowed me to stretch my muscles. How about you serve as my subordinate? Dales remarked, observing Dubra as he approached. To be candid, Dales held a certain admiration for Dubra, possessing strength, intelligence, and most notably, unwavering loyalty, albeit due to Babidi's controlling magic. However, he had acquired a comprehensive compendium of magic as a system reward, encompassing all the spells from the Dragon Ball universe. Coupled with his prior magical aptitude, mastering a control spell would be exceedingly simple. Are you dreaming? For the illustrious king of the demon realm, Dubra, to serve you? Do you believe yourself to be Lord Babidi? Dubra retorted with righteous indignation. Then why do you remain loyal to Babidi? Dales taunted. Of course it is. Simply a matter of course, Dubra began to respond, but the words eluded him, leaving him to rely on the phrase a matter of course for explanation. Think carefully. What allure does Babidi possess? He is merely a frail and diminutive weakling, reliant solely on magic. Dales continued to provoke. Enough, Dubra bellowed, interrupting Dales. And with a swift motion, a magical blade materialized in his hand. He then lunged forward at an incredible speed, slashing towards Dales, unleashing several waves of blade energy in his wake. Dales, observing the onslaught, narrowed his eyes and vanished from sight with a swift motion, evading the barrage of blade energy. With a whoosh, Dubra's energy slices cleaved through the boulders behind Dales, splitting them in half. Such formidable magic, it truly compels the wicked-hearted to obey without question. Dales mused silently. Dubra, however, had no time to ponder Dales's thoughts, as he appeared before him in an instant, aiming a strike directly at Dales's face. Dales raised his hands, effortlessly blocking Dubra's attack and seizing control of the magical blade. Dubra attempted to retract his weapon, yet it remained firmly gripped by Dales. Then, with a decisive force, Dales exerted pressure, resulting in a resounding crack as Dubra's magical blade shattered, its fragments scattering through the air. A commendable blade, quite sturdy. Yet before me, it is merely a toy, Dales scoffed at Dubra. Seeing his shattered weapon and hearing Dales's derision ignited a furious rage within Dubra. Gritting his teeth, he discarded the hilt of his blade and unleashed a flurry of punches at Dales, each one deftly evaded by Dales. Seizing the opportunity amidst Dubra's assault, Dales delivered a powerful kick to Dubra's chest. Poof! In an instant, Depura was struck with such force that he coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling as though he had been hit by a massive truck. His insides churned violently, and several of his ribs had been fractured. I haven't even exerted myself yet, Dales remarked, addressing the reeling Depura. Seizing the opportunity as Dales relaxed his guard, Depura steadied himself. One hand pressed against his wounded chest while the other summoned his magical spear. With a vigorous motion, he hurled the weapon toward Dales. Dales, however, merely chuckled lightly, sidestepping the unexpected attack with ease and effortlessly catching the spear. Here you go, he said, tossing it back at Depura. Caught off guard, Depura could not evade in time. The spear struck his right chest, causing him to spit out more blood. Dales, intent on not granting Depura a moment's respite, swiftly positioned himself above Depura. His fists clenched and delivered a powerful blow to Depura's back. Instantly, Depura was sent crashing down, creating a massive crater several meters wide upon impact. Clutching his injured chest, Depura, battered and torn, struggled to rise. How about it? Will you pledge your allegiance to me? Dales inquired, gazing at the gravely injured Depura. You can forget that. My loyalty lies solely with Lord Babidi, Depura replied resolutely. Oh, Depura, how could this be possible? How could you be defeated by this earthling? It is inconceivable. Babidi's panicked voice echoed from the surroundings. In the distance, the Supreme Kai Shin and Jebet stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg within. Chapter 98. A shocking turn of events. He truly defeated Depura. It was utterly astonishing. Is this the kind of immense power that mere mortals can possess? The Supreme Kai Shin and Jebet were both left in awe of Dales' strength. Just as the two were grappling with their shock, the environment transformed back to that of the spacecraft. Depura reappeared within a machine resembling an elevator, which then slowly descended, taking the injured Depura out of sight before the onlookers. Dales, seeing this, made no move to intervene. His earlier desire to recruit Depura was genuine. Hence he spared Depura's life. Why didn't you eliminate Depura? That was a prime opportunity, Jebet challenged Dales. If you wish to deal with Depura, then you should do it yourself. Are you afraid? Dales retorted sharply, not indulging Jebet. Stunned into silence, Jebet had no words to respond, and the Supreme Kai remained awkwardly quiet. All right, let us proceed to the next level, Dales declared, striding down the corridor to the third floor. The Supreme Kai Shin and Jebet, resigned, followed suit. Upon reaching the third level, they found no enemies waiting for them. After a prolonged silence, the surroundings remained eerily quiet, with Babidi's voice no longer echoing. What is the matter, Babidi? Have you exhausted your tricks? Depura taunted loudly. Yet, there was still no response, and the surroundings lay in complete silence, as if the inhabitants had long since departed. Meanwhile, Dales and the Supreme Kai were still in anticipation. Outside, a tremendous upheaval had occurred. At some unknown moment, the long-deceased had re-emerged into this world. They wandered the cities, seeking their loved ones or engaged in other endeavors, inevitably causing significant destruction to the world. No, something is amiss. Babidi and the others have fled. They have left this place, Dales declared. It's impossible. I did not sense their departure, the Supreme Kai replied, bewildered. He possessed methods to track Babidi, and it was typically impossible to lose sight of them, especially when they had just been before him. It is quite normal for a sorcerer like Babidi to possess magic that obscures detection. What intrigues me now is their purpose in leaving, Dales explained calmly. Wait, I believe I understand why Babidi and the others ventured out, Jebet said, eyes closed in contemplation. Why, Jebet? Speak quickly, urged the Supreme Kai. My lord, if you sense the aura on earth, you will notice many new presences that do not seem to belong to the living, Jebet replied, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. Upon hearing this, Dales also focused on the aura of the earth, and his expression shifted dramatically. How strange could it be? With a resounding crash, Dales erupted with fury, shattering the top of Babidi's spaceship before propelling himself towards West City. Exion and Jebet stood in stunned silence. Does that fool not fear the premature release of Majinbu? Why is he so hastily departing? Jebet complained, discontent evident in his tone. I fear something grave has transpired on Earth. The auras manifesting there are not those of the living. Could it be that the underworld matters spoken of by the great king have indeed begun to affect Earth? Exion pondered, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Jebbet, we must hasten to find Dales. The situation has spiraled beyond control. His power is unmatched, and we must quickly secure his assistance. If necessary, we must entrust him with that sword. My lord, Jebbet hesitated, words unspoken. Enough said. Let us swiftly seek out Dales, Exine urged. Then followed the path left by Dales' collision with the spaceship, with Jebbet reluctantly trailing behind. Before long, Dales arrived in West City, which had devolved into utter chaos. The streets were teeming with restless spirits, and without anyone to manage the situation, these apparitions had ravaged the city. Observing the myriad of spirits, both malevolent and benevolent, Dales felt overwhelmed. Dealing with such a mix was exceedingly troublesome, and he was sorely lacking in manpower. As for the auras of Babidi and the others, they had long since vanished, leaving Dales unaware of their whereabouts, along with the egg of Majin Buu they had taken with them. Meanwhile, the spirit tree continued to voraciously draw energy from the departed souls, its presence growing ever more formidable, with its branches gradually extending throughout West City. Darius had no time to waste and went directly to Bulma's base, where he revealed everything. So, you intend to go back and fetch reinforcements, is that correct? Bulma inquired. One could say that. The situation here is indeed rather complex and quite troublesome. We are in urgent need of manpower, Darius replied with a hint of helplessness. Then make haste and return swiftly, Bulma said calmly. Indeed, it shall be quick. A rift appeared behind Darius, into which he stepped, and it closed as if it had never existed. Will I still be able to see everyone? I truly look forward to it, Bulma murmured. In the outside world, Lord Supreme Kai, Darius's energy has suddenly vanished. What should we do now? Let us proceed to the underworld and ascertain what the Grand Kai and the others have done to cause so many spirits to reappear in this realm. What about Majin Buu? Do we have any means to locate Babidi? No, we should urgently seek reinforcements to deal with Babidi and his minions. Very well, Lord Supreme Kai. I shall obey your orders. The Supreme Kai and Jebbet exchanged glances before vanishing from their location. In a street in West City, Babidi and Dubra were concealed within a building, facing a massive egg radiating a pinkish-yellow glow. Numerous soldiers guarded the hallways. At last, we have evaded those bothersome Supreme Kai, Babidi said. Dubra, are you well? Absolutely, ready to serve Lord Babidi at any moment. Go and absorb the energy of those unknown spirits. I can hardly wait to resurrect Majin Buu. Dubra slowly faded into the shadows, wielding an energy collector, leading a dozen soldiers in a fierce rush towards the spirits to seize their energy. At this moment, the tree of might had grown to an immense scale, its height surpassing the clouds. Countless spirits were entwined in its branches, and it was voraciously absorbing their energy. However, as its energy escalated, the tree began to shrink, transforming into a relatively ordinary tree standing merely several dozen meters tall, its branches retracting from around the world. Yet, with the disappearance of its branches, the former disciples of the Tree of Might began to stir restlessly. Soon, a green creature emerged from the ground, entirely green with a multitude of black spots. It was Cell, albeit in his first form, seemingly devoid of intelligence, his green hue a transparent variant, unlike the familiar shade of Cell. With Cell's emergence, the ground cracked once more, revealing Goku, Vegeta, and other warriors, as well as Frieza and Cooler. Chapter 99, Preparation. Roar. These green monsters unleashed terrifying shrieks, their malevolent teal energy surging skyward. Each of them possessed strength far surpassing that of ordinary Super Saiyans. Among them, the most formidable is Sun Wukong, whose power has reached a level comparable to that of the once mighty Hachiyak, equating him to the fully realized Cell from the original narrative. Even the weakest members of the Jinyu Force possess combat capabilities rivaling those of the artificial beings, androids 17 and 18. Furthermore, the bioengineered entities created by the Spirit Tree exhibit remarkable strength. Suddenly, an incomprehensible utterance emanates from around the Spirit Tree. The numerous bioengineered beings, seemingly responding to the Spirit Tree's command, disperse in all directions, sweeping towards various cities on Earth. Meanwhile, amidst the tumult on Earth in the third dimension, the departing Dales returns to his own world, arriving in West City. Without hesitation, Dales transforms directly into Super Saiyan 2, unleashing his aura without restraint. In an instant, crackling lightning dances around his form, his ferocious energy soaring to the heavens. At this moment, others on Earth who are training simultaneously open their eyes in unison. What is happening? Why is Dales emanating such formidable energy? It is indeed Dales. Dales, sir. A troubling thought crosses their minds. However, each warrior, without a moment's hesitation, darts towards Dale's location. In a brief span, warriors such as Piccolo, Gohan, Trunks, Vegeta, Tan, Krillin, Yamcha, and Kaiotsu gather before Dales. Dales, what has transpired? What has compelled you to transform into Super Saiyan 2? Piccolo inquires, his gaze piercing. You understand Super Saiyan 2? Dales responds, intrigued. In the afterlife, Old Sun was able to assume this form, and under Old Sun's tutelage, Gohan has also mastered this transformation, which Old Sun refers to as the transformation that transcends Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 2, Piccolo explains nonchalantly. Have you engaged in combat with Sun Wukong or Gohan in this form? What was the outcome? Dales asks curiously. I managed to hold my own against Old Sun for a brief time, but ultimately I was defeated. However, I can suppress Gohan. Piccolo glances at Gohan. Embarrassed, Gohan interjects, I am indeed no match for Uncle Piccolo. The others are taken aback, astonished by the newfound strength of both Piccolo and Gohan. Particularly, Trunks and Vegeta are affected. Trunks idolizes the two in relation to Sun Wukong, while Vegeta, already perturbed by Dale's transformation into Super Saiyan 2, feels as though he has been struck by 1,000 blows upon overhearing the conversation between Piccolo and Gohan. By the way, what has occurred? Dales, you have actually transformed into Super Saiyan 2, Krillin inquires with curiosity. Dales reverts to his usual form and recounts the events involving Cell's time machine and the happenings in another dimension in detail. That time machine? I never expected there to truly be another version of myself. However, I am far more fortunate than he, Trunks reflects with a hint of amazement. Thus, it seems that the Earth has reached a point of utter exhaustion. Short Pipe inquired of Dales. The situation is exceedingly complex, and I cannot navigate it alone. Dales nodded. The mere disappearance of Babidi and his entourage, coupled with the potential uncontrollable emergence of Majin Buu, had already overwhelmed him, not to mention the other forces on Earth. However, we are unable to assist that Earth in any meaningful way. The energy for the time machine will require another 6 months to gather. And your time machine is likely devoid of power as well, Trunks said gravely. I can now traverse time and space on my own and bring others with me. You need not concern yourselves with how to get there. Rather, contemplate whether you wish to go at all. I must inform you, the situation on that Earth is tenfold, if not 100-fold, more formidable than the foes during the android era, Dales stated calmly. The warriors present were solemn at this revelation, yet after a brief contemplation, they each raised their hands. I will go. My mother is still suffering there. I will not allow anyone to harm Bulma. I am a friend of Goku and a mentor to Gohan and Trunks. Count me in. Bulma is our friend as well. Seeing this, Dales nodded and replied, you should return and prepare yourselves. In 2 hours, return here. Everyone nodded, aware of the immense peril that lay ahead. After they departed, Dales utilized instant transmission to arrive at the sacred world of the Kais. The Supreme Kai, surprised to see Dales, remarked, I did not expect you, Mr. Dales, to visit me. May I borrow the room of spirit and time? Dales replied nonchalantly, very well. The Supreme Kai then instructed Bubbles. Please assist in opening the door to the room of spirit and time. Understood, Lord Kai, Bubbles responded, then turned to Dales, although you are familiar with this place. Please follow me. Very well, Dales replied, following Bubbles. He reflected, indeed, I must rely on this device. It is like a natural cheat in the Dragon Ball universe. Gazing at the barren, monotonous expanse before him, Dales could not help but sigh. Without further hesitation, Dales immersed himself in the compendium of magic within his mind. With the aid of his magical aptitude, he swiftly mastered 2 spells. One was Babidi's control magic, and the other was a spell that obscured the perceptions of others. In just a month, Dales had essentially learned these 2 spells within a mere 2 hours of real-world time. Truly, the magical talent awarded by the system is remarkable. I have learned them with such ease. Dales opened his eyes to examine his hands, now capable of effortlessly wielding these 2 spells. Without hesitation, he transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his formidable aura causing the entire room of spirit and time to tremble. The space within the room of spirit and time, under the influence of Dale's aura, instantaneously ruptured, creating a breach. Upon witnessing the scene, Dales swiftly ascended from the gaping rift to the celestial temple. Once he regained his usual composure, he refrained from greeting the deities or Popo, and in an instant, vanished from his original position. arriving at the pre-arranged location with the others. Chapter 100. Arrival and collaboration. At this moment, the others had already gathered. As Dales materialized unexpectedly, they approached him eagerly. "Dales, shall we set off now?" asked Short Flute. "Indeed," Dales replied, nodding. He then made a subtle gesture, slicing through the void with his hand, resulting in a gaping rift appearing before them. The group gazed at the crackling fissure, apprehensive and wary. "Are we to pass through there? That is quite terrifying," Yamucha remarked, eyeing the temporal rift with trepidation. Not only Yamucha, but the others also regarded the rift with solemn expressions, remaining silent. Seeing their unease, Dales reassured them, "Do not worry. I possess a method to shield you from the rift's harm. Simply grasp hold of me." Exchanging glances, the group hesitated momentarily before Short Flute was the first to clutch Dale's shoulder, followed by Vegeta and Gohan. Observing that they had all linked together, Dale stepped confidently toward the temporal rift. Under the guidance and protection of the system, Dales traversed the temporal tunnel, gradually approaching the temporal anchor point of the third dimension. Soon, he arrived at the designated location within the third dimension's tunnel. With another gesture, he split the tunnel open once more, revealing the desolate scene of the West City beyond. Noting this, Dales proceeded through the rift, arriving once again in the West City of the third dimension. As the others emerged from the temporal tunnel, the rift gradually faded, as though it had never existed. "West City has transformed into this," Trunks exclaimed, astonished at the sight before him, for even in his timeline, the city had never suffered such devastation. "This is peculiar. There are numerous chaotic energies emanating from afar. They cannot be human. They must be souls," Short Flute speculated, observing the center of West City. "Uncle Short Flute, what do you mean by that?" Trunks inquired curiously. In response, Short Flute glanced at Trunks and replied, "The essence of the living differs from that of the dead. Here, many of the energies are from the deceased, and there are quite a few old acquaintances among them. Yet, they appear to be engaged in battle with others, which is strange, according to Dales. No one should be confronting them. Is that so?" Trunks scratched his head in confusion. "Regardless of how strange it may be, I, Vegeta, shall resolve everything today. You all may stand aside," Vegeta proclaimed with a boisterous laugh, then soared towards the epicenter of the chaotic energies in West City. Dales, witnessing this, felt exasperated. He addressed Short Flute and the others, saying, "Your arrival is primarily to confront Babidi and his ilk, especially Dabura, along with the souls that have emerged from the underworld. I must first venture into the netherworld." With that, Dales utilized instantaneous movement and vanished from sight. Dend cast a glance at the spot where Dallas had vanished and remarked nonchalantly, "Enough of the staring. Let us proceed to Vegeta." With that, he was the first to unleash his energy and swiftly departed in pursuit of Vegeta's direction. The others, witnessing this, followed suit, igniting their own energies to catch up with Dend. Meanwhile, at the heart of West City, chaos reigned supreme. "I say, you two inept fools. How dare you still claim to be of royal lineage? You cannot even handle a pair of imposters," Dabura taunted as he engaged in battle with Goku, directing his scorn towards the undead Frieza and the undead King Cold. "You vile wretch, silence yourself. How can you, who can scarcely contend with that insufferable Scion's counterfeit, presume to call yourself the king of the demon realm?" Frieza retorted, his temper flaring. Dabura felt a sense of satisfaction at Frieza's vexation, yet his heart sank further with each passing moment. He had not anticipated that this green humanoid monstrosity could transform into a super Scion, akin to Dallas, albeit with a distinct aura and green hair. Even he had to exert his full strength to contend with it, and victory was not assured. Were it not for the overwhelming power of these creatures, he would never have considered allying with the likes of the undead. 2 hours prior, under Babidi's command, Dabura had ventured into the streets to gather the energy of the undead. Initially, the task progressed smoothly, and he was nearing the required energy for resurrecting Majin Buu. However, upon encountering the undead Frieza and his cohort, who were formidable enough to eliminate several of his subordinates, Frieza's strength was almost on par with his own. The situation took a turn for the worse. As Dabura and Frieza fought fiercely, a horde of these creatures emerged, mercilessly attacking any living or undead being in sight. They would plunge their hands into the corpses, directly siphoning energy, leaving behind mere husks. Initially, both combatants had dismissed these monsters, easily dispatching a few, but to their astonishment, the skirmish attracted more, each stronger than the last. Their singular aim was to annihilate everyone present, living or undead, devoid of any intelligence or means of communication. Thus, Dabura found himself compelled to set aside his grievances with Frisia and unite against these fiends. Dabura, do not linger in battle. Seize the opportunity to gather energy from these beings. We are but a hair's breadth away from the energy required to resurrect Majin Buu. Once he is revived, all these wretches shall meet their demise. Babiti's voice echoed in Dabura's ear. Indeed, Lord Babiti, Dabura affirmed outwardly, though inwardly he scoffed. He held little faith that Majin Buu could surpass his own might. Nevertheless, the command of Lord Babiti must be obeyed. As Dabura pondered this, a new monstrosity arrived on the scene. Cell, second only to the bioengineered Goku in power. Upon witnessing Cell's arrival, Dabura's heart sank, an ominous premonition washing over him. Ha ha ha, Cell bellowed, unleashing a Kamehameha wave aimed directly at Dabura. Realizing the imminent threat, Dabura had no choice but to disengage from his battle with Goku to evade Cell's devastating attack. However, in the next moment, he was struck on the chin by a punch from Sun Wukong, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Damn it, you're asking for death. Dabura bellowed, battling both the bioengineered Cell and the bioengineered Sun Wukong alone, yet the scales of victory gradually tilted in favor of the androids. Observing the formidable energy in the distance, Piccolo gestured for the others to halt. What is wrong with Uncle Piccolo? Why are we stopping? Gohan asked, puzzled. The individuals in the distance possessed great power. Thus, Piccolo proposed, how about this? Gohan and I will head there, while the rest of you eliminate the undead in various cities. After a moment's contemplation, the others consented to Piccolo's plan, acknowledging that the undead were not solely in West City, but also prevalent in other urban areas. Subsequently, the group dispersed to cleanse the cities of the undead, while Piccolo and Gohan made their way directly to the center of West City, the site of the impending battle. Chapter 101. The wave of malevolent intent based on the spatial sensing of King Kai's position in the past, Dales utilized instant transmission, appearing instantly on King Kai's planet. This was an exceptionally small celestial body, with a diameter of merely a few hundred meters, surrounded by a vast expanse of purple void. On King Kai's planet, aside from King Kai himself, were his pets and companions, the gorilla Bablis and the grasshopper Gear Gregly. At that moment, King Kai was basking in the sun, while his pets frolicked nearby. King Kai was startled by Dale's sudden appearance and quickly stood up, inquiring, "Who are you, and how did you arrive here?" Although Dale's bore a resemblance to Sun Wukong, he sensed that Dale's aura and demeanor were entirely distinct. "I am Dales. It matters not if you do not recognize me. I wish to discuss the affairs of the underworld with you," Dales replied nonchalantly. "That is fine, but you must tell me a cold joke that makes me laugh, otherwise." "I want to assist you," King Kai said with a relaxed smile. "What if I refuse?" Dales retorted coldly. "Well, it's nothing, if you don't want to share." "That is fine," King Kai responded nervously, his confidence waning as he gazed at Dale's icy expression, forcing a smile. Seeing this, Dale softened his demeanor slightly and continued. "Has something significant occurred in the underworld? The deceased spirits have appeared on Earth." King Kai, seemingly unconcerned, replied casually, "The underworld has simply been busy lately. The rate of human deaths on Earth has surged, resulting in increased activity. My disciples and those skilled fighters have already gone to assist." Dale's expression turned cold at these words, and he pressed, "I said the spirits from the underworld have manifested on Earth. Did you hear me clearly? Are you certain nothing is amiss in the underworld?" King Kai was taken aback, breaking into a cold sweat as he stammered, What did you say? The spirits from the underworld have appeared on Earth? What else could it be? Even Babiti's group is close to resurrecting Majin Buu, and there's also a tree of might," Dales informed King Kai with urgency. "Wait, let me assess the situation first," King Kai said, cradling his head in confusion. The North Kai soon arrived at the edge of the asteroid, standing still as time passed. As moments slipped by, beads of cold sweat began to accumulate on his brow. How could it be that within just a few decades, Earth had encountered such formidable foes, now teetering on the brink of disaster? And then there was Goku, who seemed to be facing troubles of his own. What could it be? Such a sinister aura. As the North Kai pondered aloud, Dales approached him and inquired, "As the king of the Northern Galaxy, how is it that you are unaware of the occurrences on Earth, or even in the underworld? How do you fulfill your duties as a king?" Embarrassed, the North Kai explained, "The Northern Galaxy is vast, filled with countless life-bearing planets. It is impossible for me to monitor the affairs of Earth or the underworld constantly. I truly did not foresee such a terrifying creature emerging. What creature? Is it a rotund white monster, or perhaps a robust figure cloaked in red and purple? Dales pressed, seizing upon the North Kai's mention of the monster. How do you know? Indeed, it is a plump white creature, exuding malevolence comparable to that of the notorious Majin Buu, the North Kai replied, astonished. Dales, in response, closed his eyes to sense the aura of Goku in this world. Found it. With that, Dales vanished from sight. What a tumultuous season this is. Not only is Majin Buu a threat, but a creature of such malevolence has also appeared in the underworld, alongside the myriad troubles plaguing Earth. I must hasten to inform the Grand Kai. But Burus, Gregory, guard the home well. I must attend to pressing matters. The North Kai, rarely seen departing from King Kai's planet, set forth towards the Grand Kai's realm. Dales, tracing Goku's energy, materialized near the Super Saiyan Goku, who was fiercely attacking a white monster. Not far from their battle stood several warriors of this world, along with numerous experts from the underworld, most of whom bore visible injuries. Having previously engaged the white monster, but met with failure, Dales then appeared in another location, observing his surroundings. This place bore little resemblance to the underworld. Instead, it resembled the fabled heaven. The sky was awash in hues of twilight, with rainbow-colored candies floating about, though the mountains of thorns and the sea of blood remained unchanged. In short, this realm starkly contrasted with the underworld as Dales remembered it. Indeed, is this the influence of the evil aura? Dales murmured to himself, contemplating the unfolding situation. Oh, the dynamics of the scene shifted rapidly, as Goku's Super Saiyan form was swiftly subdued by the evil aura. This malevolent force was not only powerful, but possessed an extraordinary ability, mastering formidable spatial powers and anticipating its opponent's movements. Every attack Goku launched, or every position he vacated, was precisely predicted by the evil aura, causing him considerable distress. Goku, allow me to assist you. A formidable presence emerged from the ranks of the spectators in the underworld. None other than the powerful Rib Rice, renowned for its ability to overpower the lightning-fast Cell. With remarkable swiftness, Rib Rice approached the injured Sun Wukong, assisting him to his feet. Thank you, Rib Rice. Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude sincerely. No time for pleasantries. Let us engage him together, Rib Rice replied, his expression grave as he regarded the malevolent energy wave. Agreed, Sun Wukong affirmed, nodding resolutely. The two then charged towards the energy wave, while the other experts from the underworld and Krillin rallied their support. Give it your all. Defeat this monster. Yet, even with their combined efforts, confronting the rotund form of the energy wave proved immensely challenging. Rib Rice struggled to close the distance, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the creature's belly. However, the energy wave appeared impervious to pain, laughing heartily as if toying with the two warriors. Seizing the moment, Sun Wukong unleashed a Kamehameha wave towards the energy wave. In response, the creature casually waved its hand, creating a spatial rift that diverted the energy beam, which then redirected towards Rib Rice. In an instant, the Kamehameha wave struck Rib Rice, propelling him hundreds of meters away, leaving him coughing blood, clearly injured. What is wrong with you, Sun Wukong? Rib Rice questioned, bewildered. I apologize, this is the energy wave's ability. It is indeed formidable and troublesome, Sun Wukong replied, his face reflecting embarrassment. Chapter 102. Super Saiyan 3 Sun Wukong arrives. Darius observed the unfolding scene with growing concern. He was uncertain if joining forces with Sun Wukong would suffice to vanquish the energy wave. Nevertheless, it was worth attempting. If they failed, they could always retreat to the King Kai's realm. With that thought, Darius swiftly appeared beside Sun Wukong and Rib Rice. As Sun Wukong and Rib Rice prepared for another assault, they were taken aback by Darius's sudden appearance. Is this your brother, Sun Wukong? Rib Rice inquired, gesturing towards Darius. I am not certain. I only remember having an older brother who passed away many years ago. Perhaps he has been reincarnated, but he truly resembles me. Sun Wukong responded, somewhat dazed. Darius, observing their exchange, replied with exasperation, let us not dwell on that. Shouldn't you be focusing on the foe before you? At this, Sun Wukong and Rib Rice exchanged serious glances and asked Darius, what brings you here? Darius pointed at the energy wave, stating, my target is also him. However, you should engage first. If you cannot handle him, I will intervene. Sun Wukong and Rib Rice hesitated momentarily, but time was of the essence as the energy wave charged towards them. No longer holding back, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 at full power, while Rib Rice released a formidable aura of energy. The two figures darted towards the malevolent energy wave like lightning. As they unleashed their true powers, the sinister wave began to be subdued. However, this was not due to its weakness, but rather because its immense size made it a conspicuous target. Although Sun Wukong and Rib Rice could suppress the malevolent energy, they were utterly incapable of inflicting any substantial harm. Their current prowess merely allowed them to retaliate and avoid being toyed with. In an instant, Sun Wukong teleported before the malevolent wave and unleashed a Kamehameha directly at its face. The energy beam struck with tremendous force, contorting the creature's visage. Yet it seemed impervious to pain, instead growing increasingly exhilarated. Observing this, Sun Wukong delivered several punches to the creature's face, the final blow forcing it to stagger back a few steps. The malevolent energy let out a series of bizarre cries, then began to dance in place, leaving Sun Wukong utterly bewildered. As it danced, its arms suddenly elongated, delivering a swift strike towards Sun Wukong. The speed was so astonishing that even the Super Saiyan at full power could not react in time, sending him hurtling backward. Rib Rice, witnessing this, appeared before the malevolent wave and executed a powerful kick to its neck, instantly twisting it at an unnatural angle. Yet, the creature continued its erratic howls, then hopped towards Rib Rice. Sensing the imminent threat, Rib Rice's expression hardened as he launched an energy blast at the creature. With a resounding explosion, the malevolent wave was engulfed in a violent blast, creating a thick cloud of smoke. Once the haze dissipated, the creature's voice re-emerged, continuing its bizarre chants as it approached Rib Rice. In a flash, Rib Rice reappeared behind the malevolent wave, aiming to deliver a decisive blow. But fortune was no longer on his side. It was as if his movements had been anticipated. One of the creature's hands seized Rib Rice's leg and slammed him violently against the ground. With a powerful fling, Rib Rice was hurled towards Sun Wukong. Then, from the myriad of orifices on the creature's body, a brilliant yellow light erupted, and countless energy blasts surged forth, hurtling towards Sun Wukong and Rib Rice at breakneck speed. Faced with the imminent barrage, the two had no time to evade and hastily conjured protective shields. The air was filled with detonating sounds as the blasts exploded around them, inflicting severe injuries. As the smoke cleared, blood trickled from the corners of both Sun Wukong's and Rib Rice's mouths. Just as Rib Rice prepared to continue the assault, Sun Wukong called out to him, "Rib Rice, allow me to take over. With your current strength and my form, we are no match for this foe. It is time for me to step in." Rib Rice glanced at Sun Wukong in surprise, responding, "You intend to unleash your full power? Very well. I see now that my strength cannot harm him. I shall not hinder you any longer." Having spoken, he soared towards Dales. Upon seeing Rib Rice approach, Dales exhibited no reaction, merely gazing silently at the clash between Sun Wukong and Evil Wave. At this moment, Sun Wukong, observing Rib Rice's departure, disregarded whether Evil Wave could comprehend his words, and directly addressed him. "You are indeed formidable, the strongest opponent I have encountered in many years. I shall now unleash my full power. You must tread carefully." With a resounding roar, Sun Wukong's hair gradually lengthened until it cascaded down to his waist. His eyebrows vanished, and his gaze sharpened. The fine bolts of lightning surrounding him grew more robust and fierce, and in an instant, his power quadrupled. Transformed into Super Saiyan 3, Sun Wukong appeared almost unrecognizable. He gestured for Evil Wave to come closer, an action that naturally provoked the latter's ire. With astonishing speed, Evil Wave charged at Super Saiyan 3 Wukong. The latter smirked and instantly materialized before Evil Wave, unleashing a flurry of punches to his abdomen. In the blink of an eye, he landed over 100 blows. Even the rotund Evil Wave was left spitting incoherent foam. In an instant, Evil Wave was rendered powerless. As Sun Wukong pummeled him from the ground to the sky, his form utterly distorted. Seeing this, Sun Wukong ceased his assault, reappearing above Evil Wave, and delivered a powerful strike to his stomach. This blow, imbued with the force of a tempest, was enveloped in lightning as it struck Evil Wave, sending him crashing down from the air to the ground, unable to rise again. Sun Wukong leapt back, sighing as he observed Evil Wave. This must be the embryonic form of the Dragon Fist. The overwhelming force of that thunderous strike is indeed terrifying. Dales, witnessing Sun Wukong's thunderous onslaught, couldn't he help but secretly commend him. although he knew Evil Wave had not yet been vanquished. The other experts from the underworld, including Rib Rice, were convinced that Evil Wave had been defeated. However, Evil Wave was not dead. Instead, his body's tissues writhed and condensed, as if undergoing some unknown transformation. Chapter 103. The powerful Evil Wave. Sun Wukong's expression hardened as he intently watched Evil Wave undergoing his metamorphosis. As Evil Wave's massive form continued to condense, a robust silhouette emerged from where the corpulent Evil Wave had stood. The transformed Evil Wave was now enveloped in a crimson-purple hue, perfectly proportioned, and exuding an aura of dread. Standing still, he wore a sinister smile, casting a malevolent gaze at Sun Wukong. How can this fellow be so powerful? Sun Wukong marveled, noting that despite being in his Super Saiyan 3 state and having unleashed such a relentless barrage of attacks, Evil Wave remained unscathed. Evil Wave, grinning wickedly, slightly bent his legs and in an instant propelled himself towards Sun Wukong like a rocket, fists primed for attack. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Sun Wukong swiftly tilted his body, narrowly evading the impending strike. Fortunately, he was not to be underestimated. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Evil Thought Wave's brief vulnerability, he launched a fierce kick towards it. The Evil Thought Wave, however, effortlessly intercepted this formidable assault by crossing its arms before its chest. In retaliation, it extended its tail, striking towards Sun Wukong with unanticipated swiftness. In an instant, Sun Wukong was sent hurtling backward by this sudden blow. As he flew through the air, he shook his head and retaliated with an energy blast aimed at the Evil Thought Wave. The creature simply placed its hands before its chest, performing a gesture that conjured a spatial rift before it. Simultaneously, another rift appeared adjacent to Sun Wukong. The energy blast he had unleashed was drawn into the rift before emerging from the one beside him, hurtling back towards him. Yet, having learned from his previous misfortune, Sun Wukong vacated his position the moment he discerned the rift. Indeed, the next instant, a significant crater was formed where he had just stood, prompting a surge of relief within him. In his Super Saiyan 3 form, Sun Wukong's reflexes were astute. Without hesitation, he materialized before the Evil Thought Wave, delivering a swift kick to its abdomen. This time, the Evil Thought Wave was caught off guard, succumbing instantly to the onslaught. Seizing the moment, Sun Wukong unleashed a barrage of relentless strikes, overwhelming the Evil Thought Wave and preventing any counterattack. Observers from a distance felt a surge of exhilaration at this spectacle. However, despite enduring the onslaught, the Evil Thought Wave revealed a sinister grin, displaying no sign of faltering. As it regarded the approaching energy blast from Sun Wukong, its form disintegrated into particles, vanishing from sight and reappearing right before Sun Wukong. With a swift motion, it placed a hand upon Sun Wukong's chest. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong was sent flying by the force of another energy blast, enveloped in dark smoke. Regaining his composure, Sun Wukong gazed incredulously at the Evil Thought Wave. He had not anticipated such an enigmatic ability to particleize, a phenomenon that transcended his understanding. Yet, the Evil Thought Wave was not inclined to linger. It opened its mouth, unleashing a colossal beam of energy directed at Sun Wukong. Eyes widening in shock, Sun Wukong, unable to evade, crossed his arms in a desperate attempt to shield himself from the energy assault. The next moment, he was propelled backward 100 meters by the tremendous force of the beam, which ultimately detonated, leaving him battered and scarred. In the ensuing moment, the Evil Thought Wave once again particleized, reappearing before Sun Wukong. However, it refrained from immediate attack, opting instead to retrieve a small object that had fallen during Sun Wukong's earlier assault. With a flick of its wrist, the object transformed into an extraordinarily sharp red sword. Grasping the sword, the Evil Thought Wave lunged at Sun Wukong, unleashing a formidable wave of sword energy aimed directly at him. As Sun Wukong observed, he executed a backflip to evade the oncoming sword energy. However, the ground beside him was cleaved, leaving a gash that stretched for several thousand meters. With cold sweat beading on his brow, he glanced apprehensively at the chasm, acutely aware that had he been struck, he would likely have been gravely wounded or worse. In the next instant, 3 more waves of sword energy surged toward him, compelling Sun Wukong to utilize instant teleportation to evade. Nevertheless, he was still caught. As he took refuge behind a colossal candy, a powerful blade of energy grazed his arm, cleaving the very candy that shielded him in two. His arm sustained a significant injury, and he grimaced in pain, clutching his bleeding limb. Yet, before he could catch his breath, the malevolent energy unleashed another flurry of sword strikes aimed at him, leaving Sun Wukong with no choice but to continue his evasive maneuvers. Soon, exhaustion overcame him, and he reverted to his normal state. Upon reaching the surface of the Blood Sea, he could no longer sustain himself and plummeted into its depths. The Blood Sea was peculiarly mesmerizing. Despite its surface being in a state of flux, it possessed a gelatinous consistency. Observing this, the malevolent energy merely sneered and swung his sword towards the Blood Sea, instantly slicing it into countless segments. Before long, Sun Wukong found himself encased in a thin layer of crimson liquid, separated from the malevolent energy. The latter, seeing this opportunity, unleashed a final, formidable sword strike that surged towards Sun Wukong. The latter stood in stunned silence, vacantly gazing at the approaching energy without making a move. However, just as the sword energy was about to descend upon him, Darius, transformed and at full power, appeared before Sun Wukong, unleashing a burst of energy that sent the sword strike careening away. "You can also transform into a Super Saiyan?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Darius. Darius offered no reply. Instead, he charged at the malevolent energy, which promptly phased out of sight, reappearing behind Darius and launching an energy blast. Darius cast a sidelong glance, quickly dodging to the side before turning to retaliate with an energy blast of his own. The blast erupted upon contact with the malevolent energy, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke. In the next moment, the malevolent energy re-emerged, seemingly unscathed, wearing an expression of provocation as he regarded Darius. "Hey, let's join forces against him. You alone cannot match his strength," Sun Wukong called out, halting Darius, who was poised to attack. "Are you not aware of the Saiyan ethos?" Darius replied coolly. With that, he surged forward, fueled by an explosive energy toward the malevolent entity. Sighing, Sun Wukong watched Darius charge ahead, then made his way toward a nearby rib dish. Darius was no fool. The display of power exhibited by this timeline Sun Wukong had surpassed his own, and even he had nearly succumbed to the malevolent energy, revealing the latter's formidable strength. Yet, it was through relentless battle that a Saiyan could truly enhance their power, and Darius was certainly not one to shy away from conflict. Chapter 104. Reinforcements. Darius charged towards the malevolent energy wave, delivering a powerful punch. However, in the blink of an eye, the malevolent wave materialized behind him. Swiftly, Darius pivoted and executed a whip kick, yet the malevolent wave once again transformed into particles, appearing beside him. Throughout the encounter, Darius felt as though he were being toyed with by the malevolent wave, despite his Super Saiyan 2 form. Landing a hit on it proved to be an arduous task. With a grave expression, Darius finally comprehended the immense pressure that Super Saiyan 3 Goku faced against the malevolent wave. Not only could it deflect energy attacks, but it could also disintegrate into particles, predicting the movements of its adversary. The attacks from his Super Saiyan 2 form had little effect on this formidable foe. It was a bizarre entity that seamlessly combined evasion, survival, and combat. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Darius ceased holding back. With a fierce roar, he transformed into a Super Saiyan 3. A powerful aura enveloped the realm of the underworld, heralding the onset of a new battle. Darius's energy surged, and the two formidable presences from earlier indicated a promising resolution to the Babidi crisis. The Supreme Kai of the North, Shin, gazed with delight towards Darius and Goku's location. "Do you have any questions, Lord Kai?" The Grand Kai asked cautiously. "When will the issues in the underworld be resolved?" "Nothing is more pressing than the matters concerning Majin Buu and Earth. I require the assistance of those two powerful individuals. Can you provide me with their details?" "Certainly," the Grand Kai replied confidently. "One is named Raboku Fan, a master among my subordinates who has trained in the underworld for millennia. The other is Son Goku, a disciple of the North Kai, who has been honing his skills in the netherworld for decades. Both are immensely powerful and can undoubtedly aid you in confronting Majin Buu." However, before he could finish, the voice of the North Kai echoed in their ears. "This is bad, Grand Kai. Both the underworld and Earth are in turmoil." The Grand Kai and Shin turned to see the North Kai rushing towards them. "What has happened?" the Grand Kai inquired, visibly displeased. "There has been a major incident in both Earth and the underworld. You must sense it for yourself, Grand Kai," the North Kai urged anxiously. Upon hearing this, the Grand Kai paused momentarily, then closed his eyes to begin sensing the energies surrounding them. His reaction mirrored that of the North Kai, as he was soon drenched in cold sweat upon perceiving the chaos in the underworld. Shin's heart sank, and he cautiously asked, "What has transpired?" With a wry smile, the Grand Kai replied, "Lord Kai, there is trouble in the underworld. Not only have King Yama and his associates been ensnared by a barrier, but an extraordinarily powerful monster has emerged. Its strength may even surpass that of Majin Buu." Impossible. Majin Buu is the strongest entity in the universe. How could anyone surpass him? Shin questioned incredulously. "Lord Kai, just rest your hand on my shoulder and see for yourself," the Grand Kai said, resigned. With a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, Xian placed his hand on the shoulder of the Great King and soon beheld the fierce battle between Dales and the evil spirit wave. At that moment, Dales had transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power, far surpassing the Super Saiyan level he had employed against Dabura. Yet he remained unable to lift his head under the relentless pressure of the evil spirit wave. How could such a thing occur? Xian's expression was one of disbelief. The Great King turned to him and said, "Lord Kaioshin, there are grave issues arising in the netherworld as well. This fiend must be stopped, or else the netherworld will meet its doom, and the order of the universe shall collapse. I can only summon a few other powerful warriors to assist you, Lord Kaioshin." Xian could only nod in resignation. Indeed, as the Great King had stated, while the situation with Majin Buu and Earth was critical, it had not yet reached the point of universal catastrophe. After all, Majin Buu required time to wreak havoc on the universe. However, if the evil spirit wave were to obliterate the netherworld, the cycle of the universe would be irrevocably shattered. Seeing Xian's acquiescence, the Great King called upon several formidable warriors through telepathy. These individuals were Piccolo, Gohan, and a tall, blonde man. "Are you all the ones who will assist me?" Xian inquired, gazing intently at the trio. "Lord Great King, we are unsure why you have summoned us. The underworld is in utter chaos, and we are quite occupied." Piccolo replied flatly, without addressing the Kaioshin. "You three need not concern yourselves with the affairs of the underworld. Simply follow Lord Kaioshin and heed his instructions." The Great King instructed the trio. Only then did Piccolo glance at the Kaioshin and remark, "Very well, but may I ask which Lord Kaioshin this is?" In response, the Great King hastily interjected, "You must not be disrespectful to Lord Kaioshin. He is the highest deity in the universe." "Surely, Lord Kaioshin is immensely powerful," Gohan interjected suddenly. Jebet raised his head proudly and declared, "Indeed, Lord Kaioshin possesses the strength to vanquish the galactic tyrant Frieza with but a single finger." "Is that so? Might I request a demonstration?" Piccolo asked, his fighting spirit ignited as he regarded the Kaioshin. He had already sensed a subtle, yet formidable pressure emanating from him. The Great King, incensed, shouted at Piccolo, "You fool! How could Lord Kaioshin possibly engage in battle with you? Enough with your questions. Simply follow Lord Kaioshin." With that, the Great King departed, accompanied by the North Kao, presumably to confer on how to confront the evil spirit wave. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kaioshin Xian. I believe the Great King has made my identity clear, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Instead, let us address the matter at hand." Kaioshin Xian said urgently to the three. Piccolo, Gohan, and the others, noticing Xian's urgency, exchanged serious glances. "Our destination is a planet known as Earth, where a sorcerer named Babidi and his minions are preparing to resurrect the sealed Majin Buu." "Wait, did you say where?" The short flute interrupted the words of the King of Worlds and inquired, "How dare you speak to the King of Worlds in such a manner, you mere mortal?" Jebet retorted angrily at the flute. "Enough, enough, Jebet. During these extraordinary times, let us not dwell on trivialities," the King of Worlds, Shin, remarked, turning to the flute and continuing, "What I was saying pertains to Earth." "What of it?" "Earth, indeed, is the homeland of the three of us," Son Gohan replied, his expression fraught with concern. Chapter 105. The Resurgence of Majin Buu. "What? Earth is your homeland?" The King of Worlds appeared bewildered, as if contemplating the sheer coincidence. "Yes, Lord King of Worlds, please, continue. What has transpired on Earth, and what must we do next?" Son Gohan urged Shin. In response, Shin relayed the events regarding Babidi and the Tree of Might to the flute, Son Gohan, and the others. "What are we waiting for? Let us hasten back to Earth. Regardless of the circumstances, we must go at once," the tall, blonde man insisted eagerly. "Very well," the King of Worlds conceded unexpectedly, Recognizing the urgency of the situation, he had intended to summon Dares, but recalling that Dares was engaged in battle with a monstrous entity in the afterlife, he abandoned that thought. Seize Mai or Jebet's shoulder, he instructed. Although the flute, Son Gohan, and the tall blonde man were taken aback, they complied. In the next moment, they found themselves on Earth. They stood in West City, a place now engulfed in chaos, with energy blasts and beams flying haphazardly through the air. Each energy blast resulted in a violent explosion. One blast even hurtled directly towards the group, but the flute deflected it with a swift strike. The atmosphere in West City was tumultuous, while the presence of the deceased diminished elsewhere. The flute gazed intently at the site of the conflict and remarked, "This place is rife with turmoil." The King of Worlds, Shin, was equally perplexed, having been oblivious to the events that transpired on Earth during his absence. I sensed the presence of many familiar souls, myself, Uncle Dend, Trunks, and Uncle Krillin. How can this be? Son Gohan exclaimed, a cold sweat beading on his brow. Moreover, these are all living souls, which is impossible, the flute added. His demeanor grave. What do you mean impossible? What are you speaking of? The King of Worlds questioned, bewildered. The flute glanced at the King of Worlds and asked, "What are our next steps?" Despite still appearing confused, the King of Worlds replied, "I have detected Babiti's whereabouts. We must proceed immediately, for if he resurrects Majin Buu, it will be too late." He gestured toward a direction entirely opposite to the site of battle. Son Gohan exchanged a look with the flute, who nodded in agreement. The two then flew off together. "I truly cannot comprehend these individuals," the King of Worlds muttered before following. For the Grand Kai had clearly instructed him to obey the King of Worlds. The golden-haired man, known as Oliva, is one of the participants in the Helm Martial Arts Tournament. Despite being an Earthling, he can hold his own against Sun Wukong in his normal state. The group quickly arrived at the building housing Babidi, where several alien soldiers were stationed at the entrance. However, they were swiftly dispatched by the Demon King Piccolo. He. Hurry and inject this energy. A voice emerged from within the building, revealing Babidi conversing with his remaining subordinates. Clearly, Babidi and his cohort were just behind that door. As doubts lingered among the group, the Supreme Kai's expression shifted dramatically. He blasted open the door and bellowed, "Babidi, you shall not resurrect Majin Buu." To the Supreme Kai's surprise, Babidi did not react with alarm. Instead, he replied, "Ah, Supreme Kai, you've come. I was just wondering how to find you. After all, you've been such a nuisance, thwarting my efforts to revive Majin Buu." The Supreme Kai cast a quick glance at Babidi, noticing the absence of Dabura and sensing no trace of his energy. Tentatively, he inquired, "Dabura is not here?" "Indeed, Dabura is dead, having fallen to those monsters." Babidi answered without hesitation. The Supreme Kai's heart sank as he slowly turned his gaze to the Majin Buu egg beside Babidi. The egg began to flicker with a yellow light. The Supreme Kai, in a state of terror, pointed at the egg, trembling uncontrollably. "You didn't expect this, did you, Supreme Kai? Those monsters and the undead allowed me to gather the energy needed to resurrect Majin Buu ahead of time." Babidi mocked with a lewd grin. At the same time, Piccolo, Gohan, and Oliva comprehended the gravity of the situation. It appeared that Majin Buu was on the verge of breaking free from his seal. "Supreme Kai, I shall attempt to destroy this egg," Gohan asserted. The Supreme Kai nodded in tacit approval. After all, Majin Buu had absorbed enough energy to resurrect at any moment. There was no time to spare. Sensing that no living beings were nearby, Gohan clasped his hands together and unleashed a beam of energy toward the Majin Buu egg. With a deafening roar, the energy beam pierced through the egg and detonated against the entire building. Instantly, a massive hole was blasted through the structure, revealing a chasm that stretched for miles. Remarkably, the Majin Buu egg remained unscathed, showing no signs of damage despite the assault. Gohan's expression turned serious as he felt the energy surging within him. He transformed into a Super Saiyan. Mystic Flash. A powerful stream of golden energy coalesced in Gohan's hands, and he directed a colossal beam toward the Majin Buu egg. With a thunderous explosion, the egg detonated violently. The entire building could no longer withstand the force of Gohan's energy, collapsing in a dramatic, sheer fall. This was a result of Gohan's control. Otherwise, the energy contained within that strike would have been sufficient to obliterate a planet. The Supreme Kai, Piccolo, and the others quickly ascended to the rooftop, seeking to assess the situation below. Under the protection of his remaining extraterrestrial minions, Babidi ascended into the sky. My Majin Buu. Babidi observed the ruins of the building below with an expression of sheer panic. He was uncertain whether the formidable attack from Gohan would affect the sealed Majin Buu. As a top-tier sorcerer, he could certainly sense the terrifying energy that Gohan's recent strike contained. Was it destroyed? The Supreme Kai gazed anxiously at the debris. Whether it was due to Majin Buu's control or some other reason, the egg of Majin Buu had flipped directly onto the ruins. Subsequently, the entire egg split apart in two, surrounded by a misty white gas reminiscent of steam. Above the egg, a pink mist began to coalesce in the air. Ha! It seems Majin Buu has perished after millions of years of confinement, the Supreme Kai exclaimed with excitement. Upon seeing nothing emerge from the egg, he speculated that Majin Buu had turned to dust, disintegrating upon contact with the air. Impossible. My Majin Buu, that cannot be true, Babidi muttered incredulously to himself. Having not witnessed the emergence of Majin Buu, he naturally believed the Supreme Kai's words. Chapter 106. The terror of Buu, do not rejoice too soon. I sense an incredibly powerful and malevolent presence. Piccolo fixed his gaze intently on the pink cloud above. Gohan also wore a serious expression. How could it be that Majin Buu has not emerged? After being sealed for millions of years, he might very well be dead. The Supreme Kai spoke with certainty. Jebbet concurred, stating, the Supreme Kai is correct. How could any being survive without sustenance for millions of years? However, no sooner had he spoken than the pink cloud began to gather, eventually transforming into a rotund figure. The sight revealed a pudgy entity, entirely pink, draped in a purple cloak, adorned with yellow gloves, and clad in a black vest, with a single antenna atop its head and numerous small holes scattered across its body. At that moment, it squinted its already small eyes, fixating on Babidi and the Supreme Kai below. Ah, Majin Buu! The Supreme Kai exclaimed in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably, drenched in sweat. Is this truly Majin Buu? Piccolo's face turned pale with fear as he stared intently at Majin Buu, undistracted by the creature's appearance. Such formidable power. His aura is already on par with my father, Gohan gasped in astonishment. Lord Babidi, is this really Majin Buu? He seems a bit simple-minded. A soldier from the alien contingent quietly inquired, gazing at the endearingly clumsy Majin Buu. It must be him. Only the Supreme Kai has seen Majin Buu. And if he claims this is Buu, then it surely is, Babidi replied, a hint of confusion flickering across his face, quickly followed by a surge of elation. Majin Buu, from this moment forth, you shall heed my commands. Babidi shouted at Majin Buu. Upon hearing this, the corpulent Majin Buu squinted at Babidi, and in the next breath, he dashed towards Babidi, pulling a grotesque face. Babidi, startled and fearful, quickly threatened Majin Buu, saying, Buu, remember that I released you. You must obey my commands. Otherwise, I can seal you away just as easily as I freed you. Majin Buu, pondering for a moment, tilted his head and then bowed to Babidi. That's the way of it, Babidi exclaimed with excitement. Majin Buu, remember this. From now on, I am your master. You will do as I command. Do you understand? Upon hearing the term master, a glint of malice flickered in Buu's small eyes, though it went unnoticed by the others. This guy really is Majin Buu. Yet he seems like a simpleton, one of Babidi's subordinates quietly remarked. Indeed, Lord Babidi, have you made a mistake? Other alien soldiers chimed in, voicing their doubts. Silence. He is Majin Buu, Babidi admonished, casting a cautious glance at the creature. However, Majin Buu had overheard their comments and approached the soldier who had called him a simpleton, coldly inquiring, Boy, are you calling me a simpleton? Are you talking about yourself or someone else? Aren't you the simpleton? The alien soldier retorted disdainfully, his disdain palpable even through his helmet. I shall devour you, came the hellish words from Majin Buu's mouth. In the distance, Son Gohan, Piccolo, and the golden-haired man felt a chill at this seemingly jestful declaration. Meanwhile, King Kai and Jebbet were nearly paralyzed with fear, frozen in place, unable to utter a sound. Ha, this guy is truly angry. How amusing. Several soldiers, instead of feeling fear, continued to mock Majin Buu. With a shift in his gaze, Majin Buu struck the soldier who had insulted him with a mighty slap. In an instant, the soldier was sent flying as if struck by a colossal truck, crashing through a building and landing amidst the rubble, his fate uncertain. Ha! The laughter of the soldiers died abruptly as they saw Buu dispatch the first mocker with such ease. Terror washed over their faces as they looked upon Majin Buu. who now radiated an aura of menace. The slain soldier had been the strongest among them, possessing a battle power in the thousands. And yet he had perished in the blink of an eye. "Run!" someone shouted in panic, and soon several soldiers scattered in all directions. Majin Buu narrowed his eyes, fixating on the fleeing figures, his antennae twitching. "Transform into cookies," he commanded, unleashing a pink beam from his antennae that instantly struck the fleeing soldiers. "Ah, no!" they screamed in horror, only to be transformed into cookies, landing lifelessly on the ground. Majin Buu resumed his endearing demeanor, bounding joyfully to devour all the cookies that had fallen to the ground. Witnessing this terrifying yet familiar scene, the Supreme Kai Shin trembled with fear from a distance, while Jebet was hardly better off, drenched in cold sweat. Dend, Gohan, and Oliva felt a chilling dread rising within their hearts. Yet, Babidi displayed no fear or concern for his subordinates. Instead, he exclaimed with excitement, "Well done, Majin Buu. Truly, you live up to the legend of the most wicked and powerful demon." Majin Buu gazed at Babidi with an innocent expression, as if he genuinely regarded Babidi as his master. "Now, Majin Buu, swiftly eliminate the Supreme Kai and his companions," Babidi commanded, pointing menacingly at the distant figures of the Supreme Kai and his allies. Dend and the others looked at the corpulent Buu with apprehension. Buu glanced back at them, then at Babidi, and said, "No, I am hungry. I must eat first." Babidi, taken aback, could only respond, "First deal with the Supreme Kai and the others, and I will bring you food afterward. How does that sound, Buu?" After a moment of contemplation, Buu nodded and began to bounce towards the Supreme Kai and his group. Unfamiliar with the strength of Dend and the others, the Supreme Kai and Jebet felt an urge to flee. "Perhaps I should first test the limits of this demon," Oliva suggested to the others. "No, you are no match for Majin Buu. You cannot even defeat me, so how could you hope to contend with a being I fear?" Dend retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Oliva. Seeing Oliva's defiance, Dend continued, "I merely wish to prevent your untimely demise. You witnessed the fate of those others." Reluctantly, Oliva withdrew. "Uncle Dend, you are stronger than I am. Allow me to test the waters with Majin Buu. I believe I can hold my own for a while." Gohan volunteered. "Exercise caution. If you find yourself overmatched, retreat immediately. We can unite against him thereafter," Dend advised Gohan. "Understood, Uncle Dend," Gohan replied. With that, he turned to face the approaching Majin Buu, who was bounding toward them. In an instant, Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his body crackling with electricity, emanating a formidable aura. He then charged at Majin Buu, delivering a powerful punch to the demon's face. To Gohan's surprise, Buu did not resist. Instead, he allowed Gohan's fist to strike his face directly. In an instant, Buu's visage caved in, rendering his features unrecognizable. Gohan stared at his own fist in disbelief, wondering if he had truly grown this strong. However, in the blink of an eye, Buu's deformed face returned to its original shape, and he regarded Gohan with a broad smile. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Son Gohan felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Yet he swiftly steadied his mind and resumed administering a vigorous massage to the corpulent Majin Buu. In no time, Buu's form had been rendered unrecognizable, his body grotesquely deformed and marred with indentations. However, in a mere instant, Buu inhaled deeply and reverted to his original shape. Just as Son Gohan stood in astonishment, Buu propelled himself toward him, delivering a powerful punch to Gohan's face. In an instant, Gohan was sent careening backward, crashing into several towering edifices, becoming entangled within the wall of one. Such immense strength. Yet, I shall not be so easily vanquished. Son Gohan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rose once more, realizing that physical attacks were futile. He opted for an energy-based assault this time, soaring above Majin Buu and unleashing the prince's technique. In that fleeting moment, myriad energy blasts erupted around Buu, obliterating nearby buildings in a relentless barrage, and a dense cloud of dust ascended, obscuring the vision of onlookers. Gasping for breath, Gohan struggled against the haze. As the smoke cleared, Buu's battered form gradually emerged, revealing a body in tatters with numerous tissues having vanished. "Surely this must suffice," muttered Piccolo. "It is of no use. Majin Buu will recover," he continued, observing as King Kai regained a modicum of confidence upon witnessing Gohan's transformation into a state akin to that of Darius. "What does this signify?" Piccolo's inquiry hung in the air. Just then, from a distance, Majin Buu exhaled, and his ravaged body instantaneously restored itself to its former state. How is this possible? Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief. He understood the implications of self-healing, thus recognizing the extraordinary nature of Bu's recovery. Majin Bu approached an almost immortal status. Otherwise, how could the great King Kai and his companions have fallen to him, despite their formidable powers? King Kai spoke with resignation. While Piccolo remained in shock, Son Gohan, engaged in direct confrontation, was equally paralyzed by astonishment. Upon regaining his form, Bu vanished from sight, reappearing before Gohan, seizing him with both hands. He repeatedly rammed his head against Gohan's forehead, leaving Gohan dazed and disoriented. Observing Gohan's loss of consciousness, Bu hurled him forcefully to the ground, creating a massive crater in the concrete below. Gohan. Piccolo rushed to his side, cradling him gently. The other Z fighters followed suit, concern etched on their faces. "He is gravely injured," remarked King Kai gravely. Yet before he could finish his sentence, Majin Bu advanced toward them once more, sending King Kai and Jebet into a state of alarm. "Leave at once. I will confront him," Piccolo urged King Kai. "You cannot hope to match Majin Bu." King Kai replied, furrowing his brow. "Fear not. If I cannot prevail, I shall retreat," Piccolo assured him coolly. "Very well, I shall first escort Mr. Son Gohan to receive treatment." Without any pretense, Xian seized the hands of Oliva and Son Gohan, vanishing instantly from the spot. Seeing this, Majin Bu inquired with confusion. "Where have they gone?" "Hey, Chubby, your opponent is me," Piccolo said as he slowly removed his cloak, flinging it to the ground, which resulted in a large crater being formed. "Are you referring to me?" Majin Bu questioned, pointing at himself in bewilderment. "Of course it is you. Who else could it be?" Piccolo replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, steam began to escape from the small holes on Majin Bu's body, and with his small eyes wide open in anger, he declared, "I detest being called fat. I shall devour you." In the next moment, Bu lunged towards Piccolo, and their battle was about to commence. In the underworld, the clash between Darius and the evil spirit wave had escalated to a fever pitch. "Energy sphere slash," Darius exclaimed as he executed an energy sphere slash. However, the evil spirit wave swiftly evaded by disassembling its body into particles, and in an instant, it materialized behind Darius. Launching a verbal assault, Darius reacted quickly, pivoting and crossing his arms to block the attack, barely managing to shield himself from the blow. In the distance, Roboku and the other underworld experts observed the confrontation with grave expressions. "This cannot continue. I will inevitably be defeated. My ordinary punches and kicks do not inflict significant damage on him. To vanquish this foe, absolute power is required," Darius thought as he noticed the evil spirit wave charging toward him again. Transformed into Super Saiyan 3, Darius was already battered and bruised. Had the evil spirit wave's weapon not turned to ash earlier, he would have suffered the same grievous injuries as Son Goku. Just as Darius pondered his next move, the 5 Supreme Kais appeared above him and the evil spirit wave. The North Supreme Kai shouted to Darius, the one resembling Goku, "You must flee. I will join the other Kais to perform the sealing technique against the evil spirit wave." The sealing technique? A realization dawned on Darius. With this thought, he instantaneously teleported to the side of Son Goku and the other underworld experts, who were equally perplexed about the intentions of the Supreme Kais. Meanwhile, the evil spirit wave raised its head, fixating its gaze upon the Kais above, emitting a strange cry as it charged toward them. Sealing technique. The 5 Kais positioned themselves around the evil spirit wave, and a green luminescence surged in their hands. Instantly, a luminous green barrier manifested around the location of the evil spirit wave. As it attempted to rush toward the Kais, the evil spirit wave collided with the barrier. With a resounding crash, the barrier reverberated, and the evil spirit wave struck it repeatedly, yet there were no signs of it breaking. Observing this, the Kais gradually withdrew their hands and approached Darius and the others. The Grand Kai then spoke, "We have just utilized the sealing technique to confine the evil spirit wave. The task is now in your hands. The evil spirit wave's power is formidable, and our sealing technique may not endure for long." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, "I never imagined that the great kings possess such remarkable abilities, capable of momentarily sealing that creature. It is truly astonishing. Now, you must hasten to find a way to eliminate the malevolent wave, while we return to investigate the origins of this monster and seek a solution." With that, the several great kings vanished once more. Chapter 108. A complicated situation. Darius gazed at the malevolent wave, which was struggling against its seal, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure this creature exerted upon him was unprecedented. If the battle continued, he would inevitably be defeated. It could be said that the malevolent wave had surpassed what even a super scion could contend with. Now, you may explain why you chose to assist us in combating the malevolent wave, Sun Wukong directed at Darius. I came to ascertain what was occurring in the underworld, and learned about that monster from the North King, which compelled me to confront it, Darius replied. It is as simple as that. The Sun Wukong of this world scratched his head, feeling that something was amiss. Such a flawed excuse. Are you trying to deceive a child? Ribbone Rice was the first to challenge Darius. Believe it or not, it matters not to me, Darius retorted nonchalantly. However, I must confide some matters to Sun Wukong alone. Darius continued, and upon hearing this, Sun Wukong stepped forward, inquiring, what is it that you wish to discuss? Speak freely. The earth is on the brink of destruction. If you do not return soon, it will inevitably face ruin. I have said my piece, Darius replied coolly. What do you mean? What has transpired on earth? Please clarify. Sun Wukong urged anxiously. Consult the North King for answers. Once you have deliberated, return to earth quickly. Your time is running short. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Darius remarked, not being well acquainted with the Sun Wukong of this world. And with that, he vanished using instant transmission. Darius had already locked onto the auras of several kings, and as they were still in the underworld, it was easy for him to pinpoint their locations. On the King Kai's planet, the various kings were frantically searching through numerous tomes for a means to defeat the malevolent wave. Perhaps we should seek the Supreme Kai. He might be able to awaken Lord Beerus. At that point, neither the malevolent wave nor Majin Buu would stand a chance, the West King suggested suddenly. The Grand Kai, upon hearing this, wore a grave expression. Unless it is absolutely necessary, we should refrain from disturbing Lord Beerus. In the past, even the Grand Supreme Kai and his brethren did not awaken the god of destruction, for if he were roused prematurely, countless planets in the universe would suffer. Furthermore, the current Supreme Kai has not sought us out for hundreds of thousands of years, only coming to us when Babidi sought to resurrect Majin Buu. Without proper guidance, he likely remains unaware of the god of destruction's existence. The other kings sighed in agreement and resumed their search through the ancient texts. Suddenly, with a swish, Darius reappeared. The kings sensed his presence immediately and turned to face him warily. Upon witnessing Darius, who had just battled the malevolent energy wave, the Grand Kai inquired, "What brings you here?" Darius promptly requested, "Please inform me of the location of the Kaishin realm." The Grand Kai, perhaps influenced by the North Kai's prior revelations regarding Earth, divulged, the Kaishin realm is situated in the sacred domain, with coordinates in the cosmos as follows. Without hesitation, Darius vanished from his position, reappearing in the western city of Earth. Sensing the chaotic energy permeating the atmosphere, Darius was taken aback. What in the world has transpired? There exists an aura reminiscent of Cell, along with the energies of Piccolo and another formidable malevolence, one that rivals even that of the malevolent energy wave. Could it be that Majin Buu has been resurrected? Noticing a significant reduction in the presence of the undead, he surmised that they had been performing admirably. Darius first approached the source of the potent evil aura, noting that one of Piccolo's energies was also present. The sight before him left Darius in shock. Majin Buu had indeed returned, and Piccolo was engaged in combat with him. However, Piccolo appeared gravely injured, nearly devoid of strength, suggesting that the rotund Buu had dealt him severe damage. Were it not for his regenerative abilities, he might have perished by now. Wait, something is amiss with this Piccolo. He bears a halo. Could he be the Piccolo from this world? Darius speculated. As Piccolo teetered on the brink of death at the hands of Fat Buu, Darius intervened. This Piccolo cannot die again. Should he perish, he would not even have the chance for reincarnation. In an instant, Darius transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and appeared before Fat Buu. Disaster shockwave, he exclaimed, unleashing a violet energy beam that obliterated Fat Buu into a heap of flesh. Yet, the remnants began to writhe ominously. Darius's expression hardened as he sensed that Fat Buu's energy had not diminished in the slightest. In the next moment, Darius seized Piccolo and vanished from the scene, having sustained considerable injuries in his previous battle with the malevolent energy wave. He could not afford a direct confrontation with Fat Buu. Darius transported Piccolo to the location where the energies of the second Piccolo and Gohan surged. Glancing at the unconscious Piccolo, He hastily administered a Senzabine. Before long, the Piccolo of this world slowly opened his eyes. "You saved me," he murmured. Darius nodded and inquired, "You are the Piccolo of this world, correct? How did you suddenly appear on Earth? Is it related to the malevolent energy wave?" "No," Piccolo replied, explaining that the Grand Kai had dispatched them to assist the Kaioshin in breaking Majin Buu's seal, detailing his battle against him. "I see now. That explains everything," Darius remarked. "Who are you, and why did you save me? Are you a scion?" Piccolo questioned Darius. "I lack the time to elaborate on my origins. I can only tell you that I am from your realm. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you," Darius replied nonchalantly. "What shall we do next?" "The Supreme Kai instructed us to come to Earth first to deal with Majin Buu, and then address the Tree of Might. I never anticipated that we would be unable to resolve the situation with Majin Buu. Even Piccolo, who ranks as the second strongest among the denizens of the underworld, feels somewhat powerless. If he cannot contend with Majin Buu, then surely Goku stands little chance. He has already faced Majin Buu in battle, and although his strength may be comparable, if not slightly superior, eliminating him remains an unrealistic endeavor." Upon hearing this, Dales chuckled, feeling no despair. He simply did not expect the circumstances in this timeline to be so intricate. The simultaneous emergence of three beings of significant power has left him somewhat flustered. However, upon reflection, he realizes that there are multiple strategies available to confront these monsters, setting aside the prospect of seeking the old Kai's assistance to unlock potential. The Patera fusion and the fusion dance could easily vanquish these foes. Chapter 109. The beginning and the end now. Let us turn our attention to the situation concerning Piccolo on our side. Dales addressed this universe's Piccolo, inquiring, "Could it be that you truly are me?" Piccolo looked on in disbelief. "You are indeed me, albeit from a different reality," Dales replied nonchalantly. "Are you perhaps one of the individuals from Trunks' past?" Piccolo asked, astonished. "You may interpret it that way. The energy signatures you sense on Earth, including your own, are reflections of yourselves from a parallel universe, summoned by me," Dales elucidated. "Oh, I see," Piccolo responded, initially shocked, but gradually regaining his composure. If he had harbored 9 parts skepticism towards Dales before, it had now dwindled to 1. "I sense that our counterpart Piccolo does not currently face any life-threatening danger. Let us approach and assess the situation without engaging in combat, in hopes of gathering some intel," Dales suggested to the Piccolo from the third timeline. "Agreed," Piccolo replied, now understanding that Dales had likely been preoccupied with some matter earlier, leaving him uninformed about the situation on Earth. The two of them materialized not far from the battlefield. At this moment, the Dales of this timeline was engaged in combat with a green-skinned monster resembling Goku, while Gohan had transformed into a Super Saiyan, battling against Cell, Frieza, Cooler, and other villains alongside the remaining warriors. The ground was littered with an unknown green liquid. "What manner of creatures are these that they have replicated us and Frieza? And what is that insect?" Piccolo questioned, a cold sweat breaking out as he surveyed the scene. Dales, equally astonished, pondered, "What is happening? Are these monsters the byproducts of the Tree of Might? This tree is remarkable. By the way, have you seen Dabura?" Dales inquired of the third timeline's Piccolo. Den shook his head. "When we encountered Babidi, we did not see Dabura." Lord Kaioshin had even inquired about this matter with Babidi, who, perhaps feeling unrestrained by the impending resurrection of Majin Buu, declared that Dabura was already dead. Dead. Dallas felt a twinge of regret. "I will first assist Dend and the others in dealing with these monsters and gather information on the situation," Dallas stated, and immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan, rushing forward. In the third timeline, Dend, witnessing this, also surged forward in a fit of rage. Dallas-san." In the first timeline, when Dend saw Dallas return, a flicker of joy crossed his face, while Gohan from the first timeline displayed a relaxed expression. However, they were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Dend adorned with a halo. They had sensed Dend's energy earlier, but due to the presence of these monsters, they had not sought the reason. Roar. The bioengineered monsters. Upon the arrival of Dallas and the others, not only showed no fear, but instead erupted into frenzied howls. Immediately, the bioengineered Cell and bioengineered Cooler abandoned Gohan and charged towards Dallas and Dend. "Huh. Cell struck a pose to unleash the Kamehameha wave directed at Dallas. In an instant, a brilliant blue energy beam surged towards him. Dallas merely swatted it away with a gentle motion, sending the energy beam crashing into the ground. resulting in a thunderous explosion that reduced a section of the city to ruins. Subsequently, Dallas appeared before bioengineered Cell, delivering a powerful punch to its abdomen that pierced through. A surge of formidable energy erupted from the wound, shooting skyward. Dend, on his part, materialized behind bioengineered Kula, gripping its neck with one hand while delivering a devastating blow to its back, which also resulted in a piercing wound through its chest. Dend then carelessly discarded the lifeless body aside. "I ask you, are you capable?" Dend exclaimed, addressing the still fighting Dend and Gohan. "Do not celebrate prematurely. Observe your surroundings." The Dend from the first timeline cautioned Dallas. Unfazed, Dallas noticed several more green biomonsters approaching from a distance. Upon realization, Dallas understood why Dend and Gohan had been entangled in battle for so long. These monsters would continue to spawn indefinitely. No wonder Dend and Gohan had been struggling against them for such an extended period. Dallas called out to the two, urging them, "Do not linger in battle. We must vacate this area. We cannot escape. We are surrounded by these monsters. If we attempt to flee, they will pursue us immediately. No matter how many of these creatures we eliminate, it is futile. Gohan and I have already vanquished countless of them." Dend replied amidst the fray. Seeing the situation, Dallas promptly instructed the Dend from the third timeline, "Without hesitation, grasp my shoulder." In the third dimension, Dend paused for a moment, seemingly struck by a thought, before promptly grasping Darius's shoulder. In an instant, both appeared before Dend of the first dimension. Darius seized Dend's shoulder, and subsequently, they all departed from that place. Once they arrived at a relatively tranquil location, Dend and Gohan began to process what had transpired. "You just teleported?" inquired Dend from the first dimension. "Indeed," Darius replied nonchalantly. "By the way, where is Vegeta? I cannot sense his energy." Darius then posed the question to Dend and Gohan. "It seems he hasn't arrived here. He must be dealing with those spirits," Dend responded. "Why are these monsters congregating in West City? I thought I instructed you to confront Babidi and his minions, or at least to handle those spirits first. Why have you engaged these creatures instead?" Darius asked. "We sensed powerful spiritual and human energies in that area, which is why we rushed there," Dend explained. "We split up as we neared that location. The others went to different cities. Gohan and I, being the strongest, arrived at the site where the energy was concentrated. However, when we got there, a tall figure with red skin had already been severely injured by that green creature, and I even saw the spirits of Frieza and the others at that moment. They were already gravely wounded and were subsequently taken away by those monsters. Shortly thereafter, their energy signatures vanished entirely. Then, the monsters discovered us, and we engaged in fierce combat," Dend recounted, shaking his head. "So, you mean to say you have not actually confronted any spirits?" Darius queried, somewhat perplexed. "That would be accurate," Dend replied. "It's impossible. The West City was teeming with spirits at that time. Could it be?" A hypothesis began to form in Darius's mind. Could it be that aside from Babidi collecting energy, the Tree of Might has absorbed the rest of the spirits? Chapter 110. King Kai's realm. "There are hardly any living souls left on Earth," Gohan from the first dimension stated solemnly. His words shattered the silence and conveyed a grim reality to everyone present. Had the cataclysm caused by Black Goku arrived prematurely in this world? Darius pondered. What should we do now? The only energies detectable in West City amount to merely a few thousand. Other cities are similarly afflicted. Excluding those who have secluded themselves in the mountains, humanity may now consist of fewer than 10,000 souls. Gohan questioned Darius. "Here's the plan. You all assist the others in eliminating the remaining spirits on Earth, and then gather everyone to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. Those who have not trained should act according to their own judgment. I need to visit King Kai's realm," Darius instructed, addressing the group. After a brief moment of contemplation, they all nodded in agreement. Observing their response, Darius instantly vanished from the spot. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, an expanse of boundless beauty unfolds. The sky is adorned with a delicate lavender hue, interspersed with countless pale stars, while the ground stretches endlessly in a vibrant green, and the air is refreshingly pure. To describe this place as paradise would not be an exaggeration. Such breathtaking scenery truly lives up to the grandeur of the Supreme Kai's domain. One wonders what wonders lie within the realm of destruction. Darius perceives the Supreme Kai's world as far more enchanting and awe-inspiring than depicted in the anime. It is said that this realm possesses unparalleled hardness. Darius casts a glance over the vast terrain and slowly extends a hand, unleashing a colossal explosion attack. A massive, milky white energy sphere hurtles towards the ground, resulting in a thunderous boom as it creates a crater several meters in diameter and a depth of merely a few dozen centimeters. Indeed, the solidity of this place is remarkable. It is an ideal locale for battle. Darius furrows his brow, pondering the beauty of this realm when a voice interrupts his thoughts. Stop right there. How did you find this place? It is Jebet, whose tone is laden with irritation as he confronts Darius. Darius turns to face him, stating, I have my own methods. Where's the Supreme Kai? You will not meet the Supreme Kai unless you clarify your intentions, Jebet retorts, clearly displeased with Darius's presence. Enough. I have received the latest news regarding Majin Buu. Yet you still refuse to allow me to meet the Supreme Kai. Darius replies with a hint of reluctance. Without Jebet's guidance, navigating the vastness of the Supreme Kai's realm to locate him would prove to be a formidable challenge. Though hesitant, Jebet concedes. I hope you truly possess the latest information on Majin Buu. You may grasp my shoulder. Without further ado, Darius places his hand on Jebet's shoulder, and in an instant, they vanish, reappearing in another part of the Supreme Kai's realm. Indeed, Darius finds himself in the presence of Supreme Kai Shin, the golden-haired warrior Oliva, and the third-dimensional Gohan, who is clad in the attire of the Supreme Kai. At that moment, Supreme Kai Shin is instructing Gohan in his training. Upon seeing Darius and Jebet's sudden arrival, Shin directly inquires, How did you locate the Supreme Kai's realm, Darius? Of course, I followed the Supreme Kais. Do you have any further questions to pose? Darius responds directly. In reply, Shin presses on. After you hastily departed from Babiti's domain, what caused your sudden disappearance? And what of the individuals on Earth who resemble one another? Realizing his tone may be too forceful, Shin glances at Darius and continues, It is the duty of the Supreme Kai to seek the truth. I hope you can provide an honest account. I am not from this dimension. I returned to my own timeline, where those individuals are all from Earth. So their similarities are not surprising. Following that, I ventured into the afterlife, Darius answers, straddling the line between truth and deception. What? Time travel? How could a mere mortal traverse dimensions? Before Shin can respond, Jebet erupts in disbelief. With a grave expression, Xian gazed at Dales, who solemnly stated, Time and space cannot be traversed casually, although I am unaware of the consequences of such actions. Wait a moment. When did a mere half-baked Kaioshin gain the authority to admonish me? I have no desire to engage in idle chatter. I have come to you for a single purpose. Dales interrupted the Kaioshin's words directly. What do you mean by half-baked Kaioshin? Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Though he was generally mild-mannered, such a casual insult from Dales was unwarranted. Hand over the Kaioshin's sword to me. I require its use. And also provide me with a piece of thunder steel. Ignoring the Kaioshin's displeasure, Dales plainly stated the objective of his visit. Irritated, yet unable to maintain his anger, Xian furrowed his brow and queried, How do you know about the Kaioshin's sword? I have my methods, Dales replied coolly. You wish to know the whereabouts of the demon Majin Buu? He has already defeated Piccolo, that Namekian. If you wish to vanquish Majin Buu, then hurry and hand over the sword. Dales expressed his impatience. What? Xian gasped in astonishment. He had witnessed the formidable power of Son Gohan during training in the third dimension, and if Gohan claimed that Piccolo was stronger than him, it was shocking that Piccolo could be defeated so swiftly. With this thought, both Xian and Jebet fell into a contemplative silence, realizing their inability to contend with Majin Buu. Mr. Dales, what has happened to Uncle Piccolo? The Kaioshin regained his composure, but Son Gohan, who had been spectating, could not remain calm. After all, Piccolo was not just a father figure to him, but a revered elder. Rest assured, I rescued him from Majin Buu. He is currently with your counterparts in my world. Dales remarked, casting a glance at Son Gohan. That is a relief. Thank you, Mr. Dales. Gohan expressed his gratitude awkwardly, noting the resemblance between Dales and his own father. However, Xian, who had felt a sense of despair, suddenly clung to a flicker of hope and asked Dales imploringly, Do you truly have a way to defeat Majin Buu? Dales, with a hint of annoyance, replied, Of course, but you must first prepare the items. Perhaps he could indeed wield that sacred object, gaining even greater strength to potentially overcome Majin Buu. Xian had intended to hand the sword to Gohan, but he sighed, reconsidering. With this in mind, Xian addressed Dales and Gohan, saying, Come with me. I shall lead you to the location of the sacred object. He then glanced at Jebet, instructing, Jebet, Go procure the thunder steel and meet us at the sacred sword. Yes, my lord Kaioshin, Jebet acknowledged. Chapter 111. The release of the old Kaioshin after issuing his commands. Kaioshin Xin immediately soared towards a direction within the Kaioshin realm, with Dales and Son Gohan from the third dimension following closely behind. After soaring for approximately several minutes, Dales caught sight of a prominent exposed stone mountain, which stood out remarkably amidst the lush greenery of the Kaioshin realm. We ascended to the summit of this stony peak, where the holy sword awaited. Xin turned to the two companions behind him and uttered a few words before darting ahead towards the mountain's pinnacle, prompting Dales and Son Gohan to quicken their pace to follow suit. Before long, the trio reached the summit, where, indeed, a sword stood quietly embedded at the center of the peak. As they approached the Kaioshin sword, Son Gohan inquired, Lord Kaioshin, why is the holy sword placed here? Isn't it vulnerable to theft? He gazed at the sword with a puzzled expression. Xin chuckled lightly and remarked, let us not forget that the average person cannot even arrive at the Kaioshin realm. Even if someone were to find the holy sword here, they would be unable to take it. Why is that? Son Gohan asked, bewildered. Because no one in this world has been capable of drawing this holy sword, Xin replied, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Is that so? Dales stepped forward, extending a hand to grasp the sword. Hey, Dales, what are you doing? The Kaioshin knight exclaimed in shock. I intend to draw this sword, Dales replied with a sidelong glance at Xin. However, no matter how hard Dales exerted himself, he could not budge the sword at all. Indeed, there is something extraordinary about it. Dale's hand, gripping the hilt, nearly scorched from friction, yet the sword remained immovable. Huh. With a low growl, Dales transformed into a Super Saiyan, causing the previously unyielding Kaioshin sword to stir slightly, followed by the entire mountain trembling. Huh. Dales exerted all his might, sweat pouring down like rain, yet despite his Super Saiyan form, the Kaioshin sword remained firmly embedded in the stone. Even so, Xin was left speechless. He had attempted to draw the Kaioshin sword himself, alongside Jebet, and even then, the sword had not reacted in the slightest. Dale's ability to elicit such a response from the sword was a testament to the fact that his mere Super Saiyan form surpassed that of the so-called Kaioshin and his assistant, Jebet. Once more, Dales transformed into Super Saiyan 2, crackling energy enveloping him, his golden aura intensifying. As Dales unleashed an even greater surge of power, the Kaioshin sword, once firmly embedded, began to slowly emerge from the stone wall. With a resounding roar, the sword was finally freed from the stone, held firmly in Dale's grasp, leaving behind a gaping chasm where it had been lodged. Dales waved the Kaioshin sword triumphantly in the air, feeling its weight and balance. Xin's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he stared intently at the sword in Dale's hand. At that moment, Jebet returned with a thunderous crash, witnessing the scene with his mouth agape in astonishment. The curtain rises amidst a thunderous clap, and Jebet silently contemplates the unfolding events. Sun Wukong exhibits no visible reaction. After all, it is merely a sword, albeit a rather hefty one, yet not entirely peculiar. Could it be that the King Kai's sword has encountered an issue? Xin muses to himself. This sacred blade must be a counterfeit, for it has been effortlessly lifted by a mere mortal. However, regardless of Jebet's scrutiny, he perceives no anomaly with the King Kai's sword. Dales cast a glance at Xin and remarked, would you care to examine the King Kai's sword for any irregularities? Very well, Xin replied. With permission granted, Dales hurled the King Kai's sword directly towards Xin. As Xin extended his arms to catch the incoming blade, he was suddenly overwhelmed by an irresistible force the moment his arms made contact with it. Instantly, the sword pressed heavily against his chest, causing him to collapse to the ground. King Kai? King Kai? Jebet and Sun Wukong exclaimed in alarm, rushing to lift the formidable sword. With their combined strength, Sun Wukong having transformed into a Super Saiyan, they managed to barely raise it before casting it aside. King Kai, are you unharmed? Jebet inquired. Remarkably, Xin stood up and, with a wry smile, declared, the sword is indeed genuine. By the way, Dales, have you felt any surge of power? It seemed Xin had recalled something and turned to Dales with his question. I don't feel anything at all. Perhaps we are meant to train with this sword to attain greater strength, Dales replied as he approached, picking up the sword once more. He then transformed back to his normal state. Although Dales struggled to wield the King Kai's sword, It was no longer beyond the grasp of those not exceeding Super Scion Level 2. This could be linked to the stone platform. After all, it bore the seal of Beerus. However, Dales did not dwell on such thoughts. Instead, he strode towards the thunder steel that Jeebit had brought and swung the sword at it. "You dare to slice my melon?" he jested, recalling a humorous anecdote from his past life on Earth, dreading the appearance of a steel vendor behind the thunder steel. With a resonant clang, the indestructible King Kai's sword shattered upon impact. Xian and Jeebit, although somewhat desensitized by Dale's previous astonishments, could not suppress their gasps at the sight of the sword's fracture. Hee. A lewd chuckle echoed from behind Dales and the others. They turned to find an elderly man clad in King Kai's attire, leering at them with a grin. Startled, Xian inquired, "Who might you be?" "I am the King Kai from 15 generations past," the old man replied. 15 generations past? Xian's mouth fell agape, his initial reaction being disbelief. Yet, the potent divine energy emanating from the ancient King Kai was irrefutable. The lecherous old man, indeed a deity of the 15th generation, paid no heed to the gazes of those around him as he recounted the tale of his entrapment by a formidable and malevolent figure, as well as his amalgamation with the crone. Subsequently, the old deity began to boast. All right. I did not release you to listen to your grandiose tales," remarked Dales with impatience. Chapter 112. The mysterious state you have rescued me, the old deity said, approaching Dales and scrutinizing him with an inquisitive touch. Dales, in a fit of indignation, sent the old deity flying, then remarked with disdain, "I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. I hope you understand." The old deity, unfazed, clicked his tongue in astonishment. "But wait, with your current power, you should not be able to shatter that seal." Dales cast a sidelong glance at the old deity and replied, "I can transform. This is merely my base state." Upon hearing this, the old deity narrowed his eyes and inquired, "What is it you seek from me?" "I have heard you can enhance one's potential. I require your assistance in that regard." Dales stated directly, not one to beat around the bush. "Transform for me. I wish to see your various forms," the old deity requested. Complying, Dales transitioned from Super Scion 1 to Super Scion 3, recognizing that despite the old deity's lecherous demeanor, his extensive experience surpassed Dale's own. The old deity remained impassive during the first 2 transformations, but shook his head upon witnessing Super Scion 3. Sensing the old deity's reaction, Dales inquired, "What are your thoughts?" "Your first 2 transformations are indeed commendable, but this Super Scion 3 form is rather lacking," the old deity replied. Dales raised an eyebrow. "In what way?" The old deity paused before explaining. "This form is excessively energy-consuming. It is a flawed transformation method." Dale scoffed. "Whether it is flawed or not is irrelevant, as long as it proves useful. Super Scion 3 grants me greater power, thus it is indeed useful." The old deity, recognizing Dale's resolve, ceased his critique and stated, "I can assist you in unlocking your potential, but you must agree to one condition." Dales furrowed his brow. "What condition?" "I will not acquiesce to anything unreasonable." With a lecherous grin, the old deity proposed, "Firstly, allow me to touch a beautiful woman's bosom." Dales chuckled, extending a hand and forming a fist. "Is this what you desire?" Upon hearing this, the old deity seemed to bristle with indignation, turning away as he declared, "If you do not agree, I would rather perish than comply." Understanding the situation, Xian directly addressed the old deity, discussing the matters of Majin Buu, the underworld, and urging him to assist Dales in unlocking his potential. Upon hearing Xian's words, the old deity dismissed them with disdain. Majin Buu and the trivialities of Earth are inconsequential. Before that individual, these so-called powers are merely larger ants. The old Kai swiftly admonished Shin, expressing his disbelief at how he could be a supreme Kai while remaining ignorant of that individual. With a sigh, he conceded, "Very well. I shall make an exception this once. After all, awakening that individual may lead to calamities across countless planets." "So you agree?" Dallas raised an eyebrow. "This shall not be a precedent," the old Kai replied stubbornly. "Very well. This spares me the trouble of persuading you myself," Dallas remarked indifferently. The old Kai's expression soured, but he continued, "Developing potential requires a considerable amount of time. Thus, you must exercise patience." With that, the old Kai commenced a series of peculiar rituals around Dallas, a process that alone would take 5 hours. "Are you jesting with me?" Dallas remarked, his lips twitching. "This is a necessary rite. Do not be overly impatient, young one," the old Kai retorted with discontent. The entire process of unlocking potential would require several hours, compelling Dallas to remain stationary, awaiting the old Kai's actions. As time passed, 5 hours later, the old Kai finally concluded the tedious ceremony and positioned himself behind Dallas, placing his hands firmly against his back. Almost immediately, Dallas felt a peculiar energy surging and oscillating through his body, allowing his usual combat prowess to shatter its limits. As moments ticked by, he sensed his strength continuing to amplify. Soon, 10 hours had elapsed, and the old Kai released his hands, appearing quite breathless. Dallas opened his eyes to gaze at his own hands and inquired, "Have I successfully unlocked my potential?" The old Kai, brimming with pride, replied, "Indeed. Now, try to unleash your aura as if transforming into a Super Saiyan." Shin, Jebit, and Gohan, who had been observing, sharpened their focus at the old Kai's words. "Here goes," Dallas shouted, unleashing a tremendous surge of purple energy. The intensity exceeded that of his Super Saiyan 3 transformation. It was an astonishing sensation, despite being in his base form. His power eclipsed that of Super Saiyan 3. Dallas gazed at his hands, muttering to himself. The old Kai, reveling in his success, declared, "As I have said, the transformations of Super Saiyan are mere tricks. True strength lies in the power of one's base form." Although Dallas felt a sense of resonance with these words, he remained skeptical, for he could intermittently wield the strength of a Super Saiyan even in his base form. He mused that the effects were comparable to his current state, albeit with a terrifying enhancement. Surely, this also constitutes a transformation, does it not? How could the old Kai's abilities elevate our base combat power to such an extraordinary level? Gohan interjected. Darius nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Indeed, this resembles a unique state. However, it bears little distinction from the norm. It imposes almost no burden on the body, which starkly contrasts with the transformation of a Super Saiyan." After a brief pause, Darius continued, "This state is difficult to articulate. Henceforth, I shall refer to it as the mysterious state." "That name is quite fitting," the old Kai remarked with satisfaction. Darius then turned to Shin, asking, "Kaioshin, could you lend me your earrings for a while?" Curious, Shin inquired, "What do you need the earrings for?" "You fool. He likely intends to utilize the earrings for fusion. Yet you are unaware of their function," the old Kai chided, patting Shin on the head. "What are your thoughts on this?" Darius asked directly. The old Kai pondered for a moment before addressing Darius. "Would you be willing to serve as a candidate for Kaioshin?" Shin quickly interjected, "Ancestor, I do not intend to retire just yet." The old Kai shot a glance at Shin, retorting, "You, as a Kaioshin, are utterly negligent and ignorant of everything. From this moment forth, you shall remain silent, as I will instruct you in the fundamental knowledge of a Kaioshin." With that, the old Kai turned his attention back to Darius. "Why have you chosen me, and what advantages does this bring? Will it restrict my freedom?" Darius did not immediately accept or decline. "Your magical aptitude, learning potential, and inherent abilities are astonishing," the old Kai remarked, his gaze upon Darius now imbued with a deeper significance rather than the usual frivolity. "As for your duties, they are straightforward. Aside from the eventual need for you to be officially recognized, your actions will remain entirely free, and I will guide you in the cultivation of divine power." Darius responded, "Let us discuss practicalities. I am aware you have methods for cultivating divine strength. What benefits does being a candidate for Kaioshin entail?" Unfazed by the old Kai's words, Darius pressed on. The benefits of being a candidate for Kaioshin are manifold. Firstly, your lifespan will significantly extend. Secondly, your rate of cultivating divine power will accelerate. Lastly, you will have the opportunity to succeed the Kaioshin, becoming a supreme deity of the universe, wielding the power of creation. The old Kai emphasized particularly on the aspect of creation. Darius felt a stir of temptation at this prospect, yet he inquired, "As an individual from another timeline, will I be allowed to leave this realm? And what do you mean by saying my soul is unique?" The old Kai paused momentarily before responding. "That should pose no issue, provided it remains undisclosed. Furthermore, as you are simply a candidate for Kaioshin, you have not essentially departed from humanity. As long as you do not attract attention, it will be permissible. However, once you are officially recognized, you will be unable to traverse timelines at will, only able to journey into the future." Darius, upon hearing this, readily acquiesced. "Very well, I am willing to accept the role of candidate for Kaioshin." The old Kai beamed with joy, then turned to Shin, instructing, "Young one, fetch a set of Kaioshin attire and a pair of Patera earrings for Darius. From this day forth, He shall be your successor. XN was momentarily stunned, and he exclaimed, But ancestor, Jebet is my assistant. He has been with me for many years, and I have always regarded him as my successor. Jebet too gazed at the old Kai with hopeful eyes. The old Kai slowly approached XN and gently tapped his forehead, then sighed. Who told you that there can only be one candidate for the Kai? Alas, with you as a Kai, it would be embarrassing for our seventh universe. Curiously, XN inquired, Are there other universes aside from the seventh? Our universe is the seventh. The old Kai, growing impatient, replied, Enough of that. I will explain later. For now, bring me the items. I will first address Darius's question. Turning his attention back to Darius, the old Kai stated, Your soul is exceptionally unique. In all my years, I have never encountered such a remarkable essence. How should I describe it? It feels as though your soul surpasses all others I have known, including those of my kind. Darius pondered upon these words. And the old Kai continued, I even possess an inkling that the powers we wield hold no sway over your soul. What do you mean? What powers are ineffective against me? Darius queried, increasingly perplexed by the old Kai's statements. The old Kai shook his head and explained, in simple terms, Your soul is not of divine creation. Everything in this realm, along with certain extraordinary species, was crafted by two magnificent supreme deities, while most other races in the universe were created by the Kais. When I sought to unlock your potential, I found no traces of such creation within your soul. Darius was eager to ask more, but the old Kai seemed disinclined to elaborate, adopting a whimsical demeanor and engaging in playful banter with Darius. With a mere wave of his hand, XN conjured a divine attire and a pair of earrings into his grasp. He approached Darius and proclaimed, Darius, congratulations. In the vernacular of your Earth, we are now colleagues. Darius accepted the Batara but refrained from taking the attire, opting instead to don the earrings directly. Noticing this, XN inquired with confusion, What is it? Do you not like this outfit? Darius nodded and replied, I prefer my own clothes. XN shrugged, dismissing it as merely a piece of attire. The old Kai then asked Darius, Would you like to undergo the baptism of the Tree of Life? Upon completion, you will have a preliminary grasp of divine power and can begin your cultivation. Darius inquired, How long will it take? It will take about half a month. The old Kai replied. Darius shook his head, Forget it, I do not have that much time to wait. He glanced at Son Gohan from the third dimension and asked the old Kai, If possible, could you enhance his potential as well? The old Kai shook his head. Do you think this is as simple as having a meal? The development of potential can be quite taxing on both mental and divine energies, and I find myself unable to wield divine power for at least half a month. However, should the opportunity arise in the future, as long as he or others agree to a condition, I am always prepared to assist them in enhancing their potential, the old Supreme Kai remarked with a sly grin. Noticing this, Dales chose to disregard him and turned directly to Gohan from the third timeline, saying, Let us take our leave. Gohan nodded in response, placing his hand on Dale's shoulder, and in an instant, the two vanished from their location. Above West City on Earth, whether due to historical corrections or other reasons. Within merely half a day, Babidi had been slain by Majin Buu during the latter's command. Evil Buu emerged from the body of Fat Buu. After a fierce battle between the two Boos, Evil Buu emerged victorious, absorbing Fat Buu and giving rise to Super Buu. Super Buu surveyed his new form with satisfaction. With a sweeping gesture, an immense energy surged from his hand, obliterating cities across the globe. Only a portion of humanity in West City survived with the aid of warriors, alongside those in South City due to the self-preservation of the Tree of Might. Meanwhile, the rest of humanity in other regions perished under Super Buu's devastating attack. In the next moment, Super Buu charged directly toward the sacred world of the Kais. In a mere 10 seconds, he reached the sacred world. There, the first timeline's Piccolo and Gohan observed the approaching threat of Super Buu with grave concern. What has transpired? Where's that Fat Buu? Super Buu coldly sneered at the two before launching himself at them. However, Piccolo and Gohan did not hesitate, rushing to confront him. Yet, even at their Super Saiyan 2 levels, they struggled against Fat Buu, let alone the far more formidable Super Buu. Before long, they succumbed to his overwhelming power. Just as Super Buu was about to deliver the final blow to the two, Goku from the third timeline appeared, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 to intercept Super Buu's assault. Chapter 114. Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta, you are quite impressive, significantly stronger than the two of them, Super Buu remarked to Goku. Is that so? I am truly honored. Goku replied with a smile, his expression turning to one of curiosity as he looked at the bewildered Piccolo and Gohan. Although both parties were taken aback by Goku's sudden arrival, they understood that this was not the time for conversation, so they refrained from speaking. Goku immediately engaged in battle with Super Buu. A cacophony of thunderous sounds echoed near the sacred world as the two clashed, the skies above filled with lightning and thunder. The ferocity of their battle generated winds strong enough to threaten the stability of the entire sacred world. They are far too powerful. We should keep our distance, Gohan. Piccolo advised. What about Trunks and Vegeta inside? Gohan furrowed his brow. Ah, the hyperbolic time chamber. As if struck by a sudden realization, Piccolo whispered a few words in Gohan's ear. Is this truly feasible? Will Buu fall for it? Gohan from the first timeline wore an expression of skepticism. Just follow my lead, Gohan, Piccolo asserted confidently. With that, Gohan soared toward the Supreme Kai's temple, while Piccolo erected an energy shield to shield himself from the fierce winds generated by the battle between Goku and Majin Buu. To think that old Goku possesses such formidable strength, Piccolo mused, observing the struggle of Goku from the third timeline, who was locked in a relentless confrontation with Majin Buu. However, Goku's visage was marked by bitterness. Despite lacking the sharpness of Evil Buu's attacks, Majin Buu's regenerative energy and recovery capabilities were nothing short of extraordinary. With his own strength, he could barely hold his ground against Buu, a feat only achieved after overcoming the flaws of his Super Saiyan 3 form. Unbeknownst to them, in a distant concealed void, Tawa and Mira watched the scene with keen interest. Has that fellow not returned yet? Tawa inquired of Mira. No, he ventured to hell, then to Earth, and subsequently vanished, Mira replied. He must have teleported. My curiosity about this dares is growing. Not only can he traverse time and space himself, but he can also transport others. Now he has seemingly mastered teleportation, a skill thought impossible for him. He surely harbors many secrets, Tawa remarked with a light chuckle. Could it be that he has been possessed by Zamasu from another realm? Why does he differ so greatly from the dares we observe across various parallel timelines? Mira speculated. Tawa shot Mira a sidelong glance, scoffing. Do you truly believe Zamasu would assist humanity? Fool. Mira frowned at the implication. So what shall we do now? Will we merely observe, or should I descend to aid Majin Buu in absorbing these individuals, thereby allowing Buu to eliminate that fellow? Tawa chuckled. There is no need for you to intervene. If he discovers us, it would be problematic. Moreover, the Time Patrol is also searching for us. We need not act. Isn't there an evil Buu in hell? Let us bring him to Earth. It would also bolster Buu's power. I can hardly wait to witness this spectacle. Tawa laughed heartily as he and Mira vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Gohan from the first timeline had emerged alongside Vegeta and Trunks from the same timeline. Hey, what's the matter with you two? Why have you summoned us so hastily? Vegeta expressed his discontent toward Piccolo. Just look at the situation before you. If you believe you can remain inside any longer, feel free to return, Piccolo remarked, gesturing towards the battle between Majin Buu and Goku of the third timeline. Vegeta furrowed his brow, muttering, Kakarot is the Kakarot of this world. It struck him that he had not seen Goku for over 20 years. And witnessing this world's Goku stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. In that case, I shall take charge of Majin Buu. At this moment, Vegeta was brimming with confidence. Having achieved a breakthrough to Super Saiyan 2 in the hyperbolic time chamber, Piccolo cast a disdainful glance at Vegeta and remarked coldly, with your current strength, even having ascended to Super Saiyan 2, you are still no match for Gohan and me. There remains a significant gap between Super Saiyan 2 transformations. You fall far short of Gohan, and compared to Majin Buu, you are leagues away. In response, Vegeta simply replied, you can give it a try. He was not angered. The 20 years spent in hell had transformed him greatly. Piccolo, sensing the challenge, felt a stirring within him, as his memories of Vegeta from 2 decades prior lingered. He had long awaited the opportunity to settle the score for his previous defeat at Vegeta's hands. Trunks and Gohan, noticing the escalating tension, hurriedly intervened. Uncle Piccolo, please calm down. We are in a critical situation. Father, do not act impulsively, Trunks urged. Thanks to their earnest entreaties, the two refrained from clashing. Although Vegeta did not engage Piccolo, he charged directly at Majin Buu. Father, Trunks called out, attempting to intervene, but was halted by Piccolo. Let him taste defeat. He is clearly aware of the disparity between himself and Majin Buu. He must have seen Goku, which compels him to act. Once he is swiftly defeated by Majin Buu, Goku will surely come to his rescue, Piccolo remarked coolly. Trunks sighed, feeling exasperated with his father. Ah! Vegeta roared as he approached the two, first transforming into Super Saiyan and then enveloped by a storm of crackling electricity, successfully ascending to Super Saiyan 2. Both Majin Buu and Goku, engaged in battle, turned to regard the advancing Vegeta. Majin Buu showed little reaction. While Vegeta's presence was imposing, it failed to instill any sense of danger or pressure within him. In fact, Buu found Vegeta's energy less intimidating than that of Piccolo and Gohan moments earlier. Step aside, Kakarot. This one is mine, Vegeta declared with unwavering authority. Yet, Goku countered. But your energy is too weak, Vegeta. Perhaps you should withdraw from this fight. Nevertheless, Vegeta charged straight at Majin Buu. Oh no, Goku exclaimed, rushing after Vegeta, fearful that his father's weakness would lead to his swift demise at the hands of Majin Buu. Chapter 115, Majin Buu vs. Evil Thought Wave. What do you think you're doing? Majin Buu questioned, bewildered by the audacity of Vegeta charging toward him. How dare he? With a resounding thud, Vegeta delivered a fierce kick aimed at Buu's face. However, Majin Buu exhibited no reaction, not even flinching as he regarded Vegeta with a cold smile. Vegeta, astonished by Buu's indifference, refused to relent and continued his onslaught. Yet, his attacks bore no fruit. As the malevolent Majin Buu observed the scene, he let out a sinister chuckle and swiftly grasped Vegeta's leg with lightning speed. His arm extended, delivering a barrage of punches upon Vegeta at a remarkable velocity. In a matter of moments, Vegeta was left battered and bloodied. Subsequently, Majin Buu conjured a beam of energy aimed at obliterating Vegeta in a single strike. Fortunately, Goku appeared instantaneously in front of Vegeta, deflecting the energy beam with a powerful blow. The beam then detonated against the Supreme Kai's temple, annihilating it and scattering debris everywhere. With a fierce cry, Goku unleashed a Keyblade, which severed Majin Buu's arm in two. This allowed Vegeta to free himself from his restraints. Noticing that Vegeta was in a dazed state, Goku supported him and brought him before Trunks, instructing Trunks to take over and assist Vegeta. Goku then turned, his expression grave, as he faced the now-reformed Majin Buu, who was poised for action. You were the one who slaughtered the inhabitants of Earth, Goku exclaimed, his face twisted in anger. They were all my doing. There are too few people here. There's nothing good to eat, Majin Buu retorted, his face contorted in malice. Do you wish to continue battling me? Buu taunted, glancing provocatively at Goku, who was seething with rage. Just as Goku prepared to advance against Buu once more, a tremendous aura of malevolence manifested nearby. A monstrous figure hovered in the air, surveying its surroundings with curiosity, eventually laying eyes on Goku, Trunks, and Majin Buu. How could that creature, the evil aura, have come to Earth? Goku thought, cold sweat trickling down his brow. What is this monstrous being? Its presence is overwhelmingly powerful, surpassing even Majin Buu. Trunks exclaimed, astonished. These wretched monsters are indeed terrifying, one more so than the other. The Namekian from the first dimension gritted his teeth. The evil aura did not focus on Goku and the others, but instead glided towards Majin Buu. What is happening? Why is the evil aura approaching Majin Buu? Goku observed in confusion. Buu glanced at the approaching figure and lowered his head, asking, Do you seek me for something? The evil aura grinned, producing a long sword in its hand. It then lunged at Majin Buu, severing him in half in an instant. Goku and the others stood in shock at this unforeseen turn of events. Do they share a deep enmity? Trunks pondered, scratching his head in bewilderment. Majin Buu, equally perplexed, soon felt a wave of intense pain, coupled with a force that hindered his regeneration. Nonetheless, he was not easily defeated. Despite the obstruction, he began to recover. You fool. You seek your own demise. Majin Buu charged at the evil aura, delivering a punch, but the evil aura's form disintegrated, evading the attack. What in the world? Majin Buu was left bewildered. As he pondered in confusion, the malevolent entity known as Evil Buu manifested behind him, opening its mouth. With a thunderous roar, a violet beam of energy erupted from its maw. In an instant, the entire upper half of Majin Buu was obliterated, leaving only a smooth, flat surface of its lower half. However, in the next moment, Majin Buu restored itself to its original form, turning its head with some effort to gaze at the evil Buu that had appeared behind it. This being possessed a remarkably peculiar ability, causing Majin Buu to regard it with a sense of trepidation, for its attacks could indeed affect his regenerative capabilities. Suddenly, Majin Buu launched an assault, extending its arm to an extraordinary length and seizing the unsuspecting evil Buu, tightening its grip around its neck. The evil Buu's visage contorted in agony, yet it soon broke into a smile, its body once again dissolving into particles, reappearing in close proximity to Majin Buu. Swiftly, several waves of sword energy sliced through the air, accompanied by the sound of piercing wind, hurtling towards Majin Buu. Despite its attempts to evade, the unprepared Majin Buu was struck by two of the sword energies, resulting in its body being cleaved into 4 sections. A smile crept across Evil Buu's face from a distance. This creature had managed to suppress Majin Buu. Dend and the others were rendered incredulous. This being is Evil Buu, a formidable entity, but how could it possibly be here? Goku mused in confusion. What do you mean by that, Goku? Do you recognize this monster? Dend inquired, perplexed. In response, Goku recounted the events that had transpired in the underworld to Dend and the others. Is this creature truly so powerful? Even you and Dares are no match for it. Yet, according to your account, Evil Buu should have been confined for a time. How then did it escape the seals of the Kais and conveniently arrive on Earth? Dend's expression grew serious, sensing that this was no mere coincidence, but rather a scheme orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. Goku, upon hearing this, felt overwhelmed, but he refrained from dwelling on it. Instead, he asked Dend, what brings you here? Were you not in the underworld assisting the Kais? Dend then shared his origins, intentions, and the happenings on Earth with the Goku from the 3rd universe. So, you have come from another world to aid us here. We are truly grateful. Goku expressed his appreciation. Our current objective is to stabilize the situation and await Dares and your Gohan's return from the realm of the Kais. Only then shall we devise a plan. Dend emphasized the importance of their present goal. Very well, I shall do my utmost, Goku replied, his demeanor solemn. Gohan and Trunks, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement, and then greeted Goku. Dad, it's been a while. Hello, Uncle Goku, Trunks added. Greetings to you both, Gohan and Trunks from another world. Goku responded with evident joy. As a few individuals engaged in light banter, the dynamics of the battlefield began to shift, compelling them to abandon their pleasantries and focus intently on the confrontation between Majin Buu and Evil Buu, anxious that either could claim victory or defeat at any moment. At this juncture, Evil Buu's initiative to restrain Majin Buu was the most favorable outcome, while Dend and his companions aimed to stabilize the situation, buying time for the return of Dales and Gohan from the 3rd dimension. Chapter 116. Absorbing the 3 under the relentless onslaught of Evil Buu. Majin Buu's body was caught in a continuous cycle of regeneration, and even he found it increasingly arduous to endure. Evil Buu's attacks effectively stymied Majin Buu's regenerative abilities. While complete immunity to this force was unattainable, it required considerable stamina for Majin Buu to resist it. Consequently, he was beginning to feel the strain. With a swift motion, Majin Buu was cleaved in 2 once more, taking a full 5 seconds to reassemble his bisected form. He glared at Evil Buu with a mixture of trepidation and disdain, while Evil Buu merely grinned malevolently in return. Damn this wretched creature, Majin Buu thought bitterly, perplexed by the inexplicable fixation Evil Buu had on him. Despite his attempts to communicate, he had received no response. A glance at Dend and the others in the distance ignited a spark of excitement within him. He stealthily tore away several chunks of pink, clay-like flesh from his back and hurled them at a distance. What on earth is he doing? Dend pondered, observing Majin Buu's peculiar actions with intrigue. Uncle Dend, what is Majin Buu up to? Gohan inquired, equally baffled. I'm not entirely sure, but I can't shake this ominous feeling. Stay vigilant, everyone. Gohan, keep a close watch on Vegeta alongside Trunks. Old son, be prepared to fight alongside me. Dend instructed the trio. Goku nodded, smiling as he replied, I can hardly contain my eagerness. That's the spirit, Dend responded with a smile. After completing his strange ritual, Majin Buu chuckled quietly to himself before charging once more at Evil Buu. In the concealed void, Mira turned to Tawa and asked, should we transform this Majin Buu? You underestimate him. He is quite astute. Our transformation would inadvertently thwart his plans, as it would temporarily strip him of his rationality. Tawa replied with a light chuckle. Mira, puzzled, remarked, but Majin Buu is clearly at a disadvantage. Are we not meant to assist him in absorbing Evil Buu? Tawa scoffed. Did you not notice those pieces of flesh? Mira glanced toward the battlefield and indeed saw several chunks of flesh silently approaching Dend and his companions. Ah, I see. This Majin Buu's abilities are truly formidable. Those individuals may very well fall prey to his absorption, Mira said, astonished. To be honest, had I not been forewarned about Majin Buu's powers, I too might have found myself ensnared. What shall we do next? We can simply depart from this timeline, allowing Bu to approach that Dallas. There is no necessity for us to linger here, otherwise, the time patrol may arrive. Mira inquired with a hint of confusion directed at Tawa. Tawa chuckled softly, offering no reply but extending her staff and sweeping it through the air. A translucent barrier then enveloped the area within several kilometers. What is this? Mira asked in astonishment. This will render our presence undetectable, and those within will remain oblivious to the outside world. Now we can proceed, Tawa declared, completing her task with a flourish of her staff, revealing a rift in time and space through which she stepped. Mira, sensing the urgency, followed suit without further hesitation. A sense of unease crept over Piccolo as he pondered the situation. Why did Bu seem to be stalling? Logically, he should be fleeing, not confronting them. Gohan, Trunks. Take Vegeta to another version of me and Bulma, Piccolo instructed, turning to the two behind him. However, as he glanced back, he was met with a horrifying sight. Two masses of flesh lunged at Gohan and Trunks, resembling gaping maws ready to devour them. Be careful, Trunks, Gohan, Piccolo warned. Trunks and Gohan, still in shock, were soon enveloped by the two masses, turning into a pink, gelatinous sphere. Piccolo, the first to react, raised his hand and unleashed an energy blast at the approaching mass, obliterating it. Unfortunately, another mass charged directly towards him. This is bad, Piccolo thought grimly just before being engulfed. Hearing Piccolo's warning, Goku instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and swiftly annihilated several of the oncoming masses. Frustration washed over him as he witnessed his friends being consumed. He hesitated, torn between annihilating the flesh spheres and protecting Gohan and the others trapped within. In that moment of indecision, the colossal Bu, as if sensing the disturbance, distanced himself from the evil energy. He waved toward the flesh spheres, which immediately flew toward him and merged into his form. Goku and the distant evil energy watched in stunned disbelief, Goku drenched in cold sweat. Ah! Bu exclaimed as he absorbed the masses, a formidable aura erupting from him, crackling with electricity. His attire shifted first to Trunks' clothing, then to Piccolo's, and finally to Gohan's. Bu stretched comfortably, his gaze now fixated on evil energy and Goku, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. Sun Wukong perceived the formidable presence and appearance of Majin Bu, instantly realizing that Piccolo and his companions had been absorbed by the fiend. This thought filled him with immense anxiety. Then it struck him, the metamorph fusion technique. How could I have forgotten? He lamented internally, recognizing that it had been years since he had encountered a worthy adversary. Although he had learned this secret technique for fusion long ago, its practical application had eluded him for so long that it slipped from his mind. Ah, Vegeta. Majin Bu hasn't consumed him. I confuse with Vegeta? With this revelation, he swiftly utilized instant transmission to appear before Vegeta, grasping his hand tightly. However, when he attempted to leave once more, he found himself incapable of sensing any energy signatures beyond their location. This is dire. Sun Wukong felt as frantic as an ant on a hot stove. Indeed, Majin Bu quickly noticed Sun Wukong's movements, and in the next moment, he materialized before him. What? Do you wish to flee? A Saiyan would dare to run away? Majin Buu's voice echoed ominously in Sun Wukong's ears. Having absorbed Piccolo and the others, he now possessed an intimate understanding of Sun Wukong, Dales, and everything on Earth. Such incredible speed, you fiend! Sun Wukong exclaimed, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he addressed Majin Bu. Chapter 117. The absorbed malevolent wave. Who would have thought that the illustrious Sun Wukong would contemplate retreat? Gohan Bu mocked him. Sun Wukong attempted once more to use instant transmission to escape with Vegeta, yet he still could not perceive any energy from Earth. Observing the predicament before him, Sun Wukong, though frustrated, carefully placed Vegeta upon a fragment of the sacred realm and inquired of Gohan Bu, "Why did you not absorb Vegeta?" Gohan Bu chuckled lightly. "He is merely an arrogant fool, pitifully weak. Absorbing him would not significantly augment my power, and his foolish demeanor might even hinder me." Sun Wukong furrowed his brow upon hearing this, and then unleashed a powerful aura, dashing towards Gohan Bu with lightning speed. "Come on, Majin Bu, let me witness your power." Simultaneously, The malevolent wave reacted, grinning as it charged toward Majin Buu, as if it bore a deep-seated grudge against him. The two adversaries, previously engaged in combat, now united against Majin Buu. Observing this, Gohan Buu coldly sneered, "Come at me together." Having absorbed the powers of Piccolo and the others, Majin Buu had attained an extraordinarily high level of strength. Gohan Buu effortlessly contended with both the malevolent wave and Super Saiyan 3 Sun Wukong, creating a remarkable balance in their struggle. Meanwhile, Dales and the Dales from the third dimension arrived at West City. Why can't I sense the energy signatures of Sun Wukong and the others? Dales hovered in the air above West City, puzzled. Mr. Dales, shall we first visit Aunt Bulma? We can sense Uncle Piccolo and the others' energy there. It would be prudent to inquire about the situation. Dallas nodded in response, and the two soared towards the rebels' base. Upon their arrival, they found Piccolo, adorned with a halo, standing at the entrance of the tunnel, arms crossed, gazing into the distance. "Piccolo, what brings you here? Why haven't you gone inside?" Dallas inquired directly. "I sensed something amiss, so I came out to investigate," Piccolo replied, glancing at Dallas. He then turned to Gohan from the third timeline and asked, "Gohan, is your injury healed?" "Yes, Uncle Piccolo," Gohan from the third timeline responded. "Where have Goku and the others gone?" Dallas asked Piccolo again. "They are with another version of myself, all at the sacred world of the Kais. However, I can no longer sense their energy, and just a moment ago, a powerful malevolent force emerged near the hyperbolic time chamber." Piccolo's expression grew serious. "Then why didn't you go check it out, Uncle Piccolo?" Gohan inquired, puzzled. "Those androids and vegetable beings occasionally pass by here. Old Sun and I have agreed that no matter what happens over there, I must remain here to maintain our combat strength," Piccolo explained. "With Old Sun and Gohan on that side, both possess formidable power. Moreover, I sense that Majin Buu is engaged in battle with this malevolent force, which is why I didn't rush over. Someone is fighting Majin Buu, and this malevolent force. Could it be the evil containment wave?" Dallas pondered, attempting to sense the situation at the sacred world, but met with an empty void. Something is amiss. The sensing capabilities towards the sacred world have been obstructed. This malevolent force is likely the source of the chaos in the afterlife, the evil containment wave, which should have been sealed by the Kais. "It's impossible for it to escape without foul play," Dallas declared to the two. "I too was unable to sense their energy, which is why I emerged from the underground base. Could it be that something has indeed gone awry with Old Sun and the others?" Piccolo remarked, frowning. "Piccolo, you and Gohan stay here to guard against those androids, and keep an eye on the Tree of Might. That tree harbors great mysteries. I will investigate the situation," Dallas instructed them. "Understood. Gohan and I will be vigilant," Piccolo affirmed. With that, Dallas dashed towards the sacred world. True to his expectations, he soon encountered a faint purple aura enveloping the vicinity of the sacred world, forming a protective barrier. Indeed, someone is meddling, Dallas thought, feeling a weight in his heart. However, he knew he could not act hastily at that moment. Dallas first unleashed an energy blast towards the barrier, which only caused the surface to ripple slightly. Observing this, he wasted no time and transformed into his mysterious state, enveloped in a soft purple aura. Though this aura lacked the ferocity of his Super Saiyan 3 form, it emanated a sense of pressure that was equally formidable. Dallas then prepared to launch the Kamehameha wave, positioning his hands. Ha! Me! Ha! Me ha! In an instant, a colossal azure beam of Kamehameha energy surged forth, colliding directly with the violet shield. A resounding explosion echoed as the purple barrier seemed to absorb the blow initially, only to be gradually marred by cracks that spread like spider webs, ultimately shattering into countless fragments, vanishing into the ether. With the shield's demise, Dales became acutely aware of the auras of Sun Wukong, the evil wave, and Majin Buu, their energies intertwining in a chaotic melee. Majin Buu emanated an overwhelming presence. What of Piccolo and the others? Had they been absorbed by Majin Buu? A sense of foreboding clouded Dale's thoughts as he propelled himself toward the battleground. By this juncture, the conflict was nearing its climax, with the evil wave duo being relentlessly overwhelmed by Majin Buu. Sun Wukong, battered and bruised, had reverted to his normal state, while the evil wave, though in slightly better condition, was likewise marred with injuries, both suspended in the air, gasping for breath. Majin Buu, grinning malevolently at Sun Wukong and the evil wave, declared, "You two possess remarkable strength. I shall absorb you. Rest assured." As he spoke, he hurled several chunks of flesh towards them. Once again, this tactic. Sun Wukong felt a wave of despair wash over him. The speed of the flesh projectiles seemed to have accelerated alongside Bu's growing power. In his prime, Sun Wukong would have effortlessly evaded such trivial threats from Majin Bu. But in his current state, even the slightest movement felt like an arduous task. The evil wave, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, stared at the incoming flesh, utterly perplexed by the significance of Majin Bu's ploy. In the next moment, the flesh spread out, as if intent on swallowing the evil wave whole. Only then did the evil wave react, becoming particle-like and reappearing in another location. I have long since seen through your trick. I have memorized your teleportation point. You are finished, Majin Bu sneered. Indeed, the evil wave found itself once more in a location besieged by another mass of flesh. This time, the evil wave was caught off guard, completely enveloped by the advancing mass. In a manner reminiscent of before, it waved its hand, and in the next instant, the flesh that ensnared it was assimilated into its very being.